Chapter 1: Abandoned Infant by the Roadside. The sign-in station. Signing in may grant you a kiss from the eldest princess. In the spring of the 4th year of Qingli, Tang Zijing was demoted to govern Bailing. Let's not digress. This book has just emerged from a period of censorship. Certain content has been abridged. However, rest assured, everything essential remains. On the official road from the capital to Jiangnan, the proud eldest princess sat in her carriage, racing toward Jiangnan under the protection of a troop of soldiers. Her mission this time was to assume full control of the 3 major factories left behind by Yi Qingmei in Jiangnan, along with the businesses associated with her. Inside the carriage, a hint of madness flickered across the eldest princess's exquisitely beautiful face. With Yi Qingmei now deceased, the businesses and factories she left behind would fall into her hands, which filled her with exhilaration. "Chunmei, how much longer until we reach Suzhou?" the princess inquired of her maid, driving the carriage. "Your Highness, we shall switch to the water route tomorrow and take an official boat to Suzhou. By my estimation, it will take us another 2 days, Chunmei replied. "Let us hasten our pace," the princess urged, her impatience palpable. "Of course, Your Highness," Chunmei responded immediately, then relayed the command to the guards. "Increase the speed." "Understood. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up." The entourage surged swiftly toward the city of Suzhou. Wah wah, wah 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 wah. What is that sound? Inside the carriage, for reasons unknown, the eldest princess felt a surge of agitation upon hearing the noise. It reminded her of Wan'er. 6 months prior, shortly after giving birth to Wan'er, the old matron of the palace had taken her away, claiming it was for the child's own good. Even now, Wan'er was but 6 months old, and she could not visit her frequently. It was impossible for her not to harbor resentment. The eldest princess called for a halt, and a guard dismounted to retrieve a basket from the roadside, presenting it to Chunmei. Upon glancing inside, Chunmei discovered an abandoned infant. She reported back to the carriage, "Your Highness, it is an abandoned child, a baby boy." "An abandoned child?" The princess expressed her surprise. What could possibly lead to an infant being left by the wayside in such a desolate place? She parted the carriage curtains and said, "Allow me to see." "Of course, Your Highness." Chunmei handed the basket to her. As the princess received the basket, she beheld a charming infant nestled within, appearing to be merely 2 or 3 months old, wailing incessantly. Gazing upon the adorable child, a gentle smile graced the prince's cheeks. Perhaps reminded of Wan'er, a flicker of compassion stirred within her heart. "Let us continue our journey," the princess softly instructed. "Certainly, Your Highness," Chunmei replied, urging the carriage onward as the guards resumed their protective escort, advancing toward Suzhou. Unlike before, the carriage now echoed with the cries of the infant, though the sounds soon faded away. Inside the carriage, contemplating the wailing child, the eldest princess wrestled with her thoughts for a moment before unfastening her outer garment, revealing a delicate, embroidered belly band adorned with elegant flowers. She then gazed at the infant in the basket, revealing a rare, tender side of her femininity. "Little Wan'er has never tasted such delights. You are fortunate, my little one," she said, before lifting the baby and commencing the feeding. The infant, driven by hunger, soon filled the carriage with the sounds of eager swallowing. The following morning, at the docks of Suzhou, the crowd of onlookers had been dispersed. Awaiting there were officials from Suzhou, including some from other provinces in Jiangnan. The emperor had decreed that Yi Qingmei's business and factories were to be nationalized, and the grand princess was tasked with taking control of the 3 major factories and all associated enterprises left by Yi Qingmei in Jiangnan. These officials were present at the dock to greet the grand princess's arrival. "The official vessel of Her Highness the Grand Princess has arrived." Suddenly, one of the officials shouted, his eyes fixed on the distant river. In an instant, a group of officials craned their necks toward the river, and indeed, they spotted a grand ship approaching. Among the crowd, alongside the officials, were the managers of Yi Qingmei's businesses and heads of affluent merchant families from Jiangnan. These wealthy families were contemplating the implications of Yi Qingmei's demise, wondering if they could stake a claim to a share of the royal acquisitions, for they held a certain influence in Jiangnan. If the Grand Princess aimed to consolidate control over the 3 major factories and the associated businesses, these merchants could potentially offer her their support provided they could secure the selling rights for the goods from the 3 factories. As the official vessel docked, the Grand Princess disembarked, with Chunmei holding the male infant beside her. Just yesterday, the Grand Princess had named the child Li Yun. A contingent of soldiers followed, forming a protective circle around her. Salutations to Your Highness the Grand Princess. A throng of officials and merchants knelt and bowed before her. The Grand Princess, with an air of confidence and ambition reflected in her enchanting eyes, surveyed the prostrated assembly, feeling an immense satisfaction swell within her. "Rise," she commanded softly. "Thank you, Your Highness." The crowd responded in unison, standing but still bowing their heads, too intimidated to meet her gaze. As the soldiers cleared the way, the Grand Princess proceeded toward the royal villa in Suzhou. She was acutely aware of the intentions swirling in the minds of those around her, yet she chose to disregard them for the moment, opting instead to bide her time. Her priority was to fully comprehend the operations of the three major factories and the businesses left by Yi Qingmei, ensuring all would ultimately rest in her hands. After days of travel, upon reaching the royal villa, she did not immediately summon the heads of the factories or the managers of the businesses, opting first to rest. "Chunmei, prepare for me, I wish to bathe," the Grand Princess instructed as she entered her chamber in the royal villa, pausing to turn toward Chunmei. "Of course, Your Highness," Chunmei replied promptly, eager to assist. Just as she began to leave with the infant, the Grand Princess called out, "Bring Yun'er to me." Chunmei presented Li Yun to the princess, before proceeding to the secluded courtyard's bathing chamber to prepare for the princess's bath. The princess, seated elegantly on a soft couch, playfully caressed the infant Li Yun in her arms, blissfully unaware that this child's presence was gradually mending the void left by Wan'er's absence since childhood. Before long, Chunmei returned to the chamber, announcing, "Your Highness, everything is ready." As she spoke, she approached to take Li Yun from the princess's embrace. The princess replied, rising but showing no intention of relinquishing the infant. "Yun'er requires a wash as well prepare some suitable garments for him." Chunmei hesitated momentarily but quickly acquiesced. "Yes, Your Highness." After Chunmei departed, the princess cradled Li Yun and entered the fragrant bathing pool, enveloped in a delicate mist where several maidservants awaited them. The princess then gently placed Li Yun into the spacious tub, initially struggling to wash him with clumsiness. During the process, she nearly allowed the soapy water to spill into the baby's mouth on several occasions, as she had never bathed an infant before. Ultimately, it was with the maidservant's assistance that she successfully completed Li Yun's cleansing. Chapter 2. 6 years later. 6 years have elapsed. In Jiangnan, the city of Suzhou, Li Yun, not waiting for the few maidservants and a dozen guards, jubilantly ran towards the dock, her hands lifting the hem of her horse-faced skirt. It has been 6 years since the princess rescued Li Yun from the roadside. During this time, apart from the first year when the princess stayed in Jiangnan for a full year to sort through and take full control of the assets left by Yi Qingmei, she only visited Jiangnan during late spring each April for approximately a month over the subsequent 5 years. The reasons for her annual visits to Jiangnan, lingering for an entire month in Suzhou, perhaps lay in managing the affairs of the three major factories, or perhaps for the sake of Li Yun. At the Suzhou dock, Li Yun stood on tiptoe, gazing expectantly at the river's surface, accompanied by her personal maid, Qiuwu. 6 years had passed, and Li Yun had been exceptionally well cared for by the princess. Now, Li Yun appeared handsome and charming, his large, bright eyes resembling crystal-clear springs, full of life and spirit. His delicate, slightly upturned nose added a touch of heroism to his features, while his youthful, rosy lips curved upwards, as if perpetually on the verge of breaking into a delightful smile. His long, lustrous black hair cascaded smoothly over his shoulders, accentuating his noble demeanor. His fair skin, akin to fine jade, glimmered softly under the sunlight, resembling a young gentleman emerging from a painting. In addition to Li Yun, there were several officials at the dock, along with the heads of the three major factories and affluent families from Jiangnan. Unlike before, the sales rights of goods from the three major workshops had expanded to include several other families, aside from the Ming family of Jiangnan. However, these families seemed to lack ambition. "Young master, look," Qiuwu exclaimed, pointing to the silhouette of a boat emerging on the river. "It is the princess's vessel. She has arrived." Li Yun did not respond verbally, but continued to gaze at the river, delight evident on his youthful face as he took a few steps forward. Soon, the official boat drew closer, revealing the princess standing gracefully on the deck. At that moment, she adorned a splendid golden headdress, with jewels swaying elegantly. Clad in a simple white palace gown embroidered with subtle cloud patterns, her waist was cinched with a ribbon, accentuating her graceful figure. The sheer shawl she wore billowed gently in the river breeze, resembling a wisp of cloud draping over her shoulders. Her brows resembled distant mountains, her elongated eyes initially exuding a cool demeanor, yet concealing an undeniable allure at their corners. With a graceful nose and naturally tinted lips, a nearly imperceptible smile graced her features. She resembled a frost-kissed rose, breathtakingly beautiful, yet exuding an air of aloofness that kept strangers at bay. As the official boat slowly docked, Li Yun eagerly approached the princess as she disembarked. "Your Highness." He nearly dashed into her embrace, but, noticing the assembled crowd at the dock, restrained himself and politely bowed. "Your Highness." The officials, heads of families, and managers at the dock knelt in unison, their voices harmonizing. It has been a year, and Yun has grown taller and even more handsome. The princess gazed at him, her eyes concealing something that she gently suppressed, leaving only a trace of coldness. "Your Highness is truly beautiful," Li Yun said earnestly, tilting his small face. "In Suzhou, I have never seen anyone who could match your grace." The princess, amused, covered her mouth with a light laugh, and the coldness in her gaze softened slightly, revealing a hint of unnoticeable delight. She approached Li Yun, tenderly tousling his hair, but when she turned back to the kneeling crowd, her smile vanished, replaced by her usual aloof demeanor. "You may rise." "Thank you, Your Highness." The crowd responded as they stood, chattering in unison with flattering remarks about how the treasury had flourished since it was entrusted to the princess. She nodded lightly, instructing them to report to the royal villa in Suzhou the following day, before taking Li Yun by the hand and departing the dock with her entourage. The officials bid their farewells, followed by the three main supervisors. The remaining wealthy merchants, including the heads of the Ming, Su, Wang, Wu, and Xin families, exchanged glances, clasped their hands, and silently dispersed. In Suzhou, the three major factories thrived, with the Ming family being the largest, followed by the Su family. The Ming family, having the advantage of location, secured the largest share in the bidding for goods from the three factories, while the Su family received a lesser portion, and the others were left with mere scraps. As for the businesses left behind by Yi Qingmei and their managers, the princess had no use for them, as she was not entirely at ease. At the time she made this decision, Li Yun was still a mere infant, hardly old enough to advise her against wasting talent. After all, these individuals, though loyal to Yi Qingmei, would also remain devoted to her son, Li Yun, and they would strive to ensure that these enterprises did not fall into decline. Even in the future, when they would ultimately serve Fan Xian, Li Yun could still manage these businesses by directly controlling the source of the three factory supplies, namely, their raw materials. Currently, the sale of goods from the three factories relied heavily on the wealthy merchant families of Jiangnan, who, united, wielded significant influence. The princess believed that by controlling the three factories and their supply chains, these families would be unable to stir trouble under her rule. However, she overlooked the substantial profits to be gained from selling the goods of the three factories, profits that could drive these wealthy families to take desperate measures. The Ming family harbored ambitions to seize portions of other family shares, swallowing up the majority of goods and suppressing their rivals in recent years. Now, apart from the Su family, which fared somewhat better, the other families had suffered greatly, often finding their goods stolen or unable to compete with the Ming family's lower prices. On the other side, upon entering the royal villa, the princess immediately scooped Li Yun into her arms and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Ah, my dear Yuner, let me hold you. It's only been a year, yet you've grown so tall. Soon, I fear I won't be able to lift you at all. Hey, Your Highness, you've got drool all over my face." Li Yun gently pushed against the princess, feigning disdain. "Oh, so after just a year apart, you've begun to find me bothersome?" The eldest princess playfully pouted, deliberately planting several kisses on his face, rendering his cheeks damp with her affection. Despite struggling in her embrace, he was unable to push her away due to his lack of strength. The maidservants trailing behind averted their gazes, for this was their safest moment. This was merely one of the princess's many facets. Years ago, when they first witnessed such a sight, their jaws dropped in astonishment, for in the presence of others, the princess was always regal and aloof. Indeed, this particular side of her personality only emerged in the company of Li Yun. However, when in his presence, she would reveal yet another aspect of herself. The following morning, the eldest princess remained nestled against Li Yun, soundly asleep on the soft bed. While the heads of the 3 major factories and several affluent merchants had already arrived at the royal residence. His Highness is currently unavailable. Please wait, announced the maidservant Chunmei before turning to return to the inner chambers. The heads of the 3 factories and the various merchant lords lowered their gazes in humble deference, their faces betraying an expression of profound humility. Yet, none could discern the thoughts swirling in their minds. Take, for instance, the head of the Ming family. The business name that once belonged to Yi Qingmei had long ceased to operate, and the goods from the 3 factories were now reliant upon their sales. He believed he was entitled to make demands of the eldest princess today. Little did he realize, in her eyes, he still appeared as nothing more than a servant. Was his mother mistaken in her assumptions? Indeed, today was orchestrated by his mother, the true matriarch of the Ming family, who had sent him to present a request to the princess that he deemed reasonable. This was a test. If the princess acquiesced, as their family grew more prosperous, they could make even greater demands. Yet the current circumstances seemed to diverge from their expectations, for the princess appeared indifferent to their status as wealthy merchants. Li Yun mused. The princess only cares for me. What do you matter? Within the chambers of the princess's residence, Li Yun felt a tickle in his nose, an impending sneeze. Yet he stifled it the moment he opened his eyes. He remained cradled in the princess's embrace, who was still in slumber. Gently, he brushed aside the strands of her hair that had fallen across his nose, sighing in relief upon realizing she was still asleep. Inhaling the fragrant scent that lingered like orchids and musk, he gradually found solace, nestling quietly against her. He gazed at the princess's exquisite and alluring visage, letting out a long sigh in his heart. She was undeniably beautiful, albeit a bit capricious. His waist still throbbed slightly from the previous night. After bathing and preparing for bed, the princess had, as was her custom, assessed Li Yun's studies from the past year. He had believed himself well prepared, only to find that the princess could always uncover some flaw, using it as a pretext to impose punishment. His waist bore the marks of her playful reprimand. In that moment, the mischievous smile she wore instilled a twinge of fear in him, yet he could not resist. He could only endure the pain while simultaneously reveling in it. After all, he was still quite weak at present, relying solely on the Princess of Chang in this world. Thus, he could only cling tightly to her support. Once the princess awakened, he must discuss the matter of martial arts with her. It was essential to attain at least the 9th rank, if not the Grandmaster level, he pondered. In the next moment, Li Yun felt a tremendous shift in his surroundings. He was suddenly transported from the warm embrace of the Princess of Chang to a humble thatched cottage. What was happening? Inside the cottage, there stood an elderly monk with a bald head, a snow-white beard, and a robust physique, who appeared equally bewildered by the sudden appearance of the child before him. Both remained still, regarding each other in silence. Finally, Li Yun could no longer contain his curiosity and cautiously inquired, "Master, where is this place? May I ask your esteemed name? Can you drink?" The old monk asked in response. Li Yun was taken aback, and then his expression darkened. "Master, I am merely a child. Do you believe I am of an age to consume alcohol? How dull," the old monk remarked disdainfully, casting a glance at the boy before grabbing a nearby gourd and taking a hearty swig. Li Yun fell silent, pondering whether he had encountered a mere drunkard. As he surveyed the room, he caught whiffs of rich wine and noticed several large jars in the corner. He looked at the monk and asked, "Master, you are not a banished wine-sodden monk, are you?" The old monk, however, paid no heed to Li Yun and continued drinking. Observing this, Li Yun felt emboldened and roamed about the room until he halted in front of a cluttered table. To be precise, it was the disarray of papers on the table that captivated his attention. He who is strong remains unbothered. The gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. He who is arrogant remains unperturbed. The bright moon shines upon the mighty river. Li Yun's pupils constricted sharply. This was the 9-yang divine skill. Alongside it, he also discerned the core principles of the 9 manual. Could it be that this old monk? The elderly monk set down the gourd, but did not prevent Li Yun from examining the papers. Instead, he furrowed his brow, contemplating. This child seems capable of comprehending what I have inscribed. Boy, what is your name? Can you understand these texts? The old monk queried, gazing at Li Yun with curiosity. I am Li Yun, master. I merely find these writings remarkable. Are they martial arts manuals? Li Yun turned to face the monk. They are indeed martial arts manuals. Do you wish to learn? The old monk appeared intrigued. Absolutely, Li Yun replied without a moment's hesitation, excitement radiating from him. Master, I wish to learn. Can you teach me? Regardless of whether he could return to his aunt's side, facing two such divine skills and recognizing the old monk's extraordinary status, it would be foolish not to agree. Come here, let me have a look at you, the old monk beckoned. Li Yun obediently approached the old monk. The monk's sturdy hand rested on Li Yun's shoulder as he examined him for a while, his expression turning grave. After what felt like an eternity, he finally released his grip. Without a trace of internal energy, yet the meridians remain unimpeded, and the essence has not leaked. Truly a remarkable gift. The old monk gazed at Li Yun, his clear eyes sparkling with wisdom. Young man, should you wish to learn martial arts from this old monk, there exists but one condition. If you agree to it, I shall teach you. I agree, Li Yun responded immediately. Do not be so hasty in your consent. The old monk replied, a hint of disdain flickering in his gaze. The condition is that until your internal power has reached maturity, you must not indulge in the company of women. However, young lad, at your tender age, you already carry a heavy scent of perfume. It is evident that you are a little lecher. Li Yun's expression stiffened momentarily, but then turned dark. Master, the fragrance upon me does not signify my lechery. I assure you, I can comply. That is your promise. I sincerely hope you can uphold it. Should you break this vow before achieving mastery, the consequences will be dire. Your martial arts could be completely obliterated, or worse, your meridians could be destroyed. The old monk declared solemnly. I can manage. Li Yun replied earnestly. If this old monk claims he possesses extraordinary talent, surely it surpasses that of Zhang Wuji, right? As long as he achieves the 9-yang mastery before reaching adulthood, there should be no issue. The corners of the old monk's mouth curled into a grin. Then let us commence. I shall first cleanse your meridians with my internal energy. No sooner had he spoken than the old monk rose, grasped Li Yun, and lifted him effortlessly, a surge of profound internal energy flooding into Li Yun's 8 extraordinary meridians. Li Yun instantly felt a searing pain, his anguished cries reverberating through the surroundings. Chapter 4. A Genius or a Waste. Time passed unmeasured until, upon hearing a cacophony of chirping sounds, Li Yun slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing the old monk's unwavering gaze fixed upon him, Li Yun hastily retreated to the corner of the stone bed. Awake, are we? The old monk leisurely straightened, his white beard swaying gently with his movements. A satisfied smile gracing his lips. Now that you are awake, let us begin with this. He handed over a piece of yellowed paper, its corners frayed. Li Yun exhaled in relief, patting his chest to calm his racing heart. It seemed he had frightened himself. He took the paper and leaned closer to examine it. The ink bleeding softly into the fibers, and the words essence muscle refinement stood out boldly. He raised an eyebrow, pondering, why is it not the 9-yang divine skill? Yet, he dared not voice his curiosity, obediently cradling the paper. At that moment, his stomach betrayed him with a loud rumble, echoing clearly in the tranquil meditation room. Li Yun grimaced. Master, I am so hungry that I see stars. Might I first have something to eat? The old monk fell silent, suddenly contemplative. He turned his gaze to a low table in the corner, where a coarse ceramic bowl lay, accompanied by a gleaming roast chicken, its golden skin glistening with droplets of amber oil. Pausing to stroke his beard, the old monk weighed in his mind whether to save the chicken for later or to share half with the boy. Delicious. Master, your roast chicken skills are truly impressive. While the old monk deliberated, Li Yun had already indulged, his mouth dripping with grease. The old monk's expression stiffened, his hand halting mid-motion as he stroked his beard. Hey, you little rascal, that is my side dish. Leave some for me. The elderly monk hurriedly dashed over, extending his hand to seize the moment. The patched sleeves of his monk's robe swept across the table, causing the wine bowl to wobble precariously. The old and young had feasted well, leaving only a pile of chicken bones on the table. The old monk smacked his lips, savoring the remnants of oil at the corners of his mouth, before recalling the matter at hand. Observing Li Yun fondling his round belly, a hint of seriousness deepened in his gaze. I shall impart to you some foundational knowledge. You, my lad, do not even comprehend the meridians and acupoints. One can surmise you would struggle to grasp the first line of the I Ching Jing. Come along, he instructed, rising to his feet and brushing off the crumbs clinging to his gray robe. He led the way to the courtyard to elucidate the principles of the 8 extraordinary meridians, believing that the sunlight would sharpen their minds. Thank you, Master, Li Yun replied, quickly getting to his feet. The courtyard was paved with glistening blue stone slabs, polished by the rain. In the corner, Moss crept through the cracks, adorned with glistening droplets of water. The old monk picked up a withered branch and began to draw sinuous lines on the ground, resembling serpents gliding through water. Observe the human body's meridians. They are akin to mountain streams, with the vital energy flowing like water. He tapped the Ren meridian he had sketched with the stick, explaining, if this area becomes obstructed, it is like a stream hindered by a boulder. The stagnation of energy will manifest as illness. Li Yun knelt on the ground, tracing the lines with his finger. Suddenly, he pointed to a junction, asking, what about this place? It resembles a crossroads. The old monk struck the ground with the stick, producing a rhythmic sound. This is the San Yin Jiao, where 3 Yin meridians converge, akin to 3 roads forming a bridge. To practice the Yi Jin Jing, you must first clear this passage. At that moment, a series of crisp bird calls resonated from outside the courtyard, and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the locust tree leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Gazing at the diagram of the meridians on the earth, Li Yun suddenly perceived a mysterious rhythm hidden within those meandering lines. It reminded him of the roasted chicken he had just devoured, seemingly simple, yet concealing the mastery of timing and technique. The old monk, with his branch, drew a few small dots resembling stones by the stream's edge. These represent acupoints, akin to gates along the waterway. When you circulate your energy, you must know which gates to open and which to close. For instance, the Qi Hai is located 3 inches below your navel. It is a reservoir of energy that practitioners of internal martial arts must safeguard, just as farmers must protect their granaries. Instinctively, Li Yun placed his hand on his belly, still warm, as if retaining the residual heat of the roasted chicken. He suddenly recalled the old monk's comical expression while snatching the chicken, unable to stifle a laugh. Master, with such knowledge, did you often roast chicken in secret during your youth? The old monk shot him a stern glance and lightly tapped his head with his hand. You impudent boy, lacking in scholarly pursuits. My interest in culinary medicine is a serious study. Not everyone is like you. Losing all sense of ambition at the sight of food. Though he spoke thus, the corners of his eyes crinkled upward, resembling 2 blossoming chrysanthemums. Clearing his throat, he picked up a longer branch and began to sketch a more intricate network on the ground, resembling an expansive fishing net. Now, observe the 12 primary meridians. They are like the grand thoroughfares connecting the internal organs. The liver has its corresponding meridian, and the kidneys have theirs, should any pathway become obstructed. The corresponding organ will become agitated. The liver meridian encircles the eyes. Thus, individuals with excessive liver heat often experience redness in their eyes. The kidney meridian connects to the ears, leading those with kidney deficiency to have ear troubles. Li Yun, captivated by this, traced the patterns on the ground with his fingers, suddenly realizing that the once unfamiliar lines gradually came to life in his mind, flowing like rivers, winding through his body. The sun warmed his back, and the shadows of the locust tree leaves danced upon his hand. Occasionally, the distant sound of bells resonated, long and tranquil. That will be all for today, the old monk declared, discarding a withered branch and brushing the dust from his hands. First, memorize the location of the San Yin Jiao point. Tomorrow morning, I shall teach you how to circulate your energy. Glancing at the sky, he noted that the sun had ascended to its zenith. Go check the kitchen. There is still some porridge. Fill your belly, and this afternoon, memorize the first segment of the Yi Jin Duan Gu chapter. Li Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a soft meow echoed from outside the courtyard. Looking down, he noticed a tabby cat had stealthily entered, squatting on the bluestone slab, fixated on the diagram of meridians. Its tail swaying gently as if pondering what delectable secrets lay hidden within the winding lines. The old monk shot a glare at the feline. You thieving cat, begone. The tabby meowed in response, but remained, winking at Li Yun as though sharing a secret. In the afternoon, the old monk began to instruct Li Yun in the Yi Jin Duan Gu chapter. Li Yun recognized this as part of the 9 Yin manual. The old monk said nothing about it, and Li Yun did not inquire. He simply learned as he was taught. To the old monk's surprise, Li Yun mastered the chapter in merely 3 days. Although he was prepared for this, he was still astonished to encounter such an intriguing and enigmatic talent at his age. Subsequently, the old monk commenced Li Yun's training in the 9 Yang divine skill. With the old monk by his side, Li Yun could devote himself entirely to his practice. Time flew, and soon half a month had passed. Hey, you lazy rascal. Still asleep? Get up and practice. Early one morning, before dawn had fully broken, Li Yun was roused from his dreams by the old monk's booming voice. Groggily, He struggled to rise. For days, he had been awakened to practice even before the sun had risen. Master, can we not have a day of rest? Waking up so early every day is exhausting. Li Yun yawned, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Consistency is key in practice. With your laziness, when will you ever achieve mastery of the 9 yang divine skill? The old monk bellowed, his white beard bristling. How infuriating. Li Yun muttered, though he secretly preferred the comfort of his previous position near the old monk. Suddenly, as he spoke, he vanished from before the old monk's eyes, leaving him utterly astonished. Chapter 5. Back in the princess's embrace, Li Yun found himself bewildered as he returned to the princess's embrace, who remained blissfully asleep, her posture unchanged from when she had held him. Yet, he had experienced over 10 days in another realm. What could this mean? Had time truly paused during his absence? A subtle movement stirred the princess, causing her long lashes to flutter as she slowly opened her eyes. As she had just awakened, the princess's eyes were veiled in a misty haze, exuding an air of languor. Li Yun could only suppress his bewilderment and gently raised his gaze to meet the princess's eyes. Your Highness, you are awake, he murmured. The princess responded with a soft sound, tightening her embrace around Li Yun, her serene countenance reflecting contentment. It had been a long time since she had slept so peacefully. So has Wan'er, Li Yun replied, his voice muffled in the warmth of her embrace. Wan'er enjoys sleeping beside you, as it keeps the nightmares at bay. Indeed, being held by the princess brought the utmost comfort. What troubles you? The princess furrowed her brow slightly. Do you often have nightmares, Wan'er? I shall have the physician prepare a calming remedy for you. Any remedy pales in comparison to your Highness, came Li Yun's muffled response from her embrace. As long as I remain by your side, Wan'er sleeps soundly. The princess fell silent. The primary reason she kept Li Yun in Jiangnan was, of course, his background. His humble origins often left her with an inexplicable conflict within. At times, she felt indifferent towards him, viewing him merely as a child picked up from the roadside. Thus, she hesitated to bring him back to the capital, fearing that his presence might invite scrutiny. Concerned he would be looked down upon and that it would reflect poorly on herself. Under such thoughts, her expectations of Li Yun were sometimes excessively strict, bordering on harsh. Yet, every time she returned to the capital, she found herself missing him dearly, worried about his well-being in Suzhou. This complex emotion puzzled even her. The princess did not respond, and Li Yun understood, letting out a soft sigh within. It seemed she would not take him to the capital this time either. However, remaining in Suzhou was not entirely unfavorable. It merely meant he would miss the warmth of her presence, to which he was unaccustomed. Rise now. I have much to attend to today. Study diligently, and when you reach the age for the childhood examination, I shall take you back to the capital, the princess said as she began to rise from the bed. Yes, your Highness, Wan'er will strive to study, Li Yun replied earnestly, looking at her. At that moment, sunlight streamed through the gauzy window, casting radiant beams upon the princess, enveloping her in a halo of purity. The delicate silk nightgown subtly revealed the graceful contours of her form, while the long hem exposed her exquisitely maintained feet. Li Yun had always believed that her legs maintained such a lustrous and smooth state in part due to his efforts. For each year, when the princess visited Suzhou, he would massage her, starting from her head, down to her body, and finally to her toes. Li Yun was always more than willing to serve her. Hearing movement within the chamber, the maid Chunmei led a few attendants carrying clothing and toiletries into the room, along with Li Yun's maid, Qiuwu. The attendants swiftly helped the princess change her attire, while Qiuwu hurried over to assist Li Yun, pausing to gently sniff the air around him as she approached. After both the princess and Li Yun had changed and refreshed themselves, they made their way to the flower hall for breakfast. As long as the princess was in good spirits, their interactions remained quite pleasant. After the princess had her fill, she instructed someone to prepare a calming remedy for Li Yun, and then departed from the flower hall to attend to the affairs of the 3 major factories in Jiangnan. Li Yun, accompanied by Qiuwu, returned to his residence in the rear courtyard. He was now eager to practice the techniques he had stored in his mind. Meanwhile, the 3 heads of the Jiangnan factories, along with the heads of the 5 prominent families, Ming, Su, Wang, Wu, and Shun, finally met with the princess. After the 3 heads reported on the previous year's operations of the factories, the 5 family heads began to pursue their own agendas. Your Highness, the head of the Shin family stepped forward first, a look of indignation crossing his face as he cast a glance at the head of the Ming family. He then bowed respectfully to the princess and stated, in the past 2 years, Our Shun family has faced repeated thefts of sugar during transport, and upon investigation, we discovered that the Ming family is behind this. Your Highness, I believe we should revoke the Ming family's right to sell goods from the 3 major factories. The head of the Ming family immediately rose to his feet, bowing to the princess, and then turned to the head of the Shin family. Head Shun. One may eat recklessly, but one must not speak recklessly. Who in Jiangnan does not know that our Ming family has always been upright? You claim we robbed your goods. Do you have any evidence? Without evidence, this is slander. With that, the head of the Ming family bowed again to the princess, adding, Your Highness, they cannot even protect their own goods, and the continuous thefts have diminished our profits. I believe the Shun family's business is no longer fit to sell the goods from the 3 major factories. The other 3 family heads refrained from intervening for the time being. They too wished to deal with the Ming family, but their power was formidable. Moreover, the Shun family's initial attack on the Ming family was a collective decision, and they were keen to see the princess's stance before making further decisions. Little did they know, however, that the Ming family had secretly established contact with the Su family, while the Wang, Wu, and Shun families remained oblivious. Yet, the princess appeared unfazed. Her thoughts centered on the fact that regardless of their disputes or how the goods were sold, the profits derived from the 3 major factories must be shared according to her demands. Beyond that, she had no intention of concerning herself with their squabbles. In the rear courtyard of the royal villa, within Li Yun's small courtyard, he instructed Qiu Wu, who was 5 years his senior. I am going to the study to read. Do not allow anyone to disturb me, save for Her Highness. Understood, young master, Qiu Wu replied, slightly bending her knee in a gesture of respect. Li Yun nodded and then entered the study, while Qiu Wu stood guard at the door. Inside the study, as Li Yun gazed at the array of books, he sighed deeply. Since the age of 3, upon witnessing Li Yun's exceptional intelligence compared to his peers, the princess had nurtured aspirations for his future in the court, hoping he might attain a significant position there, thus providing her with a trusted ally within the halls of power. However, Li Yun had no desire for the imperial examinations. He yearned to master martial arts. With this thought, he settled cross-legged upon the soft couch in the study, preparing to practice according to the methods taught to him by the old monk. In an instant, he felt the internal energy coursing through his meridians. At that moment, Li Yun was filled with exhilaration, and he longed to laugh out loud. With the mastery of both the 9 Yang divine skill and the 9 Yin scripture, he could scarcely conceive of any martial art in this world surpassing his own. Chapter 6. Your Highness, you belong to royalty, while he is merely a merchant. From morning until noon, Li Yun engaged in meditation and cultivation. The internal energy circulated through countless cycles, and the sensation of warm energy flowing within him was immensely pleasurable, evoking a feeling of ethereal lightness. It is no wonder that some adept practitioners are so enamored with cultivation. It is indeed more gratifying than the most intimate of encounters. Li Yun rose from the soft couch and called out, Qiu Wu, come in and assist me in changing my attire. It is almost noon, and I must join His Highness for lunch. Yes, young master, Qiu Wu replied, promptly retrieving a clean set of clothing and assisting Li Yun in changing. Once attired, Qiu Wu escorted Li Yun to the front courtyard where the Grand Princess resided. Upon arrival, Li Yun sensed an unsettling atmosphere. The heads of the 3 major factories and the 5 family heads had only just departed. Your Highness, Li Yun approached the Grand Princess and performed a respectful bow, but she paid him no heed, instead gazing out the window with a cold smile gracing her lips. Chunmei, please enlighten me, Li Yun said as he moved closer to Chunmei. She glanced at the Grand Princess before softly recounting the recent events. It appeared that the conflict stemmed from the merchant families. The Ming and Shin families had quarreled, leading to the Grand Princess's growing impatience. Ultimately, she decreed that the Shun family would allocate half of their sugar sales in Jiangnan to the Ming family. The Shin family was outraged by the Grand Princess's decision, yet they had no choice but to endure it. However, the Ming family seemed dissatisfied and began to probe the Grand Princess's limits, seeking to directly annex the Shun family's operations in Jiangnan. Had it been merely this, the Grand Princess might have remained indifferent. Yet, when the head of the Ming family made such claims, the leaders of the 3 major factories and the Su family shockingly sided with the Ming family. This development left the Grand Princess feeling as though the 3 major factories were slipping from her grasp. Although the Ming family assured her that profits submitted to the treasury would not diminish and might even increase, she ultimately did not acquiesce. This incident served as a wake-up call for the Grand Princess. Currently, the goods from the three major factories relied on these families for sales. While she could seek alternative partners, none would possess the formidable commercial prowess of these families. If they, or even the three major factories, were to spiral out of control, it would not bode well for her or the treasury. Upon grasping the situation, Li Yun chuckled softly and shook his head. The Ming family and the heads of the three factories truly did not recognize the peril they faced. Without his presence, the three major factories in Jiangnan might have gradually reverted to becoming the Ming family's private assets. However, now that he had arrived, the Ming family's existence was rendered unnecessary. Your Highness, Yun has a solution to this matter, Li Yun said as he approached the Grand Princess, placing a hand gently on her delicate, smooth palm. Do tell, she replied, her face adorned with her characteristic serene smile as she turned to face him. Together, they strolled toward the lakeside pavilion in the courtyard. Your Highness, the matter at hand is rather straightforward. As a member of the royal family, you hold authority over the Ming family, who are merely affluent merchants lacking any official titles. Such families are easily manageable. I wonder, since they possess no titles, how they have expanded into such a vast clan. Might there be any illicit activities involved? I suspect there could be, Your Highness. Li Yun's clear eyes sparkled with a mischievous gleam. As they conversed, the two had already reached the pavilion at the lake's center, where servants had prepared soft couches and a meal, and they settled down. Cloud, what you suggest has indeed crossed my mind, the Grand Princess remarked after taking her seat. But what if the Ming family resists control? This would disrupt the sales of goods from the three major factories. Although demand exceeds supply, these goods must be distributed to various nations, where only the nobility can purchase them. Li Yun shook his head. Your Highness, this line of thinking leads to a misconception. We do not necessarily need the Ming family. Should they fall, another family will rise in their stead. They are not irreplaceable. The Grand Princess's eyes sparkled. She seemed to grasp the essence, but not entirely. Thus, Li Yun continued to elucidate. He aimed to persuade the Grand Princess to eliminate the Ming family within the bounds of legal and ethical justification. After all, the Ming family is merely a trading house. How could they contend with a royal princess? Upon hearing Li Yun's words, the Grand Princess smiled brightly. My Cloud, you are indeed wise. I understand now. However, the Ming family need not be entirely eradicated. Their commercial channels may still prove useful. She had come to a realization that since Li Yun believed those associated with Yi Qingmei could be of use, she would employ them to firmly grasp control over the three major factories and their sales. Moreover, she found Li Yun's suggestion regarding the production and sale of raw materials quite sensible. She intended to maintain complete dominion over these aspects. Witnessing the Grand Princess's enlightenment, Li Yun felt a sense of relief. A mere merchant should not aspire to control the royal treasury. He would not allow such benevolence. After enjoying lunch, Li Yun accompanied the Grand Princess for a brief nap before she resumed her endeavors. He returned to the rear courtyard to continue his cultivation. Half a month later, news reached Li Yun that the Jiangnan Ming family had violated the laws of the Great Qing and consequently faced confiscation. Thus, the once mighty Ming family had fallen. Li Yun felt quite satisfied. This was as it should be. How could the lifeblood of the nation's economy be held captive by mere merchants? Li Yun envisioned the Grand Princess establishing a vast organization based on the three major factories, a central enterprise, albeit one not entirely state-run. For it would be wholly under her control, comprising powerful merchant fleets. Was this too much to ask? Considering this, the Grand Princess possessed both wealth and influence, making it entirely feasible to cultivate a contingent of mid-tier warriors. Li Yun planned to unveil the composite bow and, with the warriors trained by the Grand Princess, form a formidable archery unit. However, such endeavors must be approached gradually. The immediate priority was to consolidate the three major factories in Jiangnan to ensure financial stability while secretly training the warriors. The location of cultivation must remain discreet. This is something Li Yun does not worry about, for the eldest princess is exceedingly cautious and meticulous in her endeavors. She has demonstrated her prowess by managing to collaborate with the crown prince while secretly allying with the second prince, all under the emperor's nose without raising suspicion. After addressing matters in Jiangnan, 2 months have elapsed, and this time the eldest princess has lingered in Jiangnan for over a month longer than in previous years. However, she must return to the capital, for the true center of power for the Qing dynasty lies there, and overstaying in Jiangnan would yield no benefits. Thus, Being expelled from the capital by the emperor is indeed a grave punishment. At the Suzhou dock, Li Yun is bidding farewell to the eldest princess. Only after her official vessel disappears from sight does he return to the royal villa. On board the official vessel, Chunmei, somewhat puzzled, inquires, "Your Highness, why do you not take young Master Yun back to the capital? With him present, perhaps some matters could be discussed." The eldest princess recalls Li Yun's youthful visage. Yet his demeanor exudes a maturity that belies his age as he earnestly shares his solutions, prompting a gentle smile to grace her face. "There is no rush," she softly replies. "Wan'er is my trump card. It is not yet time for him to reveal his talents." Chunmei appears to grasp only part of this. The eldest princess offers no further explanation, instead reclining on the soft couch, holding a pillow close as she inhales deeply. A look of intoxication and reverie sweeping across her features. Days later, at the Suzhou royal villa, Li Yun contemplates in his courtyard. Over 2 months have passed, and his Jiuyang divine skill has reached a minor level of proficiency. However, many questions linger in his mind, and he yearns for the opportunity to consult the old monk. Unfortunately, he cannot find a way to reach the monk's realm, which leaves him somewhat distressed. "Young master, what troubles you?" Xiao Wu observes Li Yun seated in a rocking chair, a troubled expression on his face. She approaches and sits beside him, gently enveloping him in her embrace. At 11 years of age, she sees Li Yun, who is only 6, as still a child in need of her care and affection. Li Yun feels the warmth of her embrace, albeit somewhat awkwardly, yet it is better than nothing. "I am fine," he mumbles, burying his face in Xiao Wu's arms, reluctant to voice his desire to visit another world. However, at that moment, as such thoughts cross his mind, he perceives a shift in his surroundings. He finds himself once again in the old monk's thatched hut. The old monk is presently enjoying a roast chicken, and Li Yun's sudden arrival leaves him momentarily bewildered. Yet, Li Yun is even more perplexed. His first arrival here was in the eldest princess's embrace, and the second was in Xiao Wu's. It seems he is beginning to understand something. Chapter 7. Yin and Yang. Li Yun awkwardly chuckles. "Master, I am here again. I hope I am not disturbing you." The old monk glances at the roast chicken before looking back at Li Yun. Then, after licking the surface of the chicken, asks, "Ah, it's good that you're here. You are not a bother at all. Would you like to eat?" This roast chicken is a unique delicacy of these mountains. "No, no," Li Yun replies. Li Yun hastily remarked, "This old monk has licked it to such an extent, and yet expects me to eat? How could I possibly do so? I am quite full at the moment. You should enjoy it yourself, master." The old monk nodded slightly. "Very well. After I have savored this roasted chicken, we shall continue our conversation. Please take your time, master. I am in no rush," Li Yun observed as he noticed 9 large bowls set upon the table. "Then you may peruse them at your leisure," the old monk replied, disregarding Li Yun and indulging himself in a delightful combination of wine and meat. Li Yun turned his attention to the manuscripts penned by the monk. Here, he discovered not only the 9 Yin manual and the 9 Yang divine art, but also various techniques such as the dragon seizing skill and the mighty diamond palm. There were even legendary texts like the Shaolin's I Jin Jing. This only deepened Li Yun's conviction that this old monk was indeed the legendary wine-fighting monk. Only such an individual could possess a plethora of Shaolin martial arts manuscripts. And it was this very monk who had comprehended the 9 Yang divine art after studying the 9 Yin manual. Li Yun savored the sight of these manuscripts with great enthusiasm. After a quarter of an hour had passed, the old monk let out a contented sigh. Delicious things must be savored slowly. After all, much of life is about enjoying good food. "Indeed, master," Li Yun nodded vigorously in agreement. The monk's keen eyes swept over Li Yun. "Not bad. In just over 2 months, you have already made significant progress in the 9 Yang divine art. Your martial talent is truly remarkable. However, the latter stages of the 9 Yang require patience, and there can be no room for error. You are still lacking in foundational knowledge and practicing alone, and your internal energy is somewhat unrefined. It needs to be harmonized." Upon hearing these words from the old monk, Li Yun felt a surge of excitement. "That's right, master. I too have sensed something amiss. How should I address this issue? Patience is key." The old monk stroked his beard, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Li Yun. "Let us take a stroll. Soon enough, your question will find its answer. Then, master, given my pace of cultivation, how long do you think it will take for me to fully master the 9 Yang divine art?" Li Yun inquired, shifting his question. "Impatient youth, why the rush? You're not in a hurry to marry, the old monk retorted with a hint of annoyance. The Nine-Yang divine art emphasizes gradual progression, and with my guidance, you will undoubtedly achieve mastery before reaching adulthood. However, 5 years may not suffice. Your foundation is not strong enough. 10 years would be ideal, as it would allow your internal energy to become more robust and substantial. Li Yun's expression fell at this revelation. Ha ha ha. The old monk chuckled at Li Yun's disheartened demeanor. Do not fret, young one. Your talent is beyond question. I have a premonition that the completion of the Nine-Yang is not your final destination. All right, Li Yun replied. Somewhat dismayed, shall we set out now, master? Indeed. Let us go, the old monk said, picking up his wine gourd and leading Li Yun into the forest. Master, how do you brew this wine? Its aroma is so rich and profound. Li Yun inhaled deeply, the intoxicating scent enveloping him. Oh. The old monk seemed proud at the mention of winemaking. A lifetime of devotion to fine wine has led me to create this brew, crafted from a variety of grains. Crafted from various grains? A return to simplicity, then? Li Yun exclaimed. You, my boy, truly grasp this principle? Very well, sighed the old monk, shaking his head. It is a pity that you cannot accompany this old monk for a drink. Thus, the old and the young engaged in inconsequential chatter amidst the forest. After what seemed like half a day, they arrived at their destination. The two approached the entrance of another thatched cottage, distinct from the old monk's abode. For this one boasted a garden adorned with vibrant camellias, albeit in a rather dilapidated state. Master, it appears that no one resides here. What is our purpose in coming to this place? Li Yun inquired, a hint of perplexity in his voice. Alas, only a month has passed, and look at its condition. The old monk lamented, taking a deep breath. Come inside, my young friend. With that, he pushed open the garden gate and stepped in first. Li Yun, taken aback by the old monk's demeanor, pondered silently. Could this place be the residence of the old monk's beloved? Otherwise, why would there be so many flowers? As they entered the courtyard and strolled along the stone path leading to the thatched cottage, the old monk gently nudged the creaking wooden door, which emitted an unpleasantly grating sound. Upon entering, Li Yun's suspicions were confirmed. The decor and various relics within indicated that the original occupant was a woman. This cottage had once been home to a dear friend of the old monk. At that moment, the old monk spoke, his tone tinged with melancholy. In days gone by, we would share a drink here under the full moon. Alas, he sighed deeply. Master, she wouldn't happen to be your beloved, would she? Li Yun asked innocently, blinking his wide eyes. What do you know? The old monk, seemingly caught off guard by Li Yun's inquiry, huffed in mild irritation. She was merely a drinking companion. Very well, a drinking companion, Li Yun conceded, not wishing to argue further. But master, what brings us to your drinking companion's residence? The old monk shot a glance at Li Yun without answering, instead moving to a corner where he stepped on a certain spot on the floor, revealing a hidden trapdoor. Li Yun's mouth fell agape at the sight. Come, follow me down, the old monk commanded, descending through the dark opening. Li Yun quickly regained his composure and followed suit. After descending over 20 steps, they arrived at an underground chamber. As they entered, Li Yun was immediately struck by a chilling draft. The old monk produced a fire stick and ignited an oil lamp, illuminating the sparse surroundings of the chamber. However, when Li Yun's gaze fell upon a frosty jade bed within the chamber, he gasped in astonishment. 1,000-year cold jade bed. The old monk looked at Li Yun in surprise. Ah, you are quite remarkable, young one, to recognize the 1,000-year cold jade bed. This is precisely what you need to temper your overly domineering internal energy. Practicing on it will yield exceptional results. Now, go ahead and sit cross-legged upon it. Understood, Li Yun replied, suppressing his shock as he climbed onto the jade bed. Yet, the moment he settled down, an intense chill seeped into his body. He quickly activated his Juyang divine skill, allowing the internal energy to flow, which alleviated the bone-chilling cold slightly. The old monk observed this scene with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Excellent. Just like that. You focus on your practice here. I shall step out for a moment. After speaking, the old monk did not wait for Li Yun to respond before stepping out of the dark room. Chapter 8. The troubles of the old monk on the cold jade bed. Li Yun sat cross-legged, emanating a faint mist. The 9 suns' inner strength surged through his meridians, intertwining with the chilling aura of the cold jade bed. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, quickly crystallizing into ice, glimmering on his eyelashes. Li Yun inhaled sharply, realizing that the effect of the cold jade bed exceeded his expectations. With each circulation, his inner strength solidified further. and the previously restless nine sons' true energy gradually became more docile. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the old monk entered, swaying with a wine gourd in hand. Upon seeing Li Yun's condition, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You have managed to endure for 2 hours. Li Yun opened his eyes and exhaled a puff of white vapor. Master, this cold jade bed is truly remarkable. I feel my inner strength has become much purer. That is only natural. The old monk sat cross-legged by the bed, took a sip of wine, and continued. The balance of yin and yang is the true path. Your previous inner strength was tainted by a domineering aura. Prolonged exposure could lead to adverse effects. Li Yun pondered, just as you, master, are proficient in both the nine sons' divine art and the nine yin true scripture? Astute. The old monk's eyes brightened. In my youth, I came to understand this principle through contests of wine and martial prowess. Suddenly, he began to cough violently, his complexion turning an unusual shade of red. Master. Li Yun hurriedly jumped down from the cold jade bed to support him. The old monk waved his hand, retrieving a porcelain vial from his robe and swallowing a pill, an old ailment. The injuries I sustained in past encounters have been managed over the years with the aid of the cold jade bed and wine. Li Yun's heart trembled. This man before him was indeed the legendary wine-fighting monk. He cautiously inquired, Master, who is this opponent you faced, capable of injuring you? Ah, the old monk sighed, shaking his head. Those are old stories, best left unspoken, and I bear the blame for them. Li Yun pouted. Master, I never expected your tale to be so dramatic. By the way, Master, surely there is no one in this world whose martial arts surpass yours? Ha. The old monk laughed heartily, taking another swig of wine. What does it matter how high one's martial prowess is? My greatest pride in this life is not my skills, but my ability to brew fine wine. Suddenly, he became serious and continued. However, since you have asked, I shall test you. What is the highest realm of martial arts? Li Yun contemplated for a moment before recalling a saying. The formless triumphs over the formed? Incorrect. The old monk shook his head. It is to act freely without transgressing the bounds. Just as in drinking, one must enjoy the experience without becoming so intoxicated that one loses consciousness. As he spoke, he suddenly reached out and touched Li Yun's lower dantian, sensing the flow of inner strength. A gentle and rich energy surged into his body, and Li Yun was astonished to find that this energy contained the vigor of the nine sons, mingled with the softness of the nine yin. A harmonious blend of yin and yang. Do you understand now? The old monk withdrew his hand. Martial arts are akin to winemaking. The robust is like strong liquor. The gentle is like sweet brew. Only through the harmony of yin and yang can one achieve an extraordinary vintage. Li Yun finally grasped the concept. So that is why Master had me practice on the cold jade bed? Precisely. The old monk nodded with satisfaction, acknowledging the young man's exceptional talent. Yet he sensed a domineering aura within him. From this day forth, you shall begin your cultivation of the nine yang on this cold jade bed. Through the interplay of yin and yang, integrate that fierce essence into your internal energy, thus enabling you to achieve greatness. I understand, Master, Li Yun replied earnestly, nodding his head. In the days that followed, he embarked on a rigorous regimen of training. Each morning, he practiced the techniques from the nine yin manual. In the afternoons, he learned external martial arts such as the dragon seizing technique under the old monk's guidance. And by night, he returned to the cold jade bed to circulate the nine yang divine art. One night, while deep in meditation on the cold jade bed, Li Yun suddenly felt a blockage in his internal energy as it reached the Danzhong point. He recalled the old monk's words that this was a crucial acupoint for cultivating the nine yang divine art and must be forcefully breached. Huh! Li Yun let out a low roar, channeling all his energy. With a soft pop, the Danzhong point opened up, and the nine yang energy surged through him like a torrential river, establishing a grand cycle within his body. Excellent! The old monk, who had appeared at his bedside unbeknownst to Li Yun, beamed with pride. The internal energy flowed through the Ren and Du meridians like a mighty river. Li Yun had truly begun to grasp the essence of the nine yang divine art. Elated, Li Yun leaped from the bed, only to discover that his senses had become extraordinarily acute, allowing him to hear the sound of leaves falling outside. He attempted to strike a distant oil lamp with an open palm, causing the flame to flicker slightly. Do not be too proud, the old monk chided gently, tapping Li Yun on the head. This is merely a beginning. Come, let me teach you something entertaining. With that, he produced a yellowed booklet from his robes. Upon receiving it, Li Yun noticed the title on the cover, Drunken Eight Immortals, which instantly caught his attention. "This is a technique I devised in my youth," the old monk said, stroking his beard with pride. "It is best performed after indulging in wine. Although you cannot drink yet. The essence of the technique lies in appearing drunken yet remaining clear-minded, which aligns perfectly with your current internal energy characteristics." In the subsequent days, Li Yun practiced the drunken 8 immortals by day and continued his training on the cold jade bed by night. His rapid progress left even the old monk astounded. "How peculiar," the old monk mused, observing Li Yun's fluid movements as he executed a sequence of punches. "Ordinary practitioners struggle to balance technique and internal energy, yet you, my young friend, seem to possess an innate proficiency." Li Yun chuckled inwardly. In his past life, he had watched countless martial arts films, granting him an understanding of martial arts far beyond that of the average person. Coupled with this body's exceptional potential, his swift advancement was hardly surprising. One clear morning, as Li Yun practiced in the courtyard, he suddenly heard the urgent sound of galloping hooves approaching. Before long, a bloodied man stumbled into the yard. "Master, help me." The man gasped, collapsing to the ground before he could finish his plea. The old monk rushed forward to examine him, his expression shifting to one of alarm. "It is the goose soul palm of the 5 poison sect." He quickly retrieved a pill from his robes and placed it in the man's mouth. Li Yun assisted in carrying the man indoors, where he noticed a blood-stained letter fall from the man's grasp. The old monk unfolded it, his face growing grave. "Indeed, that old fiend is still alive." "Master, what has happened?" Li Yun inquired with curiosity. The old monk sighed deeply. "The grudges of 30 years must ultimately be resolved. Young one, I must venture out for a while. Remain here and continue your cultivation. Remember, until your internal energy is fully developed, do not indulge in the company of women." Li Yunjing nodded attentively, assuring the master, "Rest assured, I will remember." The old monk hurriedly gathered a few belongings and, just before departing, suddenly turned around. "If this old monk does not return, the cold jade bed and the martial arts manuals within the house shall be left to you." With that, he strode away, his silhouette carrying an air of melancholy. Watching the old monk's retreating figure, Li Yun felt a tumult of emotions. This extraordinary person, both a teacher and a friend, harbored too many unresolved mysteries. He resolved to swiftly enhance his abilities, hoping to be of assistance. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. If the old monk could not resolve the issue himself, how could he? It would be best not to hinder the master. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and Li Yun had mastered the art of drunken 8 immortals. However, as the days elapsed and the old monk did not return, a sense of foreboding settled within him. Chapter 9. Misplaced hatred. Li Yun waited in the thatched cottage for another 3 days, yet the old monk remained absent, which deepened his unease. The monk's parting words felt like a final testament. Despite the old man's usual eccentricities, his drunken revelries and carefree demeanor, Li Yun had witnessed the depth of his martial prowess and inner strength. If even the old monk found the situation daunting, it was undoubtedly serious. He could not afford to remain idle. Li Yun paced back and forth in the courtyard, eventually deciding to venture out. He packed a few garments and wrapped some provisions in cloth, fastening the old monk's wine gourd at his waist. Although it was empty, it served as a comforting reminder. "Master, I hope you have not encountered any misfortune. My mastery of the 9 yang divine skill relies upon you. If I cannot achieve completion." He took a deep breath and pushed open the door. In the treacherous valley of Ryojing, where poisonous miasma lingered, bamboo structures clung to the mountainsides, surrounded by venomous creatures and lurking serpents. The old monk sat cross-legged on the stone steps of the poison cult's headquarters, his tattered robes stained with blood at the corners of his mouth, yet his demeanor remained composed. Opposite him stood an elderly man clad in purple robes, his countenance sinister, gripping a black serpent-headed staff. "Old bald donkey, after 30 years, you finally come to meet your demise?" sneered the purple-robed elder. The old monk wiped the blood from his lips and smiled broadly. "Old toxin, after all these years, your poison has indeed grown more insidious. But it still cannot harm this old monk." "Hmph," the purple-robed elder scoffed. "You have been afflicted by my heart-eating 10,000 worms poison. Tell me, how long can you endure?" The old monk laughed heartily, patting his belly. "With the 9 yang divine skill protecting me, I am immune to all poisons. Your little tricks are hardly enough to whet my appetite." A flicker of trepidation crossed the purple-robed elder's eyes. 30 years ago, he had faced the old monk in the Central Plains, believing his poison to be unrivaled, only to be defeated and flee Ryojing. Now, after decades of arduous training, He had perfected his toxic arts, eager for retribution. Yet he was astonished that the old monk had comprehended the 9 yang divine skill. Regardless, old bald donkey, today you must die. For my sister's death, the purple-robed elder declared, narrowing his eyes with a chilling intensity. The old monk sighed and slowly rose to his feet. 30 years ago, I accidentally killed your sister. I have come today to seek closure. At his words, the purple-robed elder's eyes erupted with a torrent of murderous intent. How dare you mention her? He suddenly swung his serpent-headed staff, unleashing countless venomous insects that surged from all directions, dense as a tide, rushing towards the old monk. The monk remained steadfast, his palms pressed together, as a surge of searing internal energy erupted around him, the 9 yang true chi sweeping forth like raging fire. Boom! Before the poisonous insects could draw near, they were incinerated by the 9 yang true chi, filling the air with a charred scent. The elder in purple robes' complexion shifted. Gritting his teeth, well, what a formidable 9 yang divine skill. The old monk shook his head, saying, Old poisoner, I have harbored guilt over your sister's death. I have come today to inform you that there are hidden truths behind those events. Nonsense. The elder in purple roared. I witnessed with my own eyes how your palm shattered her heart veins. The monk sighed. That was because she was afflicted by the heart-devouring goo of the poison lord, her mind already clouded. My strike was meant to free her. The elder in purple trembled. What did you say? The monk produced a yellowed letter from his robe and handed it over. This was left by your sister. You may read it for yourself. With shaking hands, the elder in purple accepted the letter, unfolding it to reveal a gradually paling visage. The handwriting was all too familiar to him. It was his sister's. The letter detailed how she had been poisoned by the former leader of the 5 Poisoned sect, the Poison Lord, losing her sanity and committing senseless killings, ultimately pleading with the old monk for release from her torment. No, it's impossible. The elder staggered back, disbelief filling his eyes. The monk sighed. Old poisoner, you have harbored resentment towards the wrong person all these years. After a lengthy silence, the elder finally sank to the ground, as if suddenly aged a decade. So, it was like this. He lifted his head to look at the monk. Devoid of murderous intent, only deep exhaustion remained. Old bald donkey, I have wronged you these years. The monk chuckled heartily, patting his shoulder. Well then, it's good to have clarity. I came not only to resolve our grievances, but also to share a drink. 3 days later, Li Yun traversed mountains and rivers, finally reaching the borders of Raojiang. Standing at the foot of the 5 Poisoned sect's mountain, he gazed up at the valley shrouded in miasma, his heart pounding. Could it be that the old monk is truly in peril? Just as he hesitated on whether to ascend, a familiar song drifted down from the mountain. Wine and meat pass through the intestines, yet the Buddha remains in the heart. Li Yun was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. Master. He looked up to see the old monk descending the mountain, a wine gourd in hand, swaying slightly, followed by the elder in purple. Hey, what brings you here? The old monk exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Li Yun. Li Yun sighed in relief, laughing. I feared you might not return, so I came to collect your remains. Uft, uft, uft. The monk chuckled and scolded. I am very much alive. Why would I need my remains collected? The elder in purple scrutinized Li Yun for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Old bald donkey, is this your disciple? The monk nodded proudly. What do you think? Quite talented, isn't he? The elder in purple huffed. Stronger than you. The old monk burst into hearty laughter, patting Li Yun's shoulder. Come, lad, let us return to the mountain for some drinks. Li Yun glanced at the elder in purple, then back at the old monk, feeling a tinge of frustration. It had been as if they had spoken of a return that would never come. Now, the 2 individuals returned to the Central Plains. Li Yun had spent half a month in this world before returning. Upon his return, he found himself still nestled in the embrace of Chiu Wu, and everything remained unchanged, which brought him a sense of relief. With the eldest princess having returned to the capital, he now had ample time to devote to his cultivation. However, after just a few days, troubling matters began to arise. Young Master Yun, the head of the Shin family, has come with his wife and daughter. He wishes to see you, reported a steward from the villa to Li Yun. The head of the Shin family? Li Yun paused, wondering what Shin wants and could possibly want with a mere child. Out of curiosity, he consented to have them wait for him at the pavilion by the lake in the front courtyard. Yes, young Master Yun. The steward responded with a bow before departing from Li Yun's residence. After Chiu Wu had changed Li Yun into a fresh set of clothes, the 2 made their way to the pavilion. It was then that Li Yun noticed that Shun Wansan's wife was strikingly voluptuous and beautiful. She possessed an exquisite visage, with brows that resembled distant mountains shrouded in mist, and her eyes sparkled like autumn waters. Her lightly pursed lips exuded a certain delicate charm. Her ample figure, reminiscent of blooming spring flowers, was adorned in a flowing gown that accentuated her graceful movements, embodying a harmonious blend of opulence and allure. So captivating was she that he momentarily overlooked the little girl beside her. This child must have been well fed. Shen Wansan, accompanied by his wife Yang Mingyi and daughter Shen Yuelon, came to pay their respects to young Master Yun. Upon seeing Li Yun approach, Shen Wansan, along with his wife and daughter, hastily bowed. After Li Yun settled onto a soft couch, he inquired, "Please rise. Does the head of the Shun family seek my assistance?" Once they stood, Shen Wansan, wearing a forced smile, began, "Young Master Yun, it is as follows. Our Shun family is now under the patronage of Her Highness the eldest princess. Before returning to the capital, she informed me that should I encounter insurmountable issues, I may seek your guidance." Li Yun furrowed his brow, pondering the princess's instructions. If it was indeed a message from her, he would extend his help. Yet, it seemed unnecessary for Shun Wansan to bring his wife and daughter along. Glancing at Shen Yuelon and Yang Mingyi, Li Yun asked, "So, head of the Shen family, your presence here today with your family signifies what exactly?" With gritted teeth, Shen Wansan pulled his wife and daughter to their knees, pleading, "Please, young Master Yun, save my Shen family. Rescue my wife and daughter." Perplexed, Li Yun sought clarity on the matter. "Young Master Yun, after the fall of the Ming family, my Shun family took over the porcelain and glass business of Factory A. However, as I organized these affairs in recent days, I uncovered a shocking secret. The manager of Factory A, Xiao, colluded with the Ming family, and in an effort to increase production, generated a vast amount of waste and polluted water, which was discharged untreated into the surrounding villages. This has led to the contamination of the land and water sources, causing the villagers to contract rare diseases, resulting in numerous fatalities. Yet, Xiao and the Ming family cared not for these consequences. To preserve their secret, they bribed local officials to seal off the contaminated areas, preventing any information from leaking out. As of now, the pollution continues to spread relentlessly. Last night, Master Xiao summoned me to Factory A, fully aware that I could not conceal the issue of pollution after taking charge of these matters, and thus sought to entangle me in his schemes. This matter is far too grave. I can only feign compliance. Although I, Shen Wansan, am indeed avaricious, I am not inclined to partake in actions that would tarnish my descendants' moral legacy. However, should I refuse to align with them, it appears my family, the Shuns, may face ruin. Therefore, young Master Yun, I implore you to assist my family. I vow from this moment forth that the Shuns shall remain utterly loyal to Her Highness the Princess and to you, young Master Yun. I am willing to leave my wife and daughters in a separate residence." Upon finishing his appeal, Shun Wansan bowed deeply once more to Li Yun. "I beseech you, young Master Yun." Yang Mingyi and Shen Yuelon also knelt in earnest entreaty. Li Yun's expression grew somewhat grim. Although he was no saint, he could not fathom committing the kind of atrocities that Xiao Jing and the Ming family have perpetrated. "How many lives have been lost?" Li Yun inquired coldly. Hearing this, Shen Wansan's heart leapt with hope. There was a chance for salvation. He hastily replied, "Preliminary estimates suggest around 4,000 lives have been lost, and this number continues to rise as the pollution expands." "Haidang, to whom does the governor of Suzhou belong?" Li Yun directed his gaze towards the demure maid standing respectfully beside him, her demeanor notably serious. She was a talent entrusted to him by the princess, and also a master of the 8th rank. Haidang did not respond immediately, but glanced at Shun Wansan's wife and daughters. "You may leave for now." Li Yun understood Haitang's intent, and gestured for them to exit. "Thank you, young Master Yun." Shen Wansan's family responded in unison, now aware that Li Yun would indeed take action regarding this matter. Once the maid led them away, Haidang respectfully stated, "Young Master, the governor of Suzhou is named Chun Wenda, and he is affiliated with the second prince." Li Yun furrowed his brow. This situation was rather complicated. The princess was aligned with the second prince, and as one of her own, he ought to directly handle Shen Wansan. "Are the prince and the second prince aware of this matter?" Li Yun inquired. "They likely are not, but young master, you may wish to consult the princess first to ascertain her stance," Haidang promptly replied. Li Yun nodded. "I shall have the maid attend to this." Haidang bowed, and then departed to contact the princess via carrier pigeon. After Haidang left, Li Yun pondered the gravity of the pollution issue. Thousands had already perished. And this was certainly a significant affair. Yet, for those in the capital, including the royal family and even the emperor, it might not warrant their concern. However, circumstances must be considered. With the crown prince and the second prince in contention, should this issue arise, regardless of whether the second prince would be impacted, Li Yun could assert that the princess would face repercussions. This was an outcome he wished to avoid. Most crucially, the princess ostensibly stood with the crown prince, while the governor, in collusion with Xiao Jing and the Ming family, was a figure aligned with the second prince. Regardless of how both parties sought to distance the princess from this matter, if it were to come to light, the emperor would likely act to remove the governor for the sake of public sentiment. In such a case, the princess's treasury administrator would no longer be secure. Shen Wansan's wife and daughters were taken to a room in the forecourt. Master, do you believe that young Master Yun will truly handle this matter? Yang Mingyi's delicate brow was etched with worry. Shen Wansan nodded gravely, asserting, he will certainly take care of it. Even if he cannot, he will inform Her Royal Highness the Grand Princess. I have pondered this carefully. She should be unaware of the situation. If only a few, or even a dozen lives had been lost, she might not concern herself. However, we are now faced with thousands of casualties. If this situation were to escalate, as the one overseeing the inner treasury, she would inevitably encounter difficulties. Yet, I remain anxious. If she chooses to neglect this, we shall find ourselves in peril. Yang Mingyi lamented, her fair cheeks tinted with an unshakable anxiety. Regardless, we cannot withdraw from this matter. However, I, Shen Wansan, must not be implicated. If this is discovered, our family will meet the same fate as the Ming family. Shen Wansan declared resolutely. What of Lian and Qingling? Chen Wenxiao has already sent someone to propose marriage. I know Qingling well. She would rather choose death than wed that wastrel. Chenin, Yang Mingyi cried softly, covering her face. Alas, Shen Wansan sighed deeply. As the head of the Shen family, I am far from virtuous, yet I must consider my two beloved daughters and observe the situation. At that moment, a maid entered and gently announced, Master Shen, your wife and daughters are safe. You may return now. Overjoyed, Shen Wansan expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness the Grand Princess. Thank you, young Master Yun. Meanwhile, back with Li Yun, Haiding had returned but indicated that they would have to wait for the Grand Princess's reply, which would take at least 2 days. Young Master, you allowed Shen Wansan to return. If he is discovered, Chen Wenxiao and Xiao Jing will likely not spare him, Haiding cautioned. Li Yun contemplated for a moment before instructing. Find a way to let Xiao Jing and Chen Wenxiao know that Shen Wansan is unreliable, but ensure that he remains alive. Understood, Haiding replied with a light smile. Bending slightly in acknowledgement, realizing why His Highness valued young Master Yun so highly. Well then, let us return, Qiuwu. Tonight, I desire fish, Li Yun said as he rose. Certainly, young Master, Qiuwu responded sweetly. Upon returning to his courtyard, Li Yun dismissed everyone and settled into a rattan chair to meditate. The domineering aura spoken of by the old monk must be unique to this world, an amalgamation of nuclear radiation and the essence of nature, forming a distinct energy. He sensed that to transcend to the Grandmaster realm in this world, one must comprehend this extraordinary energy. Chapter 11. Li Yun, 7th rank. 2 days passed. Due to Li Yun's instructions, Haiding discreetly conveyed information to Xiao Jing and Chen Wenxiao, who had now commenced their actions. Crucially, the Shen family's allegiance to the Grand Princess had not been made public, allowing Chen Wenxiao to act without hesitation. The Shen family served as distributors for the 3 major factories' goods. They could not make a direct move in the open. But Shen Wansan was well aware of the gravity of this matter. Presently, Chen Wenxiao and Xiao Jing remained oblivious to the fact that Shen Wansan had informed Li Yun. They only knew that he was preparing to expose the situation. Thus, he must perish. Yet the assassins they dispatched all met with failure. Shen Wansan now cowers within the confines of the Shen residence, too fearful to step beyond his threshold. Li Yun is fully aware of these developments. The princess has responded, granting him complete authority to handle this matter. All the heads of the 3 major factories must perish, as must Chen Wenda, the governor. However, these actions must await the arrival of the princess and the second prince's entourage in Jiangnan, as they have already sent personnel to assume control of the affairs of the 3 factories. At the base of a small hill within the royal villa, Li Yun sits cross-legged, enveloped by a gentle mist. With his eyes closed in deep concentration, the The nine-yang true qi within him intertwines with a peculiar, domineering energy, flowing ceaselessly through his meridians. Since discovering the connection between the energy of this world and nuclear radiation, he has been endeavoring to harness it for his own purposes. With a slow exhalation, he releases a breath of stagnant air, feeling the surge of internal power within him. The old monk had once remarked that his internal energy was excessively forceful and required a balance of yin and yang. Indeed, the chilling aura of the cold jade bed has stabilized him significantly. Yet, in this world, he vaguely senses that this unique energy might be the key to a breakthrough. If the nine-yang divine skill can refine the chilling energy of the cold jade bed, could it not also refine this energy? A thought ignites in Li Yun's mind, and he attempts to guide his nine-yang true qi, gradually enveloping the domineering aura. As soon as the two forces make contact, it is as though water meets fire, resulting in an explosive clash within his meridians. A sudden trickle of crimson blood escapes from the corner of Li Yun's mouth, and his complexion pales. Is it truly impossible? He wipes the blood from his lips, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Yet soon, an alternative method comes to mind. If forced amalgamation proves futile, he must resort to the approach the old monk spoke of, allowing them to coexist as in the interplay of yin and yang. Taking a deep breath, Li Yun closes his eyes once more. This time, he refrains from forcibly merging the energies. Instead, he lets his nine-yang true qi circulate within his meridians, guiding the domineering energy to his dantian, where it begins to swirl like a vortex. A gentle hum resonates within him, and the two forces commence their independent operation, undisturbed by one another. A surge of joy fills Li Yun's heart as he continues to cultivate his internal energy in this manner. Gradually, he senses his internal aura growing increasingly profound, the power within his meridians surging like a mighty river, ultimately converging in his dantian to form a stable cyclone. With a thunderous roar, a powerful aura erupts from within Li Yun. He abruptly opens his eyes, a brilliant light shimmering within them, and the fluctuations of his internal power cause the surrounding flora to tremble slightly. 7th rank. Elation surges through Li Yun as he rises to his feet, reveling in the torrent of strength within him. He has finally achieved a breakthrough. Moreover, he realizes that his mastery over that peculiar energy has become more adept, enabling him to imbue it within his palm strikes, exponentially enhancing their potency. Clenching his fist, a sense of exuberance wells within him. This signifies that he now possesses a modicum of self-defense. Filled with joy, he returns to his courtyard to find Qiuwu and Haitang. Qiuwu, Haitang, I am in high spirits today. Prepare some food and drink, for I wish to celebrate. Li Yun joyfully made his way towards Qiuwu and Haitang. Very well. Young master, I have prepared your favorite citrus fruit juice milk tea today. Qiuwu exclaimed, her youthful cheeks radiating a bright smile. Although she was unaware of the reason behind Li Yun's delight, his happiness brought her joy as well. Upon arriving at the lakeside pavilion in the courtyard, Li Yun noticed that the servants had laid out an abundance of food and drink. Citrus fruit, juice milk tea, grilled fish, roasted lamb, and more. Li Yun paused. Madam Shun, what brings you here? After taking a seat, he was taken aback to find Yang Mingyi dressed in a maid's attire, serving at the gathering. No wonder he had been puzzled by the alluring figure he had glimpsed earlier. Upon being discovered, Yang Mingyi clenched her hands nervously and immediately knelt, pleading, Young Master Yun, I beseech you to save my lord. Assassins have been attempting to kill him these past few days, and today, an 8th-grade warrior has already made an attempt. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, her delicate frame trembling, causing the grain storage to shudder in sympathy. This woman seemed to possess an innate allure. Every movement exuded a charm reminiscent of a gentle stream. Just days prior, Li Yun had not realized that Yang Mingyi's voice was quite distinctive. Her sultry tone akin to a skilled musician plucking the strings of a pipa, stirring his senses. Such audacity, to attempt the assassination of the royal treasury's distributor. Li Yun's youthful voice belied a chilling intent. Young master, their attack on the head of the Shun family is a provocation against his highness. The head of the Shun family must not come to harm. They must be taught a lesson. Haitang stated solemnly. You are right. None shall show disrespect to his highness. Li Yun replied coldly, turning his gaze to Yang Mingyi. Rise, Madam Shun. Your husband will be safe. Thank you, young Master Yun. Thank you. Yang Mingyi expressed her gratitude with multiple bows, each reverent gesture causing Li Yun to worry for her well-being. Concerned she might not be able to rise after such exertion, he approached her, gently lifting her delicate hand as if it were made of jade. Madam Shun, rest assured. Return and take care of yourself. I will ensure the safety of the head of the Shin family. Thank you, young Master Yun, Yang Mingyi exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy and surprise that he had personally assisted her. After her departure, Li Yun turned to Hai Tang, a hint of confusion in his eyes. An 8th grade warrior has already made a move? Indeed, young master, but it was not today, it occurred yesterday. The 8th grade warrior who acted today is one of our own. Having injured Shun Wansan's arm, Hai Tang respectfully replied. Ah, how unfortunate, Li Yun sighed, shaking his head. Well done, do not allow him to rest too easily these days. When His Highness's people arrive, we shall pay him a proper visit. Understood, young master, Hai Tang replied. Now let us eat. Li Yun returned to the soft couch, and Xiaowu promptly approached to feed him bite by bite. Such a simple and unpretentious life it was. Days later, the entourage of the eldest princess and the second prince finally arrived. These individuals were undoubtedly trusted confidants, indicating that the eldest princess had resolved to transform the 3 major factories of Jiang and into her private possessions. Li Yun also set out, accompanied by a few trusted aides sent by the princess, heading towards the 3 major factories, while the second prince's emissaries proceeded directly to the governor's office. Chapter 12. Li Yun reveals his talents at the site of the 3 major factories. Upon receiving the notification, the 3 officials were filled with perplexity. How could Master Li Yun, merely 6 years of age, suddenly arrive to inspect the 3 major workshops? Although they were baffled, they had to prepare for his arrival. For many in Suzhou were aware of Li Yun's esteemed status. Most importantly, it seemed the princess had entrusted him with the management of the royal treasury in the 3 southern workshops. The 3 officials had no choice but to proceed with caution. In front of the 3 factories, the officials awaited alongside the principal managers, some even clutching toys meant to entertain a child. It appeared many regarded Li Yun as an innocent child, preparing to delight him with these playthings. Suddenly, a thunderous sound approached. As a heavily armored guard unit surged forth like a tide of steel, encircling Li Yun protectively, advancing towards the factory gates with great fervor. Master Yun has arrived, announced Xiao Jing loudly. However, Hu Jinlin furrowed his brows, perplexed. Strange, why would ordinary guards don armor? Another official interjected. Her Highness the Princess oversees the royal treasury. Naturally, Master Yun's safety is paramount. This show of force is justified. Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd. Drive on, drive on. The hooves of the horses pounded urgently, as Li Yun's steed surged forward, abruptly halting about 3 meters from the 3 officials. This was his first experience riding, and he was brimming with excitement. Young master, we have arrived, said Haiding softly as she securely helped him dismount. Master Yun. The 3 principal officials, accompanied by their managers, hurriedly bowed in respect. Li Yun, with his hands clasped behind his back, strode forward with the demeanor of a young adult, a playful smile gracing his lips. Xiao Mahu. It's good to see you again. A sudden chill gripped Xiao Jing's heart, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He hastily inquired, Master Yun, your presence today, what is the purpose? Li Yun did not respond, merely exchanging a knowing glance with Haitang. Understanding his cue, Haitang stepped forward, revealing a jade tablet from her waist, her voice cold and resolute as she declared, by the decree of Her Highness the Princess. I hereby command the immediate arrest of the 3 major factory heads, Xiao Jing, Ma Xiongjian, and Hu Jinlin. The remaining managers are to be detained for questioning. Before the echoes of her proclamation faded, the armored guards sprang into action, providing no opportunity for defense as they seized the individuals. Unjust. Young master, what have we done to deserve this? Why must we be taken? Cries and shouts erupted into chaos. Li Yun waved his small hand with impatience. Take them away. The rest, follow me into the workshop. Yes, Master Yun. The guards efficiently bound the individuals and tossed them onto the prisoner cart, oblivious to their fate. While Li Yun knew little beyond the fact that they would likely find it difficult to return. Stepping into the workshop area, the workers continued to operate the seemingly rudimentary yet miraculous machinery of the era. Gears turned and hammers clanged, pulsating with an industrial heartbeat that belonged to a time beyond this one. As a cohort of fully armed soldiers escorted a child into the room, many paused in their tasks, drawn by curiosity, while some recognized the identity of the child, Li Yun. I am Li Yun, and many of you should be familiar with my identity, he declared in a youthful voice that brooked no dissent. Xiao Jing, Ma Xiongjian, and Hu Jinlin have each violated the law and have been taken away. From this moment forth, These three shall oversee the operations of the three major factories. Three trusted confidants dispatched by the princess stepped forward to introduce themselves, accompanied by a dozen or so managers. I refuse to accept this. Suddenly, a middle-aged worker burst from the crowd, exclaiming, Li Yun, you are but a mere child under the princess. How dare you take away Master Xiao? Indeed, we will not accept this. We recognize only Master Xiao, Master Ma, and Master Hu. Release them, young master. The ringleaders of this descent are among the finest craftsmen in the workshop and are closely allied with the three taken away, Haidang whispered in Li Yun's ear. Is there a substitute? Li Yun inquired calmly. There is, Haidang replied. Then that suffices, Li Yun responded with indifference. He stepped forward, fixing his cold gaze upon the unruly workers. Since you insist on recognizing them, then you shall accompany them. Before his words had fully settled, Li Yun nonchalantly waved his small hand. The tiny metal shavings scattered across the ground seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, coalescing into a concentrated, gleaming shard, emitting a piercing sound as it shot toward the dissenters. In the blink of an eye, the individuals were struck as if by an unseen hammer. Unable to emit a single cry, their faces etched with disbelief as they collapsed, lifeless and silent. A collective gasp filled the room. All present were rendered speechless. They had scarcely comprehended what had transpired when the rebellious workers lay dead before them. Haidang, standing nearby, was overwhelmed with shock. Had that horrifying display truly been orchestrated by the young master? At that moment, no one dared to perceive this seemingly ordinary child as such. His icy gaze and lethal efficiency sent chills down their spines. From today onward, I hope you grasp that even if you master the technologies of the three major factories, you remain mere workers here. You must always remember for whom you toil. Should anyone dare to imitate such actions again, this shall be your fate. Li Yun's voice, as frigid as ice, resonated clearly in every ear. Having spoken, Li Yun turned to the three appointed overseers sent by the princess and said coolly, This is now entrusted to you. I trust you will not follow in the footsteps of your predecessors. Wealth is plentiful, yet one must have the life to enjoy it. If you dedicate yourselves to your tasks, you will reap generous rewards. I am not the princess. I shall grant you no opportunities. We shall dutifully obey young Master Yun's command. The three new overseers and the gathered managers responded solemnly, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Li Yun nodded. Although the princess had claimed these individuals were her trusted aides, how many could remain steadfast in the face of immense temptation? Most importantly, these were the princess's coffers, and her future was inherently intertwined with his. Surely, this line of reasoning could not be amiss. A faint, barely perceptible smile curved at the corners of his lips. Hidden strength? What on earth is that? I can traverse to other worlds. He beckoned to Haidang. Come, let us head to the Shun residence. With arms wide open, Li Yun welcomed her. Haidang suppressed the tumult of emotions surging within her, carefully lifting Li Yun into her embrace, and, under the vigilant protection of a contingent of guards, they swiftly departed the three major workshops. The remaining guards remained behind to maintain order. Young master, how did you manage that just now? Unable to contain her astonishment, Haidang leaned closer to Li Yun, her voice a mere whisper. Li Yun turned his head within her arms, his eyes wide and innocent, blinking playfully. I've learned a rather unique martial art, Haidang. Isn't it impressive? My lord, this is not merely a matter of being handsome. It is exceedingly remarkable. Haidang, both shocked and exhilarated, recalled how the prince had instructed the maidservants before departing Jiangnan to begin teaching him martial arts the following year. It seemed now that his newfound skills surpassed even those of the maidservants. Li Yun chose not to elaborate further, content to rest against Haidang's warm embrace. A hint of satisfaction gracing his lips as his gaze drifted toward the path ahead. His spirits were remarkably high at that moment. Haidang carried Li Yun out of the workshop area and mounted her horse. Surrounded by a throng of guards, the procession set forth once more, racing toward the Shun family's estate in the inner city of Suzhou. Chapter 13. Has Shun Wansan lost his mind? Before the gates of the Shun residence, Haidang dismounted with Li Yun in her arms. Qiu Wu, who had been waiting there, hurried over and greeted them softly, young master. Li Yun acknowledged her and gestured toward the entrance of the Shun residence. Why is there no one at the door? Where is Shun Wansan? It seems he has been driven mad with fright. Qiu Wu's expression was somewhat peculiar. Hmph, Li Yun scoffed. If he were to lose his sanity over such a minor assassination attempt, he would no longer be Shun Wansan. Let us proceed inside. Qiu Wu smiled. and the group entered the Shun residence. Upon reaching the backyard, Li Yun beheld a young woman, around 16 or 17 years of age, with a gentle demeanor, attempting to restrain the disheveled and filthy Shun Wansan from licking the puddles on the floor. This young woman must be Shun Wansan's eldest daughter, Shin Qingling. Ha! This wine is exquisite, truly divine. Do not restrain me. I must drink. Shin Wansan struggled, unabashedly licking the floor. Father, please cease this behavior. The ordeal has passed. Governor Chun has been apprehended, and you are safe now. Awaken, please. Shin Qingling pleaded, tears streaming down her cheeks. The surrounding servants had already been dismissed. Li Yun approached Shun Wansan and Shin Qingling, gazing at the former with an expression of calm detachment. Young Master Yun, Shin Qingling sobbed as she saluted him, then continued. Young Master Yun, my father, Miss Shun, let him be. Li Yun interjected casually, waving his hand to summon a guard, who promptly brought over a chair. Taking a seat, Li Yun observed Shun Wansan in silence. Unrestrained now, Shun Wansan licked with even more fervor, while Shin Qingling covered her mouth, tears cascading down her face. Shin Patriarch, you certainly excel at feigning madness, yet should you persist in this charade, you may find yourself truly unhinged, Li Yun remarked, intrigued. Appeared oblivious to the situation. Instead of groveling, he hastened to the nearby flower bed, where he uprooted a handful of weeds and stuffed them into his mouth. Observing this, Shin Qingling rushed over to intervene. Alas, Master Shun, if you wish to continue feigning madness, then so be it. The beauty of Madame Shun and Miss Shanair is quite commendable. They would surely find favor in the brothels of the capital, Li Yun remarked before rising and turning to depart. At that moment, Shun Wansan froze, his madness seemingly evaporating as he scrambled over. Young Master Yun, please no, I was in the wrong. Shin Qingling gasped in astonishment. Her father had been pretending all along, and she had been kept in the dark? What was his intention? Li Yun halted, his expression indifferent as he regarded Shin Wansan. Are you attempting to distance yourself from the assassination attempt? Or do you wish to sever ties with the internal treasury to safeguard your family's legacy? Young Master Yun, Shin Wansan knelt, visibly shaken. Though the Shin family holds a certain standing in Suzhou, I have come to realize over these past 2 months that we are merely merchants. No matter how grand our enterprises, to the powerful, we are merely prey on the chopping block. I implore you to consider. The Shin family is willing to relinquish our shares in the 3 major factories. Li Yun approached Shun Wansan with a smile. Master Shun, you are a wise man. You must understand that some matters, once engaged, offer no avenue for retreat. Yet, there remains a chance, Master Shin. Are you inclined to seize it? Shin Wansan felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He glanced at the anxious Shin Qingling beside him before turning to Li Yun, speaking gravely. Young Master Yun, I pledge my loyalty to Her Highness the Long Princess and to you, but you must guarantee the safety of my wife and children. You are aware of the immense profits generated by the 3 factories. Such wealth tempts perilous ambitions. You know who these individuals are, and my family stands as mere livestock before them. Thus, I hope that in the future, Yuelon and Qingling will remain by your side, safeguarded. Otherwise, even if the Shun family falls, I refuse to be entangled in the business of the 3 factories. Shin Wansan's declarations were resolute. Li Yun regarded him coolly, then cast a glance at Shin Qingling, recognizing Shun Wansan's adept timing. Having investigated, Li Yun understood that the Shun family's rise to prominence in Suzhou within a mere decade was closely tied to Shun Wansan's exceptional acumen in commerce. Li Yun saw potential in Shun Wansan's talents. Very well, Li Yun nodded. Master Shun, remember your words. From now on, the goods from the 3 major factories will pass through your hands, and those associated with Yi Qingmei will be entrusted to you. My only stipulation is that you ensure the factories become indispensable to future generations, a presence that even royal families will regard with trepidation. Shun Wansan comprehended the gravity of the situation, a sense of elation washing over him. He had successfully aligned himself with a powerful ally. After concluding matters with the Shin family, Li Yun returned directly to the villa. After Li Yun departed, Shun Wansan, with the assistance of Shin Qingling, finally rose to his feet. He exhaled deeply and addressed Shin Qingling, saying, Qingling, from now on, you and your sister shall follow young Master Yun. I can discern that he is no ordinary child. His future is boundless. But father, what about you and mother? Shin Qingling's face was filled with concern. From witnessing her father's feigned madness to his willingness to sacrifice the Shun family for their safety, It was evident that the family's future was fraught with peril. "Do not worry," Shun Wan'er replied, gazing towards the horizon, his eyes glinting with determination. "Danger and opportunity coexist. This is indeed an opportunity for our family. I will make arrangements for your mother. Since Yulan is still young, let her accompany you for the time being. I shall carve out a smooth path for your future." Tears welled in Shun Qingling's eyes. On their way back to the royal residence, Haiding cautiously suggested, "Young master, should we inform His Highness about Shun family taking charge of all goods in the 3 major factories and handing over Yi Qingmei to Shen Wansan?" "Yes, we must inform His Highness. Rest assured, he will agree to this matter," Li Yun replied softly. "I understand," Haitang said with a bow. "And regarding your martial prowess, you should mention that as well. Inform His Highness that I will become her most formidable support." Li Yun's youthful face radiated confidence. "Yes, young master," Haidang responded with renewed vigor. With matters in Suzhou settled, the next day, a confidant of the second prince arrived at the royal residence to visit Li Yun, a capable individual named Lu Cheng. It was apparent to Li Yun that this man was sent by the second prince to gauge his capabilities, possibly after discussions with the Grand Princess. Chapter 14. A storm brews in the capital unbeknownst to Li Yun, merely a day later. His subtle wave at the 3 major factories had already stirred a significant undercurrent in the capital. A child not yet 7 had, with a mere gesture, taken lives, employing methods previously unseen. In the capital's supervisory bureau, Yin Ruahai, responsible for intelligence beyond the capital, received information from the 3 major factories. After a brief contemplation, he sought out the bureau chief, Chen Ping. Upon reviewing the intelligence, Chen fell silent. "Bureau chief, this is the latest intelligence from the 3 major factories in Jiangnan. Do you believe it to be true?" Yin Ruahai questioned, struggling to accept the veracity of the claims. "Shadow, can you accomplish this?" Chen Ping inquired, slightly turning to a figure clad in black, masked and shrouded. "I cannot," the shadow responded immediately. "Bureau chief, while this information may indeed be true, it is certainly beyond the capabilities of any martial artist. I can assert with confidence that no 9th-grade martial artist could achieve this, let alone Li Yun, who is merely a child under 7. Are you suggesting," Chen Ping pondered, "that he accomplished such feats through some means? That must be the only explanation." The shadow replied earnestly. "Otherwise, could it be that Li Yun has reached the pinnacle of mastery at such a tender age? We cannot comprehend the methods of a grand master, but Li Yun is certainly not a grand master. My opinions align with the shadow's, yet, esteemed Dean, we must ascertain how Li Yun achieved this," Yin Ruahai said with a grave expression. Chen Ping offered no response, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest of his wheelchair in contemplation. At that moment, a person from the 1st Division entered to report, "Dean, a decree has arrived from the palace, summoning you immediately." "I shall go at once," Chen Ping replied, then turned to Yin Ruahai, urging him to thoroughly investigate Li Yun's methods, but to conduct the inquiry discreetly, without alerting the princess. "Understood," Yin Ruahai replied succinctly. In the main hall of Changxing Palace, the princess had finished reading the intelligence delivered by the carrier pigeon. The contents revealed not only Li Yun's intentions regarding the goods from the 3 major factories and his plan to hand over Yi Qingmei to Shen Wansan, but also mentioned Li Yun's particular gesture. "Your Highness, Commander Yin has arrived," Chunmei announced as she entered. "Greetings, Your Highness," Yin Xiaoyi said, kneeling in respect. "Rise, Xiaoyi, and take a look at this. Share your thoughts," the princess said, handing over the intelligence concerning Li Yun's gesture. Chunmei received it and presented it to Yin Xiaoyi. As he stood and examined the note handed to him by Chunmei, shock registered on his face. He turned to the princess and exclaimed, "Your Highness, this is impossible. Even a 9th-tier warrior could not accomplish such a feat. Are you certain?" The princess inquired once more. "I am certain," Yin Xiaoyi affirmed earnestly. "Setting aside young Master Yun's age, from what I understand, no 9th-tier warrior could achieve such a thing." "It seems Yun has concealed something from me," the princess murmured. At that moment, another maid entered to report, "Your Highness, the Imperial Study has sent a decree requesting your presence there at once. It seems His Majesty is also aware of this matter. I did not expect that even before entering the capital, Yun would already draw attention," the princess said with a smile. Upon arriving at the Imperial Study, the princess found Director Chun from the Supervisory Bureau present as well. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The princess bowed to the emperor. "Please, have a seat," the emperor said amiably, gesturing for her to sit. "Thank you, Your Majesty," the princess replied nonchalantly. taking a seat beside him. Once she was settled, the emperor waved a hand towards Hmph, a gentle smile gracing his face as he addressed the princess. First, take a look at this, then we shall converse. The princess, feigning curiosity, accepted the report from Hmph that had been prepared for the emperor. After perusing it, she turned to Hmph with an indifferent expression and asked, Director Chun, do you believe this is something a child of such tender years could accomplish? In response to your highness, Hmph said, bowing to her, I certainly do not believe this is within the capabilities of a child, yet many witnessed the event, making it difficult to explain. Upon finishing his statement, a hint of awkwardness crossed his features. The princess then addressed the emperor. Yun has never trained in martial arts. I initially intended for him to begin training next year, but even if he is a genius, it is improbable that he could achieve such a feat at this age. Your Majesty might inquire of Hmph to see if he could accomplish it. I have already asked, and Hmph indeed could not. You might as well ask Li Yun how he managed it. I am quite curious, the emperor replied with a light chuckle. The princess pondered for a moment before responding. I understand, your majesty, but this is Yun's own skill. If he does not disclose it, I am powerless to explain. Let us set this matter aside for the moment and discuss another issue. It has come to my attention that the 3 major factories in Jiangnan have caused a significant number of civilian deaths due to pollution. What is your explanation? The emperor's tone shifted, and his expression became indifferent. This is the oversight of my sister. The princess, maintaining her composure, added, however, I have already dealt with those responsible for the pollution surrounding the factories. The deceased civilians in the affected areas have been attended to as well. In recent years, the royal expenditures have surged, yet the profits from the internal treasury have kept pace. Thus, I have overlooked many matters concerning the 3 factories. Ensure that the aftermath is handled properly so that this incident does not affect the people's sentiments, the emperor stated blandly. He understood that the princess spoke the truth. Ever since the financial authority of the treasury was returned to the royal family, their expenditures had indeed become quite ample. Now that the princess had brought this issue to light, he could not hold her accountable, so the burden would fall upon the common folk instead. I understand. The princess responded with a slight bow. Your Majesty, at that moment, Hmph approached the emperor and said, although Li Yun is merely 6 years old, he has already earned the title of prodigy in Suzhou, particularly among the nobility. His handling of the matters regarding the 3 factories has been commendable. Would it not be a waste to leave him in Suzhou? I believe he should be brought to the capital for better cultivation. He is sure to become a pillar of the nation in the future. Director Chun, the princess fixed her gaze upon Hmph, her expression turning frosty. Yun is only 6. I wish for him to experience a complete childhood. With that, she turned to the emperor and spoke with determination, Your Majesty. I will not allow him to come to the capital until he has matured. The emperor nodded. We shall discuss this later, for now. There is a matter requiring your cooperation. In recent years, we have had frequent skirmishes along the border with Qi. They are provoking our great Qing. Ensure that the 3 factories are prepared to secretly transport a batch of military supplies to the border. I understand, the princess acknowledged, taking her leave. Then you may return. The emperor instructed. The princess rose, performed a respectful bow, and then turned to cast a lingering glance at Hmph, who was seated in a wheelchair. Before departing the study, I wish to know everything about this Li Yun and who stands behind him. After the princess left, the emperor issued a command to Hmph. I am at your service, Hmph responded respectfully. Chapter 15. The emergence of the composite bow far away in Suzhou. Li Yun remained unaware of the events unfolding in the capital. He was preoccupied with his own endeavors. In a secluded forest on the outskirts of Suzhou, a hidden large cave had been established where numerous craftsmen were clandestinely manufacturing composite bows. The first batch of 30 elite warriors sent by the princess had already arrived in Suzhou, all of whom were of 5th rank or above, with the leader being of 8th rank. They were to be nurtured as the seed force for the archery units. At this moment, Li Yun held in his hands the very first composite bow crafted by the artisans. This exquisite steel composite bow gleamed silver, and its string was taut like an inky thread. The mechanism fit together seamlessly, with every joint meticulously polished, producing a delicate, crisp sound as it moved. The bow's body was intricately adorned with cloud patterns, shimmering with a cool light that shifted with every angle. The exquisite craftsmanship harmoniously blended with the principles of mechanics. Young master, may I give it a try? Haideng softly suggested, her gaze fixed on the composite bow that was nearly as tall as Li Yun himself. No. Li Yun promptly declined. He had never wielded such a weapon in his previous life. The first arrow must be shot by me. The surrounding craftsmen, along with the 30 death warriors, as well as Qiu Wu and Haidang, all turned their attention to Li Yun, eagerly observing his every move. Li Yun knocked an arrow and drew back the bowstring, aiming at the thick target 100 meters away. As he pulled the bow, he felt an effortless strength, yet concealed within it was an overwhelming power. At the moment he released, the steel string quivered. A sharp whistle pierced through the cavernous clamor, so swift that its trajectory remained unseen, culminating in a thunderous thud as it struck the target 100 meters distant. Before the onlookers could recover from their astonishment, they heard a soft thud from 50 paces away. The iron arrow had penetrated half a foot into the target, driving deep into the old locust tree behind it, the fletchings still vibrating with a resonant hum. This spectacle left everyone present in utter shock. The formidable power of the composite bow shattered their preconceived notions of archery, leading them to question, was this truly still a bow and arrow? Haidang, the most astonished among them, had been tasked by the princess to protect Li Yun and Suzhou. As an 8th-tier warrior, she had witnessed Yin Xiaoi's archery prowess in the capital. Now, the arrows Li Yun shot with the composite bow rivaled those of Yin Xiaoi. How could she not be astounded? Although the 30 death warriors maintained their composure, their hearts surged with excitement at the prospect of wielding such a weapon in the future. What a remarkable piece, Li Yun thought as he held the composite bow with unrestrained admiration, his eyes brimming with delight. Young master, may I too have a chance to try? Haidang could no longer contain her eagerness. This bow was akin to that of a 9th-tier archer. Here, Li Yun turned and handed the composite bow to Haidang. Thank you, young master. Haidang excitedly accepted the bow and retrieved a steel arrow from the quiver nearby. Rather than aiming at the target, she set her sights on a rabbit hiding behind a tree approximately 250 paces away. Taking a deep breath, her delicate fingers gripped the bowstring. The inner energy of an 8th-tier warrior coursed through her arms, and she distinctly felt that this bow's draw was significantly softer than that of a typical strong bow. Yet the pressure emanating from its frame caused her palms to tingle slightly. With a swift release, the arrow soared like a dragon. The steel arrow carved a pale blue wave through the air, directly piercing the old locust tree that could be embraced by 2 people. The rabbit, concealed behind the tree, did not even have time to flee before being pinned to the rocky wall behind it, the reverberation of the arrow's tremor echoing hauntingly within the cavern. A perfect shot at 250 paces, suddenly exclaimed one of the craftsmen in astonishment. The power exhibited at such a distance far surpassed that of ordinary bows and arrows by an unimaginable factor. The craftsmen fell to their knees in a chorus of desperation. As an elderly master with graying hair approached, trembling as he touched the arrow wound on the locust tree. If only the heavens would bestow such might upon the battlefield. Li Yun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the flames of ambition flickering in his eyes. With 30 warriors of the 5th rank or above, wielding 30 of these composite bows, do you think he could turn the enemy into a sieve with a mere flick of his wrist? The death warriors knelt in unison, the clattering of their armor resonating like thunder. We are willing to serve young Master Yun. We are willing to sacrifice our lives for the princess. Yet suddenly, Haitang's complexion turned ashen. She noticed dark red liquid seeping from the crevices of the rocky wall behind the pierced locust tree. The arrow had not only penetrated the hair, but had also embedded itself deep into the mountainside. As she strained her vision, she was further horrified to see spiderweb-like cracks forming around the arrowhead. Its power was terrifyingly immense. Young master, she urgently grasped Li Yun's sleeve. This bow must not be allowed to escape. If it falls into the hands of the court. Li Yun chuckled as he pried her fingers away and turned to the craftsman, clapping his hands. Gentlemen, from now on, each bow's pulley system must incorporate a self-destruct mechanism. He regarded the craftsman with an impassive expression. Once we have crafted 300 bows, each of you will receive an additional 3 years' salary as a reward. Your families will also enjoy better treatment. The craftsmen were on the verge of erupting with excitement. A young craftsman let out a cheer, only to be swiftly silenced by a comrade. The 30 death warriors had silently formed a circle, their cold gazes locking onto the napes of each craftsman's neck. Li Yun spoke not a word. Although the area was secured, secrecy remained paramount, and these 30 death warriors were the core of their protection. After indulging in the thrill, Li Yun and Haidang departed for Suzhou City. However, midway, Li Yun sensed that someone was trailing him. It was an inspector from the bureau, who had followed a trail from Suzhou and, upon arriving here, had spotted Li Yun. Consequently, He had hidden himself. Haitang, halt, Li Yun whispered. Haitang reined in her white horse, and Li Yun, propelled by inertia, found himself nestled into her soft embrace. Young master, what is it? A rat is following us. Li Yun replied nonchalantly. He stood upon the horse's back, drew the composite bow, and in an instant, loosed an arrow towards the rear. The whistling steel arrow cleaved through the air. 100 paces away, the inspector's eyes widened in terror. As he attempted to evade, the steel arrow pierced his forehead, the immense force sending him sprawling backward. Haitang, go, Li Yun said, sheathing his bow and returning to her embrace. Haitang tugged at the reins, guiding the white horse toward the fallen inspector. Haitang, can you discern who it is? Li Yun inquired calmly as they approached the figure. Young master, let me see. Haitang softly replied. Dismounting, she examined the man's garments, then stated, Young master, he is from the Bureau. I didn't expect them to be tracking us. The Bureau? Hmph? How intriguing. Li Yun smiled slightly. Let us return to the city. Yes, young master. Haitang helped Li Yun onto the saddle before mounting her horse, and together they galloped towards Suzhou City. Chapter 16. 4 years later, time flows like a river, and 4 years have swiftly passed. Li Yun stood at the edge of the cliff behind the royal villa, the mountain breeze howling, causing his robe to flutter. For years had elapsed, and the once tender child had blossomed into a 10-year-old youth. He stood tall and slender, with features reminiscent of a painting, his pair of eyes bright and clear, yet unfathomably deep. Li Yun slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, the nine-yang true qi surging within him like a mighty river, circulating tirelessly through his meridians. Young master, have you made another breakthrough? Haitang's voice came from behind, laced with a hint of delight. Li Yun turned, a slight smile gracing his lips. Indeed, I've reached the 8th rank. Haitang's beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment. At just 10 years old, you are already an 8th rank warrior. If this news spreads, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the entire capital. Li Yun chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate. Over the past 4 years, under the guidance of the old monk, he had not only mastered the nine-yang divine art, but also, drawing from the monk's wisdom, completely harnessed the unique energy within him. Although he was merely at the 8th rank, with the profound inner strength of the nine-yang divine art combined with that special energy, he felt confident he could stand undefeated even against 9th rank warriors. By the way, Haitang, has the prince written recently? Li Yun inquired. Haitang nodded. The prince wrote the day before yesterday, stating he would arrive in Jiangnan a bit later this year, so young master need not worry. Li Yun inclined his head slightly. Over the years, the grand princess had visited Jiangnan for a month each year, but this year, she seemed particularly busy. Young master, there is another matter. Haitang hesitated for a moment before speaking softly. Our people have discovered that the officials from the Supervisory Bureau have been quite active in Suzhou City lately, seemingly investigating you. Li Yun raised an eyebrow. Oh, that fellow Hmph has not given up? 4 years ago, after he had shot down an agent from the Supervisory Bureau, he had assumed they would temper their investigations, but to his surprise, they had intensified their efforts instead. Young master, should we take action? A glint of coldness flashed in Haitang's eyes. Li Yun shook his head. There is no need to concern ourselves. Let them investigate. My current strength is sufficient for self-defense, and even if they trace their inquiries back to me, they cannot harm me. Moreover, I possess a trump card, the composite bow. Over the past 4 years, the 30 elite warriors had all been equipped with composite bows, and under his guidance, their archery skills had advanced remarkably. Throughout this period, the Grand Princess had dispatched 4 batches totaling 500 elite warriors, expanding from the initial 30. Now, this archery unit, fully equipped with composite bows, had become an exceptionally formidable force and the Grand Princess's secret weapon in Jiangnan. Let us return and see how things are with Master Shun. Li Yun turned to descend the mountain. Haitang hurried to catch up. Young master, Master Shun has been quite prosperous lately. The goods from the 3 major factories have been sold to the West, Hu, and overseas, with profits doubling compared to last year. Li Yun smiled. This fellow truly possesses a remarkable talent for business. In Suzhou City, at the Shun residence, Shen Wansan was busy calculating in his study. Upon hearing the announcement of Li Yun's arrival, he quickly rose to greet him. Young master. With a beaming smile, Shen Wansan bowed to Li Yun, inquiring about his personal visit. Is there anything that requires me to relay a message? I would have come to see you, he said. Li Yun waved his hand dismissively. Rise. I had no particular matters at hand, merely wished to see you. Shen Wansan promptly ushered Li Yun into his study, personally serving him tea. Young master, this is a new tea harvested this year, still in the experimental phase. I have named it Cloud Mist Tea. Please give it a taste. Li Yun took a sip and remarked, "It's quite good." Shun Wan'er chuckled. This is sourced from Lingnan, a region renowned for its tea, though transportation is challenging. With proper packaging, selling to the affluent can yield profits that multiply several times over. Li Yun set down his cup. Master Shun, I hear your business has expanded yet again. Shun Wan'er nodded. Indeed, thanks to young Master Yun's guidance, our goods are now being sold not just in Shihu and Lingnan, but even overseas, as trading caravans have begun to procure from us. Li Yun inclined his head slightly. Excellent, but do exercise discretion, particularly with items that are easily manufactured yet can command high prices. Confidentiality is paramount. Shun Wan'er's expression turned serious. Rest assured, young Master Yun, all craftsmen involved in production have signed binding agreements, and their families are under our protection. Li Yun nodded with satisfaction. By the way, have you made any progress on the matter I asked you to investigate? Shun Wan'er lowered his voice. I have discovered that the Supervisory Institute is indeed investigating you, and it seems the Emperor is also taking a keen interest. A cold glint flickered in Li Yun's eyes. It appears those in the capital are growing restless. Shun Wan'er expressed concern. Young master, should we prepare in advance? Li Yun shook his head. No need. They will uncover nothing. He rose to his feet. Master Shun, continue to act according to plan. 70% of the profits from the 3 major factories will be submitted to the treasury, and you know what to do with the remaining 30. Shun Wan'er was overjoyed. Thank you, young master. In the evening, at the royal villa, Li Yun sat cross-legged in his chamber, eyes closed in meditation. He now possessed sufficient means for self-preservation and contemplated relocating, perhaps to the north. However, before that, he wished to visit the old monk to see if he had returned. Xiao Wu, I would like to take a nap, he called out. As you wish, young master, Xiao Wu replied, entering and deftly shedding his outer garments before lying down beside Li Yun on the soft couch. In the blink of an eye, Li Yun found himself at the old monk's thatched hut. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura. Master? Li Yun exclaimed, glancing out the window. Indeed, the old monk entered, holding a wine gourd, a broad smile upon his face. My boy, after a year, you've grown quite a bit. Li Yun hurriedly stood. Master, you have finally returned. Where have you been this past year? The old monk took a swig of wine. I ventured to Jiangnan, visiting old friends. After sitting down, he scrutinized Li Yun from head to toe. Very good, very good. Your domineering energy has now fused with your internal strength, and your 9-yang divine skill is developing well. Li Yun smiled. It is all thanks to your guidance, master. The old monk waved his hand dismissively. Enough with the flattery. He suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and said, Young man, I have something important to convey. Upon noticing the old monk's grave expression, Li Yun's heart tightened. Master, please speak. The old monk replied in a deep tone. I have traveled for several days without nourishing sustenance. My stomach is utterly empty. Before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous growl erupted from his belly, causing Li Yun's expression to darken. Half an hour had passed. A barbecue grill was set up in the courtyard, sizzling with the aroma of roasting venison. Is it not ready yet? The old monk emerged with a jar of wine, his mouth watering at the rich scent of meat wafting through the air. It's almost done. After all, you consume everything raw. Before Li Yun could complete his thought, the old monk had already begun to partake. As for the heat, that was of no concern. Li Yun shook his head in disbelief at the scene. Chapter 17. Improved version of the 9-yin divine claw. The flickering campfire cast shadows as the fat from the roasting venison dripped onto the charcoal, producing a crackling sound and an enticing aroma. The old monk grasped a golden brown, crispy deer leg in one hand and the wine jar in the other, devouring the meat and drinking heartily, completely disregarding his image. Li Yun sat nearby, leisurely tearing off a piece of venison, savoring each bite, while occasionally glancing at the old monk. You've truly improved your roasting skills, the old monk mumbled, his mouth glistening with grease. I'm glad you enjoy it. Li Yun smiled, then shifted the conversation. However, your return must not solely be for a meal, right? The old monk took a swig of wine and laughed heartily. You are quite astute. Wiping his mouth, he said earnestly, I have indeed come back for a serious matter. Li Yun set down the meat and regarded him intently. The old monk scrutinized Li Yun from head to toe, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. Your mastery of the 9-yang divine skill has reached a commendable level. Your internal strength is robust, and and your foundation solid. At this pace, within 5 years, you shall achieve great mastery. His return was indeed for Li Yun. Though the nine-yang divine skill was formidable, it possessed a significant flaw. To reach full mastery, external assistance was necessary, otherwise, grave issues could arise. For years, he had sought to ameliorate this flaw, yet had found no viable solution. Upon hearing this, Li Yun felt a surge of joy. Mastery of the nine-yang divine skill meant his internal energy would be inexhaustible, impervious to toxins, and capable of rebounding enemy attacks. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Li Yun expressed respectfully. The old monk waved his hand dismissively. Spare me the formalities. I merely offered a few pointers. The key lies in your own enlightenment. Talent is indeed significant. Li Yun chuckled softly, then pondered for a moment before speaking. Master, I have a request. Oh, pray tell. The old monk raised an eyebrow. I have observed the crushing claw technique from the Nine True Classic. It possesses tremendous power. But there is a drawback. If one practices only the claw technique without cultivating internal energy, it could lead to paralysis of the lower limbs, Li Yun explained slowly. I wish to ask if you could assist in modifying this technique, integrating it with Taoist internal cultivation methods, so that it can unleash its power without harming oneself. The old monk, upon hearing this, exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The single practice of the crushing claw? That could lead to more than mere paralysis. He stroked his beard thoughtfully for a moment. However, as you mentioned, if combined with Taoist internal techniques, it might indeed be feasible. Li Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Would Master be willing to give it a try? The old monk chuckled heartily. You are quite the troublemaker. Very well, I have little else to occupy my time. So I shall assist you in this endeavor. Li Yun felt a surge of joy. Despite his formidable martial prowess, he lacked capable experts by his side. With the strongest among them, Haitang, barely reaching the 8th rank. If he could enable Qiuwu and the others to cultivate the nine-bone claw, a technique that promised swift mastery, he might avoid the need to intervene personally in certain matters in the years to come. Over the subsequent days, the old monk and Li Yun remained sequestered within the thatched cottage, diligently refining the method for the crushing claw. Drawing upon his extensive martial arts experience, the old monk continuously adjusted the flow of internal energy to render it more harmonious, thereby preventing the excessive toxicity from harming the meridians. The reason the crushing claw could lead to lower limb paralysis was its relentless pursuit of ferocity, resulting in an imbalance in internal energy and the accumulation of toxicity in the lower extremities. What we must achieve, the old monk elucidated, is to allow the internal force to not only unleash its power when executing the claw technique, but also to circulate fluidly, preventing any stagnation. Li Yun nodded attentively, diligently recording each of the monk's words. After several days of exploration and experimentation, the old monk finally completed the improved version of the crushing claw. Let us test it, he instructed, gesturing towards a massive stone in the courtyard. Li Yun took a deep breath, channeling his internal energy according to the new method. The vital energy flowed through his meridians, gathering in his hands. His fingers curled slightly, emanating a faint azure-black glow, as if cloaked in a layer of ice. Huh! Li Yun exclaimed, his fingers, like hooks, lunging fiercely towards the stone. Crack! The resilient rock yielded beneath his grasp, as if it were mere tofu, leaving 5 profound imprints of his fingers. More astonishingly, a network of fine cracks appeared on the stone's surface, as though it had been eroded by an unseen, chilling force. What tremendous power! Li Yun marveled. The old monk nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the refined technique not only retains the original's fierce sharpness, but also incorporates the enduring characteristics of Taoist internal energy, allowing for smoother circulation and preventing stagnation in the lower limbs. Li Yun withdrew his internal energy and sensed his inner breath, discovering no discomfort. Rather, thanks to the harmonizing influence of the nine-yang energy, the chilling force of the claw did not rebound upon him. This realization filled him with elation. Master, let us name this improved version of the crushing claw the nine-bone claw, Li Yun proposed. The old monk laughed heartily. As you wish, after all. The technique is not one you developed on your own, so feel free to name it as you please. Li Yun did not shy away from the monk's observation. In the days that followed, under the monk's guidance, Li Yun continued to immerse himself in the practice of the nine-yang divine skill. Merely possessing formidable internal power without techniques would yield diminishing returns in combat. Thus he recognized the necessity of learning additional skills alongside the nine-yang arts. With his exceptional understanding and the robust foundation provided by the 9 Yang divine skill, his training became remarkably efficient and fruitful. After spending a month in this world, Li Yun finally returned home. Upon his return, he began to teach Qiuwu and several others the formidable 9 white bone claw in the royal courtyard's rear mountains. The women were instantly awestruck by the immense power of the technique. "Young master, your martial arts appear rather intimidating," Haidang remarked, watching as Li Yun effortlessly tore a metal sheet into shreds with a single claw, unable to suppress her gulp. Haidang, who was already an 8th-grade martial artist, was astonished. If she mastered this technique, she dared to claim she could contend with a 9th-grade warrior. Li Yun chuckled softly. "Intimidating? This is merely the beginning. This technique is particularly suited for women. When combined with a powerful lightness skill, its might becomes even more terrifying. And there is a lightness skill?" Qiuwu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, this lightness skill is known as Spiral 9 Shadows. When executed in conjunction with the 9 white bone claw, it yields unexpected results. After 7 days, the Grand Princess finally arrived in Suzhou. Chapter 18. The Grand Princess cultivates the 9 true scriptures. Outside Suzhou, at the canal dock, an ornately decorated official boat slowly approached the shore. The vessel, painted a vibrant crimson, bore a bow intricately carved with a phoenix poised for flight, symbolizing the noble status of those aboard. The dock was already filled with officials and guards awaiting the arrival, all heads bowed. Daring not to gaze directly at the descending gangway, Li Yun stood at the forefront, his gaze calm as he watched the cabin. Moments later, a regal figure appeared at the bow of the ship. Indeed, it was the Grand Princess. She wore a flowing white gown embroidered with golden phoenixes, a silver silk belt accentuating her slender waist. Her long, dark hair was elegantly styled in a high bun, adorned with a golden phoenix hairpin that swayed gently with her movements, glimmering under the sunlight. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her features were picturesque. Her phoenix-like eyes held a faint smile, yet exuded an imposing presence that demanded respect. "Your Highness," Li Yun stepped forward, bowing slightly in salute. The Grand Princess's gaze fell upon Li Yun, a fleeting glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes before it was swiftly concealed. With a slight smile, her voice was soft yet carried an undeniable authority. "Yun'er, you have grown taller." Li Yun met her gaze and smiled gently. "Your Highness, your journey must have been arduous." As the Grand Princess descended the gangway, her gown flowed like water. She reached out to gently stroke Li Yun's hair, the gesture affectionate, yet tempered with restraint. "I hear you have been quite industrious this past year, producing many remarkable things?" Li Yun nodded. "I shall show your Highness shortly." The Grand Princess chuckled lightly, then glanced around, stating casually, "Everyone may disperse. I am here for a private visit, no need for formalities." The officials promptly retreated, leaving only the Grand Princess's personal maid and Li Yun's group. In the royal courtyard's inner chamber, the Grand Princess reclined lazily on a soft couch, delicately picking up a crystal-clear grape and elegantly placing it to her lips, her demeanor exuding an innate nobility even in the act of eating fruit. "Yun'er, what is it you wish to show me?" she inquired, looking at Li Yun with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Li Yun did not respond immediately but turned to the side, addressing Qiuwu. "Qiuwu, please fetch the item." The servant complied without hesitation. Qiuwu nodded and soon returned, holding a slender booklet with reverence, presenting it to Li Yun. Li Yun accepted the booklet and offered it to the princess. "Your Highness, this is the Supreme Martial Arts Manual, the 9 Manual." The princess paused momentarily, then took the booklet, flipping to the first page, which was densely inscribed with profound techniques and movement pathways. Although she was unfamiliar with martial arts, she recognized that this was no ordinary item. "Is this a martial arts manual?" she inquired, glancing at Li Yun with a hint of surprise. Li Yun affirmed, "Indeed. This is a fortuitous discovery of mine, the 9 Manual. It encompasses internal cultivation methods and several unparalleled martial techniques." A flicker of interest sparkled in the princess's eyes, but she soon regained her composure. "But Yun'er, I have never practiced martial arts. Is it not too late for me to start now?" Li Yun shook his head. The internal cultivation methods of the 9 Manual emphasize a gradual approach, particularly suitable for women. Furthermore, Your Highness, your constitution is predominantly Yin, and you possess remarkable talent. If you dedicate some time, you will surely achieve success. The princess pondered for a moment and then chuckled softly. "Yun'er, are you hoping to transform me into a martial arts master?" Li Yun smiled in return. if your highness were to master martial arts. It would facilitate your endeavors in the future. Otherwise, with only Yin Xiaoyi as your ninth-grade companion, I remain quite uneasy. The princess's gaze flickered, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Wan'er is indeed thoughtful on my behalf. Her tone was gentle, yet carried an imperceptible depth. Li Yun remained composed, responding respectfully. Your highness treats me with great kindness. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. The princess regarded him intently for a moment, then closed the booklet, softly declaring, very well. I shall give it a try. In the ensuing days, Li Yun personally guided the princess in cultivating the internal methods of the 9 manual. Although she had never practiced martial arts, her innate talent and suitability for the manual, combined with Li Yun's patient instruction, allowed her to grasp the basics within mere days. One day, in the cool pavilion of the backyard, the princess sat cross-legged, her hands forming seals, slowly channeling her internal energy according to Li Yun's teachings. Beads of perspiration formed on her forehead, her breathing deep and tranquil. While a faint mist seemed to envelop her, Li Yun stood nearby, his gaze resting on her focused profile. The princess's skin, already fair and flawless, took on a subtle rosy hue from her concentration, enhancing her beauty. Her long lashes quivered slightly, and her lips were pressed together, exuding a serene and captivating allure. Li Yun discreetly averted his gaze, yet a wave of indescribable emotions surged within him. He was acutely aware of the princess's sentiments towards him. Since childhood, her eyes had conveyed a complex affection, akin to a deeply buried bond that was difficult to articulate. Yet, she had always maintained her restraint, never revealing a trace of it. As the princess gradually opened her eyes, her voice was imbued with a gentle warmth. Li Yun gathered his thoughts and stepped forward. Your highness, how do you feel? The princess smiled slightly, her eyes sparkling with delight. It seems there is a warm current flowing within me. It feels quite pleasant. Li Yun nodded, acknowledging the signs of nascent inner strength. Your highness possesses exceptional talent. Given time, you are destined for great achievements. The princess rose, her gown cascading like water. She approached Li Yun, extending her hand, her fingertips pausing momentarily on his shoulder. In a soft voice, she murmured, Wan'er, thank you. The coolness of her touch was gentle. Li Yun subtly halted, then discreetly stepped back half a pace, responding respectfully, Your highness is too gracious. This is merely my duty. The princess's hand lingered in the air, her gaze darkening imperceptibly for a fleeting moment before returning to its usual brightness. Retracting her hand, the smile at her lips remained unchanged. Wan'er has grown. You seem somewhat distant from me now. Li Yun lowered his eyes, replying, Wan'er would not dare. The princess regarded him intently before turning her gaze toward the distant lake, her voice soft yet tinged with an elusive melancholy. Wan'er, if there comes a day when I require your aid, will you stand by my side? After a moment of silence, Li Yun answered slowly, Your highness's kindness weighs heavily upon me. In this life, I shall never betray you. The princess's smile deepened, a flicker of satisfaction crossing her eyes. Good, that brings me peace. Just then, Chunmei hurried over to report, Your highness, young Master Yin. The second prince has secretly arrived in Suzhou. He wishes to meet with you both. Li Yun was taken aback. The alpaca has come? The princess, with a languid expression, sighed softly and extended her left hand. Li Yun promptly stepped forward to assist her. The second prince is not lacking in qualities, yet he is overly impetuous. This time, he has come to Jiangnan in secret, likely for your sake. The princess spoke softly. Your highness, should Wan'er meet him? Li Yun raised his gaze slightly toward the princess's fair profile. Let us meet. After all, you will eventually journey to the capital. It would be prudent to plan for certain matters then. However, do not disclose the details regarding the archery troops and martial arts manuals. My Wan'er truly understands me. Chapter 19. Still 2 alpacas in the afternoon. Li Yun and the princess departed the royal villa and arrived at a secluded estate within the city. To the west of Suzhou lay Tsuwei Villa, nestled deep within a bamboo grove. This estate was typically deserted, yet today it appeared particularly lively. Several inconspicuous carriages were parked at the entrance, seemingly ordinary, but upon closer inspection, one could discern subtle royal insignia engraved on the yokes. Following the princess, Li Yun entered the villa at a leisurely pace. The estate featured pavilions and towers arranged harmoniously, adorned with a few red maples amidst the artificial mountains and flowing waters. The autumn sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Wan'er, When you see the second prince, do not feel overly constrained by formalities. The princess advised softly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Though he is a prince, he possesses a lively spirit. You may be at ease. Li Yun nodded. Yun'er understands. They traversed the corridor, arriving at a cool pavilion by the water's edge. Within, a figure stood with his back to them, leaning against the railing. Clad in a pristine white brocade robe, with his long hair partially bound, the most striking feature was the way his bangs swept to the left, fluttering gently in the breeze, exuding an air of nonchalance. Hearing their footsteps, he turned, revealing a handsome yet slightly mischievous face. It was none other than the second prince. And, upon encountering the esteemed princess, the second prince's eyes sparkled with delight as he swiftly approached to pay his respects. His gaze soon settled upon Li Yun, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. This must be the illustrious Li Yun, the younger sibling? He inquired. Li Yun clasped his hands in greeting, responding, I have the honor of meeting your highness. The second prince waved his hand dismissively, smiling. We are family. There is no need for excessive formalities. He placed a hand upon Li Yun's shoulder, surveying him with admiration. I have long heard of your remarkable talents, dear Yun. Seeing you today confirms those praises. For years ago, when Li Yun made a decisive gesture at one of the 3 great factories in Jiangnan, many doubted that a mere 6-year-old child possessed any true capabilities. However, supported by the princess, he was privy to knowledge that far surpassed that of the average person. Now, for years later, he was certain that Li Yun's prowess was indeed extraordinary. Li Yun offered a faint smile, choosing not to respond. The princess settled herself on a cushion, languidly reclining as she remarked, Second brother, your clandestine visit to Jiangnan could lead to complications should the supervisory court become aware of it. The second prince laughed heartily, unperturbed as he took a seat across from her. Father is preoccupied with state affairs. He has little time to concern himself with my movements. Moreover, I am not without capable companions. With them by my side, no one would notice my absence from the capital. The princess scoffed lightly. Do not feign ignorance. I am well aware of your nature. Unfazed, the second prince cheerfully poured himself a cup of tea, his gaze occasionally drifting towards Li Yun. Yun, I hear you have been engaged in quite a few intriguing endeavors in Jiangnan. Li Yun maintained his composure, replying, merely some trifles, hardly worth mentioning. The second prince raised an eyebrow. Trifles? It is not often that the supervisory court takes an interest in such matters. Li Yun's eyes flickered momentarily before he regained his steady demeanor, speaking meaningfully. The supervisory court is known for its oppressive ways, yet we are in Suzhou. The second prince chuckled knowingly, opting not to press further, instead redirecting the conversation. Would you be interested in visiting the capital? It is far more vibrant than Jiangnan. The princess cast a cool glance at the second prince. Second brother, why should young Yun venture to the capital at such a tender age? The second prince shrugged. Young Yun cannot remain in Jiangnan indefinitely. With his talents, he would flourish in the capital. The princess sipped her tea, remaining silent. Li Yun seized the moment to interject. Your Highness, I appreciate your kind offer, but I still have matters to attend to in Jiangnan and cannot leave just yet. The second prince, not wishing to impose, smiled. No matter, there will be ample time in the future. Just then, another figure approached the pavilion. The newcomer was tall, clad in black, with a long sword at his waist. Most striking was his hairstyle, with bangs swept to the right, a stark contrast to that of the second prince. It was none other than the second prince's personal bodyguard, the 9th-rank swordsman, Fan Wujiu. Li Yun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the sight of their opposing hairstyles. Indeed, they resembled 2 llamas. Fan Wujiu arrived at the pavilion's entrance, clasping his fists in greeting, Your Highness, Princess, young Master Yun. The second prince gestured, Wujiu, come in. Fan Wujiu stepped into the pavilion, positioning himself behind the second prince, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings, particularly lingering on Li Yun for several moments. Noticing his scrutiny, Li Yun smiled subtly, showing no signs of concern. The second prince suddenly remarked, Brother Yun, Wujiu's swordsmanship is renowned in the capital. Why don't you engage in a friendly spar with him? The grand princess frowned slightly. Younger brother, how can you expect Yun, who is still so young, to spar with a 9th-tier expert? The second prince chuckled, rest assured, Aunt Wujiu knows his limits. Li Yun understood that the second prince sought to gauge his strength, but he was also curious to see just how formidable a 9th-tier martial artist could be. He stood up and clasped his hands, saying, Since His Highness expresses such interest, I shall gladly oblige. The Grand Princess cast a glance at Li Yun, noting his calm demeanor, and decided not to intervene further, merely stating, "Let it be a measured exchange." In the courtyard of the manor, an expansive training ground awaited. Li Yun and Fan Wujiao faced each other. Fan Wujiao cupped his fists. "Young Master Yin, please." Li Yun nodded. "Mr. Fan, after you." No sooner had the words left his lips than Fan Wujiao moved like a specter, closing in on Li Yun with his sheathed sword sweeping towards him. Unfazed, Li Yun lightly tapped his foot, retreating with the grace of willow catkins, effortlessly evading the strike. A flicker of surprise crossed Fan Wujiao's eyes, yet he pressed on, the sword sheath striking like a tempest. Li Yun did not retaliate. He relied solely on his agile movements to dodge, seeming to anticipate each of Fan Wujiao's attacks, his actions fluid and harmonious, as if choreographed. The second prince stood nearby, his interest piqued. The Grand Princess maintained her composure but was inwardly astonished. She recognized Li Yun's prowess, but had not expected him to hold his own against a ninth-tier fighter. After dozens of exchanges, Fan Wujiao suddenly halted, sheathing his sword and stating solemnly, "Young Master Yun, your footwork is commendable. I am impressed." Li Yun smiled faintly. "Mr. Fan, you flatter me." Truth be told, he felt a tinge of disappointment. The martial arts of this world seemed rather lackluster. The techniques were meager. He had merely employed his agility to evade Fan Wujiao's assaults. Indeed, the claim that one remains an ant until reaching the Grand Master level was no idle jest. The second prince clapped and laughed. "Splendid. Brother Yun, you truly are a hidden gem." He stepped forward, patting Li Yun on the shoulder, and whispered, "Brother Yun, would you be interested in collaborating with me?" Li Yun raised his gaze, meeting the ambitious eyes of the second prince, and replied slowly, "How does His Highness envision this collaboration?" A slight smile graced the second princess' lips. "Upon our return to the capital, assist me." Li Yun paused for a moment, then chuckled, "Your Highness, I am still quite young, and I fear I may be of little help." The second prince was not displeased and replied meaningfully, "No matter, I shall wait for you." With that, Li Yun regarded the second prince with a knowing look. "Your Highness, be wary of the crown prince. He is quite the enigma." "I have always been aware." The second prince smiled, feeling reassured, as he was certain Li Yun would not align himself with the crown princess faction. Li Yun remained silent, turning his attention to Fan Wujiao and the book at his waist. "Mr. Fan, do you enjoy reading?" The second prince interjected with a smile. His dream is to excel in the imperial examinations and make a remarkable debut. "This has been my aspiration since childhood," Fan Wujiao responded, his eyes filled with seriousness and determination. "In that case, it should not be too difficult for His Highness to take the lead," Li Yun inquired. He was unwilling, asserting that he wished to rely on his own abilities. The second prince shook his head and chuckled. Li Yun smiled in return, finding Fan Wujiao quite amusing indeed. Chapter 20. The princess wore a bikini. The second prince spent only a brief time at the villa, dining with Li Yun and the princess before hastily departing Suzhou to return to the capital. Li Yun shared a carriage with the princess as they made their way back to the estate. The warm, gentle glow of the setting sun filtered through the gauzy curtains of the carriage, casting a soft light within. Li Yun sat upright on the plush cushion, his back straight and hands neatly resting on his knees, though his gaze inevitably drifted towards the opposite side. The princess reclined languidly on the soft couch, draped in a simple white gauzy outer robe, the collar slightly loosened, revealing a glimpse of her delicate skin at the neck. She propped her chin on one hand, a few strands of hair cascading down her cheek, her lips curling into a faint, elusive smile, her playful eyes observing Li Yun with keen interest. "Yun'er," she suddenly spoke, her voice soft with a hint of inquiry. "I have heard that you manage a hot spring villa in the outskirts of Suzhou?" Li Yun felt a stir in his heart, yet maintained a calm facade. "Indeed, Your Highness." The princess responded with a gentle hum, her fingertips unconsciously twirling a strand of hair, and continued leisurely. "I have also heard that this villa seemingly caters exclusively to female guests. Moreover, the bathrobes provided are rather innovative." Li Yun's throat subtly moved. He understood precisely what the princess was alluding to. The villa's most striking feature was undoubtedly the so-called new-style bathrobes he had designed. Initially, to test the effect, he had asked the voluptuous Yang Mingyi to try them on. The woman had blushed furiously at first, refusing outright, but once she donned the robe and beheld her alluring curves in the mirror, she gradually shed her inhibitions. Eventually, even her traditionally demure elder sister, Shen Qingling, had ventured to try on the robe amidst the warm, steamy atmosphere of the hot spring. you know? The princess's voice pulled him back to reality. Li Yun cleared his throat. The villa does indeed offer some unique garments, but they are solely for the convenience of enjoying the hot springs. Oh, the princess's interest intensified. What makes them so novel? Li Yun chose his words with care. Their style diverges from tradition, being more lightweight and simplistic, yet they remain entirely respectful. The princess suddenly laughed lightly, her gaze sparkling with mischief. Then I, too, would like to try them. Li Yun was momentarily taken aback. Why not? The princess tilted her head. Her lips slightly pursed. Are you unwilling to let me see the garments you designed, Wan'er? Li Yun felt a warmth rise to his ears. No. It's not that the thought of the princess in such swimwear stirred his mind. Then it is settled, the princess declared with an air of finality. Tonight, we shall go to your hot spring villa. As night fell, the hot spring villa, nestled deep within the bamboo grove, glimmered with lights yet remained tranquil. The only sound being the gentle trickle of water. Li Yun stood outside the most secluded hot spring courtyard, listening to the faint sounds of water within, his heart racing quietly. Young master, Shen Qingling approached, delicately carrying an exquisite tray upon which lay a meticulously arranged set of uniquely styled bathrobes, prepared as per your instructions. Li Yun accepted the wooden tray, murmuring his gratitude. You've worked hard. Shen Qingling smiled shyly, a blush gracing her cheeks. You are too kind, young master. After a moment's hesitation, she could not restrain her curiosity. Is it true that Her Highness the Grand Princess intends to wear this? Li Yun nodded with resignation. A flicker of disbelief crossed Shen Qingling's eyes, though she quickly regained her composure. Then I shall take my leave. Once she departed, Li Yun inhaled deeply and gently rapped on the courtyard door. Your Highness, the clothing has arrived. Come in, came the languid voice of the Grand Princess from within. Li Yun pushed the door open, instantly freezing in place. By the hot spring, the moonlight cascaded like water. The Grand Princess, draped in a gossamer robe, stood with her back to him. The mist swirled around, the thin fabric slightly damp, subtly outlining her graceful silhouette. Hearing a sound, she slowly turned, the fabric sliding slightly to reveal her glistening shoulders and neck. Li Yun promptly lowered his gaze, extending the tray forward. Your Highness, the garments are here. The Grand Princess chuckled softly, her bare feet stepping onto the smooth cobblestones as she approached him step by step. Li Yun could sense her proximity, even catching the faint, enchanting fragrance that lingered in the air. Wan'er, her voice was near, imbued with warmth and moisture. Help me change. Li Yun's gaze shot up, meeting the Grand Princess's eyes, which were now mere inches away. Tiny droplets clung to her eyelashes, her lips slightly parted, her gaze teasing yet concealing deeper, inscrutable emotions. Li Yun found himself momentarily speechless. However, the Grand Princess had already taken the set of peculiar bathrobes, her fingertips delicately caressing the fabric, her tone curious. Is such a design truly convenient? Without waiting for Li Yun's response, she placed the garments back into his hands, turning to extend her arms. You shall assist me in donning them. Li Yun's hands trembled imperceptibly. In the moonlight, the Grand Princess's figure seemed to be bathed in a soft glow, every contour appearing elegant and flawless. He held his breath, his fingers quivering as he tied the straps at her back. In the midst of this action, his fingertips inadvertently brushed against her delicate skin, and both paused momentarily. Is it done? The Grand Princess inquired softly, her voice tinged with a suppressed excitement. Li Yun stepped back, nodding with difficulty. The Grand Princess turned around. The deep crimson, specially tailored bathrobe clung perfectly to her form, accentuating her skin's porcelain hue. The slender straps beautifully outlined the graceful lines of her shoulders and neck. She glanced down, unable to see her toes, a smile blossoming on her lips. Wan'er, your thoughts are indeed clever. With that, she strolled towards the hot spring, glancing back at Li Yun and winking. Will you not join me for a soak? Li Yun stood frozen in place. The Grand Princess had already entered the pool, the warm spring water rising to her waist, then to her chest. The water rippled, casting dancing shadows. Wan'er, she leaned against the edge of the pool, her damp hair clinging to her neck, her voice a lazy invitation. Come here. Li Yun felt as though he were drawn by her voice, irresistibly moving toward the edge of the pool. Just as his fingers were about to graze the surface of the water, the princess suddenly reached out and pulled him into the pool. Splash! Water erupted around them. Li Yun fell into the warm spring water unexpectedly, his clothes drenched. As he steadied himself in the water, the princess had already swum to the opposite end of the pool. her laughter bright and reminiscent of a mischievous girl whose prank had succeeded. "Your Highness," Li Yun called out helplessly. The princess leaned on the edge of the pool, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes twinkling with a playful glint. "Wan'er has grown up and no longer wishes to play with me." Crystal droplets glided down her strands of hair, tracing over her delicate collarbone before finally disappearing into the rippling water. Li Yun abruptly turned his face away, his ears flushed. "Your Highness, please stop this." The princess gazed at him quietly, the mirth in her eyes gradually fading, replaced by a complex emotion. She softly murmured, "Wan'er, do you know? Sometimes I find myself thinking." Her words trailed off as she suddenly halted, shaking her head and turning her back to Li Yun. "It's getting late. Let us return." Li Yun watched her retreating figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. He understood the unspoken words that lingered in the air. The night breeze rustled through the bamboo grove, the leaves whispering secrets. The mist rising from the hot spring obscured their figures, concealing the secrets of their beating hearts. Chapter 21. A month of warmth. As dawn broke, the sky began to blush with the light of day. In the back garden of the royal residence, dew still clung to the blades of grass, and the air was infused with the fragrant scent of greenery. Li Yun stood in the center of the courtyard, his posture as upright as a pine, his eyes gently closed, breathing deeply. Suddenly, he heard familiar footsteps behind him, light and languid, reminiscent of a cat's tread. Wan'er, the princess's voice floated from behind, imbued with the soft warmth characteristic of early morning. Li Yun turned to see her clad in a simple white practice robe, her hair casually tied up, with a few stray strands framing her snow-like complexion. Her eyes still bore traces of sleep, her lips slightly pouted, clearly having been forcibly roused from her slumber. "Your Highness," Li Yun could not help but chuckle. "Did you not say yesterday that you wished to learn the 9 divine claw from me?" The princess yawned, tears glimmering at the corners of her eyes. "So early?" She rubbed her eyes and suddenly pinched Li Yun's cheek, playfully tugging at it. "You little rascal. Leaving me all alone at the hot spring resort last night, and now waking me up so early." Li Yun felt quite helpless. At times, the princess had become increasingly unreserved. "Your Highness, I did it to avoid misunderstandings." The princess huffed lightly, yet a glimmer of amusement flickered in her eyes. "All right then, are we not starting the lesson?" She stretched lazily, the fabric of her practice robe tightening with her movements, accentuating her graceful curves. Li Yun quickly averted his gaze, clearing his throat. "The 9 divine claw is immensely powerful. Your Highness should first learn the first stance from me." With that, he assumed an initial position, his movements fluid and graceful. The princess mimicked his stance, yet she struggled to grasp the essence of it. "Incorrect." Li Yun approached her from behind, gently resting his hand on her wrist, urging her arm to relax further. His chest nearly pressed against her back, filling his senses with the delicate fragrance emanating from her hair. The princess suddenly turned her head, her nose almost brushing against his chin. "Wan'er, your heartbeat is quite rapid." Li Yun instinctively stepped back, nearly tripping over his own feet. "Your Highness, please be serious." The princess chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling. All right. I will heed Wan'er's words." After their morning exercise, the sun had bathed the courtyard in warmth, and breakfast was laid out in the garden pavilion. The princess languidly reclined on a soft couch, allowing Hmph to wipe the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. Li Yun sat opposite her, diligently serving her congee. "Your Highness, do have some lotus seed congee. It will cool you down." The princess accepted the porcelain bowl, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against the back of his hand, sending a subtle thrill through him. "Wan'er, you are so considerate." She took a sip and suddenly blinked. "You are far more attentive than last night." Li Yun nearly choked on his own saliva. Hmph stifled her laughter, quickly lowering her head. The princess, seemingly oblivious, lifted a crystal shrimp dumpling to Li Yun's lips. "Come. Open your mouth." Seeing this, Li Yun obediently complied. The exquisite flavor of the dumpling melted in his mouth, yet all his attention was captivated by the princess's smiling eyes, which sparkled like a sky full of stars, making it impossible to look away. "Is it delicious?" she inquired. Li Yun nodded. "Delicious. Then have another." Thus, their breakfast unfolded leisurely under the princess's gentle feeding. A soft breeze wafted through, bringing with it the scent of blooming flowers. The distant maidens observed the scene, instinctively quieting their movements, fearful of disturbing the princess's enjoyment. In the ensuing month, each morning, Li Yun would punctually awaken the princess, teaching her the 9 manual or its martial arts. Matters of internal treasury and financial power did not concern her, for over the years, The three major factories had already produced 3 sets of machines. These machines were operating in certain secret locations, and even without the power of the 3 major factories, she remained unfazed. The princess was remarkably intelligent, making rapid progress, yet she would feign ignorance, insisting that Li Yun teach her step by step. Yun'er, how is this move executed? Yun'er, my waist aches. Could you massage it for me? Li Yun, fully aware of her ploy, nonetheless found himself softening at her antics. Each breakfast became their most intimate moment. The princess relished feeding him, delighting in his exasperated yet indulgent expressions. Sometimes it was the translucent shrimp dumplings, other times the soft and sweet osmanthus cake, and occasionally the grapes she had peeled herself. Yun'er, open wide your highness. I am no longer a child. In my eyes, you will always be a child. As she spoke, a flicker of complex emotion passed through the princess's eyes, quickly masked by a smile. On an evening a month later, Li Yun was engrossed in his studies in the study when he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from outside. Upon lifting her gaze, the princess leaned against the doorframe, a jug of wine in her hand. Your Highness? She stepped inside, placing the vessel upon the table. Yun'er, join me for a drink. Li Yun furrowed his brow. But Your Highness, do you not dislike wine? The princess smiled, a hint of wistfulness in her eyes. Today is a special occasion. She poured herself and Li Yun a cup, raising it to her lips and consuming it in one swift motion. The liquid cascaded down her chin, tracing her fair neck and disappearing into her collar. Li Yun's throat tightened, hastily averting his gaze. Your Highness, you've had too much. Yet the princess suddenly grasped his hand, her voice husky. Yun'er, I must return to the capital. Li Yun was taken aback. So soon? Indeed, the princess replied softly. There are matters in the capital that require my attention. She lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Li Yun. Yun'er, will you accompany me back to the capital this time? The more time she spent with Li Yun, the clearer her feelings became, prompting her desire to bring him back with her. Li Yun remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. Your Highness, you know I cannot go to the capital just yet. The princess slowly nodded, regaining her composure. It was indeed not the right time for Li Yun to venture there. Very well, then shall we share another cup? Observing her slightly inebriated state softened Li Yun's heart, and he accepted the cup. All right. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the two. Amidst the fragrant haze of wine, the princess suddenly murmured, Yun'er, promise me you will never betray me, or I shall go mad. Li Yun nodded. I shall forever belong to your Highness. The princess smiled, affectionately ruffling his hair. Time flies, my Yun'er, you have grown. Her voice was soft, imbued with a sense of sighing, almost as if bidding farewell. The night breeze rustled, carrying with it the scent of blossoms. Thus, this tender moonlit evening quietly drew to a close. The following day, as Li Yun watched the princess's boat recede into the distance, he exhaled deeply. This past month had been one of comfort, yet also a source of torment. The princess had been somewhat liberated during this time, perhaps due to the familiarity of Suzhou, a realm under their complete control. Young master, as per custom, the sisters Shun Qingling will return to the Shun residence tonight. Madame Yang inquired if you require training for your Dao heart this evening. Qiu Wu softly inquired. Have her don my latest design, the violet stepmother gown, and await me at the hot spring villa. Li Yun contemplated briefly before replying. Understood, Qiu Wu responded. Chapter 22. Training the Dao heart. As dusk enveloped the sky, the hot spring villa was shrouded in a veil of mist. Li Yun sat cross-legged upon the soft couch beside the hot spring, his eyes gently closed, breathing deeply. He was practicing the 9-yang divine skill. The true energy within him surging like a river, circulating through his meridians. Young master, Madame Yang has arrived. Qiu Wu's voice floated in from outside. Li Yun slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of something unusual crossing his gaze before clarity returned. Let her in. The door creaked open, allowing a waft of delicate fragrance to enter. Yang Mingyi gracefully stepped in, her deep violet halter dress accentuating her voluptuous figure. The dress is the latest creation of Li Yun. Its deep neckline nearly reaches the waist, and the high-slit skirt sways with each step, revealing glimpses of long, elegant legs. A delicate silver chain adorns her waist, accentuating her slender figure. Young Master Yun, came the soft, alluring voice of Yang Mingyi as she approached Li Yun, slightly bending forward, offering an unobstructed view of her captivating curves. Li Yun felt an almost imperceptible movement in his throat. Over the past 2 years, he had deliberately encouraged Yang Mingyi to wear various provocative outfits to test his self-restraint. From the initial bikini to the later chi pao, various sheer skirts. And now this violet ensemble. He had managed to suppress his impulses each time with sheer willpower. However, today, perhaps due to the intimate encounters with the princess over the past month, his resolve seemed to waver. "Young master, does this outfit please you?" Yang Mingyi inquired. Her lips parting slightly, her breath fragrant like orchids. She spun around deliberately, the hem of her skirt billowing, revealing more of her fair skin. Li Yun took a deep breath, forcing himself to divert his gaze. Quite nice," he replied. A glimmer of mischief danced in Yang Mingyi's eyes as she suddenly knelt beside him, her delicate fingers lightly resting on his shoulder. "Young master, may I offer you a massage?" Without waiting for his response, her fingers began to skillfully wander over his neck and shoulders. The sensation was feather-light, yet imbued with an undeniable warmth, causing Li Yun's body to tense instantly. "Young master," Yang Mingyi leaned closer, her warm breath brushing against his ear. "You seem a bit anxious today." Her lips almost grazed his earlobe as she whispered, "Is it because the princess has departed?" Li Yun sprang to his feet, nearly knocking Yang Mingyi over. "That's enough," he said, his voice hoarse. "We shall end it here for today." Yang Mingyi fell back to the ground, her skirt spreading out, revealing her long legs. She looked up at Li Yun with a hint of grievance in her eyes. "Do you find me displeasing, young master?" Li Yun closed his eyes, forcing himself to regain composure. He was well aware that Yang Mingyi was being deliberate. This woman had transformed from shy resistance to effortless allure, seemingly reveling in her newfound freedom. "Get up," he commanded, pulling her to her feet, but upon touching her soft hand, his heart quivered once more. Yang Mingyi leaned into him, her crimson lips nearly brushing against his chin. "Your heart races quite fast, young master," she teased. Li Yun abruptly pushed her away, stepping back, his breath becoming unsteady. At that moment, he recalled the old monk's admonition. His 9-yang divine skill was not yet perfected. Should he lose control now, he could suffer the loss of his martial prowess, or worse, damage his meridians. This thought doused him with cold clarity, bringing him back to his senses. "Madam Yang," he said, his voice regaining its calmness, "you have worked hard today. You may return now." Yang Mingyi blinked, seemingly surprised by his self-control. But soon, she unveiled a seductive smile. "Should you ever change your mind, young master, you may always seek me," she said, gracefully departing and leaving behind a lingering fragrance. Li Yun let out a deep breath, resuming his seated position to circulate the Jiu-Yang divine art, calming the restlessness within him. The night was tranquil. Standing alone by the window, he gazed at the silvery moonlight. The past 2 years of cultivating his Tao heart had endowed him with a formidable resistance to allure. Yet today, he had nearly faltered, not due to Yang Mingyi's beauty, but because Li Yun abruptly shook his head, dispelling such thoughts. He must remain vigilant. Until he perfected the Jiu-Yang divine art, any indulgence could obliterate the years of toil he had invested. Furthermore, "Young master," a voice called from behind. "Qiuwu has prepared warm water for your bath. Would you like to indulge?" Li Yun nodded in response, "Yes." In the fragrant pool, warm water enveloped his body as he leaned back against the edge of the tub, closing his eyes and allowing the steam to envelop him. Suddenly, he felt a pair of soft hands resting on his shoulders. It was Qiuwu. Her delicate fingers gently pressed against his shoulders. "Young master, I do not understand why you subject yourself to such torment." "You do not comprehend," Li Yun replied, leaning against the tub. His eyes closed as he relished Qiuwu's massage. "This world is inherently filled with temptation for me. Some things can only be resisted through habituation." He was acutely aware of his own nature, hence the importance of dispelling allure. Qiuwu fell silent. In her understanding, Li Yun's identity, intellect, and strength destined him to be far from an ordinary individual. His exceptional nature warranted the presence of women, so why should it matter? Yet, she refrained from voicing this. As long as Li Yun did not distance himself from her, everything was acceptable. They had grown up together, and she was his most trusted confidant, holding a place of utmost significance in his heart. "Qiuwu, I recall that there has been a flood in Jiangbei, correct?" Li Yun inquired suddenly. "Indeed," Qiuwu responded. "It has occurred in recent days, and the government's relief efforts will not arrive swiftly. So many refugees may soon flood into Suzhou. Assist Lu Cheng in providing aid." Using my aunt's name, Li Yun instructed, "Moreover, select some orphans who have lost their parents for cultivation. You may manage this as you see fit." "I understand," Qiuwu replied. After helping Li Yun bathe, Qiuwu dressed him in his night clothes. Li Yun followed his usual routine. practicing calligraphy in the study for a while before returning to his chamber, settling into the warm bed prepared by Qiu Wu. A few days later, the princess returned to the capital. Before she could rest at Changxing Palace, she was summoned to the emperor's study. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects," the princess greeted. "There is no need for excessive formality. Please, take a seat," the emperor replied with a faint smile. "The reason I hastily called for you is to inquire about two matters." The princess settled into a nearby chair, her expression mirroring the emperor's calm demeanor. "Your Majesty, please proceed. The flood in Jiangbei has occurred, and I have dispatched an imperial envoy to provide relief," the emperor stated casually. However, as he continued, his gaze intensified, fixating on the princess. "Before my envoy has even arrived, Li Yun has utilized the treasury's funds in your name to assist Lu Cheng in alleviating the plight of the refugees who have fled to Suzhou. What is his intention? To win the hearts of the people?" The emperor appeared quite irate. The princess, with a serene smile, remarked, "This is indeed a positive development, Your Majesty. Wan'er, under the auspices of her elder sister, is participating in disaster relief efforts, which undoubtedly earns the royal family the goodwill of the people. Besides, I am merely a woman." After all, the emperor displayed a look of helplessness, but soon his expression turned cold. "Let us set this aside for now. But you have granted Li Yun the authority to freely access the treasury. Do you intend for Li Yun to inherit control over the treasury in the future? Your Majesty, should you find Wan'er's actions inappropriate, you may revoke my authority over the treasury," the princess replied, her gaze unwavering as she met the emperor's eyes. The emperor remained silent, simply observing her. After a considerable pause, he waved his hand. "You may return to rest." The princess rose and made a slight bow. "I take my leave." After her departure, the emperor summoned Eunuch Ho. "Go inform Sir Nanbo that I have approved the marriage proposal he sought for Fan Xian." "Understood," Eunuch Ho responded promptly, bowing deeply before departing the palace to visit the Fan residence. In the tranquil imperial study, the emperor's expression was contemplative. He had intended to admonish his sister by leveraging her most cherished authority over the treasury. Yet, her apparent indifference puzzled him. Chapter 23. The imperial envoy is the crown prince. On the official road outside Suzhou City, dust rose in clouds. A group of emaciated, ragged refugees trudged toward the city gate, burdened with their families. Their faces were drawn, marked by fatigue and a near despair. Yet a flicker of hope remained in their hearts, as they clung to the belief that the prosperous Suzhou might offer them salvation. Li Yun stood atop the city wall, observing this scene with a furrowed brow. "Young master, this is the third group today," Qiu Wu said softly beside him. "The makeshift porridge stalls within the city are running low." Li Yun nodded. "Have Xin Wansan send another batch of grain." However, Qiu Wu hesitated. "If this continues, no matter how many porridge stalls we set up, it won't suffice." After a moment of silence, Li Yun replied, "Do not worry. The plans for Lu City should be finalized soon, allowing the refugees to assist in building the levees." Qiu Wu acknowledged, "I understand, young master. By the way, I have identified 7 orphans over the past few days, all around 10 years of age and with promising talents." "Very well, let us aim for a total of 30, Li Yun said, gazing at the unending stream of refugees. "You will be responsible for managing these individuals." Qiu Wu bit her lip but nodded in compliance before returning to her duties. A month later, the relief efforts began to conclude. Throughout this month, Li Yun had tirelessly visited the refugee camps daily, overseeing the construction of porridge stalls, the distribution of medical supplies, and even partaking in some basic healing tasks. "Young Master Yun, we owe you so much. The benevolence of Her Highness the Princess is remarkable. Thank you, young Master Yun, for saving our lives." The voices of gratitude from the refugees echoed around him. Li Yun merely nodded, refraining from taking credit. He understood that the true gratitude was directed towards the name of the princess, rather than towards him, a mere 10-year-old boy. His profound dedication stems from a deep understanding of the merciless nature of natural disasters. The haunting memory of a past catastrophe renders him unable to remain a mere bystander. His hands-on involvement is also motivated by the ever-present threat of opportunists. In his previous life, he entrusted all his New Year's money to them. However, with such sentiments, he has identified and eliminated numerous such pests during this time. "Young master, you must take a rest," Qiu Wu said, her heart aching as she observed the fatigue etched on Li Yun's face. "You haven't had a proper night's sleep in a month." Li Yun shook his head, reassuring her. "Do not worry, I am fine. Aren't you all just like me?" At that moment, Haidang hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Young master, urgent news." Li Yun accepted the missive she handed him, unfolding it to reveal a frown that quickly deepened. "The Crown Prince has arrived?" Haidang nodded. "I have just received word that the Crown Prince is the true imperial envoy responsible for disaster relief. Now that the situation in Jiangbei has stabilized, he should have returned to the capital. However, for reasons unknown, he has altered his itinerary and is heading towards Suzhou." Li Yun smiled gently. "From now on, anyone who dares to call the Crown Prince a fool is undoubtedly the real simpleton." He tucked away the missive and turned to walk towards the city, prepare the horses. "We are going to the governor's office." At the Suzhou governor's office, Lu Cheng was overwhelmed, grappling with official documents. Upon hearing of Li Yun's arrival, he quickly rose to greet him. "Young Master Yun." Li Yun waved his hand and directly inquired, "Lord Lu, you are aware of the Crown Prince's impending visit to Suzhou, correct?" Lu Cheng wiped the sweat from his brow. "I have just received word and was about to inform you." "When is he arriving?" "The earliest will be by noon tomorrow." Li Yun pondered for a moment, prepared to receive him. All necessary courtesies must be observed. Lu Cheng nodded repeatedly. Yes, I understand." After a brief hesitation, he cautiously asked, "Young Master Yun, could the Crown Prince's sudden visit be because?" "Because of what?" Li Yun raised his gaze to meet his. Lu Cheng swallowed hard. "Because of your disaster relief efforts under the name of the princess?" Li Yun chuckled lightly. "Lord Lu, you worry too much. The Crown Prince's concern for the victims and his personal inspection of the disaster situation is a positive development." Lu Cheng offered a forced laugh, feeling it prudent to say no more. The next day at noon, the gates of Suzhou swung open, and Lu Cheng led a group of officials to line up outside the city in anticipation. Li Yun, representing the princess in Suzhou, stood at the forefront of the welcoming party. In the distance, dust billowed as a procession approached, led by a splendid carriage drawn by 4 pure white horses, adorned with exquisite dragon carvings that signified its owner's noble status. The carriage halted before the city gates. As the curtain was lifted, a young man in his early 20s emerged, clad in a bright yellow embroidered robe. His handsome features bore an innate nobility, yet his gaze held a hint of coldness that was unsettling. He was none other than the Crown Prince himself. "We pay our respects to His Royal Highness." The crowd knelt in unison, bowing in reverence. The Crown Prince cast a casual glance over the assembly, his gaze ultimately settling on Li Yun. "So this is Li Yun, is it? No need for such formalities. Rise." Li Yun rose, his demeanor neither servile nor haughty. "Thank you, Your Highness," he said. The Crown Prince smiled, stepping forward to pat Li Yun's shoulder. "No need for such formality. We are all kin. I've long heard of your exceptional talent, and today, it is indeed as the rumors suggest." His hand was cool, akin to that of a serpent. Li Yun subtly stepped back, maintaining his composure. "Your Highness, you flatter me." The Crown Prince smiled lightly, then turned his attention to Lu Cheng. "Lord Lu, how are the displaced citizens faring?" Lu Cheng hastily stepped forward to report. The Crown Prince listened, nodding occasionally, yet Li Yun noticed that his gaze wandered, revealing a lack of genuine concern. Once the report concluded, the Crown Prince suddenly remarked, "I have heard that during this disaster relief, the esteemed princess has contributed significantly?" Lu Cheng glanced at Li Yun before cautiously replying, "Indeed, thanks to Her Royal Highness's generosity, we have been able to accommodate so many victims in Suzhou." The Crown Prince smiled knowingly. The esteemed princess truly cares for the people. He then turned to Li Yun. "Cousin, will you not invite me to your hot spring villa? I have heard much about it." Li Yun maintained an impassive expression. The hot spring villa only entertained female guests, and the Crown Prince's sudden request clearly bore ulterior motives. "Forgive me, Your Highness," Li Yun respectfully responded, "but due to the recent natural disaster in Jiangnan, the villa is undergoing renovations and may not be suitable for guests." The Crown Prince squinted. "Is that so? What a pity." He suddenly leaned closer to Li Yun, speaking in a tone audible only to the two of them. "Cousin, did you know? The Emperor has taken a keen interest in you. A 10-year-old capable of mobilizing the treasury and earning the trust of the esteemed princess is quite remarkable." Li Yun's expression remained unchanged. "Your Highness, you overestimate me. I merely do what I can to assist the victims." The Crown Prince chuckled softly, patting his shoulder. "I hope so." With that, he turned and walked towards the carriage. "I have official matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Until we meet again in the capital, cousin." The carriage rolled away slowly, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. Li Yun watched the departing convoy, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. The Crown Prince had come to test him, and his swift departure suggested a depth of cunning beyond his expectations. Young Master Chou approached with concern. Li Yun smiled lightly, dismissing the worry. "It's nothing. Let us return." He turned and walked towards the city. After all, this was a world where power reigned supreme. Moreover, he had observed something intriguing. The Crown Prince was not without formidable allies. The coachman driving the Crown Prince's carriage possessed a long, steady breath and sharp eyes. Li Yun was certain that this individual was no less than a 9th-rank expert, on par with Xie Bian and Fan Wujiao. Chapter 24. The Emperor's Bloodlust. A day later, in the capital, the Imperial Study. The flickering candlelight cast shadows upon the cold stone floor of the study. The Emperor toyed with an arrowhead, his fingers slowly caressing the sharp edge, the metallic glint reflecting in his unfathomable gaze. His movements were deliberate, as if savoring the delicate sensation of metal against skin, or contemplating how to render this arrow even more lethal. "Are you saying that the Crown Prince merely exchanged a few words with Li Yun before departing?" The Emperor's voice was low, tinged with a careless chill, as if he were discussing a matter of little consequence. Hmph sat in the central wheelchair of the court, his posture as straight as a blade, the black attire of the Surveillance Institute accentuating his stern countenance. He slightly inclined his hands in a gesture of respect, his tone calm. "Indeed, Your Majesty." After a brief pause, he added, "There is one more matter. Over a month ago, the second prince also left the capital, but the Surveillance Institute has been unable to ascertain his whereabouts." A soft snort escaped the Emperor's nostrils, the corners of his mouth twitching imperceptibly, a glimmer of derision flashing in his eyes. "It appeared that not all of my sons are as foolish as they seem." He rose slowly, the arrow in his hand glinting ominously in the candlelight. Hmph lowered his gaze, realizing that the Emperor's words were not a query directed at him, but rather a soliloquy. The Emperor approached the imperial desk, picked up a bow, and methodically knocked an arrow. "Do you believe that the second prince has also gone to Jiangnan?" Hmph finally spoke, his voice deep and tinged with a hint of probing. The Emperor did not respond, merely narrowed his eyes slightly, the bowstring gradually drawn back. The arrow's tip aimed directly at Hmph. The air suddenly thickened with tension. Hmph's expression remained unchanged, not even a hint of disrupted breath, as he sat quietly in his wheelchair, allowing the arrow to point at his brow. Whoosh! The arrow soared through the air, brushing past Hmph's ear, and ultimately struck the armor hanging on the screen by the door with a resounding thud. The arrow left only a dent in the armor, failing to penetrate. "Another failure," the Emperor remarked, his tone laced with a hint of regret, though it quickly returned to normal. He lowered the bow and turned to Hmph, a subtle smile playing on his lips. "I have said nothing. As the head of the Surveillance Institute, is there anything in this world that you do not know?" Hmph slightly bowed his head. "I am guilty, Your Majesty." His voice remained tranquil, yet a flicker of sharpness flashed in his eyes. "There is one matter that I have yet to report to Your Majesty." "Speak." "Since 4 years ago, all the spies I had placed in the 3 major factories have now vanished without a trace." Hmph raised his head, meeting the Emperor's gaze, enunciating each word clearly. "They are neither seen alive nor found deceased." The Emperor's fingertips lightly tapped the imperial desk, the rhythm slow and heavy, as if he were calculating something. "Is there more?" "There is," Hmph continued. "Following Your Majesty's directives to investigate Li Yun, the results have proven peculiar. All that the Surveillance Institute could uncover were the elements Li Yun had made public, information known to all. However," he paused, his tone growing colder. "Whenever personnel from the Surveillance Institute approach Li Yun or the 3 major factories and the Suzhou Royal Villa, these spies vanish within half an hour through various means." The Emperor's expression gradually darkened. In other words, he slowly rose to his feet, his towering figure enveloped in the flickering candlelight, exuding an intangible sense of oppression. "For years had passed, and to this day, you have not uncovered the means by which Li Yun killed those workers back then?" Hmph fell silent for a moment, ultimately bowing. "I acknowledge my transgressions." Yet he quickly added, "However, there are rumors that Li Yun possesses martial prowess. The exact level remains unknown. For since he took the lives of those workers 4 years ago, he has not engaged in combat since." The Emperor scoffed coldly, resuming his position on the soft couch, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. "Draft the decree." He suddenly spoke, his voice as frigid as ice. "Draft the decree." The Emperor commanded the Ministry of Revenue and the Censorate to send individuals to investigate the accounts of the 3 major workshops in Jiangnan, with the personnel to be determined by Fan Jian and Lai Mengqing. Furthermore, inform the princess, instructing her to cooperate. Yes, your majesty. Eunuch Ho promptly responded, bowing as he withdrew to prepare the decree. The emperor's gaze returned to Hmph, his eyes profound as an abyss. A brief silence enveloped the hall, interrupted only by the occasional crackle of the candle flames. Before long, the emperor unexpectedly stood, slowly approaching Hmph, slightly bending forward. His voice lowered yet laced with undeniable malice. If possible, let this Li Yun be eliminated as an enemy of the state. Hmph's pupils constricted, but he quickly regained his composure. He had not anticipated that the emperor would directly order the assassination of Li Yun. I accept the decree. Hmph bowed his head, concealing the complexity of emotions in his gaze. It appeared that the pretense of investigating the accounts was merely a guise, while the true intent was to eliminate Li Yun. Yet he also understood that this task would not be easy. The princess visited Jiangnan annually and held Li Yun in high regard. Should he perish, the princess would become a formidable force. Changxing Palace. The princess reclined languidly on the soft couch, clad in a loose, pure white robe, her dark tresses cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her fingertips lightly tapped against the table, her gaze both languid and sharp. Investigate the accounts? She raised an eyebrow, directing her attention to Chunmei. This is what the decree states, Your Highness, Chunmei murmured. Why would His Majesty issue such a command? The princess remained silent for a moment. Her crimson lips pressed together. She found the directive perplexing, for it was impossible to accurately account for the treasury's finances. Since she had taken charge of the treasury, a significant portion of the funds had been secretly appropriated by the emperor, much of which had gone unrecorded. Now, the emperor wished to conduct an audit? Should we inform young Master Yun about this matter? Chunmei cautiously inquired. The princess regained her focus, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Immediately contact Yun and prepare him. She stood, the fabric of her robe cascading like water, accentuating her graceful silhouette. Chunmei, have someone investigate the emperor's true intentions. I understand. Chunmei acknowledged and departed, while the princess stood alone by the window, gazing at the distant palace walls, her expression growing increasingly somber. What exactly do you intend, Your Majesty? That very night, the decree reached the Fan residence, and upon receiving it, Fan Jian felt a mix of surprise and a hint of delight. He has always hoped that Fan Xian would inherit the treasury, but now, with the treasury under the control of the Grand Princess, he finds himself unable to intervene. The Emperor's unexpected directive for him to audit the accounts presents an excellent opportunity, a chance to destabilize the Grand Princess's financial power over the treasury. Chapter 25. Hmph and Fan Jian. Early the next morning, Fan Jian arrived at the Ministry of Revenue, prepared to select officials for the upcoming audit of the 3 major factories in Jiangnan. In fact, he had already considered his choices the previous night: Sun Jingshan, the Minister of Clean Officials in Jiangnan, and Wang Ganjun, the Deputy Minister. Since the Emperor permitted him to choose the auditing officials, these two were his immediate thoughts. Both were aligned with the second prince, and as the treasury finances were the crown prince's purse, it was only fitting for the second prince's associates to conduct the audit. After finalizing his selections, he reported them to the emperor, who, aware of Fan Jian's intentions, readily consented. As for the supervising censor, the self-proclaimed purist Li Mingqing chose the incorruptible and upright censor Zhou Ming. Soon, a formidable team led by Sun Jingshan, Wang Ganjun, and Zhou Ming, accompanied by several officials proficient in arithmetic, set off towards Jiangnan. At the city gate, Fan Jian observed the departing entourage, stroking his beard with a smile, which puzzled the censor Li Mingqing beside him. However, he refrained from inquiring further and took his leave with a respectful gesture. Just as he departed, Hmph arrived and signaled for Fan Jian to speak privately. Although Fan Jian was reluctant to engage with Hmph, they had grown up together, and he ultimately approached him with a stern demeanor. As soon as Fan Jian arrived, Hmph ordered, "Hurry and recall Sun Jingshan and Wang Ganjun," replacing them with more diplomatic individuals. Fan Jian, incensed, retorted, "Absolutely not. This is the best opportunity to undermine the Grand Princess's financial power over the treasury. It will facilitate the future transition for Sienner. What value is there in a pile of filthy money?" Hmph replied coldly. "Moreover, the treasury's finances belong to the royal family. Do you truly believe they would relinquish control? This would only endanger Fan Xian. As long as I am in the capital, I will not allow him to take over the treasury." "Hmph," Fan Jian scoffed. "Do not think I am oblivious to your intentions. You merely wish for Fan Xian to take charge of the censorate, which is the real peril. I will not consent to that." Seeing Fan Jian's obstinacy, Hmph nearly forgot to pursue the true objective of this rogue. He composed himself and said, I will not argue with you, but this time you must heed my advice. Quickly recall Sun Jingshan and Wang Ganjun. The emperor's true aim is not the audit, but rather Li Yun. Fan Jian frowned in confusion. What do you mean? In a hushed tone, Hmph replied, the emperor does not genuinely wish to audit the accounts. He has instructed me to send someone to assassinate Li Yun. He seeks Li Yun's life. Fan Jian was taken aback. What is happening? Li Yun is astute and remarkably talented. Since that incident 4 years ago, everyone associated with the 3 major factories in Jiangnan has vanished, and Suzhou has descended into chaos. Hmph was compelled to continue his explanation, elucidating that Li Yun was an uncontrollable individual. Should he arrive in Kyoto in the future, he would undoubtedly stir even greater turmoil. Thus, Your Majesty has commanded me to eliminate Li Yun. Yet, as he spoke, his voice lowered further. The Grand Princess held Li Yun in high regard. You must be aware of her character. If Li Yun were to perish, many would find themselves in peril, you foremost among them. How could His Majesty arrive at such a conclusion? Fan Jian was taken aback. This was not the time for such discussions. With a grave expression, Hmph asserted that His Majesty would not allow someone as unpredictable as Li Yun to live. I have already discreetly informed the Grand Princess that there may soon be an attempt on Li Yun's life by an East Side 9th grade swordsman. How to guard against this is no longer my concern. What you must do now is to hastily retrieve him. If Li Yun is indeed killed, you shall become the Grand Princess's first target for vengeance. I shall make arrangements immediately. Fan Jian promptly returned to the Ministry of Revenue. Hmph cast a glance at Fan Jian's retreating figure before turning his gaze towards the city gates. He truly hoped that Li Yun would not meet his end at such a critical juncture, or rather, he wished for Li Yun not to die by his own hand. If Li Yun were to die, no one could fathom how the Grand Princess would react. At the second prince's residence, the second prince mused upon the peculiar timing of their father's directive to scrutinize the accounts. Is it truly feasible to audit the internal treasury? A look of confusion and contemplation crossed his face. Audit the internal treasury? What a jest! Surely, His Majesty is aware of the disarray within those records. You need not fret, Your Highness. The auditors are Sun Jingshan and Wang Ganjun. But the inspector Zhou Ming poses a bit of a dilemma. Xie Bian remarked while clutching his sword. That is not my concern, the second prince replied. His Majesty is undoubtedly cognizant that the internal accounts are beyond clarification. Hence there must be ulterior motives behind this audit. What then shall we do? Xie Bian inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. There is no need for haste. My aunt has surely informed Li Yun of this, and I am curious to see how he will respond. A subtle smile of depth gracing the second prince's face. In the palace, at Changxin Palace, the Grand Princess received a note from a mysterious individual last night, warning that a 9th grade swordsman from the east would attempt to assassinate her beloved Yun. Regardless of the veracity of this news, it incensed her greatly. Fortunately, Chunmei promptly reminded the Grand Princess that even a 9th grade master might not be able to overcome Li Yun, leading her to recall that Li Yun had once clashed with Fan Wujiao. At that time, Li Yun had managed with considerable ease. This thought provided her with some solace. However, the notion that someone sought to take Li Yun's life nearly drove her to the brink of madness. Although she was aware of his current capabilities, the mention of the East and the 9th grade swordsman clearly indicated a connection to that eminent master from the East. How could such a grandmaster target Li Yun? At this moment, the Grand Princess sat across from the Crown Prince. Aunt, what does His Majesty mean by this? The Crown Prince inquired anxiously. Who does not know that the internal treasury accounts are impossible to clarify? Does His Majesty truly intend to strip my aunt of her financial authority over the treasury? In an attempt to appear composed, the Crown Princess displayed a flicker of confusion and anxiety on her face. She lifted her teacup and gently sipped. Contemplating, I have done all that I could. Now it rests upon Wan'er. I hope he can navigate this audit successfully. However, her aunt interjected, but Your Highness, Yun is still young. Despite his intelligence, confronting Sun Jingshan, Wang Ganjun, and Zhou Ming poses a considerable risk. The Crown Prince regarded the Crown Princess, his urgency unabated. What is there to fear? The Crown Princess replied with a resolute expression. If something truly is uncovered, then let it be known that I shall not be held accountable. Should it involve more individuals, I shall be curious to see how His Majesty resolves it. The Crown Prince, at a loss for words and without an alternative, resigned himself to the situation, musing that if necessary, he could drag everyone down with him. A fleeting glimmer of cunning crossed his face. In Jiangnan, Suzhou. It was not until evening that Li Yun received the crown princess's message via carrier pigeon. An audit? An assassination? Intriguing, he mused with a slight smile, channeling his formidable inner strength to crush the note in his hand into powder. He had little faith in the so-called Grand Masters from the East. The ability to deliver a message to his aunt within the imperial palace was not something that mere Easterners could achieve. Moreover, it was explicitly stated that this was the work of a ninth-grade swordsman from the East, leading him to ponder a particular individual. Chapter 26. The Blade of the Night. Outside Suzhou, on the official road, a convoy slowly made its way into the city. Led by the director of the Jiang and Clean Officials Department, Sun Jingshan. After discussions with Qin Ping, Fan Jian had decided to recall both Sun Jingshan and Wang Ganjun. Yet his selection was thwarted by the emperor. Sun Jingshan, mounted on his horse, gazed at the distant outline of Suzhou city, his brow slightly furrowed. My lord, we are approaching Suzhou. Wang Ganjun, the gentleman beside him, whispered. Shall we first enter the city to rest, or proceed directly to the three major factories? After a moment's contemplation, Sun Jingshan replied, let us first visit the Suzhou prefecture to meet with Lu Cheng. He understood that the audit, while ostensibly targeting the imperial treasury, concealed turbulent currents beneath. Can we truly clarify the accounts of the treasury? Even if we could, who would dare to do so? He, for one, did not have the courage. Inside the carriage, the inspector Zhou Ming drew back the curtain and coldly remarked, Lord Sun, His Majesty's decree is to audit the accounts, not to indulge in leisure. In my opinion, we should head straight to the three major factories to prevent anyone from tampering with the evidence. A flicker of displeasure crossed Sun Jingshan's eyes, yet his demeanor remained composed. You are correct, Inspector Zhou, but after a long journey, we must first settle in. Moreover, he paused, speaking with significant weight. The accounts of the three major factories are intricate. Without the cooperation of local officials, it may prove challenging to clarify them. Zhou Ming snorted dismissively and refrained from further comment. Prior to their arrival, the Grand Inspector had already informed him that the financial authority of the imperial treasury affected the entire realm, and there was undoubtedly corruption to uncover. Previously, they had not had the opportunity, but this time they were determined to expose the truth. In the royal villa of Suzhou, Li Yun reclined on a soft couch. Resting his eyes, Qiu Wu knelt beside him, her slender fingers gently massaging his temples. Young master, the inspection team has entered the city. Hiding reported in a hushed tone as she stood by. Sun Jingshan and Wang Ganjun had gone to the Suzhou government office, while Zhou Ming took his men directly to the three major factories. Li Yun's lips curled into a slight smile. It seems that Inspector Zhou is rather eager. He slowly opened his eyes, a glint of amusement flickering within them. Let them investigate. The accounts have long been prepared. Qiu Wu softly interjected, Young master. The letter from Her Royal Highness states. I know. Li Yun interrupted her. Someone is out to kill me. His tone was as nonchalant as if he were discussing the weather. Haidang furrowed her brows. Young master, we must not be careless. The opponent is a ninth-grade swordsman. Although her strength had indeed risen to the ninth grade after training in the 9-in Whitebone Claw, and Li Yun possessed the ability to contend with a ninth-grade opponent, she still felt the need for caution. Li Yun chuckled, pinching Haitong's cheek gently. With you here, what do I have to fear? Haitong's face flushed, but she soon regained her composure, declaring, I shall vow to protect you with my life. No need for that. Li Yun replied as he sat up and stretched lazily. A mere ninth-grade swordsman cannot threaten us. He gazed out at the darkening skies, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Tonight should be quite lively. A splendid performance awaits. Nightfall. Suzhou Royal Villa. The moonlight poured like water over the courtyard. Li Yun reclined on a soft couch, while Qiu Wu brewed tea nearby, the fragrance wafting through the air. Haidang stood with her sword, her vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves in the courtyard. Haidang's expression sharpened, her hands instinctively lowering as her inner strength surged into her arms. They're here, Li Yun whispered, still with his eyes closed, seemingly relishing Qiu Wu's massage. In the next moment, a shadow swooped down from the wall like a wraith, its sword glinting like lightning, aimed directly at Li Yun's throat. Clang! Haidang drew her sword from its sheath, moving like a phantom to shield Li Yun, the clash of their weapons sending sparks flying. Ninth grade? The shadow was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a formidable expert beside Li Yun. Bathed in moonlight, Haidang discerned the assailant's form, clad in black, a cloth obscuring the face, with eyes like blades and a slender sword gleaming coldly in hand. It was indeed the Shadow. Hmph had dispatched the Shadow to carry out this mission, but the directive was merely to injure Li Yun. The swordsmanship of Dongi City? Haidang scoffed. Let me see what makes the four-gu sword unique. The Shadow remained silent, shifting its swordplay, unleashing a flurry of attacks upon Haidang with the ferocity of a tempest. Each strike aimed at vital points, evidently with the intent to kill. Haidang showed no fear. She sheathed her sword, then executed the 9 white bone claw combined with the spiral 9 shadows, her figure darting through the courtyard like a specter. Her claw strikes were fierce, each movement accompanied by a sharp sound slicing through the air, forcing the Shadow to retreat defensively. Bang! The two engaged in a fierce exchange, each retreating several steps. A flicker of surprise crossed the Shadow's eyes. Your skills are not those of an ordinary 9th grade. Haidang did not respond. Her figure flickered once more as she charged forward again. Her spiral 9 shadows reached its zenith, conjuring multiple phantoms of herself within the courtyard, leaving onlookers utterly dazzled. The Shadow was compelled to respond with utmost effort, its sword light forming an impenetrable net of defense. Li Yun remained reclined on the soft couch, leisurely savoring the milk tea presented by Qiuwu, as though the life and death struggle unfolding before him held no relevance to his existence. Young master, shall I summon more assistance? Qiuwu inquired softly. Li Yun shook his head. No need. Haidang can manage, and besides, he cannot perish yet. I still require him to bear some burdens. His gaze shifted to the battlefield, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. Haitang's 9 white bone claws had reached a considerable level of proficiency, and with the spiral 9 shadows, she held her ground even against a seasoned 9th-tier master like the Shadow. With a swift motion, Haitang's claw grazed the Shadow's shoulder, leaving a trail of crimson. The Shadow grunted, its sword aura suddenly intensifying, forcing Haidang back. It was unexpected for Li Yun to have such a formidable ally by his side. Most critical was the fact that the maid's martial arts were exceedingly peculiar. Her claw technique ferocious and immensely powerful. He had never encountered such an enigmatic style before. Your four-gaze sword seems rather lacking, Haidang remarked coldly. Have you concealed your true prowess out of fear of revealing your identity? The Shadow remained silent, suddenly producing a smoke bomb from its bosom and hurling it to the ground. Boom! Dense smoke instantly enveloped the entire courtyard. By the time the smoke dissipated, the Shadow had long since vanished. Haidang sheathed her sword and returned to Li Yun's side. Young master, he has escaped. Li Yun smiled slightly, as anticipated. Rising to his feet and stretching languidly, he added, tonight was merely an appetizer. The true spectacle lies ahead. Qiuwu expressed her concern. Young master, should we enhance our defenses? Unnecessary. Li Yun waved his hand dismissively. The Shadow has failed to strike. It will not return in the short term. Moreover, he gazed at the night sky, a profound glimmer in his eyes. This assassination was never aimed at me. Haidang, commence. Yes, young master. Haidang responded immediately. Chapter 27. The Emperor. There truly exists a four-gaze sword in action. Within Suzhou City, at a covert stronghold of the Supervision Institute's 6th Division, the Shadow pressed its hand against the wound on its shoulder as it swiftly entered a concealed courtyard. Inside, the dim candlelight flickered, and several dark agents of the Supervision Institute rushed to assist upon seeing the injury. My lord, you are wounded? The Shadow waved a hand dismissively, its brow furrowed. Still astonished by the recent confrontation, the maid by Li Yun's side possessed such bizarre martial prowess. Her claw technique was both fierce and ruthless, combined with a ghostly agility that nearly led to its downfall. Notify the director, the Shadow intoned gravely. The assassination has failed. Li Yun is guarded by a 9th-tier master, wielding an unknown style of martial arts, likely a newly developed technique. The agents promptly took note and whispered, My lord, what shall we do next? The Shadow cast a cold glance at him. Follow the original plan. Create the illusion of an assassination attempt on Dongi City. It approached a bronze mirror, scrutinizing the bloodstain on its shoulder, a flicker of shock crossing its eyes. This operation was intended to frame Dongi City, yet it seemed that it had unwittingly become a mere pawn in someone else's game. In Suzhou City, at the ancestral home of the Su family, in the stillness of the night, the Su household was ablaze with light. The family head, Su Mingtang, sat solemnly in the main seat, his expression darkened. Beside him were the heads of the Wang and Wu families. The auditors had arrived, in hushed tones, The Wang family had remarked that Inspector Zhou Ming had made his way directly to the three major factories. According to intelligence, Zhou Ming was a man of unwavering conviction and integrity, suggesting that His Majesty was indeed serious this time. With a cold smirk, the Wu family had retorted, "For years, the Grand Princess has overseen the treasury. Can the accounts of the three factories be truly immaculate? With a little guidance from us, we can ensure that Shun Wansan will be left with nothing." Su Mingtang narrowed his eyes, stating, "For the past few years, the Shin family has relied on Li Yun's support to monopolize the goods from the three factories, driving our families to the brink of despair. It is time they face the consequences." He clapped his hands, and a trusted aide entered, bearing several account books. "These were secretly copied by my informants within the Shin family," Su Mingtang said with a sinister smile. "They clearly document the quantities of goods embezzled by the Shun family over the years, enough to warrant their complete annihilation." The heads of the Wang and Wu families exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with greed. "Tomorrow, we shall present this evidence to Inspector Zhou." The three raised their glasses in celebration, envisioning the downfall of the Shun family and the return of the goods from the three factories to their grasp. In the royal estate of Suzhou, the hour had passed midnight. Li Yun stood by the window, gazing at the indigo sky in the east. Haitang, sword in hand, reported, "Young master, the Su, Wang, and Wu families can no longer contain themselves. They plan to conspire against the Shun family under the pretext of the audit." Li Yun chuckled lightly, "Mere clowns." He turned to Haitang, asking, "Is everything prepared?" Haitang nodded, presenting a long, slender sword, its blade gleaming coldly, the very type used by the shadow from the previous night. Furthermore, there was more than one such sword. Li Yun's fingers caressed the blade, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Since they wish to play, let us indulge them in a grand game. Relay the orders, tonight. I want no trace left of the Su, Wang, and Wu families." Haitang's eyes sparkled with determination. "I understand, master." At the hour of the pig, in Suzhou City, the once bustling streets lay in eerie silence, unnoticed by anyone as shadows darted stealthily across the rooftops. Before the gates of the Su family, guards yawned and suddenly felt a chill in their throats, blood gushing forth. An enemy attack. As the cries of horror erupted, a shadow slipped into the inner courtyard like a specter, the sword's light flashing like lightning, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. The Su family head, deep in conspiratorial discussion in his study, was startled by the screams outside. As he opened the door, a long sword pierced through his chest. His eyes widened in disbelief as he faced the masked assailant. "Spare me," he pleaded. The figure let out a cold snort, twisting the blade, and Su Mingtang fell lifeless to the ground. A similar scene unfolded simultaneously at the Wang and Wu households. In a mere half-hour, the core members of Suzhou's three prominent families met their demise, their wounds all inflicted by a sharp sword. As dawn broke, the Suzhou prefectural office was in an uproar. "What?" Lu Cheng abruptly rose, his complexion ashen. "What? The Su, Wang, and Wu clans have been exterminated? Who is responsible?" The constable trembled as he spoke. According to sources from the royal villa, all the deceased bore sword wounds. Last night, young Master Li Yun was assassinated by a 9th-grade swordsman employing the Four Directions sword technique. The culprit is likely. Sun Jingshan's face turned a shade of iron. Why have the eastern factions suddenly targeted young Master Li and the three prominent clans? Wang Ganju's eye shifted, and he suddenly exclaimed, "Could it be related to the account audits?" A chill ran through the crowd. Just then, a guard hurriedly approached. "My lord, this is dire. The head of the Shin family, Shun Wansan, has also just been attacked." "What? They dare to strike again?" Sun Lucheng was so enraged he nearly fainted, immediately leading his men toward the Shun residence. However, upon arrival, they found Shin Wansan standing unharmed in the courtyard, though his face was pale. "Shin family head, are you all right?" Shin Wansan wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Thanks to young Master Yun's foresight in dispatching skilled protectors, the assassin was apprehended as soon as he entered the courtyard. He gestured toward a corner where a man in black was tightly bound, a sword wound still oozing blood on his chest. Zhou Ming stepped forward and removed the man's mask, inhaling sharply. "Is this the swordsman from Dongyi City?" A mere day later, in the capital, the imperial study. Bang! Emperor Qing slammed his palm on the table, his eyes glinting with cold fury. Have the people of Dongyi City truly made a move? They have annihilated the Su, Wang, and Wu clans? Shin Ping lowered his head to report. "This time, I specifically sent Shadow. He has inspected the scene, and the sword wounds were indeed inflicted by the Four Directions sword. He paused, lowering his voice further. We captured a swordsman from Dongyi City in Suzhou. He confessed to being ordered by the Four Directions sword to assassinate Li Yun and silence the four prominent clans. The emperor narrowed his eyes. What a coincidence. I only just dispatched someone to audit accounts, and Dongyi City has come to silence witnesses? Hmph fell silent. The emperor suddenly chuckled coldly. What a cunning scheme by Li Yun, using others as instruments of murder. He turned to Hmph. And what of the swordsman? He died. Hmph replied softly. He succumbed to poison while being escorted back to the capital. A flicker of surprise crossed the emperor's eyes. He suddenly realized that this 10-year-old child was proving far more formidable than he had anticipated. Issue a decree, the emperor commanded coldly. The account audits concerning the 3 major factories shall cease at once. Furthermore, let Dongyi City provide an explanation. Since all evidence points to Dongyi City, they must be held accountable. Chapter 28. The Panicked Shun Wansan. Suzhou City. The Royal Villa. The Lakeside Pavilion. The morning mist lingered, casting a pale gray hue upon the lake's surface. Li Yun leaned against the railing of the terrace, his fishing rod perfectly still, as if he had melded into the tranquil waters. Qiu Wu knelt beside him, gracefully fanning him with a silk hand fan to dispel the early summer heat. Haidang stood at attention, sword in hand, her gaze scanning the surroundings like a hawk. Behind them, Shun Wansan knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed against the cold stone surface, his back drenched in cold sweat. Master Shun, Li Yun's voice floated lightly through the air, sending a tremor through Shun Wansan's entire being. With the Su, Wu, and Wang families now extinguished, this is our opportunity. Do you not comprehend? Understood. Shun Wansan responded hastily, his voice betraying a hint of sharpness due to nervousness. This morning, I have already arranged for personnel to comprehensively take over their businesses and channels. As the fishing line quivered slightly, Li Yun flicked his wrist, and a silver carp burst forth from the water, tracing a brilliant arc in the morning light. Excellent. A smile curved at the corners of Li Yun's mouth as he placed the fish into a nearby bucket, then turned to face Shun Wansan. His gaze, though laced with mirth, made the latter feel as though he were being pricked by countless needles. This time, the Four-Sword Society has indeed aided us, Li Yun remarked, gently wiping his fingers. In the future, your Shin family will truly dominate the Jiangnan region. I shall follow young Master Yun's lead. Shun Wansan kowtowed heavily, leaving a patch of sweat on the blue stone. His heart raced as he recalled the bloodbath of the previous night, the total annihilation of the 3 families still sending tremors through his legs. Li Yun chuckled softly, gesturing for him to rise. Shun Wansan, from now on, manage things well according to my instructions. The slightly inferior goods from the 3 major factories can gradually be supplied to the common folk at lower prices, making them affordable. His voice was soft, yet it sent chills down Shun Wansan's spine. What did this imply? It signified that the products from the 3 major factories, once exclusive to the elite, would gradually permeate the homes of ordinary citizens. Silks, porcelain, refined salt, sugar, and other luxuries, once the preserve of the affluent, would silently transform the entire Jiangnan region, and indeed the world, like gentle spring rain. By then, the vast entity known as the Four Seas Commerce Association, recently bestowed with its name by Li Yun, would truly blossom into a commercial empire spanning all social strata. I understand. Shun Wansan's voice trembled, filled with both fear and an uncontrollable excitement. I shall ensure the Four Seas Commerce Association becomes young Master Yun's sharpest sword. Li Yun regarded him with a knowing glance. Indeed, Master Shun is astute. Suddenly, he shifted the topic. I have heard that you recently acquired a concubine. Thud. Shun Wansan's legs weakened, and he fell to his knees. Young Master Yun, spare me. I was merely momentarily foolish. His face turned pale as paper. He had conducted this matter with utmost secrecy. Even Yang Mingyi and his 2 daughters were unaware, yet Li Yun seemed fully informed. Why the panic? Li Yun chuckled lightly, extending a hand in a gesture of reassurance. I can understand. Previously, the Shun family was merely surviving in a narrow crevice in Suzhou, and you naturally had no such considerations. Now that your family has grown, yet you have only 2 daughters. He paused, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, fearing that your legacy may lack an heir. It is only natural to take a concubine to continue your lineage. Shun Wansan felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, yet still dared not raise his head. Young Master Yun, please see clearly. I would never dare to neglect the affairs of the Commerce Association. Let us hope so, Li Yun replied. turning back to pick up his fishing rod. Now, you should be quite busy. Thank you, young master, for your mercy. I take my leave. Wan'er bowed 3 times before stumbling away, until he stepped out of the gate of the courtyard. The morning breeze swept over him, and he suddenly realized that he was drenched in cold sweat. On the way back to the mansion, inside the carriage, Wan'er slumped on the soft cushion, his fingers trembling involuntarily. Outside the carriage, the city of Suzhou remained vibrant and bustling, the sounds of vendors rising and falling. Yet, in his eyes, this familiar city had abruptly transformed into something foreign and perilous. The Ming family had fallen, and the Su, Wu, and Wang families had been wiped out overnight. Sir, we've arrived. The driver's call jolted him back to reality. Before the Shun residence, the newly hired guards stood at attention, their spirits high, completely oblivious to the assassination attempt that had occurred here the previous night. Go, summon the chief steward, he commanded. Upon entering the study, Wan'er collapsed into the grand chair, his voice hoarse. Immediately inventory and take over the properties of the 3 families. Remember, all accounts must be meticulously clear. Not a single coin can be amiss. The chief steward hesitated, then spoke. Sir, all the women and children from the 3 families have been sent to the countryside. Wan'er slammed his hand on the table. Remember, not a single one can be missing. They must be well cared for. The complete annihilation of the core figures from these 3 families, leaving behind only women and children, sparked a flicker of realization within Wan'er. He dared not take risks. Furthermore, he lowered his voice. From today onward, everyone in the mansion must refer to it as the Four Seas Merchants Association. Anyone who mentions Shin family business will be dealt with according to family law. The chief steward nodded repeatedly, about to retreat when Wan'er called him back. Wait. After a moment of hesitation, he finally gritted his teeth and said, Go tell Aunt Zhang to send the child to the countryside for upbringing. The chief steward looked up in shock. Sir, that is your only son. Do as I say. Wan'er barked, his eyes filled with anguish. Remember, this matter must not be known to anyone, especially. He pointed toward the direction of the royal courtyard, leaving his sentence unfinished. In truth, he knew this secret could not be kept for long, but he felt a sense of peace in sending Aunt Zhang and the child to the countryside. At the royal courtyard, young master, Wan'er has sent that child away. Hidang presented the latest intelligence, her eyes filled with confusion. She did not understand why they did not seize the opportunity to control that child. The Zhang family had originally been people they had subtly arranged, a minor scheme that even Aunt Zhang herself was unaware of. Aunt Zhang had once been a woman of the night from another place, and for reasons unknown, the madam suddenly agreed to her redemption. Naturally, Aunt Zhang was overjoyed. After redeeming herself, she left that place, only to encounter villains along the way, and it was Wan'er who saved her. Aunt Zhang felt this was a twist of fate, and thus followed Wan'er. With Yang Mingyi often absent, the gentle and pleasant Aunt Zhang easily entered Wan'er's heart. Li Yun, feeding the fish, chuckled lightly. Hidang, what do you think Wan'er fears the most right now? After a moment's thought, Hidang replied. Is he afraid of following in the footsteps of the 3 families? No. Li Yun scattered a handful of fish food, watching the koi compete for it. What he truly fears is that I see through his thoughts. Controlling a person with a child is far too simplistic. He turned to gaze at Hidang, his eyes shimmering with profound intensity. True mastery lies in allowing one to possess the opportunity to resist, yet not daring to entertain such thoughts. Hidang nodded, somewhat understanding. In the distance, Qiuwu approached, carrying a stack of ledgers. Young master, the accounts of the weaving factory have been thoroughly examined by Inspector Zhou and his team. Li Yun raised an eyebrow. What are the results? Not a single discrepancy. Qiuwu replied with a slight smile. Lord Zhou is now questioning his own existence. Upon hearing this, Li Yun erupted into laughter, the sound startling a flock of egrets by the lakeside. At that moment, a pigeon landed on the terrace. Chapter 29. Journey to the north. The messenger pigeon flapped its wings as it settled on the railing of the terrace. Qiuwu deftly untied the message tube from its leg and retrieved the note within. Young master, it is a letter from His Highness. Qiuwu unfolded the note, her brows knitting in concern. The message instructed Li Yun to travel to the capital, where no one would dare to openly assassinate him. Li Yun chuckled softly, tapping his fingers against the railing. The time is not yet ripe. He gazed out over the lake, where the morning mist had dispersed, reflecting the azure sky. The water as calm as a mirror. What she does not realize, Li Yun murmured, is that the current capital is the most perilous place for me. Xiao Wu and Haitang exchanged glances, perplexity evident in their eyes. To them, the capital was heavily fortified, and with the Grand Princess in command, assassins would not dare act recklessly. However, in Suzhou, Li Yun had explicitly stated that the archery unit must remain concealed. Yet, the enemy could brazenly mobilize forces in great numbers to encircle him. After all, he was currently a target for assassination by the Eastern barbarians. Young master, I do not understand, Xiao Wu spoke softly. In the capital, at least His Highness can protect you. Li Yun shook his head, refraining from elaborating. He could not reveal that the seemingly unremarkable emperor was, in fact, the most formidable Grand Master in the realm. Nor could he disclose that the assassination order likely stemmed directly from the emperor rather than Hmph. At present, he lacked the confidence to retreat unscathed beneath the emperor's watchful gaze. Haitang, Li Yun suddenly turned, in a few days. Xiao Wu and I will venture out for a while and may not return soon. I entrust the matters here to you. Haitang was taken aback. Young master, are you leaving Suzhou? Indeed, Li Yun replied, gazing northward. I have been here for 10 years. I had no choice before. But now it is time to explore the world. Haitang opened her mouth, hesitating, then swallowed her words. She understood Li Yun's nature. Once he made a decision, even the strongest oxen could not drag him back. Should I inform His Highness? She asked. Yes, do mention it, Li Yun contemplated, but assure him not to worry. He paused before adding, just say, I am traveling the world to broaden my horizons. I will not stray too far. Haitang nodded, yet in her heart, she comprehended that once Li Yun departed, he might not return for a considerable time. 2 days later, outside the city of Suzhou at dawn, an assassin drove a humble cart slowly through the city gates. The curtain of the cart was lifted slightly, and Li Yun gazed back at the receding city walls of Suzhou, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. In this city where he has resided for a decade, countless schemes and plans have been woven into its very fabric. Young master, where are we headed? Xiao Wu inquired, seated opposite him with a small bundle in her arms. Today, she donned a simple and unadorned dress, resembling an ordinary maid. Li Yun lowered the carriage curtain, a slight smile gracing his lips. To Beiki. Beiki. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in astonishment, for that was a hostile nation. Precisely because it is an enemy state, it becomes intriguing. Li Yun chuckled lightly. I have heard that Beiki is home to many fascinating individuals, and I wish to witness it firsthand. Xiao Wu bit her lip, concern evident in her demeanor. Young master, is it not too perilous for just the two of us? Perilous? Li Yun withdrew a folding fan from his sleeve and gently tapped her forehead. Have you forgotten who your master is? Xiao Wu blushed, lowering her gaze in silence. The carriage continued its journey, seamlessly merging into the bustling traffic of the official road. Unbeknownst to the world, within this seemingly ordinary carriage resided a person capable of stirring the tides of destiny. 3 days later, on the road to the north, the carriage curtain was slightly lifted, revealing a youthful yet composed visage. Leaning against the window, Li Yun observed the scenery with keen interest. For the first time in 10 years, he was truly departing from Suzhou. Young master, are we truly safe traveling to Beiki like this? Xiao Wu murmured, clutching her bundle tightly, which contained silver notes and a change of clothes. Do not worry, Xiao Wu, Li Yun reassured her with a smile. Everything has been arranged. And besides, isn't having you enough? Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed. This servantess skills may not even match those of a 7th-rank official. What is there to fear? Li Yun teased, pinching her cheek. If danger arises, your master will protect you. As he spoke, he produced a long wooden box from beneath his seat, revealing a finely crafted hand crossbow. This is a compound crossbow, an improved version, Li Yun explained, expertly drawing the string. Its range extends to 300 paces, capable of firing 3 shots in succession. Even against an 8th-rank warrior, one could hold their ground. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in surprise as she noticed an array of curious contraptions hidden within the carriage's secret compartments. A fire-spitting copper tube, explosive black balls, and even several peculiar garments. Young master, are you embarking on a leisurely journey? One must prepare adequately. Li Yun grinned mischievously, reminiscent of a child who had just pulled off a prank. Ah, we need to change our attire ahead. A moment later, 2 merchants from Beiki emerged from the carriage. Li Yun clad in a luxurious fur coat and a fluffy hat, resembling the scion of a wealthy Beiki family. Xiao Wu assumed the role of a traveling maid, though her cumbersome cotton robe hindered her movements. Why, young master, is this truly acceptable? Xiao Wu asked, nervously tugging at her clothes. Fear not, Li Yun declared. leaping from the carriage and inhaling the fresh air of the countryside. It is perfect. He twirled around, his robe fluttering, his smile radiant like that of an exuberant child. Well, do I not resemble a baking native? Xiaowu could not help but laugh. You look just like one. Meanwhile, the coachman maintained a stern expression, as if all matters were of no concern to him. At a tea house beside the official road, the three of them paused to rest. Have you heard? In the Jiangnan region, the families of Su, Wang, and Wu have reportedly met their demise, allegedly at the hands of the Eastern city. Hush, keep your voice down. My cousin in Jiangnan is employed at the government office and claims he witnessed a dark-clad swordsman who dispatched several guards with a single stroke. TSK. I would say this is poetic justice. The affluent families of Jiangnan have long enjoyed their reign. Li Yun listened intently, his ears perked up, savoring the gossip exchanged among the tea patrons. These urban legends, having been embellished through numerous retellings, had morphed into something scarcely recognizable, yet fortuitously aligned with his desired narrative. As dusk fell over the desolate wilderness, the crackling of the campfire filled the air, mingling with the savory aroma of roasted hare. The coachman leaned against the cart, feasting on a delectable rabbit. Li Yun and Xiaowu sat beside the fire. Xiaowu cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Young master, shall we sleep here tonight? What? Are you afraid of the dark? Li Yun chuckled, sprinkling spices over the rabbit meat. Rest assured, there is little danger nearby. He tore off a leg of the rabbit and offered it to Xiaowu. Try this, it's my special blend of spices. Even the palace does not serve it. Xiaowu took a bite, her eyes widening in delight. So fragrant. Li Yun beamed with pride, the firelight dancing on his youthful face, making him appear particularly vibrant. In that moment, he was not the calculating young Master Yun, but merely a 10-year-old boy on an adventure. Look, Xiaowu, he suddenly pointed to the night sky. She gazed upward, where a myriad of stars sparkled like diamonds, and a galaxy stretched across the horizon, breathtakingly beautiful. So lovely, she murmured. This is just the beginning. Li Yun reclined on the grass, his hands resting behind his head. I hear that further north in Beiqi, one can witness the aurora. When we reach Beiqi, I shall take you to see it. Xiaowu blinked. Aurora? Yes, it's as if the sky is dancing, Li Yun whispered, his eyes shimmering with longing. The night breeze caressed them, the flames flickered. In that moment, schemes, assassinations, and calculations faded into oblivion, leaving only a child and his dreams of the vast world. Chapter 30. Entering Beiqi. On the outskirts of the Beiqi capital, a forest of fiery maple trees flourished. Li Yun's carriage traversed the narrow path, the wheels crunching over a carpet of red leaves, creating a soft rustling sound. Xiaowu lifted a corner of the curtain, exclaiming, Young master, these maple leaves are even redder than those in Jiangnan. Just as Li Yun was about to respond, he sensed a movement and raised his hand to signal the coachman to halt. Someone is approaching, he whispered. No sooner had he spoken than two petite figures darted out from the woods ahead. One, clad in a vibrant red outfit and wielding twin axes, and the other, dressed in a pale purple gown with a jade flute at her waist. Stop right there, shouted the girl in red, crossing her axes in front of the carriage. This path is mine, and this tree is mine. Li Yun nearly burst into laughter. This sight was reminiscent of a younger version of Haidang. She appeared around 12 or 13 years old, her face still cherubic, yet she insisted on striking a fierce pose. Duo, you've misremembered your lines again. The girl in purple sighed. It should be leave behind some toll for passage. Don't undermine my performance. With a huff, Haidang Dodo stamped her foot and turned to Li Yun, declaring, in short, hand over anything of value. Li Yun leaped down from the carriage, feigning terror as he clasped his fists. Two heroines, please spare my life. I am merely passing through this place. Let's talk. Haidang Dodo swung her axe down onto a nearby tree trunk, sending wood chips flying. Look at this carriage. You must be a spy from the southern Chang. Xiaowu gently grasped Li Yun's sleeve, only to be met with a soft pat on her hand from him. The heroine had misunderstood. Li Yun retrieved a jade token from his bosom, stating, My aunt is a merchant from northern Qi, frequently traveling between the two nations for trade. This is my pass. Silly Li accepted the jade token and examined it closely, nodding slightly. Indeed, it bears the seal of the Ministry of Revenue. She scrutinized Li Yun with curiosity. What is your esteemed surname, young master? I am Yun Li, and I am 10 years old, he replied politely, bowing slightly. My aunt has sent me ahead to attend to business in the capital. Traveling alone at such a young age? Haidang Dodo sheathed her axe, circling around him with suspicion. You cannot be deceiving me, can you? Li Yun remained composed. My aunt often says that a young man should hone his skills early. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Silly Li's eyes. Young Master Yun possesses remarkable courage. She tugged at Haiting Dodo's sleeve. Dodo, do not trouble him any further. Who is troubling him? Haiting Dodo pouted, but couldn't help stealing a few more glances at Li Yun. This lad from the south exhibited a demeanor quite unlike the children of northern Qi, and though he was younger than her, he exuded a maturity beyond his years. Seizing the moment, Li Yun proposed, since fate has brought us together, why not travel together? I am new here and in need of a guide. Certainly. Silly Li readily agreed. We were just about to return to the city. Haiting Dodo huffed, but offered no objections. She secured her axes at her waist and strode forward confidently, sunlight filtering through the maple leaves, casting dappled shadows on her fiery red attire. As they walked, Li Yun regaled them with tales from the south, captivating Silly Li, and even drawing Haiting Dodo to slow her pace and lend an ear. The sweet and sour fish from West Lake requires a 3-pound grass carp marinated in aged vinegar, while the roasted whole lamb of northern Qi is truly a masterpiece. Haiting Dodo interjected eagerly, seasoned with sand scallions and wild chives. It is crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. Li Yun's eyes sparkled. If you put it that way, I am quite tempted to try it. Who are you calling a heroine? Haiting Dodo felt her ears flush. You heard correctly. My name is Haiting Dodo. Ah, so it is Miss Haiting, Li Yun replied smoothly. Might I be so bold as to request your guidance in culinary delights? Silly Li stifled a giggle. Dodo knows the drunken immortal pavilion in the east of the city like the back of her hand. Dodo. Haiting Dodo pretended to strike her, and the two young ladies erupted into playful laughter. Watching them frolic, a smile involuntarily graced Li Yun's lips. Such pure joy was a rarity in both his past and present lives. As they approached a small stream, Haiting Dodo suddenly suggested a game of skipping stones. She pulled out several copper coins, declaring, whoever loses shall treat the others. Silly Li shook her head in resignation. Dodo, young Master Yun comes from afar. It is unnecessary. Li Yun rolled up his sleeves and picked up a flat stone, eager to witness the extraordinary skills of Miss Haiting. With a triumphant smile, Haiting deftly flicked her wrist, causing the stone to skip across the water 7 times, sending up a cascade of sparkling droplets. Your turn, she taunted, gazing provocatively at Li Yun. Weighing the stone in his hand, Li Yun suddenly summoned his inner strength, launching the stone like an arrow, which then danced across the surface of the water for a remarkable 12 skips. This is impossible, Haiting exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. You cheated. See Lily gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Young Master Yun is truly impressive. Li Yun merely smiled in silence. Meanwhile, Qiu stifled his laughter. Aware that his young master was an 8th-grade martial artist with formidable power, and it felt rather unfair to be challenging 2 young ladies. Once more, Haiting, undeterred, rolled up her sleeves. The trio reveled in their playful competition until the sun dipped below the horizon, reluctantly continuing their journey afterward. Yun, which inn do you reside at? See Lily inquired softly as they prepared to part ways. Li Yun was well prepared. I am temporarily staying at Guyun Pavilion in the southern part of the city. Tomorrow, I shall take you to savor roasted whole lamb. Haiting thumped her chest confidently, declaring, it's a promise. Observing the retreating figures of the 2 young women, Qiu murmured, Young master, these 2 ladies do not seem to belong to ordinary circles. Haiting, a disciple of the Grand Master of Beiqi, and see Lily. Li Yun chuckled lightly, finding the situation intriguing. As he turned to board the carriage, he cast a fleeting glance at a figure not far away. Will we meet tomorrow? Upon realizing Haiting's prestigious lineage, Qiu suddenly felt apprehensive. Of course, Li Yun replied, drawing the carriage curtain closed. Such an excellent opportunity cannot be missed. The carriage rolled slowly into the twilight of the capital of Beiqi, its wheels clattering over the cobblestone street with a muted thud. Above, a flag embroidered with a golden wolf's head fluttered in the evening breeze. At the very moment they entered the city, a group of cloaked spies had already delivered news of the young master arriving from the south to the desk of the commander of the Jin Yi. Chapter 31. The Jin Yi arrives inside the Tianzi room of Guiyun Pavilion. The candlelight flickered. Li Yun stood by the window, gazing out at the nightscape of the capital of Beiqi. Unlike the refined elegance of Suzhou and Nanqing, the architecture here was more rugged and bold, with menacing wolf heads carved into the eaves, and armored soldiers occasionally marching down the streets. Young master, the hot water is ready, Qiu reminded softly. Li Yun nodded but did not turn immediately. His gaze lingered on a towering spire in the distance, indicating the direction of the imperial palace of Beiqi. Young master, do you believe it was mere coincidence that Haidang and Si Lily appeared today? Qiu Wu inquired, pausing her tidying. Li Yin replied casually, who knows? It's of no concern to us. But young master, that seems far too coincidental. Qiu Wu pressed, halting her preparations. We just arrived in Beiqi and already encountered these two significant figures. Li Yin remained silent, having sensed the attention of the Jin Yiwei upon him. He turned towards the bath, the steam rising around him giving his voice an ethereal quality as he remarked. I suspect the Jin Yiwei will make an appearance during our meeting tomorrow. Qiu Wu nodded earnestly, placing the bath towel aside. I understand. The following morning, at the drunken immortal tower, Li Yin donned a splendid brocade robe, typically favored by the noble youths of northern Qi, with a lustrous jade pendant adorning his waist. Following closely behind him was Qiu Wu, masquerading as a young scholar. Yinli, over here. A voice called from the second-floor private room, where Haidang Duo leaned out, vigorously waving her hand. Dressed in a delicate gown of pale yellow and adorned with a small blossoming begonia in her hair, she appeared charming and delightful. As Li Yun ascended the stairs, he was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat upon entering the room. Si Lily was setting the table and, upon noticing his arrival, smiled gently. Young Master Yun, you have arrived just in time. The whole roasted lamb has just been served. I apologize for the wait. Li Yun clasped his hands in apology, his gaze sweeping across the delectable feast, the golden, crispy whole lamb, aromatic hand-grab rice, and several unique dishes from northern Qi. Haidang Duo, unable to contain her excitement, eagerly tore off a leg of lamb. You must try this. The whole roasted lamb at Zuexian Lu is a renowned delicacy of the capital. Li Yun accepted the leg of lamb and took a bite. The skin was crisp, while the meat within was succulent and juicy. A true delight. How is it? Haidang Duo's eyes sparkled with anticipation, reminiscent of a child awaiting praise. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation, Li Yun genuinely admired. Far more fragrant than the roasted lamb from the south. Si Lily poured him a cup of mare's milk tea. Young Master Yun, aside from your business here in northern Qi, do you have any other plans? Li Yun took the cup and savored a sip. My aunt often says that reading thousands of books is no match for traveling thousands of miles. The culture of northern Qi differs greatly from the south, providing a perfect opportunity to broaden my horizons. Then you have come to the right people. Haidang Duo exclaimed, triumphantly slapping the table. Lily, and I can show you around the capital. Si Lily cleared her throat. Duo, young Master Yun is here for business. He hardly has time for leisure. Not at all, Li Yun chuckled. If accompanied by two lovely ladies, I can temporarily set aside my business. Haidang Duo winked playfully at Si Lily, who could only shake her head in resignation. As the wine flowed and the conversation resumed, Li Yun casually inquired. I have heard that northern Qi is home to a master of grand renown, the greatest martial artist in the world? Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room stilled. Haidang Duo set down her lamb chop, eyeing Li Yun warily. What prompts your curiosity about this? Merely curiosity, Li Yun replied nonchalantly. During my childhood at home, I often heard tales of the esteemed Master Ku He of northern Qi. Si Lily gently pressed down on Haidang Duo's hand. Master Ku He indeed resides in northern Qi. However, he remains in seclusion most of the time and seldom receives visitors. Li Yun nodded, tactfully shifting the topic. Just as the atmosphere began to warm again, a commotion erupted from downstairs. The Imperial Guards are conducting an investigation. Bystanders, step aside. Heavy footsteps approached, and the door to the private room was suddenly flung open. Three figures clad in the garb of the Imperial Guards burst in, the leader's expression stern, his waist adorned with a long sword. My apologies for the intrusion, he said, though his eyes were sharp as blades. By order of the commander, we must inspect your travel documents. Haidang Duo sprang to her feet, indignant. How dare you? Who gave you the audacity? Duo, Si Lily restrained her gently, shaking her head, before addressing the Imperial Guardsmen. We are Miss Si and Miss Haidang. The members of the Jinyui bowed respectfully, their demeanor respectful, yet not subservient. As they fulfilled their duties, one of them finally fixed his gaze upon Li Yun. This young gentleman appears unfamiliar. But are you perhaps one of the guests from the south who entered the city yesterday? Li Yun rose gracefully, producing a document from his robes. I am Yun Li, and this is my pass. The Jinyui scrutinized the document meticulously, his brow furrowing gradually. While the seals and signatures on the document were impeccable, an unsettling feeling lingered. From which place in the south do you hail? Suzhou. What does your family engage in? Silk and porcelain. With each inquiry, Li Yun answered with unwavering confidence, betraying no hesitation. Ultimately, the Jinyui had no choice but to return the document. I apologize for the disturbance. After the trio departed, Haidang stomped her foot in frustration. These Jinyui are becoming increasingly audacious. They dare to investigate us. The silly Li regarded Li Yun thoughtfully. Your documents are quite comprehensive. Young Master Yun. Li Yun smiled silently, aware that this silly Li was much more perceptive than Haidang. He had noticed earlier that the leader of the Jinyui exchanged glances with a man clad in gray at the foot of the stairs. This sudden inspection seemed far from simple. How disappointing. Haidang huffed as she returned to her seat. Yunli, this afternoon I shall take you to a delightful place, far removed from these bothersome individuals. Just as Li Yun was about to respond, he suddenly perked up, his ears catching the sound of synchronized hoofbeats echoing from the street below. Approaching the window, he observed over a dozen Jinyui surrounding the Zui Xianlu. It appears we are unable to leave for now, Li Yun remarked, his smile still warm. The silly Li joined him at the window, his expression shifting. It is the Jinyui commander, Shenzhong. In the center of the street, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe sat astride a magnificent steed, a faint smile gracing his face as he gazed toward the Zui Xianlu's window. Haidang's expression was one of confusion and curiosity. Why has Shenzhong come in person? Li Yun gently caressed the jade pendant at his waist, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. This Commander Shenzhong of the Northern Qi Jinyui was notorious in this world. Do not worry, young Master Yun, the silly Li whispered, with me and Haidang here. Commander Shen would not dare to act recklessly. Li Yun shook his head. I appreciate your concern, but he turned his gaze toward the staircase, where footsteps were already approaching. The heavy thuds echoed ominously, drawing nearer. Qiuwu nervously stood beside Li Yun, her hand stealthily reaching for the hidden crossbow in her sleeve. The door to the private room swung open again, and this time, it was none other than Shenzhong, the commander of the Northern Qi Jinyui. Chapter 32. Shenzhong entered the room, first nodding in acknowledgement to Haidang, Miss Haidang. He then glanced at the silly Li, disregarding him entirely, before finally fixing his gaze upon Li Yun. This young gentleman seems somewhat familiar. I wonder if Shun has had the pleasure of meeting you before? Li Yun remained seated in silence, a calm smile on his face as he regarded Shenzhong, his left hand pressing down on Qiuwu. Fearful she might impulsively attempt to assassinate Shen. Such an easily manipulated pawn like Shenzhong was far more valuable to keep alive. Commander Shun, have the Jinyui now become so discourteous? At this moment, Haidang Dodo was in a rather foul mood. I beseech your forgiveness, Miss Haidang, for I, Shun, find this young gentleman, Yun Li, strikingly familiar. The name seems to have suddenly emerged. Shen's grave voice came to an abrupt halt. Commander Shun, it is said that you and your sister lost your parents at a young age, relying on each other for companionship as you grew up. Under the table, Li Yun lightly flicked his fingers, chuckling as he gazed at Shun. Shen did not respond. It was not that he wished to remain silent, but rather he found himself utterly unable to utter a single word or even move. It seemed that Commander Shen had intentions to converse privately with Mr. Yun. Miss Haidang. Miss Silly, shall we perhaps reconvene another day? Li Yun turned his attention to Haidang Dodo and Sea Lily. Haidang Dodo observed Shun, who remained immobile and anxious, and the peculiar atmosphere in the room, feeling an unsettling aura. Very well. Sea Lily stood up, sensing that Mr. Yun indeed had matters to discuss with Commander Shen. Dodo and I shall take our leave for now. After speaking, she took Haidang Dodo by the hand and departed, despite Dodo's desire to say something, which was thwarted by Sea Lily. Once the two had exited and the door to the private room was closed, Li Yun flicked his fingers again, releasing Shen's pressure points. Shen felt a sudden release in his body, nearly toppling to the ground. You are indeed Li Yun. Shen was struck with astonishment, a grave expression overtaking his features. I have your portrait from the Jinyui. You cannot deceive me. Commander Shen, please take a seat. Li Yun did not respond to Shen's words, merely gesturing for him to sit and converse. Shen contemplated briefly. His sudden inability to move or speak was likely connected to Li Yun, and he ultimately sat down slowly. Li Yun, what brings you to Beiki? Shen inquired in a low tone. I am merely a merchant, not a spy. What is there for Commander Shen to be so anxious about? Li Yun leaned back in his chair, observing Shen. However, Commander Shen, it is best to clarify certain matters up front. I intend to stay here for a while, during which I hope you will not disturb me. Of course, I also require your assistance with another matter. It seems Mr. Li Yun has yet to grasp the gravity of this place, Shen thought with a hint of amusement. This is the capital of Beiki, and you, a princess of an enemy nation, are here as an agent for the 3 major factories. Yet you ask me not to interfere? At that moment, the door to the room swung open, and the coachman who had driven Li Yun entered. Young master. Here is what you requested. He placed a piece of paper down and promptly exited. Shen suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. The tavern had already been sealed off by the Jinyui. How had this person gained entry? Commander Shen, perhaps you should review the contents before passing judgment? Li Yun gestured toward the paper on the table. Shen's expression grew serious as he took the note, unfolding it to examine its contents. But before long, anger flickered across his face. Li Yun, what have you done to my sister? Shen sprang to his feet, glaring at Li Yun, ready to draw his blade. Qiuwu immediately aimed his crossbow at Shen. Your sister is safe and sound, Li Yun replied calmly. Shen did not respond immediately. His eyes burned with fury. Fixated on Li Yun, for his sister was his only vulnerability. After a prolonged moment, he managed to suppress his anger. Li Yun, what exactly are you attempting to achieve? I wish to meet the Empress, discreetly, without the knowledge of others, Li Yun remarked with a faint smile. To see the Empress? Shen Zhong expressed his bewilderment. Gazing at Li Yun's youthful and perplexing visage, yet he could undertake such ruthless actions. This evoked a tremor within him, the commander of the Imperial Guards. Li Yun remained silent, simply observing Shen Zhong. I need to consult the Empress, Shen Zhong replied after a moment of internal conflict. His current authority stemmed from the Empress, and this matter required utmost caution. Should he falter, his sister would be left without care. Despite seeking counsel, I trust the Empress will agree to meet me, Li Yun stated, his demeanor exuding confidence. Shen Zhong regarded Li Yun with a penetrating gaze before wordlessly departing the private chamber. He needed to hasten and ascertain whether his sister had indeed vanished, and if so, whether he could locate her. Indeed, Shen Zhong is quite the doting brother. Li Yun chuckled. Young master, might it be too perilous to meet the Empress of Beiki? Qiuwu expressed her concern. Rest assured, Li Yun reassured her, picking up a small knife to slice the roasted lamb on the table. The Empress of Beiki is both beautiful and kind-hearted. She would not trouble a mere child like me. Qiuwu was at a loss for words. The Empress was, after all, the one wielding power over the Beiki court. Meanwhile, after Hai Tang and Si Lili departed, they returned to Si Lili's residence. Duo, this Yunli is quite extraordinary. I sense he has ulterior motives for coming to Beiki, Si Lili stated solemnly. I feel it too, Hai Tang replied nonchalantly. He's only 10. Pretending to be an adult. What's the big deal? Shall we enter the palace and speak with Dodo? Si Lili suggested. She must be quite bored and is likely awaiting our arrival. Hai Tang appeared tempted, but after a moment's contemplation, shook her head. No, my master instructed me not to visit Dodo frequently, and I am to be conferred as a saintess next year. My master expects me to perform and support the Empress. It is quite troublesome. Si Lili shared her exasperation. Upon returning home, Shen Zhong inquired about his sister, only to discover she had left earlier to purchase something and had yet to return. His heart sank. After pondering for a while, he donned his official robes and proceeded to the palace to meet the Empress. Li Yun wishes to see me? The Empress of Beiki expressed her surprise. A mere 10-year-old child, what could he desire from her? Your Majesty, Shen Zhong bowed respectfully. One must not underestimate this Li Yun. Although he is but 10 years old, from what I understand, he manages nearly all of the Southern Qing Treasury's business in Jiangnan. Hearing this, the Empress blinked her beautiful eyes slightly. Chapter 33. The timeless grace of the Empress of Beiki. As night fell, the Beiki Imperial Palace was enveloped in tranquility. Within the Empress's chamber, the flickering candlelight illuminated the exquisite decor. Li Yun followed Shen Zhong through numerous palace gates, arriving at a secluded side hall. Wait here, Shen Zhong whispered, his eyes filled with warning, urging him not to engage in any tricks. Li Yun smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. Qiuwu was left outside the palace, standing alone before the dragon's lair and tiger's den. The door to the side hall slowly creaked open, revealing a palace maid who respectfully ushered them inside. The hall was infused with fragrant incense, and behind the beaded curtain, a graceful silhouette could be faintly discerned, seated elegantly. Minister Shen Zhong. I pay my respects to the Empress Dowager, Shen Zhong declared as he knelt to offer his greeting. Do not be so formal, came a languid yet authoritative voice from behind the curtain. Is this the little guest from Nanqing? Li Yun stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute. Li Yun pays his respects to the Empress Dowager. Impudent. Shinzhong barked, his voice sharp. You do not kneel before the Empress Dowager? Unfazed, Li Yun maintained his posture, replying, Your Majesty, please pardon me. My knees are afflicted and I am unable to kneel. A profound silence enveloped the hall, pierced only by the tendrils of blue smoke wafting from the incense burner. After a lengthy pause, a light laughter emanated from behind the curtain. No matter, Minister Shun. You may withdraw. Your Majesty, Shinzhong exclaimed urgently. This person, I have my own measures. Dear Minister, the Empress Dowager's voice grew cold. Withdraw. With gritted teeth, Shinzhong exited the side hall, casting a fierce glare at Li Yun before leaving. As the hall doors closed, the palace maid slowly drew back the beaded curtain, allowing Li Yun to finally behold the true visage of the Empress Dowager of Beiqi, draped in deep purple palace attire that accentuated her voluptuous figure. Her hair was elegantly styled and adorned with swaying golden hairpins. Though she had surpassed 30 years of age, she radiated vitality. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her features bore both the allure of a mature woman and the commanding presence of a ruler. The Empress Dowager parted her crimson lips. I have heard that you enjoy the favor of the Grand Princess in Nanqing. Why would you take such risks to come to Beiqi? With neither deference nor arrogance, Li Yun replied, I come for profit. Oh, the Empress Dowager raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Do enlighten me. Are you aware of how much silver Nanqing's treasury siphons from Beiqi annually? Li Yun retorted with a question. A glint of sharpness flickered in the Empress Dowager's eyes. Naturally, I am aware. The silks, soaps, and sugars of Nanqing, are they not coveted luxuries by the nobility of Beiqi? What if I were to say that these goods could be produced in Beiqi at a reduced cost of 30%? What would you think, Your Majesty? The Empress Dowager sat up straight, her interest piqued. What do you mean? Li Yun extracted a rolled-up blueprint from his robes, presenting it with both hands. This is a design for an improved loom, with efficiency 3 to 5 times that of Beiqi's traditional looms. If Your Majesty permits, I can assist Beiqi in establishing its own textile factory. The palace maid accepted the blueprint and presented it to the Empress Dowager. Upon unfolding it, the Empress Dowager's eyes widened with astonishment. The intricate design of the loom far surpassed the existing technology in Beiqi. Why would you wish to aid Beiqi? She asked, closing the blueprint, her voice tinged with caution. Do not forget your identity. Li Yun chuckled softly. A merchant seeks profit, unfettered by borders. The treasury of Nanqing monopolizes trade, with a majority of the profits returning to the royal family. Yet in Beiqi, he regarded the Empress Dowager meaningfully. I could secure even more. The Empress Dowager scrutinized the 10-year-old before her heart filled with uncertainty. This was no mere child. He was a cunning old fox. What are your terms? She inquired directly. 30% share, operated in secrecy. Li Yun held up 3 fingers. Your Majesty need only provide the venue and protection. I shall handle the rest. The Empress scoffed coldly. Do you take me for a mere child of 3? To establish a factory in northern Qi right beneath the eyes of southern Qing, should it ever be discovered? How foolish of you to underestimate me. Li Yun interjected. I assure you, the factory will remain inconspicuous. As for whether your secrets are safe, he suddenly lowered his voice. I trust you would not wish for certain matters to be made public, would you? The Empress's pupils constricted. Are you threatening me? Not at all, Li Yun replied, inclining slightly, merely a reminder. For instance, your daughter, Jean Dodo's secret. Boom. The Empress slammed her hand on the table, her exquisite face paling instantly. Her gaze bore into Li Yun, her voice quivering with rage. How do you know? Li Yun remained composed. Rest assured, Your Majesty, this secret will remain buried within me. After all, he cast a pointed glance at the palace maidens present. We are partners now, are we not? The Empress's chest heaved violently. After a long moment, she inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain her composure. Come here, she commanded suddenly. All of you leave. No one is to approach the side hall without my command. The maidens quickly retreated, and the doors of the hall closed tightly. Within the vast side hall, only the Empress and Li Yun remained. The Empress approached step by step, a unique fragrance enveloping the air. Do you know, with just that remark, I could ensure you vanish forever? Li Yun met her furious gaze unabashedly. You would not dare. To kill me would only risk exposing your secrets. Moreover, he offered an innocent smile. What I can bring to northern Qi far exceeds a mere few factories. The Empress regarded this audacious youth from her elevated stance, suddenly seizing his chin. Such a young age, yet so bold. Her crimson nails lightly grazed his cheek. Tell me, what else do you know? Li Yun permitted her to hold his chin, a glint of cunning in his eyes. You and the Emperor play your roles remarkably well. The ministers still believe you are at odds with each other. The Empress's fingers trembled before she abruptly released him. Who exactly are you? Someone who can help you realize your ambitions. Li Yun adjusted his collar. Northern Qi is rich in resources, yet constrained by Southern Qing for various reasons. With my assistance. The Empress fell silent for a long moment, suddenly turning to the window. Moonlight spilled through the lattice, casting a silvery sheen upon her graceful figure. Li Yun, should you dare deceive me? She glanced back, her beautiful eyes glinting coldly. You need not worry. Li Yun clasped his hands together. Tomorrow I shall have someone deliver a detailed plan. As for Jean Dodo's secret, he winked. I have never heard of it. The Empress regarded him intently, then suddenly broke into a smile. This smile stripped away her regal demeanor, revealing a hint of youthful charm. What a clever little rascal you are. Now I understand why the Princess of Southern Qing dotes on you so. She sauntered back to her seat, languidly leaning against the armrest. Speak, aside from the factories. What else do you desire? A gleam flashed in Li Yun's eyes. I have heard that Northern Qi is abundant in saltpeter. Half an hour later, the doors of the side hall reopened. Anxiously waiting outside the door, Xinzhong felt a wave of relief wash over him when he saw Li Yun emerge unscathed. How did it go? He inquired, his voice lowered. Li Yun smiled knowingly but refrained from answering, merely patting his shoulder. My dear Shun, I had a delightful conversation with the Empress Dowager. By the way, he leaned closer to Xinzhong's ear. Your sister has returned home, bringing with her an abundance of gifts. Xinzhong's expression shifted abruptly, prompting him to excuse himself hastily. Watching his retreating figure, Li Yun's lips curled into a subtle smile. A palace maid approached, guiding him. Young Master Li, please allow me to escort you out of the palace. As they traversed the dimly lit corridors of the palace, Li Yun's spirits soared. His journey to Northern Qi had unfolded even more favorably than he had anticipated. With the Empress Dowager's backing, the plan to establish a clandestine base in Northern Qi could now be set in motion. As for the secret that could potentially shake Northern Qi, Li Yun chuckled softly, shaking his head. The power struggle between the Empress Dowager and the young emperor, who had yet to assume control, was merely a fade to mislead the public. Young Master Li, we have arrived, the maid announced, halting before the palace gates. Li Yun expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture and strode confidently out of the palace. Autumn Wu had been waiting anxiously. Upon seeing him, he rushed forward. Young master, are you unharmed? All is well, Li Yun replied as he climbed into the carriage. Heading back to the inn, for important matters awaited him the following day. The carriage rolled away from the palace, merging into the enveloping night. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager of Northern Qi seemed intrigued by Li Yun. It appears this young fellow does not maintain a cordial relationship with the Southern Qing royal family, she remarked, her attendant discreetly reminding her. The Empress Dowager snapped back to attention, her gaze turning steely. Dispose of those palace maids at once. Understood, Your Majesty, the maid replied promptly. In the depths of the Northern Qi palace, the study was brightly lit by flickering candles. Jean Dodo sat before the dragon table, her delicate fingers gently caressing the secret missive sent by the Empress Dowager. The candlelight illuminated her somewhat pallid complexion, adding a hint of color to her cheeks. Clad in a bright yellow dragon robe, she struggled to conceal her frail frame, the binding cloth constricting her breath. Li Yun's murmured words reached her ears, and a cold smile played upon her lips. The individuals from Southern Qing were indeed no mere trifles. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager wishes for you to meet Li Yun. A palace maid ventured cautiously. I am aware, Jean Dodo interrupted, bringing the missive closer to the candle's flame. The flickering tongues of fire eagerly licked the paper, swiftly consuming it. For a 10-year-old child to command such attention from the Empress Dowager was certainly noteworthy. Rising to her feet, the hem of her dragon robe swayed gently. Though merely 12 years of age, her long-term disguise as a boy imparted a deliberate masculinity to her every movement. Make the necessary arrangements, Jean Dodo commanded, walking to the window, gazing at the moonlit palace walls. I wish to meet this Li Yun in secret. Yes, Your Majesty, the maid bowed and exited. Standing alone at the window, Jean Dodo absently traced her fingers over the window frame. Ever since her ascension to the throne, she had lived enshrouded in lies and facades. Who among the ministers in the court could fathom that the emperor they revered was merely a young girl yet to experience her first menstruation? Li Yun murmured softly to herself. I am curious to see what emboldens a mere 10-year-old child to traverse enemy territories. The following morning, within the Longxin Palace of the southern Qin capital, the princess reclined gracefully upon a soft couch, her jade fingers delicately caressing a vibrant red flower petal. Chunmei stood beside her, reciting Li Yun's letter. Your Highness, Wan'er has safely arrived in the capital of Beiki. The local scenery is vastly different from Jiangnan, and I shall surely bring back some intriguing novelties upon my return. Suddenly, the princess crushed the petal in her hand, the crimson juice staining her fingertips. Is that all? Her voice was gentle, yet tinged with an imperceptible tremor. Chunmei quickly reassured her, there is more. It also mentions that young Master Yun has befriended the esteemed disciple of Beiki's grandmaster, Haideng Duo, and a girl named Silly. The princess raised her stained fingers to her lips, gently licking away the flower's essence. This child seems to be enjoying himself. She rose, her bare feet touching the cold floor tiles as she approached the window. The brilliant sunlight cascaded upon her snow-white gauzy attire, accentuating her exquisite curves. Chunmei, she said suddenly, do you think Wan'er might develop a fondness for Beiki and choose not to return? Chunmei gasped, Your Highness, you worry too much. Young Master Yun cherishes you above all else. How could he? The princess chuckled softly, interrupting her. Prepare the ink and brush. I shall write a reply. In the capital of Beiki, at Guiyun Pavilion, Li Yun was perusing the mineral distribution map sent by Shen Zhong when he suddenly sensed a movement. Young master, someone approaches. Qiuwu whispered, her hand resting on the hidden crossbow in her sleeve. A gentle knock echoed, slow and rhythmic. Young Master Yun, my master requests your presence. Came a soft female voice from outside. Li Yun closed the map and inquired, which esteemed personage? Your Majesty, the voice replied. Li Yun raised an eyebrow, exchanging a glance with Qiuwu, surprised that Zhang Dodo wished to see him so soon. Lead the way. Qiuwu attempted to follow, but was halted by Li Yun. You stay here and await my return. Accompanied by a disguised palace maid, Li Yun navigated through several concealed alleyways, arriving at an unassuming courtyard. The decor was simple, starkly contrasting the opulence of the palace. Your Majesty awaits you inside. The maid curtsied and discreetly withdrew. Li Yun entered to find a youth clad in a plain white robe, standing by the window, his back turned to him. Upon hearing the sound, the youth turned. A strikingly handsome face, with a complexion reminiscent of youthful radiance, and almond-shaped eyes glimmering with vitality. Though he had made an effort to disguise his form, the slender neck and slightly frail physique betrayed his true gender. Li Yun? Zhang Dodo spoke, lowering her voice, yet still retaining a hint of youthful clarity. Indeed. It is I, Li Yun replied, bowing respectfully. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Zhang Dodo scrutinized him, her eyes reflecting a flicker of surprise. You are even younger than I had imagined. Li Yun smiled. Your Majesty appears even more youthful than I had anticipated. Maturity has arrived rather swiftly. Their gazes met, and in each other's eyes, they found a mutual understanding. Please, have a seat. Zhang Dodo gestured toward the tea table. I have heard that you conversed with the Empress for quite some time last night, and reached some form of agreement? Li Yun took his seat with ease. Merely a small business that benefits both parties. A small business? Zhang Dodo chuckled lightly, surely. A venture that garners such attention from the Empress must be more intricate than that. With graceful movements, albeit tinged with a hint of deliberate masculinity. She poured tea for Li Yun, inquiring, I am rather curious. Li Yun, why do you wish to aid Northern Qi? Amid the fragrant steam of tea, Li Yun met her gaze with unwavering intensity. Your Majesty, the tides of the world dictate that what has been divided for long must eventually unite. And what has been united must eventually divide. After years of stalemate between Southern Qing and Northern Qi, someone must shatter this impasse. Oh, Zhang Dodo raised an eyebrow. Do you believe that person to be you? Perhaps it could be your Majesty, Li Yun retorted with a profound look. Zhang Dodo's fingers trembled slightly, causing a few drops of tea to spill. Setting down the teapot, she suddenly laughed. Li Yun, you possess quite the audacity to speak such words in the presence of the Emperor of an adversarial nation. Your Majesty is not an ordinary person. Li Yun took a sip from his teacup, contemplating, to perform such a duet with the Empress at such a young age. Your Majesty's intellect surpasses that of ordinary folk. Zhang Dodo's pupils constricted sharply. You truly know. You need not worry, Your Majesty. Li Yun placed his cup down. I have no interest in the secrets of the Northern Qi royal family. My interest lies in our collaboration. What collaboration? Zhang Dodo asked. Do you wish to restore your identity as a woman and stand proudly before all? Li Yun inquired suddenly. Jean Dodo's breath hitched. The restoration of her identity was her deepest desire, one she had longed for yet dared not voice. For 12 years. She had feigned compliance for the stability of the court alongside her mother. Do you have a way? Her voice quivered slightly, though skeptical. She was eager to hear Li Yun's response. Certainly, it may not be achievable in the short term, Li Yun said, casting a meaningful glance at Jean Dodo. But what if the world were to witness the first empress? An empress? The mere mention of those words made Jean Dodo's breath quicken. Yet she swiftly regained her composure. Li Yun, I nearly fell for your words. The path to an empress is fraught with difficulty. Customs and laws do not permit a woman to ascend to such a position. Li Yun stood, hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward. Nothing is impossible, if there is. It is merely a lack of strength. Strength? Jean Dodo was taken aback, shaking her head. Li Yun, this is not merely a matter of strength. Some obstacles cannot be overcome by mere power. Even if I possessed the strength to reclaim my identity and ascend the throne, other nations would never permit it. It is far beyond the scope of a single nation. Li Yun turned to face Jean Dodo. Indeed, it is not solely a matter of one nation. But what if someone were to command the entire world? Haha, before Li Yun could finish, Jean Dodo laughed. Are you suggesting that person is you? Setting aside northern Qi, even within your southern Qing, there exist 2 Grand Masters, and the 4 guardians of Dongyi City each guard their respective realms. Do you truly believe you can dominate this world amidst the 4 Grand Masters? Only 4 Grand Masters. Jean Dodo, are you afraid? Li Yun's expression remained calm, his gaze fixed on her. A sense of astonishment surged within Jean Dodo. As she watched, Li Yun crushed the teacup in his hand into a fine powder. At this moment, for reasons unknown, a surge of fervor swelled within her heart. Chapter 35. The Empress Dowager seeks an audience with Li Yun again. Upon returning to Guiyun Pavilion, Li Yun remained industrious. He penned a letter and summoned the coachman. Old Wei, deliver this missive to Her Highness the Grand Princess in Nanking, and then remain in the capital, awaiting her instructions. But, young master, your safety. Old Wei hesitated, for he had accompanied Li Yun to northern Qi alone. Do not fret. I will soon deploy the archery unit into northern Qi, Li Yun assured him. Reassured, Old Wei replied, Yes, young master. He took Li Yun's letter and promptly departed Guiyun Pavilion, exiting the city. Youth, the emperor of northern Qi is indeed a woman, Qiuwu remarked with astonishment. Indeed. Jean Dodo is a woman, yet I have vowed to collaborate with her, Li Yun replied, producing a map. He located the largest discovered saltpeter mine in northern Qi. Due to Yi Qingmei's connections, the 3 major factories could manufacture firearms. However, the formula for gunpowder remained a closely guarded secret, even from the emperor. After Yi Qingmei's assassination, her loyalists destroyed the gunpowder formula and subsequently vanished. Consequently, the emperor possessed firearms but lacked sufficient gunpowder, leading him to incessantly research its composition. Li Yun, however, was different. Although he lacked expertise in firearms, he understood the process of gunpowder production. In his previous life, he had watched numerous videos on the subject. Moreover, the 3 major factories were capable of producing steel, making the creation of landmines a feasible endeavor. He intended to exploit northern Qi's saltpeter mine to manufacture formidable landmines within its borders. A massive field of explosives, complemented by the encirclement of archers, would ensure that even the most formidable masters would meet their demise. After selecting a suitable location, Li Yun penned another letter, instructing Shun Wansan to establish factories in northern Qi and to transport some equipment ahead of time. In the capital of Nanking, Hmph received a confidential report from the Inspection Institute, revealing that Li Yun had been sighted in the capital of northern Qi. After pondering for a moment, he proceeded directly to the palace to report to the emperor. In the imperial study, Emperor Qing was reviewing memorials when he paused at Hmph's report, his red brush momentarily halting. Li Yun has traveled to the capital of northern Qi? Emperor Qing raised his head, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. When did this occur? Your Majesty, according to the confidential report, approximately 2 days ago, Hmph replied, bowing. Li Yun, under the alias Yunli, entered northern Qi disguised as the son of a merchant and is currently residing at Guiyun Pavilion. Emperor Qing set down his brush, his fingertips lightly tapping the imperial desk. Interesting, a 10-year-old child ventures alone into enemy territory. He suddenly turned to Hmph. What do you suppose he seeks in northern Qi? Hmph carefully considered his words. I suspect it may pertain to the internal treasury's commerce. Recently, There has indeed been a noticeable influx of southern Qing merchant caravans at the northern Qi border. Commerce? Emperor Qing scoffed. I believe it is more intricate than that. He stood and approached the window. The sunlight streamed through, illuminating the vibrant koi in the lake, yet it could not dispel the shadows in his gaze. Hmph, he said, suddenly turning. Do you think this child, Li Yun, may have already uncovered something significant? Hmph's heart skipped a beat. Does your majesty imply that I have a lingering suspicion that this child possesses an excessive amount of knowledge? The emperor narrowed his eyes, contemplating whether this was a scheme that had been in motion since that incident 4 years ago, now suddenly leading him to the northern Qi. Hmph fell silent for a moment. Your majesty, shall I dispatch someone? No need for haste. The emperor raised his hand to halt him. Let us first observe his intentions. Relay orders to the spies in northern Qi to closely monitor Li Yun's every movement, but do so discreetly, without alarming him. I shall obey. Hmph bowed and withdrew. The emperor stood alone before the window, his gaze distant. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a sense of unease stirred within him, as if something of great significance were slipping from his grasp. Li Yun, he murmured softly, what is it that you truly desire? In the northern Qi palace, the Empress Dowager reclined on a soft couch. Your Majesty, Li Yun has already met with His Majesty, Shun Zhong reported, kneeling on one knee, his voice low. The Empress Dowager raised an eyebrow slightly at the news. Oh, what did they discuss? The specifics remain unclear, Shun Zhong replied, lowering his head, though his expression was grave. His Majesty met with Li Yun secretly outside the palace, accompanied only by a trusted maid. The Empress Dowager chuckled lightly. This child has indeed learned to act behind my back. She languidly stretched, the curves beneath her palace attire subtly revealed. Shenzhong, do you think Li Yun will assist Dodo? Shenzhong replied cautiously, I dare not speculate. However, Li Yun is exceptionally astute. I fear? Fear what? The Empress Dowager narrowed her eyes. I fear he harbors ulterior motives. Shenzhong said, steeling himself. I cannot shake the feeling that his purpose in coming to northern Qi is far from simple. The Empress Dowager pondered for a moment, then suddenly broke into a smile. How intriguing. I am eager to see what waves this 10-year-old child can stir. She waved her hand, convey to me a decree, inviting Li Yun to the palace for another discussion tomorrow evening. Yes, Shenzhong acknowledged and withdrew. The Empress Dowager sat alone within the hall, her fingertips gently tracing the rim of her teacup. The collaboration proposed by Li Yun was indeed tempting. Yet she could not shake the feeling that this child was concealing a far grander scheme. The following evening, within the northern Qi palace, the Empress Dowager's chambers, Li Yun sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere as he re-entered the resplendent palace. The palace maids bowed their heads and retreated to a distance, leaving only him and the Empress Dowager within the vast hall. Li Yun, come sit. The Empress Dowager languidly leaned against the soft couch, gesturing to the seat beside her. She wore a deep purple palace gown today, the neckline slightly open, revealing a glimpse of her fair neck. Li Yun approached with composure, halting 3 steps from her. Has your Majesty summoned me for a purpose? What? Is it too much for me to wish to see you? The Empress Dowager's lips curved slightly. Come closer. I shall not devour you. Reluctantly, Li Yun stepped forward and seated himself, immediately enveloped by a delicate fragrance reminiscent of orchids. The Empress Dowager exuded a mature allure, starkly contrasting with the innocence of Qiu Wu, Zhang Dodo, and Si Li Li. I have heard you met Dodo. The Empress Dowager suddenly leaned forward, her warm breath grazing Li Yun's ear. Li Yun leaned back slightly, maintaining an expression of composure. What do you think of her? The Empress's eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement. Your Majesty is exceptionally wise. Given time, you shall undoubtedly become a sagacious ruler. Li Yun replied with an air of indifference. The Empress chuckled lightly, suddenly reaching out to pinch Li Yun's cheek. At such a tender age, you speak with remarkable earnestness. Her crimson nails left faint red marks on Li Yun's face. Li Yun furrowed his brow slightly. Do not be anxious. The Empress withdrew her hand, reclining languidly against the soft cushion. I merely believe that you and Dodo, being of similar age, might become friends. Friends? A soft laugh echoed in Li Yun's mind. Could this woman be attempting to matchmake him with Princess Dodo? However, Your Majesty, while it is true that I require friends, do you believe I can become the type of friend you envision? He asked, lowering his gaze. The Empress suddenly leaned closer, so near that Li Yun could discern the curve of her eyelashes. Li Yun, do you know why I have chosen to trust you? Is it because I can bring you benefits? Li Yun ventured cautiously. No. The Empress shook her head, a flicker of complexity crossing her eyes. It is because I see an ambition in your eyes that belies your years. She delicately lifted Li Yun's chin with her slender fingers. I am quite curious as to why a mere 10-year-old possesses such a gaze. Li Yun met her gaze directly, his expression remarkably innocent. Perhaps it is simply due to my innate intelligence? The Empress was momentarily taken aback, then withdrew her hand, bursting into a fit of laughter, her ample figure shaking with mirth. Chapter 36. The Empress suddenly embraced Li Yun, her laughter causing her bosom to sway gently. Wiping away the tears of joy from her eyes, she remarked with slightly parted red lips, "You, child, have quite the knack for embellishing your own merits." Li Yun maintained his composure. "I merely speak the truth." The flickering candlelight within the chamber cast a warm glow upon the Empress's exquisitely adorned visage. Suddenly, she sobered, a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes. "Li Yun, I am intrigued as to how you came to be the representative of the Princess of Nanqing." Li Yun's gaze flickered momentarily. This could hardly be deemed a secret. "Your Majesty, I was once an abandoned infant, left on the roadside." My voice was calm, as if recounting another's tale. "Fortunately, Her Highness the Princess passed by and rescued me, which is why she places her trust in me." "An abandoned infant?" The Empress's brow furrowed slightly. "Do you know who your biological parents are?" Li Yun shook his head. "I do not. The princess has sent people to investigate, but there are no leads." The Empress scrutinized Li Yun thoughtfully. Under the candlelight, the child's youthful face bore an unusual steadiness for his age, and his clear eyes concealed countless secrets. "Poor child," the Empress sighed softly, her tone suddenly gentle. "To be without parents at such a young age." She reached out, drawing Li Yun a little closer. "Come, let me have a good look at you." Li Yun was taken by surprise, nearly stumbling into the Empress's embrace. The rich fragrance enveloped him, mingling with the warmth characteristic of a mature woman, momentarily disorienting him. "Do not move." The Empress pressed her hand upon his shoulder, her delicate fingers gently gliding over his brow and eyes. These eyes, she felt, bore a familiar gaze. Her fingertips, imbued with a slight chill, traced from Li Yun's brow to his cheek, finally resting upon his chin. The intimacy of this gesture rendered Li Yun tense. He attempted to retreat, but the Empress held him firmly in place. Regardless of his struggles, she suddenly enveloped him in her embrace. Such a wise individual, yet with a lineage so tragic. In an instant, Li Yun found his face buried in a softness that took his breath away. The warmth of her touch seeped through the thin fabric of his clothing, leaving him momentarily breathless. "Poor child," the Empress's voice resonated above him, tinged with a hint of sympathy, recalling his childhood devoid of maternal affection. Her palm tenderly caressed the back of Li Yun's head, her movements astonishingly gentle. Li Yun stood frozen, at a loss for how to respond. This embrace was far too sudden. Just a moment prior, she had been probing him, and now she held him like a genuine mother. The shift was astonishingly swift. "Your Majesty, you are not at all convincing," Li Yun managed to utter, his voice muffled against her garments, struggling for breath. Only then did the Empress release him. Yet she still kept him within the circle of her arms. She gazed down at Li Yun's slightly flushed cheeks, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes. "What's this, feeling shy?" Li Yun quickly steadied his breathing and composed himself. "Your Majesty's kindness leaves me astounded." "Ah," the Empress chuckled lightly, playfully tapping his nose. Such a young lad, yet so adept at feigning modesty. She suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. "Li Yun, I must ask you, have you ever considered searching for your biological parents?" Li Yun shook his head. Having been discarded, why seek them out? A flicker of peculiar emotion danced in the Empress's eyes, and a scheme began to form in her mind. Perhaps they had their reasons. It seemed she was quite invested in this notion. Li Yun adjusted his attire, the lingering fragrance still enveloping him. The Empress's expression returned to its usual composure. It was merely a casual inquiry. "I simply feel that a boy as handsome as you should not be so easily abandoned by his parents." Li Yun offered no reply, and a brief silence fell within the chamber. The incense rose in delicate wisps, creating a hazy barrier between the two. The Empress spoke again, her voice softening. "What if one day you discover that your origins are not as you believed?" Li Yun's heart skipped a beat. This woman, indeed, had ulterior motives. He did not grasp the Empress's intentions and replied coolly. The Empress regarded him intently, then suddenly smiled broadly. "Oh, it is nothing, merely a thought." She reached out to straighten the somewhat disheveled collar of Li Yun's garment. "Very well, let us conclude our conversation for today. Remember my words and treat Dodo well. We have a long partnership ahead of us." Li Yun then took his leave, bowing respectfully. Upon exiting the palace, He found Xiao Wu waiting anxiously. As he approached, Xiao Wu hurried forward. "Young master, are you well? Your complexion seems off." Li Yun shook his head. "Let us discuss it back at the inn." The carriage slowly departed from the palace grounds. Li Yun sat in the carriage, his eyes closed in deep contemplation. The unusual behavior of the Empress Dowager today, coupled with her cryptic remarks, led him to ponder. Could this woman truly be intent on providing him with parents? Shaking his head at the thought, he dismissed it. Meanwhile, Zhang Daodao also shook her head, hoping her mother would relinquish the idea, for with Li Yun's intellect, it was inconceivable that he could be deceived by such reasoning. Moments earlier, a maid of the Empress Dowager had approached her, expressing a desire to assist Li Yun in locating his biological parents, thereby drawing him into their northern Qi faction. Zhang Daodao found this notion utterly implausible, bewildered by her mother's sudden inclination. "Yes, your majesty," the maid had replied with a slight bow before retreating to the Empress Dowager's chamber. Zhang Daodao gazed out at the bright moon, a smile gracing her lips. She eagerly anticipated their meeting the following day. "Young master, we have arrived." The voice of Qiao Wu brought Li Yun back to the present. Upon entering Guiyun Pavilion, Li Yun immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. He signaled Qiao Wu to be vigilant and proceeded cautiously towards the inner chamber. "Who goes there?" he inquired in a low tone. From behind the screen in the inner room, a figure slowly emerged. "Young Master Yun, I trust you are well." It was Si Lily, dressed in an elegant white gown, with a jade hairpin adorning her hair. She appeared both graceful and ethereal. "Miss Si?" Li Yun raised an eyebrow. "How did you gain entry?" Si Lily smiled coyly. "I have my ways." She glanced around. "Will you not invite me to sit and converse?" Li Yun gestured for Qiao Wu to withdraw and approached the tea table. "Miss Si, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Si Lily sat down leisurely, producing a letter from her sleeve. "Someone entrusted me to deliver this to you." Li Yun took the letter but did not open it immediately. "Who is it from?" "Guess." Si Lily winked, then suddenly lowered her voice. "Young Master Yun. The day after tomorrow, Dodo and I will temporarily leave the capital, so I ask you to meet me outside the city tomorrow. However," Li Yun gently grasped Si Lily's delicate chin and leaned closer. "Rest assured, Miss Si, I will certainly be there." Si Lily's cheeks flushed crimson. "Then I shall not disturb you further. I take my leave." With that, she gently pushed Li Yun's hand away and hurriedly exited the room. This woman is truly intriguing, Li Yun mused, a smile dancing on his lips. Just a little longer, and I shall savor the moment. Chapter 37. Zhang Daodao in female attire. As Si Lily hurried away, the air retained a lingering fragrance, distinct from the rich aroma within the Empress Dowager's chamber, reminiscent of freshly bloomed magnolias in early spring. Li Yun twirled his fingers, as if still feeling the cool, delicate touch of her chin. "Young master?" Qiao Wu entered with tea. Noticing the playful smile at Li Yun's lips, she felt a twinge of curiosity. Li Yun accepted the teacup, lifting the lid to inhale the aroma. "It's nothing. Prepare the carriage for tomorrow. We shall head outside the city." He paused and added, "Bring along my moon-white brocade robe with cloud patterns." Qiao Wu complied. Sensing that her young master seemed particularly invested in Miss Si, even specifying his attire for the following day, she silently withdrew, closing the door behind her. As night deepened, Li Yun unfolded the letter left by Si Lily. It bore no signature, only a line of elegant script. "Tomorrow at the hour of Chun, deep within the maple forest in the northern suburbs, I await your arrival." The handwriting was subtle, yet imbued with an almost imperceptible anticipation. Li Yun's fingertips traced the ink marks as a gentle smile graced his lips. Who would await him deep within the maple forest on the morrow? The following dawn, in the northern outskirts where the maple trees stood, the morning mist, like a delicate veil, wove through the fiery leaves, while sunlight pierced the branches, casting a dappled play of shadows. An inconspicuous blue canopy carriage lingered at the forest's edge, and Li Yun, clad in a moon-white robe adorned with cloud patterns, appeared even more strikingly handsome. Qiao Wu stood beside him, vigilant and alert to their surroundings. "Young master, shall I accompany you inside?" Qiao Wu inquired, glancing uneasily at the shadowy path ahead. "There's no need," Li Yun replied, his gaze directed towards the depths of the maple grove, where the faint sound of a babbling brook could be heard. Waiting here sufficed. He ventured alone into the forest, his footsteps muffled by a thick carpet of soft red leaves that rustled gently beneath him. As he delved deeper, the sound of the water grew clearer. After navigating around several stout ancient maples, he found himself in a sunlit clearing. A crystal-clear stream meandered gracefully, and by its banks stood three figures poised against a backdrop of massive stones. Lily remained clad in her elegant white attire, while Haiding Dada donned her signature fiery red ensemble. Between them stood a girl unfamiliar to Li Yun. The girl appeared to be around 12 or 13. Her frame somewhat delicate, dressed in a soft, pale yellow gown embroidered with elegant magnolia blooms. Her long, ebony hair, unlike that of typical young women from Beiqi, flowed freely over her shoulders, loosely held back by a single ribbon of matching hue. As the morning light filtered through the maple leaves and illuminated her, her exquisite little face bowed slightly, long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, casting a soft shadow beneath her eyes. She seemed somewhat shy, her slender fingers unconsciously twisting the silk cord that hung at her waist. Li Yun paused. The contours of the girl's brows and eyes bore a striking resemblance to Jean Dodo, who had been clad in a dragon robe in the imperial study just the day before. Yet, stripped of the deliberate masculine fade and frail demeanor, she now exuded a vibrant health beneath the sun's rays, her youthful innocence and vivacity unmistakable. Yunli, Haiteng Dada called out, breaking the moment's tranquility with a boisterous wave. You finally made it. Come here, let me introduce you to a new friend. Li Yun collected his thoughts, a warm smile gracing his lips as he approached leisurely. His gaze settled on the girl in the pale yellow gown, a perfect blend of astonishment and curiosity illuminating his expression. Li smiled softly, her voice gentle. Young Master Yun, this is Dodo. She intentionally omitted her surname, addressing her solely by her given name. Dodo? Li Yun echoed softly, bemused by their lack of guile. His smile remained sincere as he continued. I am Yunli. It is a pleasure to meet you. Jean Dodo, or rather. The girl now known as Dodo finally summoned the courage to lift her head. When her clear, bright apricot eyes met Li Yun's smiling gaze, her cheeks instantly flushed with a delicate hue, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. She swiftly lowered her lashes, her voice barely audible above the babbling stream. Young Master Yun. A pleasure to meet you. She had never encountered outsiders in such a manner, dressed as she was. Liberated from the oppressive dragon robe and the constraining corset, she adorned herself in a delicate dress, feeling both unfamiliar and exhilarating, as though she had shed an immense burden, yet was ensnared by a different kind of invisible tension. Particularly when faced with the boy before her, whose clear gaze seemed capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. All right, I've brought you here. Haiding playfully tugged at Lily's hand and winked at Li Yun. Lily and I still want to gather some wild fruits. You two can enjoy yourselves. Daodu, do not be afraid. Yun is quite a decent person. Without waiting for their response, she giggled and whisked Silly away, their fiery figures swiftly vanishing into the layers of the maple forest. Only two remained by the stream. A gentle breeze rustled, lifting a few red leaves that softly settled upon Jean Daodu's shoulder. Instinctively, she reached up to brush them away, her movement imbued with the innate grace of youth. Li Yun seated himself upon a smooth stone by the stream and patted the space beside him, his tone casual. Please sit, Miss Daodu. The scenery here is delightful. After a moment's hesitation, Jean Daodu complied, cautiously taking a seat beside him, maintaining a half-person's distance between them. She kept her head bowed, her gaze fixed upon the pointed tips of her embroidered shoes, her fingers nervously twisting the silk ribbons. Is this your first time dressing like this for an outing? Li Yun inquired nonchalantly, observing the little fish darting about in the crystal-clear water. Jean Daodu's body stiffened slightly before she nodded gently. Yes. My mother said I should occasionally get some fresh air. She nearly let slip more than intended, her heart racing in response. Li Yun turned to regard her, sunlight illuminating her graceful profile, her delicate skin appearing almost translucent in the light. Stripped of her regal fade, she was, at this moment, simply an astonishingly beautiful girl, tinged with a hint of shyness. You look wonderful, he genuinely praised, his gaze sincere, even more exquisite than I had imagined. The direct compliment caused Jean Daodu's cheeks to flush crimson, even the delicate lobes of her ears blushing pink. She quickly glanced at Li Yun, only to avert her gaze once more, her voice barely above a whisper. Thank you. The stream babbled softly, and the maple leaves rustled gently. A subtle yet comfortable silence enveloped them. Under Li Yun's calm scrutiny, Jean Daodu's taut nerves gradually began to relax in an unusual manner. Stealing a glance at the boy beside her, she observed his relaxed posture upon the stone, his moon-white brocade robe accentuating his jade-like visage, the maturity surpassing his years blending curiously with the tranquility of the forest. A girl in the throes of youthful infatuation. Since their last encounter, Jean Daodu had been reflecting on her mother's words. Chapter 38. The bashful Daodu, are you not surprised at all? She finally summoned the courage to ask softly. Li Yun picked up a perfect red leaf, twirling it between his fingers. Surprised about what? Surprised that His Majesty is actually an enchanting maiden? Jean Daodu gasped in shock, her almond-shaped eyes widening. You knew it was me all along? She had believed her disguise was flawless. Eyes cannot deceive, Li Yun replied, extending the red leaf towards her. The girl I met yesterday and the Daodu by the stream today share the same essence within their gaze. Jean Daodu stared vacantly at the vibrant red maple leaf she had received, the distinct texture of its veins palpable against her fingertips. She gazed into Li Yun's eyes, which seemed to perceive everything yet remained clear and gentle, and an indescribable emotion surged within her heart. It was a mix of slight annoyance at being seen through, coupled with a liberating sense of relief. Do you not find this peculiar? She asked softly, her voice laced with a barely perceptible unease. Having lived under another identity for far too long, she had nearly forgotten her true self. Peculiar? Li Yun raised an eyebrow, his tone casual and relaxed. Why should it be strange? You have always been a girl. He paused, his gaze settling on her flowing locks and soft attire. It is only now that you are closer to your authentic self. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting a few red leaves and tousling Jean Daodu's hair, a few rebellious strands teasingly brushing against her cheek. Instinctively, she raised a hand to gather them, her movements imbued with the innocent charm unique to youth. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the maple leaves, dancing upon her, as her pale yellow dress seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow. Li Yun watched her quietly, his eyes fixed with intent. In that moment, she was no longer the burdened young emperor cloaked in dragon robes, shrouded in heavy secrets. She was simply a beautiful girl, shy yet curious, exploring the world by the stream on an autumn day. Jean Daodu felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze, her cheeks subtly flushed. Yet she no longer frantically averted her eyes as before. Gathering her courage, she met Li Yun's gaze, her apricot eyes glimmering with a complex mix of curiosity, hesitation, and a hint of dependence that she herself had yet to recognize. Li Yun, she spoke softly, for the first time omitting formalities. Regarding what you said yesterday about the Empress, Li Yun smiled faintly, refraining from an immediate response. He extended his hand, effortlessly brushing away a tiny leaf that had settled on the tips of her hair. His fingers inadvertently grazed the warm contour of her ear. Jean Daodu's body jolted as if struck by a faint electric shock, leaving her momentarily frozen. She had never experienced such intimate contact with a man, especially in such a sensitive area. A peculiar tingling sensation spread from the base of her ear, her heartbeat erratic, and her cheeks ablaze with an astonishing heat. She abruptly met Li Yun's gaze, her clear apricot eyes wide with astonishment and flustered embarrassment. Yet, to him, it seemed as though he had merely performed an ordinary act, his expression unruffled as he withdrew his fingers with smooth grace. Observing her flushed cheeks and the chaos reflected in her eyes, a knowing smile graced his lips, his voice lowering slightly, imbued with a subtle guidance. Daodu, some matters cannot be rushed. However, he leaned in closer, his warm breath brushing against her trembling ear. My patience is, in fact, limited. Some things, if waited for too long, may lose their allure. Jean Daodu felt a rush of warmth surge to her head, her ears buzzing. Li Yun's deep words and the warmth of his proximity left her mind a blank slate, nearly incapable of coherent thought. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, her steps faltering slightly. I must return. She uttered those words and dared not cast another glance at Li Yun. Lifting her skirt, she fled in a flurry towards the direction where Hmph and the others had vanished, resembling a startled fawn, leaving behind a faint fragrance of youth and the serene smile of Li Yun by the stream. Maple leaves fluttered down behind her, and that hasty, pale yellow figure soon disappeared into the vibrant depths of the maple forest. Watching her retreating silhouette, the smile on Li Yun's lips deepened. He stood up leisurely, brushing off non-existent dust from his robe. The Empress, he murmured softly to himself, his eyes shimmering with a resolute ambition. To become the man of the Empress, this young master must exert considerable effort. As the autumn maple leaves fell, winter snow blanketed the capital of Beiqi, only to quietly melt under the warm rays of spring, when the chilling meltwater flowed once again in the river. Nearly 6 months had quietly passed since Li Yun first arrived in Beiqi. In the northern reaches of the capital, 70 miles beyond the capital city, lay an ordinary-looking valley. The rhythmic and dull sound of metal clashing echoed in the depths of the valley. A massive workshop was built against the mountainside, with towering chimneys exhaling wisps of gray smoke. Surrounding the workshop were formidable high walls, and guards clad in Beiqi's standard leather armor patrolled back and forth, their gazes sharp. This was the newly established brocade workshop, ostensibly a joint venture between the royal family of Beiqi and a mysterious merchant, aimed at producing silk and cotton to counteract the dumping from the southern state of Qing. Inside the workshop, dozens of improved hydraulic looms operated day and night. The enormous water wheel powered the connecting rods, roaring as the shuttles darted like lightning between the warps, achieving an efficiency several times that of Beiqi's old looms. Craftsmen donned in standardized coarse cloth uniforms skillfully operated the machines, their eyes focused. Li Yun, clad in a simple green robe, stood calmly in the corridor on the second floor, gazing down at the bustling scene below. Beside him stood a middle-aged man dressed in the attire of a wealthy merchant from Beiqi, sporting a goatee, none other than Shun Wansan, who had secretly infiltrated Beiqi. Shun Wansan slightly bent forward, reporting in a low voice. "Young master, as per your instructions, the brocade workshop is now fully operational. We currently have 50 looms and 120 skilled craftsmen, producing 300 bolts of fine cotton and 150 bolts of silk daily, which corresponds to half the output of the 3 major factories in Suzhou. In terms of market access, with the covert assistance of the Empress Dowager and Commander Shun, we have already penetrated over 30% of the Beiqi market, yielding considerable profits. On paper, the royal family holds a 70% stake, while we retain 30%. Li Yun nodded, his gaze unwavering from the roaring machines. Have the other factions in Beiqi raised any suspicions? None, Shun Wansan replied, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. They only perceive these as a few minor clerks sent by the Empress Dowager to audit the accounts, which we have deftly handled with real gold and the transparent records of the brocade workshop. Moreover, our dividends to Beiqi are indeed generous, silencing most dissenters. Excellent. Li Yun responded in a calm tone. Remember, this is our facade in Beiqi. We must conduct ourselves openly and transparently, ensuring our accounts can withstand any scrutiny. Do not be stingy with necessary arrangements. Understood, young master, Shun Wansan replied respectfully. Chapter 39. The conclusion of the Northern Qi affairs. Li Yun turned around, casting his gaze towards the area beyond the workshop, separated by higher and thicker walls. The guards there were even more formidable. One could observe inconspicuous figures clad in gray, their demeanor restrained, vigilantly on alert in the shadows. The sole grand entrance to that section was meticulously guarded by 2 rows of soldiers wielding crossbows, their expressions devoid of emotion. What is the situation over there? Li Yun's voice dropped a few notches. Shun Wansan's expression instantly transformed into one of utmost seriousness, his posture bending lower. Master, everything is proceeding according to plan. The 50 core craftsmen and their families, secretly transported from Jiangnan, have all been settled, and the equipment has been calibrated. The nitrate from the mines is being delivered daily in secrecy. The channels for sulfur and charcoal have also been established, under our control. Li Yun nodded slightly. What is the output? We are still exploring the most stable ratios and compression techniques, currently producing approximately 500 gene of black powder per day. In accordance with the blueprints provided by the master, the shell casting workshop has been completed and is undergoing small-scale trials. It is anticipated that within a month, the first batch of ground fire thunder will be ready for production. Shun Wansan's voice carried a barely perceptible thrill and reverence. He had witnessed the potency of that black powder firsthand. Even a small canister could shatter boulders, not to mention the formidable ground fire thunder spoken of by the master. Such power was nothing short of divine. A trace of satisfaction finally graced Li Yun's countenance. Safety is paramount. The core craftsmen must be strictly controlled, their families serving as hostages to ensure their understanding of the consequences of leaking information. Since they are receiving the highest rewards, they must also bear the corresponding responsibilities. Any suspicious individuals must be dealt with mercilessly. His tone remained calm, yet it exuded an undeniable chill. Shun Wansan felt a jolt of apprehension and promptly replied, "Yes, I will personally oversee this, and I dare not show any signs of negligence." As for the guards, the first batch of 300 protectors has secretly arrived in phases, dispersed among the workshop and nitrate mines, under the command of Old Wei. They are well equipped and thoroughly trained. Old Wei has returned. Li Yun raised an eyebrow. He had intended to keep Old Wei in the capital to assist the princess with certain matters outside the palace. Indeed, Commander Wei arrived 3 days ago and is currently familiarizing himself with the situation at the mine, setting up watchpoints and defenses, Hmph replied. Take me to see. Li Yun commanded as he strode towards the heavily guarded rear door. Hmph quickly led the way. The gray-clad guards bowed silently upon seeing Li Yun, their eyes filled with fervor and reverence, swiftly opening the heavy iron door. Beyond the door lay an entirely different realm. Gone were the clattering of looms. The air was infused with a faint, somewhat acrid scent of sulfur and nitrate. The structures here were lower and sturdier, housing distinct workshops for refining, grinding, mixing, and forming. The craftsmen, donned in specially designed thick fabricwork uniforms and masks, operated under the supervision of foremen, their expressions tense and focused. Each process was strictly segregated, with craftsmen responsible solely for their immediate tasks. Li Yun paused outside a massive mixing workshop enclosed by thick stone slabs. Within the shed, several artisans were meticulously pouring the finely ground saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal into a massive wooden barrel in precise proportions, then slowly and evenly stirring the mixture with a long-handled wooden paddle. Nearby, a dedicated individual held a damp cloth, ever ready to extinguish any sparks that might arise. The atmosphere was so tense it was almost suffocating. The ratios and stirring process represented the most perilous stages. Hmph whispered, as per the young master's instructions. We have dismantled the procedure. Each person is responsible for only a small portion of the raw materials, with the final mixing entrusted to the 3 most reliable veteran craftsmen on a rotational basis. The stirring shed was situated far from other buildings, surrounded by sand and water tanks. Li Yun nodded, his gaze sweeping over the artisans. Their movements were adept, yet beads of sweat dotted their foreheads. Clearly aware of the lethal nature of their task, Li Yun remained silent, turning to walk to another workshop on the opposite side of the valley. The temperature here was high, accompanied by the rhythmic clanging of metal. Inside the shed, craftsmen were pouring molten iron into specially designed molds, which would cool into heavy iron shells the size of watermelons, adorned with protruding edges. These were the casings for landmines. Have the shells been tested? Li Yun inquired, lifting a cooled semi-finished product that felt heavy and icy to the touch. 3 have been tested, Hmph replied, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. Based on the young master's designs for both pull and push fuses, the results were astonishing. Within 10 meters, iron shards fly, obliterating man and beast alike. Even at 50 meters, they can still severely injure the enemy. Li Yun weighed the iron shell in his hands, his expression contemplative. This was merely the beginning. He envisioned the terrifying scenes of future battlefield coordination with archery troops delivering overwhelming strikes. What martial arts grandmaster could withstand the torrent of steel and fire? Excellent, he said, placing the iron shell back in its position. He informed the craftsmen that they had performed admirably. Their wages for the month would be doubled, but with a strict confidentiality clause. Those who leak information will face the annihilation of their entire clan. Understood. Hmph responded solemnly. The young master's rewards were always generous, yet the penalties were equally severe, instilling a palpable fear. It was precisely this combination of benevolence and terror that compelled everyone to willingly guard this world-shattering secret. After inspecting the core area, Li Yun declined Hmph offer of a carriage and stepped out alone through the heavily guarded back door, once more basking in the early summer sunlight. Behind him lay the roaring weaving workshop and the silent munitions area, a stark contrast that formed the nascent foundation of his ambitions in northern Qi. He ascended a high slope at the valley's entrance, gazing at the winding official road in the distance and the faint outline of the northern Qi capital beyond. In 6 months, from his solitary entry into northern Qi to now holding a nascent power capable of altering the landscape, his plans had begun to take shape. Young master, Old Wei appeared behind him, clad in simple gray attire, his demeanor serene yet formidable. He appeared more robust than 6 months prior, his gaze as sharp as that of an eagle. Is everything arranged? Li Yun did not turn around. Yes, the mining site, the core workshop, and the outer sentries are all in place. 300 men are divided into 3 shifts, with crossbows fully drawn and ready. The northern Qi guards are only stationed at the perimeter, unable to reach the core. The heavy transport of saltpeter is limited to the outermost warehouse, where our people will take over. Old Wei's voice was deep and powerful. Unless the northern Qi gathered a formidable army for a fierce assault, success was assured. Li Yun nodded, expressing his trust in Wei Ye's abilities. Everything here will be entrusted to you from now on. Remember, the workshop can be abandoned. The gunpowder mine can be destroyed, but everything here, he gestured towards his temple, indicating the people within, must not fall into the hands of others. When necessary, you know what to do. A glint of cold light flashed in old Wei's eyes as he clasped his fists and solemnly replied, "Rest assured, young master. As long as there are people, the secrets remain safe. If they perish, everything will turn to ashes." Li Yun patted old Wei's sturdy shoulder and fell silent. He cast one last glance at the valley, which concealed extraordinary power, before turning to descend the high slope. The affairs of Northern Qi were concluded. It was time to return, for the princess had urged him several times already. Chapter 40. Farewell. In the early spring of the Northern Qi Palace, the snow melted, and tender green shoots quietly emerged beneath the palace walls. In the warm and fragrant atmosphere of the Empress Dowager's chamber, Li Yun bowed respectfully and announced, "Your Majesty, I have come to bid you farewell." The Empress Dowager, reclining on a soft couch, paused her fingers that were playing with a string of jade beads upon hearing his words. She lifted her gaze, scanning Li Yun's azure robe with an appraising look, tempered by a hint of subtle warmth. "Farewell?" She set down the jade beads and straightened her posture, her deep purple palace attire enhancing her regal elegance. Yet, within her glances, genuine concern flickered. "How long have you been here? I was hoping you would spend more time with Dodo. That child has improved considerably over the past 6 months." She beckoned him closer, wishing to observe him. Li Yun complied and stepped forward. The Empress Dowager reached out, naturally adjusting the already neat collar of his robe, her movements as familiar as those she would bestow upon her own kin. Her fingers radiated warmth, inadvertently brushing against the skin at Li Yun's neck. "You have lost some weight," she remarked, her brow slightly furrowed, a reproachful tone coloring her words. "Is the cuisine of Northern Qi not as refined as that of the South? Or are the attendants lacking in diligence? I have told you countless times to share your troubles with me. Why have you allowed yourself to grow thin?" As she spoke, her fingertips gently pinched Li Yun's slightly frail shoulder, her concern evident. Li Yun could distinctly scent her rich fragrance and felt the complexity of emotions in her gaze, a blend of scrutiny and an unusual maternal instinct. He maintained a respectful demeanor, replying, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Northern Qi is quite well, but having been away from home for so long, the princess has urged my return." "That princess of yours," the Empress Dowager interjected with a soft hum. Her red lips pressed together, a hint of subtle acidity and an underlying sense of rivalry in her tone, "certainly keeps a tight rein on you." She paused, her gaze penetrating as if she sought to see through Li Yun. "Wan'er, how has the Empress Dowager treated you?" "With great kindness, Your Majesty, which I deeply appreciate," Li Yun replied, his words carefully measured. "Great kindness?" The Empress Dowager suddenly extended her hand, this time not to adjust his attire but rather, with a touch of affection, to pinch Li Yun's cheek, as one might tease a beloved child. "I truly care for you. You lost your mother at a young age. And Dodo has suffered as well." Her voice softened, imbued with sincerity. "When I observe you both, it feels like a destined bond. Allow me to assist you, dear Dodo, and in turn, I shall aid you. In the days to come, this Northern Qi shall indeed become your home." These words bore an almost naked hint of promise and implication. Her intentions regarding Li Yun as a prospective husband for her daughter were laid bare through months of tender care and this moment of intimacy. Li Yun permitted her warm fingers to linger on his cheek for a brief, while before he took a subtle step back, creating a slight distance. With lowered eyes, he spoke, "Your Majesty, my return to the South is aimed at better supporting His Majesty in the future." A flicker of understanding crossed the Empress's eyes, accompanied by a barely perceptible hint of melancholy. She withdrew her hand, leaning back against the soft pillow, regaining her majestic demeanor, her tone softened. "Very well. The ambitions of youth reach far and wide. I shall not hinder you. Remember your words, and also recall what I have said today. The gates of Northern Qi will always be open to you. Dodo will miss you." Li Yun bowed in farewell and turned to leave. He could feel the weight of her gaze behind him, complex and lingering. Outside the palace gates, a humble green-draped carriage awaited patiently. Just as he was about to board, a clear and urgent voice called from behind, "Li Yun." He turned. At the corner of the palace wall, a figure clad in pale yellow hurried forth. It was Jean Dodo. Today, she was not dressed in her dragon robe, but wore a simple spring garment befitting a noble young lady. Yet, her stride still carried the poise and urgency of royalty. However, The faint redness around her eyes and the tightness of her lips betrayed the turmoil within her heart. She approached Li Yun and came to a halt before him. The early spring breeze tousled the loose strands of hair on her forehead, and her almond-shaped eyes fixed intently upon him, their expression as complex as a spilled palette of colors. "Your Majesty," Li Yun inclined his head in respect. "There's no need for that." Jean Dodo's voice was slightly strained, striving for composure. "Mother said you were leaving?" Her question was rhetorical. She merely wished to hear him affirm it. "Yes," he replied, meeting her gaze with calmness. "There are matters in the south that require my attention." Jean Dodo fell silent for a moment, her fingers curling slightly within her sleeves. She longed to inquire about his return or to, like any ordinary girl, caution him to be careful on his journey. Yet the weight of her royal status and pride rendered her speechless. Ultimately, she took a deep breath, straightened her back, her eyes sharpening, the youthful vigor of an emperor resurfacing. "Very well." Her response was but a single word, delivered with unwavering decisiveness. "I permit it." She stepped closer, their proximity charged. Slightly tilting her head upwards, she met Li Yun's eyes and, in a voice only audible to them, spoke clearly yet softly. "Do not forget the words you have spoken to me. Northern Qi awaits your return." With that, she abruptly turned, the hem of her pale yellow skirt cutting through the crisp air of early spring as she strode back into the palace, not glancing back. Her upright silhouette bore the weight of imperial solitude, yet it also revealed a hint of suppressed vulnerability. Li Yun watched her retreating figure vanish behind the palace gates, a nearly imperceptible smile gracing his lips. This awkward farewell was quintessentially Jean Dodo. The carriage departed the imperial grounds and halted along a secluded street leading to the southern city gate. By the roadside, Lily, adorned in a simple yet elegant moon-white skirt, stood quietly beneath the budding willow tree, resembling a figure stepping out from a painting. In her hands, she cradled a small, palm-sized jade box. As she spotted Li Yun's carriage, she gracefully approached, extending the box through the window. "Young Master Yun." Her voice remained soft as the breeze, yet it bore a warmth that contrasted with her usual cool demeanor. "The journey ahead is long. A small token of my regard may invigorate you." Li Yun accepted the box, feeling its smooth warmth and the faint scent of greenery. Upon opening it, he discovered several glossy, deep brown pills, exuding a unique and refreshing aroma, clearly crafted with care. "Thank you, Miss C," he replied gently, his gaze lingering on her delicate visage. Lily lowered her lashes slightly, evading his direct stare, the long fringes casting soft shadows beneath her eyes. She seemed on the verge of speaking, her lips parting slightly, yet she pressed them together again. After a brief silence, she lifted her gaze, her autumn water-like eyes clearly reflecting Li Yun's figure, infused with a complex emotion of unspoken words. Ultimately, a multitude of sentiments coalesced into a mere whisper. "Take care, young master." She took a step back, bending her knee slightly in a graceful bow before the carriage window. Without lingering, she turned and walked along the willow-lined path, her moon-white silhouette gradually fading into the tender green of early spring. As the carriage progressed, just beyond the southern city gate, a vibrant figure suddenly emerged from a small grove beside the official road, blocking the path with hands on her hips. It was Hmph Dodo. "Whoa." The driver pulled the reins. Li Yun lifted the curtain. "Hey, Yunli, you didn't even say goodbye before leaving. How inconsiderate." Hmph Dodo stormed to the carriage window, her charming face tilted upwards, brows furrowed in annoyance as she glared at Li Yun. Li Yun chuckled. "It's not as if we won't see each other again. Miss Hmph, next time you visit Beiki, we shall drink together." "Humph, that's more like it." Hmph Dodo huffed, her anger softening slightly, though it quickly morphed into discontent. "If you dare to leave without a word next time, I shall chop your carriage in half with an axe." She theatrically mimicked wielding a small axe at her waist. "I would never dare," Li Yun assured with a smile. "Content." Hmph Dodo nodded in satisfaction. She tilted her head, sizing up Li Yun for a moment before suddenly producing a small cloth pouch from her bosom and thrusting it into his hands. "Here, take this. It's the new fruit preserves from Zue Xianlu. They're simply delightful, perfect for snacking on the road." The pouch was warm, infused with the girl's body heat and sweet fruity aroma. After depositing the gift, she seemed to feel she had accomplished something significant, clapping her hands together and cheerfully proclaiming, "All right, off you go. Travel safely. Remember, next time you come, I'll take you to eat even better treats." She even audaciously tapped the side of the carriage, calling out to the driver, Without another glance at Li Yun, she turned and strode purposefully towards the capital, her vibrant figure bounding along the road, exuding vitality, as free-spirited as when they first met. After merely taking a few steps, she could not help but glance back, vigorously waving her hand toward the departing carriage, calling out loudly, "Yun Li, do not forget that Bei Qi still has friends. Take care." Li Yun clutched the warm bag of candied fruits in his hand, gazing at the ever-diminishing red figure still waving, a rare and pure smile of ease gracing his face during this trip to Bei Qi. The carriage rumbled on, embarking on the journey southward. Chapter 41. The Wine-Drinking Monk. Have you finally deemed it worthy to visit the old monk? After a fortnight, Li Yun returned to Suzhou City. Upon his return, he made no effort to disturb anyone. Yet, those with keen insight understood that the true master of Suzhou had returned. Li Yun, however, paid little heed to such observations. The jarring motions of the carriage over the past 2 weeks had left him quite fatigued, prompting him to head directly to the hot spring villa. As the sun dipped below the horizon, dusk enveloped the hot spring villa in a veil of mist. Li Yun immersed himself in a private hot spring, the warm water soothing the weariness that had accumulated over half a year of travel. Leaning back against the edge of the pool with his eyes closed, droplets cascaded from his hair, glistening in the moonlight. The soft creak of the wooden door being gently pushed open resonated clearly in the tranquil room. Li Yun did not open his eyes, but allowed a faint smile to play upon his lips. "Xiao Wu, did I not say there was no need for you to attend to me?" Young master, a voice, sweet and beguiling, emerged, laced with a hint of shyness and audacity. This was certainly not Xiao Wu. Li Yun opened his eyes to find Yang Mingyi standing at the edge of the pool, clad in a form-fitting deep purple gown, an ensemble he had personally designed half a year prior, perfectly accentuating the figure of a woman like her. "Madame Yang?" Li Yun raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over her without revealing the slightest hint of emotion. "Is there something you require?" Yang Mingyi bit her crimson lip and took a few steps closer, holding a delicate wooden tray adorned with essential oils and silk scarves. "I heard that young master has endured a long journey. I have come to attend to you." She knelt at the pool's edge, her delicate fingers dipped in the oil, lightly resting upon Li Yun's shoulders and neck. "Young master, you seem to have lost weight." Her fingers danced skillfully along his shoulder and neck, applying just the right amount of pressure. The warmth of the oil mingled with her body heat, creating a peculiar sensation. As she massaged, her body leaned in. Intentionally or not, Li Yun remained reclined against the edge of the pool, his expression unchanged, as if he were merely enjoying an exceedingly ordinary massage. His gaze was as tranquil as water, peering through the mist toward the distant candlelight, deliberately ignoring the temptation that lay within arm's reach. Yang Mingyi's fingertips gradually descended, her movements growing softer and slower. "Young master, have you thought of me at all during these past 6 months?" Her voice carried a soft allure, nearly brushing against Li Yun's ear. Suddenly, Li Yun raised his hand, firmly grasping her wrist. "Madame Yang." His voice was gentle, yet it caused Yang Mingyi to freeze instantly. "Your attributes are indeed commendable, and you know how to present yourself well. However, it is best to know where to draw the line." Yang Mingyi's face flushed crimson at once, her voice trembling. Li Yun released her hand and leaned back against the pool's edge once more. "Please, continue the massage." With her hands slightly trembling, Yang Mingyi dared not cease her ministrations. This time, her movements became considerably more restrained, no longer daring to overstep her bounds. In the tranquil confines of the hot spring, the only sound was the gentle lapping of the water. Li Yun closed his eyes in a meditative state, as if the earlier conversation had never transpired. Meanwhile, Yang Mingyi bowed her head, a complex array of emotions flickering in her eyes: reverence, fear, and an ineffable sense of loss. The flickering candlelight cast their shadows upon the wall, intertwining to form a surreal tableau. After emerging from the hot spring, Yang Mingyi adeptly helped Li Yun don his garments, leaving him feeling entirely refreshed. That evening, Li Yun chose not to return to the royal villa, opting instead to spend the night in the warmth of Yang Mingyi's prepared bed. It was indeed quite comfortable. On the following morning, the crisp calls of birds from the bamboo grove surrounding the hot spring resort roused Li Yun from slumber. The soft, fragrant embrace of Yang Mingyi filled him with a sense of nostalgic freshness. After he washed his face for a considerable time, Yang Mingyi finally arose, her cheeks flushed with modesty, perhaps due to the prolonged absence of grooming. To his surprise, she had become somewhat disheveled. Before long, Yang Mingyi returned from her ablutions to attend to Li Yun. "Young master, what would you like to have for breakfast?" she inquired, her dulcet tones bringing him immense pleasure. Li Yun pondered momentarily, then commanded, "Prepare some roasted lamb, along with 2 fine wines and 2 cups of fruit tea." "I shall get right on it." Yang Mingyi responded with a slight bow, then exited the room. Li Yun lifted his sleeve, inhaling deeply. Indeed, his garments were imbued with a profound fragrance that would surely provoke the old monks jesting later. He muttered to himself. At that moment, Qiu Wu entered and couldn't help but ask, "Young master, were you well last night?" Li Yun cast a sidelong glance at Qiu Wu. "Is your master so easily swayed?" "It was merely the early spring chill. I desired to experience a warmer temperature." Qiu Wu smiled gently and proceeded to assist Li Yun with his morning routine. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, a group of maidens clad in alluring bikinis entered, bearing an array of delicacies, following Yang Mingyi. However, once they set the food down, Li Yun dismissed them, leaving them somewhat dejected. They too wished to serve young Master Yun. "Madam Yang, how has the business at the hot spring resort fared over the past 6 months?" Li Yun casually inquired as he settled into his seat. "The business has been thriving," Yang Mingyi responded with a hint of excitement in her voice. "Last winter solstice, I instituted a membership reservation system as per your instructions. Yet we could not deter the influx of noble women from various regions, particularly for the unique lingerie and bikinis offered here, which have garnered great affection from all our guests." Li Yun nodded in acknowledgement. He turned to Qiu Wu and instructed, "Have Haitang come here." "Yes, young master," Qiu Wu replied with a slight bow before departing. Li Yun beckoned Yang Mingyi closer. "Come here." Her face instantly lit up with delight as she hurried toward him, her silk-clad legs gliding gracefully over the mat-covered floor, exuding an indescribable beauty. "Young master," Yang Mingyi seated herself beside him, calling out sweetly. Li Yun smiled as he wrapped his arm around her waist, feeling the supple softness of her form. Her waist was curvaceous, reminiscent of water-soaked white jade, possessing just the right arc, neither too ample to grasp yet imbued with a subtle strength. In the blink of an eye, Yang Mingyi closed her eyes and softly fainted into Li Yun's embrace. Li Yun gently assisted her to sit steadily on a chair, gathered the prepared meal from the table, and subsequently seated himself, comfortably leaning against Yang Mingyi. In an instant, Li Yun's figure vanished, only to reappear in another realm, finding himself within the thatched cottage of the drunken monk. "Ah, you finally decided to visit this old monk?" The drunken monk, upon seeing the sudden arrival of Li Yun, momentarily paused before swiftly regaining his composure. With a mischievous grin, Li Yun placed the packaged food onto the table. "Master, it has been a while. This time I brought fine wine and exquisite meat." Inside the thatched cottage, the drunken monk sat cross-legged on a straw mat, observing as Li Yun unveiled roasted lamb wrapped in oiled paper, fragrant venison, a small jar of mud-sealed strong liquor, and a cup of fruit tea exuding a sweet and fruity aroma. His nose twitched, and his murky old eyes brightened with delight. "At least you have some conscience." He eagerly pried open the jar, and the rich scent of alcohol instantly permeated the cottage. Without the need for a cup, he took a hearty swig directly from the jar, the fiery liquid coursing down his grizzled beard. Satisfied, he exhaled a warm breath, smacking his lips. What a splendid drink. Quite potent indeed. Casting a glance at the clear fruit tea before Li Yun, he scoffed disdainfully. "TSK, lacking character. It's like drinking sugar water. A real man should indulge in this." He patted the jar, the liquid sloshing within, producing a tantalizing sound. Li Yun, unperturbed, tore off a piece of the golden, crispy lamb, savoring it leisurely, before taking a sip of the sweet, refreshing fruit tea. "Master, I cannot aspire to your capacity for alcohol. I am still young and fear it may impair my mind, hindering my training." "Training?" The drunken monk tore off a strip of venison, his mouth full and his words muffled. "Let this old monk see if you've been slacking off in these past 6 months. Don't think you can deceive me just because you brought some wine and meat." Before his words could finish, without any movement, his right hand darted out like a ghost, fingers splayed, exuding an invisible force that latched onto Li Yun's wrist pulse point. This seemingly casual grab was lightning fast, enveloping every avenue of Li Yun's evasion. The finger winds sharp, revealing the exquisite capture technique of the Shaolin Dragon Claw. Li Yun's pupils constricted. He did not flinch or evade. Instead, he flipped his wrist, aligning his index and middle fingers like a sword, a subtle golden sheen enveloping their tips, and swiftly struck toward the drunken monk's palm, targeting the Laogong acupoint. This strike was imbued with utmost rigidity and vitality, propelled by the 9-yang divine skill. Its speed akin to thunder. The air crackled softly at the passage of his fingertips. The drunken monk's eyes sparkled with surprise, seemingly unprepared for Li Yun's rapid response and formidable strength. He transformed his claw into a palm, the center of his hand slightly concaving, as a supple, fluid force surged forth, meeting Li Yun's fingertips with a deceptive swiftness. A soft sound echoed, akin to a stone cast into a deep pond. Li Yun's formidable and fierce 1-yang finger collided with the supple yin energy of the drunken monk's palm, akin to a clay bowl plunging into the vast sea, instantaneously dissipating into nothingness. Li Yun felt a gentle yet overwhelming force surging back through his arm, causing his body to sway involuntarily. What a remarkable lad! The 9-yang has indeed progressed. This finger technique possesses considerable power. The drunken monk withdrew his hand, a hint of approval flickering across his face. But soon his brow furrowed. Something was amiss. Why was there a trace of yin energy within you? How does it intertwine with this vigorous yang force? His gaze sharpened as he reached out once more, this time not to seize, but with fingers poised like a sword. He swiftly jabbed towards the zhong point on Li Yun's chest. Before his fingertips reached their target, a pure and chilling wind surged forth, slicing through the air. This was the initiation of the 9-yin divine claw, a pinnacle technique from the 9-yin scriptures. This strike was ruthlessly cunning, designed to shatter protective energies. In stark contrast to the previous yang's boldness, Li Yun inhaled deeply, summoning the two distinctly different internal energies within him. His right palm curled slightly, emanating a layer of ghostly light as he boldly reached towards the drunken monk's finger wind without flinching or evading. His fingers cut through the air, producing 5 subtle yet sharp sounds of rupturing space, the energy at his fingertips coalescing into the 9-yin divine claw. Bang! The two strikes met, releasing a deep, resounding echo like thunder. This time, neither party was easily subdued. Li Yun felt a bone-chilling yet needle-like force penetrating through his fingers, surging into his meridians. Instantly, his 9-yin energy reacted, clashing and merging with it, while simultaneously, the 9-yang energy began to circulate in his dantian, radiating warmth to protect his organs. The drunken monk marveled, his face finally revealing genuine astonishment. He distinctly sensed that the gentle internal energy within Li Yun's claw was extraordinarily pure, undoubtedly a manifestation of the authentic 9-yin scriptures. However, this gentle power harmoniously coexisted with the previously fierce and blazing 9-yang energy within Li Yun, creating a peculiar and subtle balance. Rather than clashing, the two energies appeared to complement one another, flowing in a seamless synergy. Withdraw, the drunken monk commanded sharply, immediately retracting his fingers and swiftly placing his bony fingers upon Li Yun's wrist pulse. A vast and gentle internal force cautiously penetrated into Li Yun's body. Li Yun offered no resistance, allowing this soft yet potent energy to explore and traverse through his meridians. The drunken monk closed his eyes, his expression shifting from uncertainty to solemnity, ultimately transforming into an incredulous bewilderment. He clearly perceived that deep within Li Yun's dantian, a golden vortex, radiating with scorching brilliance akin to the blazing sun, was slowly rotating, exuding a formidable yang aura. This was indeed the foundation of the 9-yang divine art that he had personally imparted. Conversely, on the other side of the energy sea, a silver vortex, soft as the moon and deep as the abyss, quietly hovered, emanating an eerie coldness of utmost yin. This was the manifestation of the internal energy from the 9-yin scriptures, coupled with that overwhelming force. It represented the convergence of the 3 yang. The drunken monk gazed at Li Yun as though he were a monstrous phenomenon. Li Yun retracted his hand and lifted the bamboo tube to take a hearty sip of fruit tea, suppressing the turbulent energy within him that had surged during his earlier probing. Only then did he earnestly inquire, "Master, this has perplexed me for the past 6 months. You created the 9-yang divine skill to counterbalance the deficiencies of the 9-yin. Now, through fortuitous circumstances, I have the opportunity to cultivate both. Yet you are aware that my situation differs from yours. Although the true energy within me is temporarily balanced, I am uncertain whether it will lead to fortune or disaster in the future. Can they truly merge?" The wine-drinking monk fell silent. He seized the wine jar and took another deep swig, the fiery liquid seemingly unable to quench the tumultuous waves within his heart. He gazed at Li Yun, his expression complex and inscrutable, and after a long pause, he sighed deeply. The old monk observed the 9 yin and created the 9 yang, extracting its essence and forging a new path, one of pure yang and boundlessness. The 9 yin represents the extremity of yin, which transforms into yang. Although the internal strength within the 9 yin scripture is predominantly soft and yielding, it ultimately shares the same origin as the 9 yang. He stood up, pacing the cramped hut, his brow furrowed. That inherent domineering energy within you burns like fire and oil, supremely yang and fiercely intense. It is precisely for this reason that the 9 yang divine skill can harmonize with it. Now, with the addition of the 9 yin scripture's extreme yin energy, the confluence of the 3 yangs presents a precarious balance. A moment's carelessness could lead to a disruption of yin and yang, resulting in catastrophic consequences. Li Yun's heart sank slightly, yet the wine-drinking monk shifted his tone, his murky old eyes sparkling with intensity as they fixed upon Li Yun. However, this does not mean there is no path forward. You must remember that the essence of existence lies in balance. The hard cannot endure for long, nor can the soft cling forever. The dominance of the 9 yang requires the flexibility of the 9 yin to achieve equilibrium, while the intricacies of the 9 yin must be tempered by the grandeur of the 9 yang. Since the 9 yang can merge with that domineering energy within you, the 9 yin can certainly do so as well, embarking on this novel path of pure yang and boundlessness. He paused, studying Li Yun intently. But this process, my boy, will depend on your determination. Li Yun took a deep breath, etching the monk's words into his memory. The road ahead was uncertain and fraught with peril, yet he had no alternative. Thank you, master, for your guidance, Li Yun said solemnly, bowing respectfully. The wine-drinking monk waved his hand dismissively and settled back onto the straw mat, clutching the wine jar, his gaze towards Li Yun imbued with complexity. Young man, there is little more I can teach you. This journey must be traversed by your own efforts. Whether you rise as a dragon or fall as a worm rests upon your destiny. Next time you visit, bring some good wine. This fruit tea, huh? Not even a dog would drink it. He disdainfully glanced at the cup of milk tea beside Li Yun, then tilted his head back to gulp down another mouthful of strong liquor, as if seeking to drown the shock and worry roiling within him. Li Yun chuckled at the monk's awkward demeanor and lifted his own cup of fruit tea. Chapter 43. The 9 yang, everlasting and harmonious. Having spent nearly half a month with the old monk, Li Yun found clarity on many matters regarding martial arts. Upon his return, the soft touch of Yang Mingyi left him momentarily dazed. He carried Yang Mingyi to the bed and changed into a fresh set of clothes. Just as he stepped out the door, he collided with Chiu Wu and Haitang, who had hurried over. Young master, they both bowed respectfully. Li Yun nodded slightly, his gaze falling upon Haitang. Today, she was not clad in the black attire of the Supervisory Institute. Instead, she donned a crisp aquamarine waist-cinching gown, complemented by a matching sheer half-sleeve shawl. Her ink-black hair was elegantly gathered with a simple jade hairpin, lending her an air of refined grace, reminiscent of bamboo shoots after a rain. Haitang, this outfit suits you splendidly today, he remarked gently. A flicker of subtle delight illuminated Haitang's cool eyes, her lips curving ever so slightly in response. Thank you for the compliment, young master. The trio ventured deeper into the bamboo grove, reaching a cool pavilion. Morning light filtered through the delicately arranged bamboo leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the bluestone floor. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, enhancing the serene atmosphere. After settling onto a stone bench, Li Yun directly inquired, Haitang, how progresses the training of the 30 women we took in regarding the 9 yin white bone claw? Replying to young master, Haitang spoke with clarity and poise. All 30 individuals were meticulously selected for their exceptional innate talents and comprehension. Since commencing their studies of the 9 yin white bone claw 6 months ago, under my direct supervision, they have all grasped the fundamentals, with 7 of them advancing notably. Li Yun nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. They are to become our future instruments of power. Their foundations must be solid. Please devote extra care to their training. He continued. What of the personnel sent by my aunt? Haitang reported again. Over the past 6 months, His Highness has discreetly dispatched a total of 987 elite assassins in 3 batches, all of whom have been successfully settled in the training camp. Though the Supervisory Institute has sensed His Highness's movements to Jiangnan, they merely believe it is to bolster the guards at the 3 major factories, without further investigation. Following your instructions, I have recruited a large number of the initial displaced citizens into the 3 factories, while their families have been relocated to the periphery of the training camp, forming 4 distinct villages. They are responsible for outer vigilance and screening, implementing a system of collective responsibility, ensuring mutual prosperity and shared downfall. Have any of the villagers expressed discontent? Li Yun raised the teacup offered by Qiuwu. Taking a delicate sip. None at all, young master, Haitang interjected, her face displaying conviction. We have provided them with shelter, land, and homes, and their children can attend school, relieving them from the anguish of displacement. To them, it is a profound act of benevolence. The villages are now united as one, making it difficult for outsiders to glean any insight into their affairs. That is reassuring. Li Yun set down his teacup. Shun Wansan remains in the north. You must keep a vigilant eye on the business in Jiangnan and ensure the accounts are meticulously maintained without any errors. We understand, Qiuwu and Haitang replied in unison. As time flowed like a fleeting shadow, the willow trees outside transformed from green to yellow, then blanketed in pristine white snow, and in the blink of an eye. Several years slipped by quietly. Suzhou remained the prosperous and affluent city it had always been, and the royal villa retained its tranquil elegance. Yet the 10-year-old child who once shone with promise had now matured into a tall, handsome young man. The passage of time had tempered the boyishness in his demeanor, bestowing upon him a more composed and reserved elegance, while his deep-set eyes retained their sharpness as ever. In these years, Li Yun had largely stayed out of the public eye, spending the majority of his time in Suzhou. At first glance, he seemed to be either meditating in a secluded chamber or resting at a hot spring resort, occasionally attending to the matters reported by Qiuwu and Haitang, leading a life so regulated it bordered on the monotonous. Yet, the moments spent in the warm, fragrant embrace of the world of the drunken monk never ceased. Within the thatched courtyard, the drunken monk gazed at the youth before him, who was nearly of equal height, and the murky old eyes that once harbored disdain now sparkled with barely concealed astonishment and a hint of subtle satisfaction. "Come again, lad," the drunken monk exclaimed, his robust form transforming into a fleeting shadow, his hand rising effortlessly as if merely brushing away a fallen leaf. As the wind from his palms swept through, the surrounding air seemed to be abruptly evacuated, a meticulously refined force of energy silently imprinting upon Li Yun's chest. It was the heart-crushing palm from the Nine manual. Years had slipped by, and each time Li Yun returned, laden with new confusions and training obstacles, it signified he had traversed considerable time in that other realm. The drunken monk bore witness to how this young man from another world advanced step by step along the perilous tightrope between life and death. Fueled by an astounding tenacity and innate talent, Li Yun's expression was as tranquil as water. He did not flinch or evade but met the challenge with an equally powerful palm. His hand, pale and luminous, now shimmered with a warm, jade-like glow. This gesture, seemingly slow, arrived with unforeseen swiftness, as the edges of his palm radiated 2 distinctly different glimmers, soft gold and subtle silver, intertwining in a mesmerizing dance of colors. Buzz. The palms never fully met, halting mere inches apart. 2 forces, inherently contrasting, yet equally formidable, collided fiercely. There was no thunderous uproar, only a deep, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate the very depths of the soul. An invisible, circular wave of energy suddenly expanded outward. The humble furnishings of the courtyard crumbled into dust. The thatch on the walls swirled wildly, as if the entire thatched cottage were on the verge of disintegration. The drunken monk's hair and robes billowed, the tattered monk's robe fluttering with a fierce sound, while his frail body stood steadfast as a rock. Beneath Li Yun's feet, the blue bricks cracked inch by inch. Yet his figure remained utterly unyielding. The extraordinary glow in his palm brightened abruptly, resembling a small vortex that consumed, decomposed, and transformed the drunken monk's formidable force capable of shattering gold and jade. Simultaneously, a pure, gentle, yet vibrant current of warmth emanated from his palm, silently neutralizing the residual impact of the opponent's energy. The drunken monk abruptly withdrew his hand, a brilliance unprecedented bursting forth from his eyes as he fixated on the gradually calming luminosity in Li Yun's palm, as if he beheld the most incredible miracle in existence. He could distinctly sense that returning warmth, pure, harmonious, and brimming with vigorous life, was utterly unlike any inner force he had ever encountered. "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" the drunken monk exclaimed thrice. his voice trembling with excitement. Endless life, harmonious and unobstructed. Yin gives rise to Yang, and Yang transforms into Yin, firm and soft in unison, blending as one. Lad, you have achieved it. Your 9-Yang divine skill has truly reached its pinnacle. Those 3 forces have indeed merged into one. This is no longer the 9 sons of the old monk. It is a completely new path of pure Yang and limitless potential. Li Yun slowly withdrew his palm, feeling the new internal energy surging within him, vast as the sea, yet gentle as a guiding hand. This force no longer bore the searing pain of burned meridians, nor the bone-chilling cold. It was free from the chaotic turbulence of domineering energy. It resembled the primordial essence of chaos, immense yet resilient, soft yet tenacious, flowing in a perpetual cycle of renewal. With a mere flicker of thought, his internal power surged toward his limbs and bones like the tide, harmonious and unobstructed, free of any lingering stagnation. An unprecedented sense of mastery filled his heart, and the shackles that had troubled him for years shattered completely in this moment. He lifted his gaze towards the exuberant, drunken monk, bowing deeply and sincerely expressing, if it were not for Master S' unwavering guidance and protection over the years, I would have long since turned to dust. This kindness and virtue I shall never forget. The drunken monk waved his hand, his earlier excitement gradually subsiding, resuming his usual lazy and disdainful demeanor. Yet, beneath the surface, there was undeniable satisfaction and relief. All right, enough of the flattery. The old monk finds you pleasing to the eye and is tempted by your wine and meat, which is why I've indulged in this chatter. As long as you've succeeded, that is all that matters. He seized the wine jar that Li Yun had brought, pried open the clay seal, and took a hearty swig, the sharp aroma of the liquor dispelling the previous tension. Over the past few years, he had witnessed the torment Li Yun endured. The convergence of the 3 Yang energies into true harmony was a path untraveled by anyone before. The repeated tearing of meridians and the brush with death had ultimately allowed Li Yun to merge those 3 energies within him. Observing the old monk's demeanor, Li Yun could not help but smile in relaxation. Chapter 44. Departure from Suzhou. The following morning, after sharing breakfast with the old monk, Li Yun bid farewell and returned home. Watching Li Yun vanish in an instant, even after witnessing this phenomenon numerous times, the old monk remained astounded. However, now that Li Yun's 9 sons' martial art had reached its pinnacle, he felt reassured. The divine skill he had created finally had a successor. While he was lost in thought, an elderly monk draped in a robe, with similarly white whiskers, along with several young monks, arrived at the courtyard entrance. Master Uncle. The white-bearded monk and the accompanying young monks bowed to the old monk. The old monk glanced at the newcomers and revealed a gentle smile. Abbot, you have arrived. Let us begin. Please move my scriptures to the sutra repository. Yes, Master Uncle, the abbot replied obediently. The young monks commenced their task, entering the thatched cottage to organize the old monk's scriptures, among which was a copy of the Lankavatara Sutra. On the intricately carved rosewood bed, Yang Mingyi remained in slumber. Her side-lying form accentuated her graceful curves, with a glimpse of her fair calf beneath her violet qipao. Li Yun's silhouette quietly appeared in the room, the rich fragrance enveloping him, stirring the unique energy within him once more. He gazed at the woman who had seduced him for years. In her 30s, yet due to meticulous care, she exuded a charm surpassing that of a young maiden, her red lips slightly parted, breath fragrant like orchids. Li Yun reached out to unfasten her sleep knot. As Yang Mingyi gently fluttered her eyelashes, she slowly opened her dreamy eyes. Upon recognizing the figure before her, a smile instinctively graced her lips, her voice sweet enough to drip honey. Young Master Li Yun remained silent for a moment before suddenly inquiring, Madam Yang, on which day of the month does your monthly cycle typically commence? Yang Mingyi's eyes widened in surprise, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. Fidgeting with her fingers, she replied in a voice barely above a whisper, It begins on the 3rd day, young master. Why do you ask? Li Yun softly calculated. Today is the 28th. His internal energy surged with increasing vitality. Leaning closer to Yang Mingyi's ear, his warm breath brushed against her sensitive earlobe as he murmured, Madam Yang, I find myself feeling somewhat restless. Yang Mingyi trembled slightly, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She had long awaited this moment. Since Li Yun was a mere youth, she had been captivated by the now increasingly handsome young master. Could her desires finally be fulfilled? I shall assist you in easing your discomfort, she said, her voice quivering as her fingers danced lightly, allowing her purple qipao to slip from her skin and fall to the ground. Li Yun's breath hitched momentarily. Sensing his hesitation, Yang Mingyi gently took his hand and placed it on her waist. Do not rush, young master. Allow me to serve you. Before long, the bed curtains swayed gently. The midday sun streamed through the window, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. Li Yun pushed open the door, inhaling a breath of fresh air. The osmanthus in the courtyard was in full bloom, its sweet fragrance intoxicating. He stretched his body, every sinew infused with a satisfying ease. Inside, Yang Mingyi languidly sat up in bed, her fingertips tracing the remnants of their passionate encounter. Despite her fatigue, her eyes sparkled with the satisfaction of having her wishes fulfilled. A satisfied smile graced Li Yun's lips. Indeed, a woman as mature and considerate as Yang Mingyi truly understood how to provide exquisite pleasure for a first-time experience. At that moment, Qiuwu arrived. Young master, she greeted shyly, marveling at how the young master had finally matured, though she quickly returned to business. The prince has sent word for you to return to the capital at once. Otherwise, she shall personally come to Jiangnan. Reply to the prince that I shall arrive in the capital within the next month, Li Yun replied softly. Understood. Qiuwu curtsied slightly before departing to convey the message to the princess. Li Yun raised his gaze toward the direction of the capital. With his mastery of the 9-yang divine skill now complete, his internal energy surged ceaselessly, merging with the overpowering aura of the 9-yin. The 9th rank was no longer the limit of his martial prowess. He was uncertain of the true strength of a grandmaster, but now, he felt unafraid of one. It was time to head to the capital. It had been nearly a year since he had last seen the princess, and he truly missed her. Young master, Yang Mingyi, now dressed, approached the door with a hint of discomfort in her steps. Are you heading to the capital? Yes, Li Yun nodded. Is Madame Yang wishing to accompany me? Yang Mingyi's cheeks flushed crimson. Well, Qingling and Yuelon have been in the capital for 3 years, and I haven't seen them in just as long, so very well. Madame Yang, you shall accompany Qiuwu and Haitang to the capital tomorrow. With Qiuwu in them? Yang Mingyi paused, her expression perplexed. Young master, will you not be joining us? No. Li Yun shook his head, stating that he had other matters to attend to and would not be accompanying the convoy, urging them to proceed without him. I understand. Yang Mingyi softly replied. The following morning, at the grand entrance of the royal villa in Suzhou, a contingent stood ready for departure, with numerous scouts lurking nearby. Upon seeing Li Yun emerge and join the procession to the dock, where they boarded the official vessel bound for the capital, the scouts swiftly dispatched pigeons to relay the news. Li Yun stood at the bow of the ship, observing the scene with an air of indifference. Master, the wind on the river is strong. Be cautious not to catch a chill, Qiuwu remarked, draping a warm cloak over Li Yun's shoulders. Haidang, have all the affairs in Suzhou been arranged? Li Yun inquired. All is in order, Haidang promptly answered. The 3 major factories, the training camp, and the Sihai Chamber of Commerce are being closely monitored. Li Yun nodded slightly. Unable to contain her curiosity, Haidang asked, Master, are you truly not coming to the capital with us? Not this time, Li Yun replied, turning to face Haidang and Qiuwu. I have matters to attend to and will likely arrive in the capital several days after you. Please inform my aunt when you arrive. Exchanging glances, Qiuwu and Haidang responded in unison. We understand, Master. 2 nights later, within the ship's cabin, Qiuwu, appearing somewhat weary and flushed, assisted Li Yun in donning his attire. All right, go lie down and take care not to catch a chill. Li Yun gently lifted Qiuwu and placed her on the bed, pulling the covers over her. Qiuwu tugged the blanket closer to her neck, saying, Master, please ensure your safety. Understood, Li Yun replied, planting a soft kiss on her forehead before exiting the cabin. With glistening eyes, Qiuwu gazed longingly at Li Yun's retreating figure. Master, we have arrived, Haidang announced as she approached the deck. Very well, I shall take my leave, Li Yun said, lightly tapping the deck with his foot before leaping into the air like a swift swallow. In an instant, his figure had transformed into a graceful shadow gliding over the waves. Haitang and the others were left astonished. After soaring several meters, Li Yun delicately tapped his toes against the water's surface, propelling himself once more into the air before gracefully landing on the shore. At that moment, figures awaited him on the bank. Chapter 45. Returned to Beiki. Li Yun rode alone towards the north. Days later, he arrived at a town named Shijia, situated at the border. Yet, upon entering the town, an atmosphere of tension enveloped him. Prior to Li Yun's actual control over the 3 major factories, The Grand Princess and the Second Prince had conspired to secretly smuggle goods from these factories into Beiki, aiming to reap substantial profits. Shijiao was a crucial node in their smuggling route. However, with Li Yun at the helm of the factories, the smuggling scheme orchestrated by the Grand Princess and the Second Prince was swiftly suppressed. After the Ming family was eliminated, Li Yun effectively took control of all sales channels, allowing them to acquire whatever funds they desired. Moreover, after Li Yun's guidance, the officials dispatched by the Ministry of Revenue could find no discrepancies in the internal accounts, rendering smuggling unnecessary. With the cessation of smuggling, it seemed unlikely that Shijiao would again face a massacre at the hands of the Crown Prince's men. Currently, there is a palpable sense of unease in Shijiao town. Scholar Li Yun halted a man clad in simple attire, who was clutching a collection of books. "May I inquire, what troubles beset Shijiao town?" The man, though dressed modestly, exuded an air of noble composure and tranquility. He first offered a respectful bow before responding. "Young Master Yun must be a visitor from afar. I am Chanli. The cause of the current turmoil in Shijiao town is no secret. The border troops have been frequently mobilized, and it is rumored that war may soon erupt between the two nations." War? Li Yun was taken aback. Yet, in the next moment, he recalled that Xiu had informed him of this matter. Although at that time he had been preoccupied with his studies on the convergence of the three suns and had paid little heed. For years, the emperor had harbored ambitions to attack northern Qi, a plan that had been long in preparation, awaiting merely a pretext for mobilization. "I see. Thank you for the information, young Master Shi," Li Yun replied with a nod, continuing on his path toward the border. "Wait, young Master Yun, you must not proceed to the border." Seeing Li Yun persist in his direction, Chanli grew anxious. Li Yun merely smiled lightly, waving his hand without turning back. This man piqued his interest. Perhaps he could offer assistance during the upcoming imperial examinations. Crossing the border, Li Yun made his way directly toward the capital of northern Qi. Days later, approximately 70 miles north of the capital, he discreetly entered a gunpowder factory, where Old Wei had received prior notice and personally came to greet him. "Young master, it has been years." Old Wei's heart surged with uncontainable excitement upon seeing the current Li Yun. The young man stood tall and poised, his youthful naivety replaced by a serene depth in his eyes, radiating an aura of formidable strength and transcendent grace. "Old Wei, you have worked hard." Li Yun dismounted, handing the reins to a silent gray-clad guard who had appeared beside him, his voice calm and gentle. "It is no hardship. To serve young master is a privilege for us." Old Wei's voice was deep, yet could not conceal his elation. He led Li Yun along a secret path known only to core personnel, silently guiding him into the depths of the valley. The valley's landscape had transformed significantly since Li Yun's departure years ago. The once rudimentary sheds now stood more orderly and robust, with a far more rational layout. Passing through layers of checkpoints guarded by gray-clad sentinels, they entered the core area, surrounded by high walls. The guards knelt silently upon seeing Li Yun, their eyes filled with fervor and loyalty. Many of them were elite archers who had followed Old Wei from Jiangnan, now the backbone of this clandestine force. Li Yun refrained from speaking much, commencing an inspection in the company of Old Wei. Inside the refining shed, artisans donned specially made thick fabric work clothes and leather masks, their expressions focused and tense. Enormous stone mills ground nitrate and sulfur ore, creating a cloud of dust that thickened the air with a pungent scent. Nearby, large cauldrons boiled, conducting the initial purification process. Li Yun noted that the ventilation and fire prevention measures were far more stringent than they had been several years prior. Even the shed's roof had been fitted with drainage troughs. "Have the purification processes for saltpeter and sulfur been improved?" Li Yun inquired softly. "Indeed, young master," Old Wei promptly replied. "Following the approach you initially proposed, Xin Wan'er has summoned several seasoned miners and pharmacists from Jiangnan, who have conducted numerous experiments. They have devised more effective methods for soaking, boiling, and crystallizing, resulting in an increase in purity by at least 30%. The charcoal is also selected from high-quality hardwood, meticulously burned and ground into the finest powder." Li Yun nodded and continued onward. The mixing and stirring shed remained isolated, distanced from other structures, surrounded by heaps of sand-filled barrels and water tanks. Several veteran craftsmen stood before a massive wooden vat, cautiously combining 3 types of powder in precise proportions, then slowly and evenly stirring with long-handled wooden paddles. Each individual held their breath, their movements meticulous, as if they were handling a most ferocious beast. The atmosphere within the shed was so tense it was nearly suffocating. The mixing and stirring remained the most perilous aspect, closely monitored by the subordinates. Old Wei reported gravely. Li Yun observed the beads of sweat forming on the foreheads of the three craftsmen and said in a deep voice, "Generous rewards are in order. Their lives are worth more than this gunpowder. Inform them that their families will receive the utmost care." "Yes," Old Wei responded solemnly. Finally, Li Yun arrived at the innermost part of the valley, the most heavily guarded area where the casting and assembly shed was located. The temperature here was intense, with the furnace belching flames and molten iron churning in the crucible. The craftsmen poured the searing molten iron into specially designed heavy molds, which cooled to form iron lumps the size of watermelons, adorned with protruding edges. "This is the shell of the earth fire thunder. Has it been tested?" Li Yun inquired, picking up a cooled, icy half-finished iron shell, noting its substantial weight and sharp edges, envisioning the destructive force it would unleash upon explosion. Old Wei's expression shifted to one of profound reverence, tinged with a hint of apprehension, and he spoke in a lower tone, "Young master, it has been tested. According to the two fuses designed in your blueprints, compression and tension, I led a team to a desolate mountain 100 miles away, using the cover of a thunderstorm to conduct 3 live detonations." In his eyes, the cataclysmic scene seemed to replay, and gazing at the iron shell in Li Yun's hand felt akin to beholding a divine artifact from the depths of hell. "Young master, this creation is terrifying. It is nothing short of divine retribution. What martial arts masters or heavily armored cavalry could stand against this? I dare assert that once this is unleashed, the tides of war will undoubtedly be rewritten." Li Yun listened intently to Old Wei's account, his expression remaining tranquil. Yet within the depths of his profound gaze flickered a cold glimmer of control over power. This was precisely what he desired. The completion of the Nine Suns' divine art endowed him with immense personal strength, while the earth fire thunder served as the lever to manipulate the entire world. "Excellent." Li Yun set down the thunder shell, his voice low yet powerful. "What is the production output? How much do we have in storage?" "Young master," Old Wei swiftly composed himself, reporting, "Since production began, aside from the experimental consumption, we have a complete inventory of over 4,300 earth fire thunders. The stock of medicinal cakes and blocks is sufficient to assemble more than 3,000 additional units. All finished products are sealed and stored in the deepest, driest underground vault, overseen by dedicated personnel, ensuring absolute security. For 1,300 units. This is already a devastating force capable of altering the course of a battle." Li Yun felt a profound sense of assurance. The families of the core craftsmen and guards must be properly settled. They must not be treated harshly. Li Yun finally admonished, "Old Wei, remember my words. As long as the people are safe, the secret is safe. If the people perish, everything turns to ashes. Do not worry, young master. As long as the people remain, the secret remains." Old Wei knelt on one knee, his voice resolute and resonant. Li Yun cast a deep glance at him, extending his hand to firmly pat Old Wei's shoulder, which was as solid as iron. Everything was understood without words. That night, Li Yun did not linger long at the gunpowder factory. Under the cover of darkness, he quietly departed from the valley, riding towards the splendid capital of the northern Qi kingdom. The night wind rustled, stirring his robes. Returning to the familiar lands of northern Qi, he pondered softly, wondering how his old friends fared, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 46, Zhan Dao Dao. It is late, let us rest. In the northern Qi palace. In the imperial study, Zhan Dao Dao, draped in the dragon robe, remained engrossed in reviewing the recent intelligence gathered by the Jinyui, even as the hour approached midnight. "You cannot continue to overexert yourself like this." The sudden voice did not distract Zhan Dao Dao in the slightest. Haideng Dodo sighed helplessly, stepping forward to pour a cup of ginseng tea. "Have you received a reply from Li Yun regarding the letter you sent him?" At the mention of Li Yun's name, Zhan Dao Dao's expression shifted slightly. She set down the intelligence report and raised her eyes to Haideng Dodo, her gaze revealing a hint of confusion. "Little master, do you think I should still place my hopes in him? That is a question only you can answer." Haideng Dodo placed the ginseng tea in front of Zhan Dao Dao. "I know little of state affairs, but I could go to Jiangnan and give him a good beating. After all, I am now a certified 9th grade." After sipping the ginseng tea, Zhan Dao Dao's dignified face bore a slight frown. The Emperor of Nanjing harbors ambitious designs. Over the past few years, he has nearly mobilized all available troops to the borders. A conflict between our nations seems inevitable. However, if war truly breaks out at this point, Jean Dao halted her discourse. Both women understood that once a national war commenced, Northern Qi would struggle to prevail against Nanjing. What then? Haiting Dodo maintained a seemingly indifferent demeanor, remarking, since that fellow Li Yun moved the factory to Northern Qi. Some people domestically have already succumbed to corruption through money. I feel there is little hope in relying on them. Should I simply eliminate them all? Jean Dao did not respond immediately. She rose, clasping her hands behind her back as she approached the window, gazing at the star-filled sky. Killing them would be effortless. I have even nurtured suitable replacements over the years. Just as she spoke, her eyes widened, and her brow furrowed as she noticed the guards outside collapsing one by one. In an instant, Haiting Dodo utilized her lightness skill to dart towards the window, swiftly pulling Jean Dao behind her, vigilantly watching the outside. An expert approaches. In the next moment, she spun around, shielding Jean Dao once more, and glanced towards the throne. At some point, a man clad in a black embroidered robe had seated himself upon the dragon throne. You are Li Yun, Haiting Dodo exclaimed in a hushed tone, suppressing her shock. As Jean Dodo, shielded by her protector, beheld the figure seated upon the dragon throne, her heart skipped a beat. After several years, had Li Yun finally come to find her? Li Yun lifted the cup of ginseng tea, taking a delicate sip, only to furrow his brow in discontent. This tea was utterly unpalatable. Haiting Dodo, seemingly oblivious to the situation, felt an inexplicable surge of anger upon witnessing Li Yun's nonchalant demeanor. Without hesitation, she leaped up, drawing the twin axes hanging at her waist, and struck fiercely at Li Yun. Junior sister, Jean Dodo gasped in alarm, fearing for Li Yun's safety as she noticed that Haiting Dodo held nothing back. How rude, Li Yun remarked coolly, slightly turning aside as a series of afterimages trailed behind him, and with a swift motion, he struck Haiting Dodo directly in the chest. Boom. Haiting Dodo felt the impact as she expelled a breath, her body hurtling backwards to crash onto the ground. Junior sister, Jean Dodo rushed over. Ugh. Haiting Dodo let out a muffled groan, her breath finally returning as she exclaimed, Damn you, Li Yun, how can you be so powerful? Li Yun offered no reply as he approached Haiting Dodo and Jean Dodo, his movements appearing effortless, yet an array of afterimages continued to emerge behind him. In the blink of an eye, he stood before them. Ninth grade, how impressive, Li Yun teased, assisting Haiting Dodo to her feet and channeling his internal energy into her to help her recover. With such meager strength, you dare to claim you would defeat me in Jiangnan? You, Haiting Dodo retorted, fuming. Stay still, Li Yun commanded, pressing her down gently. Jean Dodo watched anxiously, fearing for Haiting Dodo's well-being. After a brief moment, Haiting Dodo felt revitalized, as though she had never been struck at all, warmth flooding her body. Her gaze, fervent, turned toward Li Yun. All done, Li Yun withdrew his hand. Then let us go again, Haiting Dodo declared defiantly, frustrated that she had failed to withstand even one of Li Yun's strikes. Just as she prepared to attack again, Jean Dodo restrained her. Junior sister, you can continue this later, Jean Dodo said, lifting her gaze to Li Yun with an air of calm pride. I thought you might not show up. After years apart, little Dodo has certainly grown, Li Yun mused, brushing a stray lock of hair from Jean Dodo's ear. Jean Dodo felt a twinge of awkwardness at his sudden gesture, having not been so close to a man in quite some time. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. Ugh. Haiting Dodo watched the scene unfold, a shiver running down her spine. All right, I'm leaving. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she picked up her axe and exited the imperial study, though she remained close, standing guard outside. Li Yun took Jean Dodo's hand, leading her toward the dragon throne. Jean Dodo offered no resistance, allowing him to guide her. Once seated, Li Yun surveyed the various memorials and reports scattered across the desk, casually pushing them aside. It's quite late, you needn't dwell on these matters. This battle is unavoidable for the Emperor of Nanjing. However, he still lacks a compelling reason to mobilize his forces, Jean Dodo remarked, her gaze steady upon Li Yun, though she harbored hopes that he would devise a solution to this predicament. Indeed, overcoming you is certainly beyond my capabilities. Li Yun spoke candidly, stating that the Grand General is beyond their control, and the Empress Dowager only wields authority over the Jinyui and a minimal fraction of military power. First, they must subdue the Grand General. How shall we accomplish that? Asked Jean Dao. She was certainly eager to win over Shang Shanhua. as he held a prominent position in the Northern Qi army. Securing his allegiance would facilitate matters concerning Northern Qi. Military authority is paramount at all times. The Southern Qing spies in the capital of Northern Qi had been rather disorganized, but this time, the Supervisory Bureau dispatched an individual to oversee the capital's intelligence network. This person, Yin Bingyun, was the son of a high-ranking official in the bureau. By capturing him, they could exchange him for Shaoan. It was rumored that Shang Shanhua was both filial and held great respect for his adoptive father. Thus, controlling Xiao In would lead to controlling Shang Shanhua. Li Yun regarded Zhang Daodao with an air of confidence. Xiao In. Zhang Daodao furrowed her brow slightly. As Xiao In's status in Northern Qi was akin to Qin Ping's in Southern Qing, would Southern Qing consent? They will agree, Li Yun replied nonchalantly. He then produced a vial containing pills, a poison that also served as an antidote. Keep this safe. Xiao In possesses a hidden weapon known as the Life and Death Talisman, a means of control that, when activated, renders one's existence worse than death. One must consume an antidote annually. I understand, she said, inexplicably trusting Li Yun at that moment. She gazed intently at him, recalling her mother's words. It is late. Let us rest. Chapter 47. Haidang Dodo, My Ears. The following morning, after the court had dispersed, the Empress Dowager summoned Haidang Dodo to her chambers. Upon seeing the dark circles under Dodo's eyes, the Empress Dowager expressed her surprise. Dodo, what has happened to you? She inquired, unable to restrain her curiosity. Dodo stifled a yawn and plopped down in front of the Empress Dowager, having been summoned shortly after falling asleep. What else could it be? Of course, I was standing guard for your majesty, Dodo retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Standing guard? The Empress Dowager paused, then recalled the matter at hand. Forget that for now. I have something to ask you. What transpired last night with Dao Dao? During the morning court session, she had noticed Zhang Daodao was somewhat distracted, occasionally lost in thought. Yet her complexion appeared notably better than usual. Most concerning was that Daodao's gait seemed off. Last night, Dodo felt her frustration rising again at the memory of having been forced to eavesdrop for an entire night. The thought of Daodao's voice sent shivers down her spine. Last night, Li Yun came, and Daodao engaged in that sort of activity with him. The Empress Dowager's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Li Yun arrived in Northern Qi. He went directly to Daodao? They did that last night. The Empress Dowager could scarcely believe it. Indeed, Dodo affirmed, nodding vigorously. Li Yun devised a plan for Daodao to subdue Shang Shanhua, and after they finished, Daodao could no longer contain herself. The Empress Dowager's eyes flickered as a thought crossed her mind. She called out, Mama Rome. This old servant is here, replied the elderly maid from a distance. Daodao's monthly cycle should be arriving in a few days. Are these days likely to be fertile? The Empress Dowager pondered aloud, replying to your majesty. Madame Rome responded, if this old servant's memory serves correctly, your majesty is likely to experience her monthly cycle in approximately 15 days, which means that these few days are indeed the fertile period. The Empress Dowager rose, pacing back and forth for a moment, before decisively commanding Madame Rome and her personal maid, immediately convey my decree. His Majesty has caught a chill and his health is somewhat compromised. He requires several days of rest. Henceforth, the morning court is to be suspended for 3 days. No one is permitted to enter His Majesty's quarters without my explicit order. Madame Rome, you shall promptly gather personnel to the storeroom and retrieve the 300-year-old ginseng, blood swallow's nest, snow frog essence, and the rare warming and invigorating medicines that I have preserved. They must be meticulously prepared. 3 times a day, ensure they are delivered punctually to His Majesty's chambers. Remember, the Empress Dowager's gaze is as sharp as a blade. For these 3 days, guard His Majesty's quarters with utmost vigilance. Not a single fly shall be allowed to enter, nor any idle gossip to escape. Let Dodo rest assured and recuperate. I obey your command, replied the maidservants with solemnity, leaving Madame Rome astonished by the meticulousness of the orders. After delivering her commands, the Empress Dowager turned to look at Haitang with a smile. Haitang, I must trouble you to guard the door for them these few days. Their affair must remain undiscovered by others. I still have to continue guarding. Haitang gazed incredulously at the Empress Dowager, pointing at herself, and for several more days? I beg of you, Haitang, the Empress Dowager continued, in no more than 3 days. They will be able to emerge. Haitang felt a wave of frustration, muttering to herself, I truly owe you all. After leaving those words behind, she rose and swept out of the Empress Dowager's chambers. Watching Haitang depart with a semblance of gallantry, The Empress Dowager finally exhaled a sigh of relief, her face adorned with a smile of both relief and anticipation. She approached the grand copper mirror, scrutinizing her reflection, her fingers unconsciously tracing the still smooth and firm contours of her cheeks, murmuring, "Why hasn't that child come to see me since arriving in northern Qi?" Her tone carried a hint of subtle grievance and disappointment. In an instant, she became anxious again, glancing left and right before the mirror. "Quickly, bring me the finest pearl powder and jade cream. The wind has been strong these days. My skin cannot afford any blemishes." Outside the chambers of Princess Jean Dodo, Li Yun was aware of the happenings outside. However, upon witnessing the various tonics being delivered and hearing that the Empress Dowager had decreed His Majesty would be ill for 3 days, he could not suppress a twitch of his lips. Once everyone had exited, Jean Dodo turned to Li Yun with an air of composure. Yet the memory of the previous night caused a faint blush to rise upon her cheeks. "Did you hear?" Li Yun regarded her with a teasing expression. "The Empress Dowager has declared that you will be unwell for 3 days. During this time, you are not allowed to leave." Jean Dodo did not shy away like an ordinary woman. Instead, she met his gaze with confidence, even slightly raising her chin as if to assert her stance. She extended her delicate fingers, gently resting them against his chest, her touch cool yet undeniable, her tone laced with a languid certainty. "Last night, I was quite satisfied." Suddenly, the pressure of her fingertip on his chest suddenly intensified as Zhang Xianyan flipped over, pinning Li Yun against the dragon couch. Her cascading hair brushed against his neck, and from her elevated position, she gazed down at him, her almond-shaped eyes ablaze with an intense desire for conquest. "But I do not relish being passive," she whispered in his ear, her warm breath laced with the intoxicating aroma of dragon-s saliva. "Do you understand the crime of deceiving the Emperor?" Her delicate fingers glided along his throat to his collarbone, her nails dangerously grazing his skin. "Last night, you made me lose 7 times. Just then, a timid knock echoed from outside the door, the voice of concubine Roan calling softly, "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has sent the snow frog soup." "Get out," Zhang Xianyan barked, her tone imbued with the unique ferocity of an emperor. Instantly, silence enveloped the space outside. Even the sound of breathing ceased. When Jean Dodo turned her gaze back, she discovered Li Yun was smiling. That smile pierced through her, causing her pupils to contract sharply. She grasped his chin and demanded, "What are you laughing at? Your Majesty now resembles a ruffled cat." Suddenly, Li Yun seized her wrist, and in a swift, dizzying motion, regained control. With one hand, he restrained both of her wrists above her head while leisurely unfastening the golden threads of her dragon robe. Unfortunately, even with his sharp claws, his fingertips brushing against her heaving chest made her heart race faster than a startled rabbit. Zhang Xianyan abruptly tilted her head and bit down on his shoulder, a metallic sweetness spreading between her lips and teeth. Li Yun let out a muffled groan, pulling her closer as they rolled and tangled beneath the brocade quilt, akin to 2 unsheathed swords tearing into one another. As the sound of expensive brocade tearing filled the air, she suddenly felt his muscles tense. This man, who was always so adept, had finally revealed a flaw under her relentless pressure. "Li Yun," she gasped, propping herself above him, her fingers stained with his blood smeared across her lips, resembling a bloodthirsty dragon marking its prey. "Remember, it is I who am indulging you." Outside the window, the sun slanted westward, casting the entwined figures upon the gilded screen. On the rooftop, Haidang seethed, counting the repeated sounds of the silk tearing, until finally, she slammed an axe into the beam. This pair of wretched lovers. My ears. Chapter 48. Departure leaving? Yes, but I have not yet won. Doudou, you have won. I concede. Upon hearing this, Jean Doudou's lips curled into a slight smile. Here, this is for you. After dressing, Li Yun produced 2 books and handed them to Jean Doudou. Journey to the West? She inquired, glancing at the cover of the first book with curiosity. Indeed, this book tells the tale of a monkey, which I find quite delightful. Li Yun settled beside her, gently pulling her into his embrace. Jean Doudou remained unresponsive. She set the first book aside, but upon seeing the title of the second book, she could not suppress her exclamation, "Dream of the Red Chamber?" She abruptly lifted her gaze to Li Yun, her eyes brimming with shock and confusion. "This is the complete edition of Dream of the Red Chamber, but I do not fancy such sentimental tales," Li Yun remarked before rising to retrieve another book from his bundle. "Take a look at this one when you have the time," he offered, handing her the new tome. "Hmph." Jean Dowdu read the title on the cover, glanced at Li Yun, and quickly returned her attention to the book, intrigued. 5 Pests. If you are interested, you may wish to explore further. The author of this book is Hmph, a figure of remarkable significance within the legalist school. Li Yun spoke softly. A paragon of legalist thought, Jean Dowdu murmured, her gaze fixed upon the text, quickly captivated by its contents. I shall take my leave now, Li Yun inquired. The Empress Dowager mentioned that you should meet her before departing. Do not forget, Jean Dowdu replied, without lifting her eyes from the book. Understood, Li Yun said. Exiting the room. Once the door closed, Jean Dowdu turned her gaze toward the entrance, her left hand resting gently on her abdomen. A discerning observer would notice the tremor in her legs. These past 3 days had pushed her to her limits. Surely, conception is within reach. In the Empress Dowager's chamber, the familiar opulence enveloped the air, infused with an aromatic incense, yet an unspoken tension lingered, more pronounced than usual. The palace maids stood with hands folded, their eyes trained on the ground, not daring to breathe. The matron, Roan Mama, was stationed at the palace door. Upon seeing Li Yun, she offered a complex salute and whispered, Young Master Li, the Empress Dowager has been awaiting your arrival. She stepped aside, allowing the heavy palace door to open silently. As Li Yun entered the hall, his gaze was immediately captured by the figure seated upon the throne. The Empress Dowager was not donned in formal court attire, but wore a gown of ethereal smoke-like fabric, its delicate silk accentuating her well-preserved curves. The neckline was slightly open, revealing a neck as fair as snow. She reclined against a soft couch draped in pristine white fox fur, one hand propping her head while the other languidly perused a memorial, exuding an air of indolence coupled with an undeniable regal authority. Hearing the sound of footsteps, she slowly raised her gaze. Her eyes resembled a tranquil autumn pool, serene on the surface, yet concealing tumultuous depths beneath. She scrutinized Li Yun with a piercing gaze, as if she could see through his garments, discerning the unhealed bite mark upon his shoulder and the peculiar gleam of satisfaction that lingered after 3 days. You have arrived, she acknowledged. I pay my respects to your Highness, Li Yun responded with composure. He felt her gaze traverse his form, imbued with scrutiny, curiosity, and an inexplicable intensity. Come closer, let me have a look at you, the Empress Dowager beckoned, her fingertips painted a vivid red like blood. Li Yun obeyed, stepping forward until he halted 3 paces from the couch. This proximity allowed him to distinctly inhale her intoxicating fragrance, a blend of the finest spices and the alluring scent of a mature woman, far more potent and assertive than the dragon's saliva fragrance of Jean Dowdu. The Empress Dowager's gaze lingered upon his face, as if she were meticulously tracing his features, from his noble brow to his deep-set eyes, and finally to his slightly aloof lips. Her expression grew more profound, marked by a predatory focus akin to that of a mother beast surveying her prey. Jean Dowdu has been unwell these past few days. It must have been taxing for you. Li Yun felt a chill within but maintained his composure. Your Majesty's health concerns me greatly. I shall serve with utmost devotion. Afterward, silence enveloped the chamber, steeped in an eerie stillness. The incense wafted quietly upward. The Empress Dowager's chest rose and fell gently, beneath the ethereal silk. Her voluptuous curves delineated a breathtaking arc. After a moment, she raised her hand, fingers reaching towards her waist. Li Yun, you are truly audacious and frighteningly clever. Do you not realize, her voice lowered, imbued with an intimate sincerity, how cold this dragon throne of northern Qi is? That child Dodo is still too young. Even I sometimes feel the chill. As she spoke, her fingertip deftly tugged, and the last vestige of decorum, the silk cord, was slowly drawn away. The front of her smoke-hued attire instantly loosened, revealing a deeper hue beneath, adorned with intricate peonies, and the striking fullness of her form. The lethal allure wafted through the air like the most potent poison, causing a flicker of reaction in Li Yun's gaze. It was not desire, but a deeper, sharper intensity. Suddenly, he moved, not backward, but forward. In an instant, he closed the already perilous gap. In the Empress Dowager's momentary astonishment, Li Yun's hand darted like lightning, not reaching for the tempting springtime vision, but precisely seizing the silk cord that she had purposefully loosened. With a flick of his wrist, the cord entwined skillfully around his fingers, tightening. The pressure was neither too harsh nor too gentle, yet it exuded an undeniable sense of control, swiftly binding the loosened attire once more. His movements flowed like water, seamless and unbroken. After completing this act, Li Yun withdrew his hand, stepping back to re-establish distance. A gentle smile graced his face, as if he had merely assisted an elder in adjusting their garments. Your Majesty, your esteemed figure is precious. Take care not to catch a chill. His voice remained calm, devoid of any tumult. The realm of Northern Qi relies on you and the Emperor to uphold its stability. Preserving your health is of utmost importance. The Empress Dowager froze entirely. She gazed down at the meticulously retied knot at her waist, then lifted her eyes to Li Yun's handsome, composed, and utterly desireless visage. An unprecedented surge of mixed emotions, shame, anger, frustration, and disdain, swept over her. Not only had Li Yun seen through her, but he had also, with absolute dominance, pushed her back to her original position. You. The Empress Dowager sprang to her feet, her smoke-hued sleeves sweeping angrily through the air. Get out. Leave me at once. Li Yun's expression remained unchanged, bowing gracefully. Li Yun takes his leave. He turned and walked steadily towards the palace doors, his posture as erect as ever. The heavy palace gates slowly closed behind him, sealing away the oppressive atmosphere laden with fury and deeper sentiments. As Li Yun exited the confines of the Empress Dowager's chambers, the cool air of early spring filled his lungs. He cast a glance back at the resplendent, yet cage-like palace, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. A troublesome spirit, he murmured to himself, then continued on without pausing, his figure vanishing around the corner of the palace path. Within the chamber, the Empress Dowager sank back onto the soft couch, her fingers tightly gripping the knot that Li Yun had tied. Alas, have I finally grown old? Chapter 49, Battle Dodo. 3 days is my limit. You let him go just like that? In Dodo's chamber, Haidang was somewhat taken aback. I have reached my limit and no longer wish to engage in conflict with him. Zhang Dao, with an expression of serene indifference, caressed her belly and mused that if she were indeed pregnant, the continued presence of him here would endanger both her and the child. Haidang Duo cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Dao's slightly trembling legs and couldn't help but pout in disdain. Such a weakling. Little master, please inform my mother to command the Jinyui to apprehend the individuals sent from Nanking in a few days. Zhang Dao turned her gaze towards Haidang Duo. I have already conveyed this. Haidang Duo replied, yet I have always harbored a lingering doubt. Why does Li Yun assist us so ardently? What is his true intention? If it were merely for business, he need not go to such lengths. Zhang Dao slowly rose and approached the window, gazing at the majestic palace, and remarked, his ambitions surpass what anyone could fathom. How vexing you riddle makers are. I shall take my leave now. I have spent these days merely eavesdropping on your conversations, and you two should speak more softly. Haidang Duo grumbled a couple more times before departing from the palace chamber. Zhang Dao's expression shifted slightly. Speak softly. That is an impossible task for me. Upon leaving the capital, Li Yun hastened his return to Nanking. He had heard from the Grand Princess that the Crown Prince, the little sixth, seemed rather peculiar. In comparison to the Crown Prince, Li Yun preferred the alpaca, for at least the alpaca treated its own well. Furthermore, the alpaca did not aspire to be the Crown Prince's whetstone. It merely wished to live comfortably. What fault lay therein? Crossing the border, Li Yun made his way directly to the capital. In the capital, within the palace at Chongqing Palace, the Grand Princess was bent over in the garden, pruning several peonies and roses adorned with vibrant blooms. It was late April, the season when peonies and roses began to blossom profusely. Chunmei hurriedly arrived at the Chongqing Palace garden to report, Your Highness, Master Yun has sent word that he shall arrive in the capital shortly. The Grand Princess straightened, placing the scissors on a wooden tray held by a waiting maid. Did Yun'er mention where he has been these past days? Replying to Your Highness, Chunmei promptly answered. Master Yun did not specify. However, based on past occurrences, his destination this time likely cannot be conveyed via carrier pigeon. I understand. This child insists on making me urge him, the Grand Princess said with a hint of playful reproach. By the way, Chunmei, Yun'er enjoys roasted meat. Please ensure that preparations are made in advance, selecting only the tenderest cuts. Understood, my lady, Chunmei responded immediately. The Grand Princess nodded slightly. With Li Yun's impending arrival in the capital, her spirits had lifted considerably. A few days later, within the imperial study of the palace, Your Majesty, a report from the supervisory court has arrived. Eunuch Ho rushed in. Your Majesty, there is news regarding Li Yun. The supervisory court estimates he will arrive in the capital tomorrow. Oh, the emperor paused momentarily, setting aside the memorial in his hand, and looked at Eunuch Ho with a faint smile. To arrive tomorrow? That implies he may very well encounter Fan Xian's entourage. Indeed, Your Majesty, Eunuch Ho replied. The emperor remained ever composed, finding the situation intriguing. His establishment by the banks of the Lujing River in the capital has been flourishing for 3 years now. Has it not? His Majesty's intention was conveyed as Eunuch Ho bent slightly, raising his gaze to the emperor and cautiously inquiring. First, encircle that milk tea shop and have the personnel from the supervisory office wait for him at the city gates tomorrow. Once he enters the city, under the pretext of the shop's involvement in the case, invite him to the supervisory office for a discussion. The emperor, displaying a casual demeanor, issued the command before returning to his official documents. Eunuch Ho, taken aback by the directive, promptly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." As for the Grand Princess, do not concern yourself with her, the emperor interjected, briefly glancing at Eunuch Ho before averting his gaze once more. Understood, Eunuch Ho acknowledged, hastening to execute the order. Quickly, rush in and ensure he is captured. By the banks of the Lujing River, Zhu Ge led a contingent that surrounded the Mi Shui Bing Chung milk tea shop. In an instant, both patrons outside and inside the establishment were left in shock. The clientele within consisted predominantly of children from noble families, yet they dared not voice their objections in the face of the encroaching supervisory office personnel. With a furrowed brow, Shen Qingling stepped forward, inquiring, "Lord Zhu Ge, may I ask what this is about?" "Madam Shun," Zhu Ge replied with a respectful bow. "The supervisory office has received confidential intelligence regarding the presence of Northern Qi spies here. We kindly request your cooperation." Just as Zhu Ge finished speaking, sounds of a struggle emanated from a private room on the second floor. Before long, a member of the supervisory office descended to report to Zhu Ge, "My lord, the suspect has been apprehended." A collective gasp of astonishment swept through the crowd. Indeed, there were Northern Qi spies present. Shen Qingling's expression deepened in concern. The situation was exceedingly peculiar. Just as she contemplated speaking, Shen Yuelon approached and grasped her arm. "Take him back to the supervisory office," Zhu Ge commanded. Then turned to Shen Qingling. "Madam Shun, given the emergence of Northern Qi spies here, you are surely aware of the protocols. Until we ascertain the facts, you and your establishment must remain here. This shop is hereby suspended from operations." "What do you mean?" "The supervisory office has sealed Mi Shui Bingcheng in Changxing Palace." Upon receiving the news, the Grand Princess sprang to her feet, disbelief etched across her face. "Indeed, Your Highness, it is reported that Northern Qi spies were discovered within the shop, led by none other than Lord Zhu Ge himself," Chunmei responded, lowering her head. Suddenly, a realization struck the Grand Princess. She gazed toward the imperial study and, with a countenance like frost, declared coldly, "How intriguing. Just as Wan'er is preparing to enter the capital, Your Majesty, do you intend to take action against my Wan'er?" Before her words had fully settled, the Grand Princess unleashed a surge of internal energy, her right hand slicing through the air, shattering a nearby platform into fragments. The following morning, 2 parties converged on the outskirts of the capital. One, led by Feijia, was escorting Yin Bingyun to Northern Qi, while the other, a retinue of the Duke of Sinan, was guiding Fan Xian into the capital. Feijia sought an excuse to detach from the group and stealthily met with Fan Xian. However, upon Yin Bingyun recognizing Fan Xian, he set a trap on the route back to the group, intending to compel Fan Xian to surrender the supervisory office's insignia. Feijia intervened just in time, sitting atop Yin Bingyun's carriage and calmly stating, "Yin Bingyun, remember your orders. You must not disembark from this carriage until we reach Northern Qi." Yin Bingyun, equally composed, retorted, "Fan Xian is ruthless and prone to violence. Sparing him the insignia would be detrimental to Deqing. If you disembark from this carriage, the covert operations of the Northern Qi will be utterly obliterated. Yin Bingyun, this much should be clear to you." Feijia spoke with a solemn tone. "I shall not leave the carriage," Yin Bingyun commanded, instructing his men to retrieve the insignia from the officer. No sooner had he spoken than his subordinates prepared to act. "Those who dare to intervene shall not survive beyond 3 breaths." In a flash, Feijia produced a vial of blue poison encased in glass. Suddenly, the crisp sound of galloping hooves echoed through the air. Feijia, Fan Xian, and the occupants of the carriage, including Yin Bingyun, simultaneously turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. Approaching them was a man clad in a black brocade robe, riding a magnificent ebony steed. Li Yun. Upon recognizing the figure, Feijia's countenance shifted to one of grave concern. Pulling the reins tightly, Li Yun halted his black horse not far from them, a faint smile adorning his face as he observed the scene with keen interest. I merely heard a commotion and came to investigate. You may continue without concern for my presence. Among those gathered, only Fan Xian appeared perplexed, wondering why this individual commanded such caution from both his mentor and the officials. Who is he? Why does he evoke such a sense of unease? Chapter 50. The Princess. I miss you, Yun'er. You are Li Yun? Inside the carriage, Yin Bingyun fidgeted restlessly, having been indoctrinated since childhood to remain eternally loyal to the great Qing, eager to apprehend Li Yun. Yin Bingyun. Feijia discerned the disquiet within Yin Bingyun and swiftly intervened. Do not forget your mission. He then cast a wary glance at Li Yun, exhaling in relief upon realizing that Li Yun exhibited no reaction. Li Yun regarded Yin Bingyun with a look of pity, a truly unfortunate child. Raised as the grandson of Shao Un from northern Qi, yet shaped into this form by Chunping and Yin Ruahai. Should he uncover the truth of his lineage, it would likely shatter him. Nevertheless, he is not without worth. He may serve as a bargaining chip in exchange for his grandfather. What is the meaning of this? Fan Xian was utterly bewildered. At that moment, his own entourage arrived, and upon seeing the Imperial Guards, Feijia felt a significant wave of relief wash over him. There has long been a rumor within the court that Li Yun may be a master of martial arts, possessing an unusually cunning prowess. Enough, Feijia. You need not regard me with such suspicion. Had I intended to act, I would have done so already, Li Yun remarked, winking at Fan Xian. Fan Xian, we shall meet in the city. Without waiting for their reactions, Li Yun maneuvered his horse through their midst, continuing along the official road at a leisurely pace. There are quite a number of spies nearby. Fan Xian regarded Li Yun with growing confusion and turned to Feijia, inquiring, Teacher, who is this person? What did he mean by that? Feijia opened his mouth to respond, taking a moment before speaking. This pertains to your engagement. You shall understand in due course. Remember, exercise caution around this individual. My engagement? Fan Xian's expression was one of astonishment. Indeed, it is not suitable to elaborate here. Once we reach the capital, someone will inform you. Moreover, in the event of any significant issues, await my return, Feijia stated earnestly. Understood. Upon witnessing the solemn expression of his master, Fan Xian restrained his impulse to inquire further. Feijia nodded slightly, then turned and gestured, let us depart. Fan Xian gazed at Feijia and the others' retreating figures, then shifted his attention to Li Yun, who appeared to be meandering as if in a daze. The joy of reuniting with his master had faded considerably. Let us go as well, Fan Xian remarked, making his way toward his carriage. At the city gates of the capital, upon receiving news of Li Yun's impending arrival, Zhu Ge led a group of skilled individuals to the entrance, where he encountered Wang Qinian, who was waiting to sell maps to Fan Xian. Zhu Darren. Wang Qinian greeted with a courteous nod. What brings you here? Zhu Ge, sword in hand, regarded Wang Qinian with curiosity. Wang Qinian scratched his hand thoughtfully. At that moment, a subordinate of Zhu Ge alerted him. Darren, they have arrived. Prepare yourselves. Zhu Ge immediately regained his focus. Clang. All drew their swords. Observing this, Wang Qinian swiftly distanced himself to avoid any repercussions, aware of many matters as a clerk of the supervisory court. Li Yun's steed approached Zhu Ge directly before coming to a halt. Zhu Ge stepped forward. Young Master Li Yun, I am Zhu Ge, head of the supervisory court. Please step aside at the banks of the Lujing River. Li Yun replied coldly. No? Young Master Li Yun. Zhu Ge attempted to say more, but in the next moment, he felt the sword in his hand trembling. Not only his, but every weapon held by his men at the city gates was quivering with agitation. What is happening? My sword. The expressions of all present turned to horror as they clutched their weapons, which threatened to fly from their grasp. Yet, in the next instant, every weapon, including Zhu Ji's, slipped from their hands and embedded themselves into the city wall. Panic ensued among those present. Li Yun cast a casual glance at Zhu Ge before slowly riding through the city gates. The members of the supervisory court attempted to obstruct him, but Zhu Ge halted them. Darren, what shall we do? A subordinate inquired. Let him be. Our mission has been accomplished. What follows is no longer our concern. Zhu Ge murmured. His orders had been to invite Li Yun to the supervisory court, not to detain him, and given that Li Yun was associated with the imperial family, this matter was beyond their jurisdiction. At that moment, Chun Mei approached Li Yun from the street, her face alight with joy. Young Master Yun, you must be weary from your journey. The princess has instructed me to escort you to the palace. Very well, lead the way, Li Yun replied with a faint smile. Yes, Chun Mei replied, slightly bowing, then moved forward, guiding the horse toward the palace. In the Qingmiao, the emperor was swiftly informed of the events at the city gates. The emperor mused with a slight smile. How intriguing. What actions are the second prince and the crown prince undertaking? A nearby eunuch promptly reported the second prince was originally waiting in the street. But upon Li Yun's entry into the city, he was escorted into the palace by the princess's maid, Chun Mei. The crown prince is likely in the Chongqing palace at this moment. The emperor's expression darkened as he muttered a curse. Useless wretches. It was unclear whether he was directing his ire at the crown prince, the second prince, or both. The people around were suddenly terrified, kneeling in panic. Your Highness, the crown prince has arrived, reported a maid hastily entering the Chongqing palace. The grand princess instantly retracted her gentle smile, her expression turning cold. Tell him to return and inform him that today I intend to host a welcoming feast for Wan'er, and I wish not to be disturbed by anyone. Yes, Your Highness, the maid responded promptly. Outside the Chongqing palace, the crown prince exuded a chilling aura, yet his face retained a semblance of a smile. He spoke softly. In that case, I shall visit my aunt another day. After saying this, he turned and departed the palace, his fingers clenched so tightly that they turned pale. Why? Why do you treat him so differently? If that is the case, do not blame me. A sinister smile crept across the crown prince's face as he pondered this. Not long after, Li Yun finally arrived at the Chongqing palace. Your Highness, the grand princess. Li Yun joyfully ran into the grand princess's chamber. Wan'er pays her respects to Your Highness. Get up quickly, the grand princess said, barely able to conceal her excitement. She reached out to help Li Yun up, a faint blush appearing on her face due to her exhilaration. It's been a year since we last met. My Wan'er has become a bit slimmer. Not at all, Li Yun softly replied. I have actually gained weight. It is you who seem to have lost some. Do not speak. Let me have a good look at you. Before she finished speaking, the grand princess gently embraced Li Yun. It has been a year. I have missed you dearly. I have missed you too, Your Highness, Li Yun replied, returning the embrace tenderly. Chapter 51. Barbecuing with the Grand Princess deep within the Chongqing Palace. The lakeside pavilion was spacious, with gauzy curtains drawn back by golden hooks. The gentle spring evening breeze carried the faint scent of the lake and the fresh aroma of budding flora. At this moment, only Li Yun and the Grand Princess occupied the pavilion. No dining table was set. Instead, a thick velvet rug covered the floor, with a low table positioned in the center. Beside the low table, an exquisite bronze grill blazed with bright coals, while a silver platter displayed neatly arranged slices of various meats. Tender venison, lamb ribs, wild pheasant breast, and even the rare snowflake ribeye, all taken from the most succulent parts. The air was filled with the slightly charred scent of burning charcoal and the tantalizing aroma of the finest meats as they heated up, releasing their rich, savory oils. Li Yun sat cross-legged beside the low table, skillfully holding a pair of long silver chopsticks, focused on laying slices of venison on the grill. As the meat made contact with the sizzling bronze mesh, it emitted a soft sizzle, the edges curling rapidly from vibrant red to an enticing light brown, the rich aroma of the meat bursting forth. The Grand Princess did not sit opposite Li Yun, but rather nestled closely beside him, almost in a cuddling position. With one hand propping her chin, she gazed intently at Li Yun. The elaborate layers of her palace attire had been shed, leaving her in a soft, moon-white deep robe that gracefully accentuated her mature curves. Stripped of the formal demeanor of the Grand Princess, she now appeared languid, like a sun-soaked cat in the afternoon, her eyes radiating a warmth that could almost melt the heart. Turn it slowly, she said in a soft voice, with a barely noticeable huskiness. Her gaze fixated on Li Yun's profile. The timing must be just right for the tenderest results. Your Highness, upon entering the palace, Chun Mei shared some insights about the capital with me, and it appears that His Majesty indeed holds us in disdain, Li Yun remarked softly. Upon hearing this, the princess regressed into a moment of clarity. There is no need to heed such matters. I have already made arrangements yesterday. Over the years, I have not been idle. The grain merchants in the capital are all under my influence. As she spoke, a glint of cold light flickered in the princess's eyes. Li Yun was momentarily taken aback, for the princess had never disclosed this information to him before. Following this, Li Yun furrowed his brow and inquired, By the way, Your Highness, you mentioned in your letter that the crown prince seems somewhat off. What is the matter? The princess smiled charmingly, her vibrant makeup enhancing her allure. Wan'er, do you find me beautiful? Indeed, Li Yun replied earnestly. Your Highness is the most beautiful woman in the world. At this compliment, the princess burst into joyful laughter, her demeanor lively. She straightened her posture and poured herself a glass of wine, saying, the crown prince thinks so too, though he seems a bit jealous lately. She paused, taking a small sip from the exquisite glass, her posture graceful. Jealous? Is this little schemer no longer trying to conceal her feelings? Yunner. The princess leaned closer to Li Yun, her voice low and enticing. What do you think about eliminating the crown prince? Li Yun's hand hesitated for a moment. Then he gently wiped the crimson wine stain from her lips with a handkerchief, speaking softly. If your Highness wishes to rid herself of the emperor, I shall assist you. The princess's expression shifted to one of surprise, but she soon erupted into laughter, raising her delicate hand to caress Li Yun's cheek. Ah, truly a man raised by me. You possess a temperament akin to mine. The look in the princess's eyes was filled with indescribable joy as she regarded Li Yun. He chuckled lightly, helping her sit upright. Then he reached for a wide-sleeved outer garment nearby to drape over her. Subsequently, he picked up a piece of venison, slightly charred on the edges yet still oozing with tender juiciness at the center, dipped it in a prepared sauce, and offered it to the princess's lips. Your Highness, do taste. The princess did not immediately open her mouth. Instead, her gaze moved slowly from the delectable morsel to Li Yun's face, studying him intently for several moments. The air in the pavilion seemed to suspend, leaving only the crackling of charcoal and the sizzling sound of fat dripping. The princess slightly parted her lips, savoring the piece of venison. She chewed thoughtfully, emitting a satisfied sigh, her eyes lifting slightly at the corners, a blend of contentment and an indescribable joy. Yunner's culinary skills are indeed unparalleled. Her gaze lingered on his face, as if she were not merely tasting the venison, but rather savoring the presence of the man before her. No matter how splendid Jiangnan may be, it cannot cultivate such flavors. Yunner, you have grown rather lean, she sighed, her voice revealing unmasked concern. Li Yun's lips twitched slightly. There exists a certain thinness that the princess perceives as frailty. As they spoke, the princess picked up her chopsticks, skillfully grasping another piece of roasted venison, dipping it in sauce before feeding it to Li Yun, her movements tender and reminiscent of when she had fed him in his childhood. After a sumptuous feast of roasted meat, the hour had already passed halfway through the evening. Li Yun was preparing to leave the palace. I have arranged a courtyard for you, where your maidens await. The grand princess gently adjusted Li Yun's collar. Some individuals may be spies from the supervisory office. You should handle it as you see fit. I have taken note of the emperor's affairs. Very well, your Highness. Please refrain from impulsive actions while in the palace. He is a grand master and difficult to eliminate in the capital. If necessary, you may come out and reside with Yunner, Li Yun replied softly. I understand, the grand princess said with a playful tone, lightly patting Li Yun's chest, as if she had recovered from the shock of realizing that the emperor was indeed that grand master. Then I shall take my leave. Do exercise moderation this evening. Do not indulge excessively simply because of your superior martial skills. As Li Yun stepped out of Changxin Palace, he let out a deep breath. Chunmei guided him along the way. Chunmei, ensure that all intelligence regarding the crown prince is delivered to me tomorrow. Understood, Chunmei replied respectfully. As they proceeded, they had not yet traversed halfway when an elderly eunuch appeared, blocking their path. Chunmei leaned closer to Li Yun and whispered, This is the red eunuch by the Empress Dowager's side. Young Master Li Yun, the Empress Dowager summons you, Hong Xixiang said indifferently. The Empress Dowager? Li Yun paused momentarily, then smiled gently. Red eunuch, please inform the Empress Dowager that Li Yun has partaken of considerable wine this evening and shall not be attending. I will visit her another day for a proper conversation. Hong Xixiang's expression hardened. That is not for you to decide. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he swiftly launched a palm strike towards Li Yun. Chunmei gasped in horror, ready to intervene, but Li Yun restrained her. He raised his right hand quickly, channeling immense internal energy into his palm, meeting Hong Xixiang's strike with his own. Boom. Before their palms even made contact, the shockwave from their opposing energies surged outward, crashing against the surrounding walls. In a mere moment, Li Yun stood resolute and unyielding, while Hong Xixiang was sent skidding backward, having been forced back several dozen steps, and knelt on the ground. He looked up, astonished, realizing the remarkable strength of this young man. Let us proceed, Li Yun called softly. Chunmei, recovering from her shock, resumed leading Li Yun, her astonishment gradually transforming into a sense of inevitability. As they passed by Hong Xixiang, Li Yun cast a cold glance at the elderly eunuch. Had it not been for the capital, he would not have held back just now. That palm strike. Let the Grand Princess handle this herself. Chapter 52. Grand Princess. How delightful. In the palace, within the imperial study. Your Majesty, earlier the Red Eunuch summoned Li Yun on behalf of the Empress Dowager. But Li Yun declined, citing intoxication as his reason. The Red Eunuch engaged him in a palm clash, but was unable to prevail and was forced back several dozen steps. Eunuch Ho reported, suppressing his astonishment before the Emperor. This Li Yun is exceedingly audacious. The Emperor slammed his hand on the table. Issue a decree. Summon the Grand Princess to me immediately. I wish to inquire how she has raised such a child, who knows neither rank nor respect. Your Majesty. Eunuch Ho trembled as he responded. When I returned, the Grand Princess had already been summoned by the Empress Dowager. Upon hearing that the Grand Princess had been summoned by the Empress Dowager, the Emperor's anger gradually subsided. Draft a decree, starting tomorrow. Suspend the Grand Princess's financial authority over the inner treasury. Your Majesty, the Deputy Minister of Revenue, Fan Jian, requests an audience. Came a voice from outside the study before the Emperor could finish speaking. The Emperor furrowed his brow instantly. It was quite late. And given that Fan Jian had just arrived in the capital today, what could compel him to seek an audience at such an hour? Announce him, the Emperor commanded. The eunuch quickly turned and shouted, Announce. Deputy Minister of Revenue, Fan Jian, seeks an audience. Before long, Fan Jian entered the study. Your servant, Fan Jian, pays his respects to your Majesty. He performed a deep bow before the Emperor. Rise, the Emperor said, his expression returning to a calm demeanor. What urgent matter brings you to see me at this late hour? Fan Jian stood, his expression grave. Your Majesty, there is an issue with the grain supply in the capital. The reserves of all grain merchants have dwindled to a level insufficient to sustain the capital's consumption for 3 days. What? The Emperor's voice rose sharply. What on earth is happening? Your Majesty, Fan Jian continued solemnly. The grain supply in the capital has always been managed by the major grain merchants without incident. They are supposed to deliver a batch of grain every 15 days. According to the usual schedule, yesterday was the day for grain to be brought into the city. Yet not a single grain arrived. Upon investigation, I discovered that the reserves are now insufficient for the people's needs for 3 days, unless we resort to military provisions. The Emperor, struck with disbelief, chuckled in exasperation. How could they be so reckless? Is this a veiled threat against me? Fan Jian understood whom the Emperor referred to. Yet the pressing issue of the grain supply took precedence. He spoke again, Your Majesty, it is imperative to restore the grain supply to the capital as swiftly as possible. After a moment of deep breathing, the Emperor regained his composure. He had never anticipated that the Grand Princess could be so irresponsible. For the first time, he felt a sense of estrangement from his sister, who seemed utterly transformed. It appeared that an abundance of wealth was not beneficial for her. Very well, draft a decree. The Emperor stated coldly. The eunuch immediately stepped forward. In recognition of Li Yun's contributions to the inner treasury and the 3 major factories in Jiangnan, henceforth, Li Yun shall be bestowed the title of Duke of Pingjiang. Yes, Your Majesty. Both the eunuch and Fan Jian were taken aback. Li Yun was granted the title of Duke of Pingjiang. The Emperor turned to Fan Jian. Select an auspicious day for Fan Jian and Wan'er to marry and take over the treasury. Your servant obeys, Fan Jian replied promptly, fully understanding that the Emperor's actions were a strategic retreat. Once Fan Jian assumed control of the treasury, the Emperor would undoubtedly seek to settle accounts with the Grand Princess. In the Empress Dowager's palace, after Hong Xiang returned, he reported to her about Li Yun's defiance of the imperial decree. The Empress Dowager was enraged. Since the death of Yi Qingmei, it had been a long time since anyone had dared to treat her family with such disrespect. Thus, she promptly summoned the Grand Princess. On her way to the Empress Dowager's palace, the Grand Princess sensed that something had been discovered. She was unaware of why Li Yun was reluctant to meet the Empress Dowager, but hearing that Li Yun had repelled Hong Xiang filled her with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Consequently, her mood remained buoyant. Greetings to the Empress Dowager, the Grand Princess said, slightly bending her knee in respect as she addressed the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager, upon witnessing the Crown Princess's visit and her refusal to kneel, felt a resurgence of displeasure reminiscent of past grievances. It appeared that Li Yun's blatant disregard for hierarchy stemmed from your inadequate guidance. Perched upon her elevated throne, the Dowager cast a sidelong glance at the Crown Princess. Wan'er displayed remarkable understanding and respect for Yun Rui, oblivious to the implications behind the dowager's words. The crown princess slightly tilted her head, feigning ignorance. The dowager fixed her gaze upon the crown princess, her murky eyes revealing her simmering anger. Li Yunrui was audaciously challenging her authority. The dowager suppressed her fury, aided by the gentle reminder from Hong Si-xiang at her side. She gradually quelled her indignation. Aligning her thoughts with those of the emperor, the treasury should no longer be entrusted to Li Yunrui. I have heard that the son of the sea Nanbo residing in Danzhou has arrived in the capital. If that is the case, let us arrange for Wan'er to marry him without delay, the dowager stated with an indifferent tone. The crown princess responded with a charming smile. This matter hinges on Wan'er's wishes. Should she be unwilling, Yunrui will graciously withdraw from the engagement. Recently, Wan'er expressed her disinterest in marrying the son of Si Nanbo Li Yunrui. Do you imply a defiance of imperial decree? The dowager's wrinkled visage contorted with renewed ire. Yunrui quivered at the thought. In the face of the dowager's wrath, the crown princess spoke calmly. However, Wan'er has been in your care since childhood, and even as her mother, I find it difficult to see her. Rest assured, I shall prioritize Wan'er's happiness. The rest is of no concern to me. Li Yunrui, your audacity knows no bounds. The dowager's voice dripped with menace as she shot a glance at Hong Si-xiang. Understanding the cue, Hong Si-xiang descended the steps and approached the crown princess. She, sensing his intent, tilted her head once more, seemingly unaware of his forthcoming actions. Hong Si-xiang bowed before the crown princess and, with piercing eyes, stated, "Crown princess, I beg your pardon." With that, he swiftly struck her cheek with his left hand. Yet, the crown princess's reflexes were swifter. Her right hand, having gathered strength in secret, shot out like lightning, delivering an upward slap to Hong Si-xiang's chin. A sense of danger surged within him. He felt a chilling, sharp wind rush toward him. And as the blow landed, pain surged through his jaw. It was as if he had been struck by a battering ram. Stars exploded before his eyes, and a metallic taste flooded his throat. His body was sent careening backward, crashing violently into an exquisite screen beside the hall, sending wood splinters and porcelain shards flying. The dowager's murky eyes widened in shock, her wrinkled cheeks twitching in disbelief. She had never anticipated that the seemingly delicate and graceful Li Yunrui possessed such ruthless and formidable martial prowess. The crown princess slowly retracted her right hand, the violet aura enveloping her fingers dissipating as if the previous strike had been but an illusion. She maintained her elegant composure, even adjusting her impeccably arranged sleeves, her gaze calmly sweeping over the struggling Hong Si-xiang before finally resting on the dowager, whose complexion had turned a ghostly shade. The hall fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. Only the suppressed groans and heavy breaths of Hong Si-xiang filled the air. The princess raised her chin slightly, her voice as cold as ice clashing against jade, shattering the suffocating silence. Your Majesty, forgive Yunrui's disrespect, but a servant is merely a servant. Are you intending to slap the royal family's face by allowing a servant to strike me? Li Yunrui. The empress trembled, raising her frail, trembling hand to point at the princess with a fierce reprimand. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave, the princess said with a smile, gracefully kneeling in a bow before turning elegantly to depart. What a thrill! For some inexplicable reason, the princess felt a greater exhilaration from striking Hong Si-xiang than from hearing about Li Yun driving him away. Chapter 53, Bu Pavilion. The cold, towering walls of the palace were left behind as the carriage wheels rolled over the smooth roads of the capital, entering a more refined district. The unique scent of the palace's heavy incense and the metallic aroma of power gradually faded, replaced by a moist night breeze carrying the essence of grass and flowing water. Chunmei led the way, and the carriage finally halted before a waterside residence. The plaque inscribed with Bu Pavilion hung above the ebony doorframe, its elegant strokes glimmering under the moonlight. Young master, we have arrived, Chunmei's voice called from outside, imbued with a sense of relief akin to returning home. Li Yun parted the curtain and alighted from the carriage. Chunmei then bid farewell and returned to the palace. At that moment, the courtyard gate opened silently, as if it had long awaited its master. The moonlight poured in like liquid mercury, illuminating a meticulously crafted courtyard in a soft, ethereal glow. Intriguing rock formations were stacked, and several slender bamboos swayed gently in the wind, producing a soft rustling sound. A stream of clear water flowed in from outside the walls, winding through the courtyard before converging into a small pond, its surface reflecting the solitary moon in the sky and the lanterns swaying beneath the corridor, shimmering like scattered diamonds. As Li Yun stepped into the front courtyard, 3 graceful maidens immediately came forward to greet him. 2 of them were orphans taken in during his time in Suzhou. One, tall and poised with a cool demeanor, wore an azure dress, moving with a brisk elegance, and performed a respectful salute. Her voice crisp, Tingzhu pays her respects to the young master. The other, petite and delicate with apricot eyes and peach cheeks, donned a charming yellow outfit. Smiling before she spoke, curtsying, Hmph pays her respects to the young master. One was Qiu Wu, Li Yun's substitute maid, who beamed upon seeing him. Young master, you have finally arrived. Behind them, a group of maids and servants of various ages and attires bowed in unison, their movements synchronized, proclaiming in chorus, "We welcome the young master back to the residence." Their voices, though soft, resonated clearly in the tranquil night, and Li Yun's gaze calmly swept over their lowered faces. The words of his aunt echoed clearly in his mind. Some people must be dealt with. Amidst these respectful gestures, how many were truly loyal servants of his aunt? How many were spies planted by the emperor, the crown prince, or even the supervisory court? And how many were the silent tendrils of other predatory forces? He trusted that Tingzhu and Hmph had already investigated thoroughly. He nodded slightly, his voice devoid of emotion. "You may rise. Each to your duties. Do not approach the main house without orders." "Understood." The crowd responded again, moving in unison as they retreated. In the vast hall, only Li Yun, Haitang, Qiu Wu, along with Tingzhu and Hmph remained. "Tingzhu," Li Yun's gaze fell upon her, and he commanded, "From this moment forth, the surveillance both within and outside the Banshui pavilion shall be under your complete control. Not a single suspicious bird shall land here unnoticed." "Understood." Tingzhu's eyes gleamed with determination as she clasped her fists in acknowledgement, her figure swiftly vanishing like wisps of smoke behind the columns, setting about to weave the intricate network of this residence. Turning toward the delicate maid, "Hmph," Li Yun instructed, "eliminate all those who do not belong to us." "Yes, young master," Hmph replied, her face blossoming with a radiant smile. Yet within that enchanting visage lay a hint of bloodthirsty allure. Li Yun then directed his attention to Haitang. "Haitang, discreetly mobilize 1,000 individuals to the vicinity of Kyoto." "This servant will comply," Haitang replied promptly before departing to make arrangements. "Qiu Wu, lead the way to the study." Li Yun's tones softened considerably. "Yes, young master, please follow me." Qiu Wu replied gently. Navigating through several corridors, they pushed open an intricately carved wooden door, arriving at the study. The interior was elegantly furnished, shelves brimming with books, and a few pieces of antiquated porcelain displayed on a cabinet, while a spacious seaton desk was positioned by the window, overlooking a tranquil pond. The air was infused with a subtle fragrance, a blend of freshly carved wood and superior pine smoke ink. "Qiu Wu, share with me what you know from these past few days," Li Yun said as he settled into a chair. Qiu Wu stepped behind him, allowing him to lean against her chest, gently pressing at the sides of his head with her delicate hands. A soft, satisfied murmur escaped Li Yun's lips. "Oh, Qiu Wu has grown," he remarked. "Young master, this afternoon, a letter from Si Lily arrived. She expressed a desire to meet you early tomorrow," Qiu Wu said softly. Li Yun furrowed his brow slightly. "Is Si Lily still in Kyoto? When I returned from Beiki, Zhang Daodao mentioned she would be summoned back immediately. Why has she not left yet? She likely wishes to meet you before returning to Beiki. Moreover, according to Tingzhu's investigation, she is already under the watch of the Inspection Institute," Qiu Wu continued. Li Yun closed his eyes, contemplating in silence. After a while, he spoke. "Inform Si Lily to leave Kyoto for Beiki at once tomorrow. I shall await her outside the city." "Understood," Qiu Wu replied. Subsequently, she reported on the various factions within Kyoto, noting that the arrival of both Li Yun and Fan Xian had stirred the atmosphere considerably. Meanwhile, the situation in the study grew increasingly tense. That evening, Li Yun's letter reached Si Lily's flower boat by the flowing Crystal River, emphasizing her immediate departure from Kyoto. "Young Master Yun, it seems you still cherish the bond we share," Si Lily mused, gazing wistfully towards the Banshui pavilion, her watery eyes gradually becoming hazy. A series of knocks at the door jolted her back to reality. She composed her attire, her demeanor returning to calm as she announced, "Come in." With a creak, a maidservant entered, leading a strikingly beautiful woman with an air of experience and allure. "Miss, the young lady Yun Xiu has arrived," the maid said. slightly bending her knees in greeting before stepping back to stand guard at the door. "Miss," she addressed. Yun Xiao turned to see Lily, her face adorned with a radiant smile, her eyes brimming with countless secrets. "My dear Yun Xiao, I trust you are aware that His Majesty has summoned me back to the homeland. Henceforth, the affairs of the capital of Nanqing shall be entrusted to you," Si Lily stated with a serious demeanor. "Rest assured, Miss Si," Yun Xiao replied earnestly, her experience in the capital having honed her skills in navigating various factions. Si Lily nodded slowly and gravely. "This is the token that commands the capital's spies. From this moment forth, it is yours." Yun Xiao accepted the token with solemnity. "I understand." Si Lily's expression softened. As a woman herself, she understood the immense sacrifices Yun Xiao had made over the years in Nanqing. Approaching a nearby table, she dipped her pen into her cup of wine and inscribed an address upon the surface. "If you encounter difficulties in your retreat, seek refuge here. The people will assist you in leaving the capital. Furthermore, do not engage with them under any circumstances. They are merciless." "Thank you, Miss Si." Yun Xiao expressed her heartfelt gratitude, moved by Si Lily's gesture, which essentially provided her with an additional escape route. Chapter 54. Si Lily. "Hurry, my time is limited." The following morning, at the second prince's residence, Xie Bian hurriedly grasped his sword in one hand, seeking out Li Chengze, who was preparing to indulge in a vegetarian hot pot for breakfast. "Bian, would you care to join me?" Li Chengze invited, removing his shoes and settling by the pot. "Your Highness, significant events unfolded in the palace last night." Xie Bian spoke in a low voice, his tone slightly trembling. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Li Chengze set down his chopsticks and looked at Xie Bian in confusion. "In the palace? Could it be about my aunt? Or is it concerning Li Yun?" "It is indeed Li Yun." Xie Bian responded immediately. "Last night, as Li Yun exited the Changxing Palace, she encountered Eunuch Hong." "Eunuch Hong?" Li Chengze exclaimed. "Did they engage in a confrontation?" "Yes, Your Highness." Eunuch Hong was waiting on the palace exit with a summons from the Empress to call upon Li Yun, but she refused. Eunuch Hong struck first, yet astonishingly. He was repelled several paces by Li Yun's gentle palm. Xie Bian conveyed, his face awash with disbelief. "One must understand, that is Hong Xixiang. There has long been a rumor in Deqing of the existence of a Grand Master within the palace, and this Grand Master is likely Hong Xixiang. Yet now, he has been lightly pushed back by Li Yun. Those who are aware of this matter dare not contemplate further." Li Chengze was momentarily rendered speechless, but in the next moment, he collapsed in laughter. "Ha, how amusing. Truly delightful, ha ha ha." As he laughed, tears streamed down his face. Witnessing Li Chengze's current state, Xie Bian felt a mix of astonishment and curiosity, softly calling out, "Your Highness, you." Li Chengze slowly regained his composure, wiping his tears with his sleeve, his voice raspy as he replied, "I am well. It has simply been too long since I could express myself. Finally, I can breathe easy. What a liberating sensation." Xie Bian gradually understood. Li Yun's victory over Hong Xixiang indeed bolstered their strength significantly, making Li Chengze's reaction comprehensible. No, wait. Li Chengze suddenly realized, and he turned sharply to look at Xie Bian. Li Yun defied the edict and fought with Hong Xijiang, yet there was no reaction from the palace? This is precisely the second matter I intended to discuss. Xie Bian's expression grew more perplexed. This morning, the palace had issued a decree, conferring the title of Duke of Pingjiang upon Li Yun. Ha. Upon hearing this, Li Chengze felt an even greater sense of delight. Excellent. The Duke of Pingjiang. Bian, our chances of success have increased significantly. Let us go congratulate Li Yun. As he spoke, he slipped on his shoes. Xie Bian chuckled lightly, and the two of them disregarded the hot pot they had just prepared, heading straight to Bishui Xian after exiting the manor. Upon arriving at Bishui Xian, they discovered that the Crown Prince had also just arrived. Naturally, on the surface, the Crown Prince and Li Yun were allies. "Your Highness, Second Prince." Qiu Wu emerged from within, greeting them, and saying, "I sincerely apologize. But my young master has been missing since he received the decree this morning and is currently not in the manor." "Not here? Then surely I can wait inside." The Crown Prince insisted as he prepared to enter. "Your Highness, please." Qiu Wu smiled gently, stepping aside to allow the Crown Prince entry. She then turned to Li Chengze. "Second Prince, would you like to join us inside to wait?" "Absolutely." Li Chengze quickly followed the Crown Prince, thinking it inappropriate not to meet him. Xie Bian trailed behind, nodding slightly at Qiu Wu as he passed. Qiu Wu called for someone to serve tea to the two of them. As news of Li Yun's victory over Hong Xijiang and his subsequent title as Duke of Pingjiang spread, igniting fervent discussions throughout the capital. Li Yun himself had stealthily slipped out of the city. Moreover, had they known of the events that transpired in the Empress's palace the previous night, it would have surely left them in shock. 15 miles outside the capital, within a small boat nestled among the reeds of the river, Li Yun met with Si Lily. Miss Si, has not Dodo summoned you back to Beiqi long ago? Remaining here is perilous, Li Yun said sternly. Young Master Yun. Si Lily's voice carried a hint of indescribable melancholy. I never anticipated that His Majesty would ultimately choose you. Since His Majesty has chosen you, I too must choose you. Thus, you should comprehend why I await you here. Before her words fully settled, her outer garment slipped from her shoulders. Here, Li Yun furrowed his brow. Indeed, right here, Si Lily replied with a resolute determination, standing in the center of the dimly lit cabin with her back to Li Yun. The contours of her shoulders and neck were strikingly pronounced. The garment she had just shed pooled at her feet, resembling a dark cloud. She was left wearing only a thin, moon-white undergarment, nearly transparent under the faint light, clinging to her exquisite form. The neckline of the silk garment was cut low, revealing a delicate, porcelain-like neck and a subtly indented collarbone, with a few damp strands of dark hair clinging to her, enhancing her allure. Si Lily slowly turned around, wrapping her arms around Li Yun's neck. Her face was pure and innocent, reminiscent of youthful naivety, with round almond-shaped eyes, a petite nose, and full lips resembling flower petals, now slightly pursed with a sense of stubbornness. Yet, the gaze upon her beautiful face was starkly different, burning with an almost desperate flame, intertwined with reckless courage and profound desire. Cloudy young master, her breath, warm and hurried, brushed against Li Yun's neck. This time, I must leave a bond. Hurry. My time is limited. The cramped cabin was instantly filled with the unique, sweet, and fragrant exotic aroma emanating from Si Lily, mingling with the warmth radiating from her skin, creating a remarkably aggressive atmosphere that enveloped Li Yun tightly. This fragrance, interlaced with the faint scent of the river and the fresh essence of reeds, fermented in the stifling space, rendering it suffocating. Li Yun gazed into Si Lily's gradually dazed eyes, feeling a dryness in his throat, and hoarsely uttered a single word, good. He lowered his head. Si Lily's full lips were merely inches away, slightly parted, her warm breath quivering with a hint of nervousness. The mingling scents of the river, the reeds, the warm sweetness of incense, and the subtle perspiration from her skin combined in a small space, fermenting and rising, creating a suffocating, intoxicating vortex. As the hour of shun passed, within the small boat's cabin, Si Lily, now clad in the clean attire she had prepared in advance, resembled a virtuous newlywed wife. Adjusting Li Yun's garments. Writing desk, inkstone, painting screen, Li Yun called softly. Two maidservants, who had been waiting outside, entered, responding, "We are here. Escort her back to Northern Qi, and once there, you shall remain, awaiting the orders of Miss Shi, the battle's darling," Li Yun instructed. "Yes, young master." The maidservants replied immediately. Si Lily regarded Li Yun with a hint of confusion. Li Yun gently explained, "Both of them are of the 8th rank, but they can also handle general 9th rank tasks. You shall find them useful. Upon your return to Northern Qi, you will assume a portion of the authority of the Jinyui. It would be unwise to lack capable personnel." Upon hearing this, Si Lily felt a surge of joy. "Cloudy young master, please remember, I, His Majesty, and the child await you in Northern Qi." "Good," Li Yun replied softly. He watched as the small boat gradually sailed away until it was but a distant black, before leisurely returning to the city. Chapter 55. The arrogant second son of the Chancellor's mansion. Upon crossing the gates of the capital once more, the guards, upon seeing Li Yun, displayed expressions of both fear and astonishment. Just the day prior, Li Yun had forcefully breached the city gates, disregarding even the authority of the Supervisory Bureau. And that very night, he had taken action within the palace. Yet today, he was still conferred the title of County Duke. What manner of creature is this? Li Yun paid no heed to their gazes. He had now acquired strength that rendered their opinions irrelevant. However, the city of Kyoto felt rather vast. "Hey," Li Yun frowned. Calling out to the city gate officer, "How do I get to Lujing River?" Initially, the officer's complexion turned pale, fearing Li Yun intended to attack, but was relieved to find he was merely inquiring for directions. "Yes, Peeping Jiangzi." The officer stumbled over his words, flustered and unsure. His assistant, sensing the urgency, hurriedly retrieved a simplified map from a nearby frame, shocking the officer further. This was the very map that Wang Qinian had left for them to sell. The assistant, perceiving the officer's apprehension, began to scoff inwardly. Since you do not want it, then this opportunity shall be mine. Ping Jiangzi, the deputy approached with a simplified map, a representation of Kyoto. Although it lacked intricate details, the main thoroughfares were distinctly marked. Upon receiving the map, Li Yun understood the deputy's remarks regarding its simplicity. However, a general direction sufficed. After all, it was complimentary and required no expenditure of silver. Well done, he praised, patting the deputy on the shoulder with an appreciative gaze. Keep up the good work. I have faith in you. Thank you, Ping Jiangzi. The deputy, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt down. The city gate officer finally grasped the situation. Staring at the deputy with a despondent expression, Li Yun smiled faintly and, following the approximate direction indicated on the map, made his way towards the banks of the Lujing River. Upon arriving at the riverbank, he noted that the inspectors had vacated the premises of the Honey Snow Ice City earlier that morning. However, the establishment was not open for business today. Young master, what brings you here? Shen Qingling exclaimed with joy upon seeing Li Yun enter, quickly lifting her skirts to hasten towards him. I was just about to head to Bishui Xian with Yulan and my mother. Just returned from outside the city and thought I would drop by. Li Yun replied with a smile. Have you clarified yesterday's matter? At this, Shen Qingling's expression darkened. Yes, I have. That individual was indeed a clandestine operative from Beiki, but it was the inspectorate that compelled him to enter. Li Yun inclined his head slightly. It is good that you have ascertained the facts. Present this information to the inspectorate with great fanfare, demanding they compensate us 100-fold. I understand, Shen Qingling replied. Young master, Yin Xiao. At the entrance, Shen Yulan and Yang Mingyi excitedly rushed out upon hearing the commotion. However, Yang Mingyi suddenly slowed her pace midway. They were no longer at the hot spring resort in Suzhou, and her two daughters were still present. Recalling this, she quickly suppressed her impulsive feelings. Li Yun turned his gaze towards Shen Yulan. This young lady was not lacking in beauty compared to her sister, albeit her figure was somewhat less ample. Let us return to Bishui Xian. We can discuss the rest later, he stated, casting a glance at Yang Mingyi, who appeared quite graceful. Surely, she hasn't become too emotional again? By the time they returned to Bishui Xian, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. Young master, both the crown prince and the second prince visited today to congratulate you on your title of Ping Jiangzi. The crown prince even brought numerous gifts, which I accepted. They waited here for quite some time before departing, reported Qiu Wu. Li Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Qiu Wu managed the household affairs, while Haidang was responsible for external matters. There is another matter, Qiu Wu continued in a hushed tone. Last night, His Highness struck Hong Xiang in the Empress Dowager's palace. But this incident did not leave the palace. It was only mentioned by Sister Chun Mei when she visited today. By the way, His Highness wishes for you to enter the palace tomorrow morning to join her for breakfast. His Highness struck Hong Xiang last night. Li Yun was momentarily taken aback, having previously contemplated when he might persuade the crown princess to deliver a reprimand to Hong Xiang. Was it so soon? Indeed, Qiu Wu softly replied. It is said that the Empress Dowager was quite furious. However, curiously, upon learning of it, His Majesty took no action. I see, Li Yun chuckled lightly. This old schemer truly possesses remarkable patience. Yet, one cannot discount the possibility that he is harboring some sinister plan. It seems prudent to remain vigilant. The following morning, Li Yun, bearing the crown princess's token, entered the imperial palace and made his way to the Changxin Palace. The crown princess and I shared a warm breakfast together. However, Li Yun felt a sense of helplessness. Although he had matured, the crown princess seemed to grow increasingly childlike, often indulging in playful whims. After breakfast, she reclined, resting her head on Li Yun's lap as he gently massaged her head. Your Highness, do you not have another daughter? Why not summon her to the palace today, so we may enjoy a reunion meal together? Li Yun inquired softly. The crown princess sighed contentedly. A breakfast gathering is unlikely today. The morning air is chilly. Perhaps another day. She paused, her gaze turning icy as she continued. Wan'er has always been frail. It is all that wretched old woman's fault. If she had not taken Wan'er away, she would not have suffered from such ailments. Li Yun could discern the depth of her animosity towards the Empress Dowager, a hatred so intense it seemed she wished to strangle the old woman. Your Highness, I have some knowledge of medicine. I shall visit her another day, he offered, soothing her agitated spirit. As the crown princess sat up, Grasping Li Yun's hand with trust in her eyes, she declared, "Wan'er, I entrust Wan'er to you. I owe her so much. Her health has been my constant worry. If you can heal her, I shall find great solace." "Rest assured, Your Highness," Li Yun responded with gravity. In the following days, the fervor surrounding Li Yun in the capital gradually waned, supplanted by the rising renown of Fan Xian's poetry. "Young master, will you not take a carriage?" asked Xiaowu at the entrance of Bishi Pavilion. "No need. I shall walk. You may come to fetch me later," Li Yun replied. "I understand," she acknowledged. Nodding, Li Yun took up a folding fan and strolled towards the royal villa. Upon arrival, he spotted the prodigious mathematician Fan Xija and Tang Zijing seated by a carriage at the entrance. "Fan Xian is here." Young Master Yun, the attendants, clearly loyal to the crown princess, addressed him with respect, unlike the usual Ping Jiangzi. "Indeed," Li Yun nodded, glancing at Fan Xija and Tang Zijing, who looked at him with curiosity before entering the villa. Pulmonary tuberculosis is a chronic wasting disease. Patients require nourishment, and a diet rich in meat is essential. Upon reaching Lin Guaner's door, Li Yun overheard Fan Xian's animated discourse. "Miss, young Master Yun has arrived," reported the maid Xiaolan, tasked with safeguarding Guaner's well-being. "Li Yun? What does he want?" Before Lin Guaner could respond, Lin Gong could no longer restrain himself. His family had never held Li Yun in high esteem. "Li Yun?" Fan Xian exclaimed, startled. He had heard much about Li Yun in recent days. They had spoken of meeting in the city, yet he had not anticipated this encounter. Xiaolan stepped aside, allowing Li Yun to enter the room. His gaze first fell upon Lin Guaner, who leaned against a soft couch. She appeared more frail than he had imagined, her large, tranquil eyes observing him with a hint of curiosity and an almost imperceptible distance. Li Yun's attention then shifted to Fan Xian, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. "Master Fan, what a coincidence to reunite here after our parting outside the city." His tone was calm, yet it sent a jolt through Fan Xian's heart. "Yun, my dear brother?" Lin Guaner's voice was tinged with a frail rasp as she set down the chicken leg and coughed delicately into her handkerchief. "Guaner," Li Yun nodded slightly, exuding an air of calm and a natural warmth. "His Highness is concerned about your health and has sent me to check on you." "Is Guaner what you call her?" "Do not presume familiarity." Lin Gong stepped forward, blocking the way to Lin Guaner's couch with an expression full of hostility. "The Lin family does not welcome you. We certainly do not require your assistance." "Wait." Lin Gong seemed to come to a realization, disbelief washing over his face as he turned to Fan Xian. "You are Fan Xian?" Well, heh." Fan Xian felt somewhat embarrassed as his identity had been inadvertently revealed by Li Yun. "The Lin family?" Li Yun chuckled lightly, his sarcasm unabashed. "In my eyes, the Lin family is no different from the common folk outside. Sister Guaner may bear the Lin surname, but she can just as well be a Li." Lin Gong's face flushed crimson with rage as he pointed a trembling finger at Li Yun. "You, how dare you? Speak one more word, and I shall ensure you leave here on a stretcher." Li Yun's gaze turned cold as he fixed his eyes on Lin Gong. The latter, intimidated by the chilling aura, found his throat constricted, momentarily rendered speechless, only able to draw heavy breaths. Chapter 56, Healing Guaner's Second Brother. Do not act impulsively. Lin Guaner quickly tugged at Lin Gong's arm, then turned to Li Yun. "Yun, didn't Team Mother ask you to come and examine me? I am prepared." Li Yun was a few months her junior, and thus she could only think of this form of address. She had heard many rumors about Li Yun, including his audacity to confront the renowned eunuch Hong. Li Yun averted his gaze, smiling gently at Lin Guaner. "Very well, please lie back on the bed." He then turned to Fan Xian. "Young Master Fan, may I borrow your silver needles?" Fan Xian snapped back to attention. "Oh, certainly." He turned to Fan Ruruo. "Ruruo, fetch the medicine box." Fan Ruruo hurried to comply. Fan Xian opened the box, retrieving the silver needles and handing them to Li Yun. After accepting them, Li Yun gestured for Lin Guaner to recline on the bed. With a reassuring glance at Lin Gong and another at Li Yun, Lin Guaner returned to her resting place. Once seated on the stool beside the bed, Li Yun spoke softly, "Extend your right hand." Guaner slowly offered her right hand. Li Yun gently pressed his fingers against Lin Guaner's pulse, channeling a trace of internal energy into her body, closing his eyes to meticulously scrutinize the meridians within her. The others in the room, including Lin Gong, gathered around. After a considerable time, Li Yun opened his eyes. "How is it? What is the diagnosis?" Seeing Li Yun's eyes flutter open, Fan Xian and Lin Gong inquired simultaneously. "Deficiency and excessive fire," with phlegm and heat accumulating, leading to pulmonary obstruction. How long have you been coughing up blood? Li Yun disregarded the two men, directing his question solely at Lin Wan'er. For many years, Lin Wan'er replied softly. Since I was 7, I have often coughed blood. Just as she finished speaking, she coughed twice more. To have lived until now, you truly possess a strong constitution. Li Yun remarked with a smile before addressing Lin Wan'er's maid. Please prepare a basin of warm water. Yes, young Master Yun. The maid promptly set off to fulfill the request. Li Yun turned back to Lin Wan'er. Rise, and then sit cross-legged with your back to me. Though puzzled, Lin Wan'er complied obediently. Li Yun, with a single palm pressed against Lin Wan'er's back, channeled a robust and pure internal force that surged into her depleted meridians like a gentle, unresisting stream. This power was not a violent intrusion. Rather, it moved with a unique rhythm, precisely traversing the vital points of her lung meridian. Lin Wan'er shivered, letting out a soft moan as an indescribable warmth radiated from her back, swiftly dispelling the lingering chill and stagnation that had resided deep within her lungs for years. The sensation was akin to a river, long frozen, melting under the caress of the spring sun, or a blocked spring being cleared anew. A peculiar flush of color blossomed on her pallid face, while beads of sweat formed at her temple. Gritting her teeth, she endured the intense pressure as her meridians were forcibly opened, yet it was soon followed by an unprecedented sense of relief, as if a heavy stone resting upon her chest was gradually lifted. Li Yun's gaze was intent, his internal energy flowing with increasing finesse. He could distinctly perceive the dark, stagnant energy and viscous phlegm lodged within Lin Wan'er's lung channels. His internal force transformed into countless tiny needles and threads, meticulously untangling the obstructed meridians while expelling the hidden ailments, stagnant blood, and toxins from the delicate pathways. Suddenly, Lin Wan'er's body convulsed violently. A thick, nearly black, blood-like substance, reeking with a pungent odor, erupted from her mouth, splattering onto the corner of the bed, where it swiftly spread into a disconcerting dark red pool. Wan'er! Lin Gong exclaimed in shock, about to rush forward. Do not move. Fan Xian commanded sharply, swiftly restraining him. Lin Gong was abruptly halted in his tracks, while Fan Xian stood, wide-eyed, mouth agape. The internal power was astonishingly potent. After expelling the congealed blood, Lin Wan'er's rapid breaths began to stabilize. She felt an unparalleled lightness in her chest and abdomen. The heavy suffocation and burning pain that had tormented her for years miraculously diminished. She inhaled deeply, greedily drawing in fresh air, and a hint of vitality returned to her once pallid visage. Li Yun gradually withdrew his hand, then picked up silver needles, quickly inserting them into several acupoints on Lin Wan'er's back, channeling some of his internal energy through them into her body. Before long, her complexion began to regain its color. Li Yun extracted the needles, exhaling a sigh of relief as he glanced at the alarming pool of black blood on the floor, his expression relaxing considerably. Although she was not fully healed, she could now live like a normal person, simply avoiding spicy foods. Upon hearing this, those in the room were filled with joy. Lin Wan'er slowly turned to face Li Yun, her eyes brimming with astonishment, gratitude, and a glimmer of incredulous hope. Her voice, though still faint, was much clearer. Brother Yun, thank you. I feel much better now. Li Yun picked up a clean cloth to wipe his hands, responding nonchalantly. Your Highness has expressed feeling indebted to you for these years. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I will assist you with anything. I understand. Thank you, Brother Yun. Hearing that her mother had also been concerned for her brought warmth to Lin Wan'er's heart. At that moment, the maid approached with water to cleanse the bloodstains from Lin Wan'er. Lin Gong wished to express his gratitude to Li Yun, yet the recent events left him at a loss for words. Fan Xian also yearned to convey his thanks, but his current predicament rendered him somewhat awkward. He had entered under a veil of anonymity. Although he was betrothed to Wan'er, they were not yet wed. On behalf of my brother, I extend my gratitude to young Master Yun. Fan Ravo discerned Fan Xian's discomfort and gracefully approached Li Yun to offer a bow. There's no need for thanks. Li Yun replied, stretching languidly as he stood. I feel rather unwell. Wan'er, I shall return for a follow-up another day, or you may come to find me. I must take my leave now. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan'er quickly rose. I understand, Brother Yun. Allow me to see you off. There's no need. You should rest well. Li Yun smiled, gently declining her offer. He then turned to Fan Xian and whispered in his ear, The poem Ascending the Heights is indeed a 7-character regulated verse. But whether it's the first of its kind is open to debate. With that, he paid no heed to the astonished Fan Xian, unfurling his folding fan and humming a tune as he departed. You love me. I love you, sweet as honey, Fan Xian stammered, pointing at Li Yun's retreating figure, unable to articulate his excitement. Tonight, there will be 4 updates. I humbly request your kind reviews and generous gifts. Thank you. Chapter 57. Is Li Yun truly a Grandmaster? As Li Yun approached the entrance, he saw Yi Linger walk in, her expression filled with curiosity as she glanced at him. A man who can freely enter and exit Wan'er's residence. Who is he? Li Yun, intending to inquire about her master, Yi Dazongshi, thought better of it, knowing she likely had no information, and resolved to ask Yi Chong instead. Reaching the door, he noticed Qiao Wu had already arrived. Young master, how is the morning princess? Qiao Wu inquired. No major issues. With a bit of nurturing, she will be fine. Let us proceed to the palace to see His Highness, Li Yun replied, climbing into the carriage. Li Yun's current driver was old Mo, who guided the carriage steadily towards the imperial palace. Oh. The crafty Fan Xian nudged Tung Zijing with his shoulder and gestured towards Li Yun's carriage. Rumor has it he is a grandmaster. Do you think he truly is? I'm merely his 7th rank. How would I know? Tung Zijing retorted, rolling his eyes at Fan Xian. At that moment, Fan Xian and Fan Ruruo were ushered out by Lin Gong. Once they climbed into the carriage, Fan Xian immediately asked, Ruruo, tell me everything you know about Li Yun. His tone revealed an uncontainable excitement. Of course, brother, Fan Ruruo replied obediently. She then recounted all she knew about Li Yun. The Honey Snow Ice City milk tea shop? Fan Xian exclaimed in astonishment. There is a milk tea shop in Kyoto? How was I unaware during my stay here? Of course you wouldn't know, Fan Xian interjected, somewhat smugly. The day before your arrival, Honey Snow Ice City was shut down, and it was only reopened the day after Li Yun entered Kyoto. Thus, it has not been in operation these past few days. However, since this matter involves the supervisory court, no one has mentioned it, so naturally, you were unaware. But it seems to be operating again today. That's the case, brother, Fan Ruo added. Let us go to Honey Snow Ice City, Fan Xian declared without hesitation. Tung Zijing promptly drove to the Honey Snow Ice City. In a separate courtyard, Lin Gong wore a grim expression. As soon as Li Yun revealed Fan Xian's identity, Lin Wan'er ceased to conceal her relationship with him and attempted to persuade Lin Gong not to obstruct her desire to marry Fan Xian. However, Lin Gong was adamant. Sister, heed your elder brother's words. A country bumpkin like Fan Xian is unworthy of you. In due course, I shall find you a match befitting your status. As for Fan Xian, forget him. Lin Gong spoke with a heavy tone. He had already conferred with the crown prince. And given the recent events, Guo Baoquan's beating and Mei Jilin's dismissal, Fan Xian could no longer seek refuge with the crown prince. Fan Xian must perish. If they had not been aware of Li Yun's capabilities, Li Yun would have become their target for assassination. Brother, I do not understand your aversion towards Fan Xian, Lin Wan'er declared, resolute in her decision. Yet, Mother has always told me to follow my heart, and she would support my choice. What does she know? Lin Gong abruptly halted his words, suddenly aware of a chilling gaze behind him. It was Xiaolan. Second young master, do you intend to disrespect His Highness? Xiaolan said coldly. The current assembly no longer concealed their intentions, after the crown prince had even defeated Hong Xijiang. What was a mere prime minister's residence in comparison? In the past, Lin Gong would have been enraged, but now he dared not react. In any case, I shall not consent, nor will father. I will have him speak with the grand princess. With that, Lin Gong angrily swept out of Lin Wan'er's chamber. Brother, Lin Wan'er called out urgently, but Lin Gong did not respond. At that moment, she felt a suffocating weight upon her chest. Meanwhile, Li Yun arrived at the Changxin Palace in the Imperial Palace, where the Grand Princess awaited him. Yunner, how goes it? Upon seeing Li Yun enter, the Grand Princess approached eagerly, grasping his hands with hopeful eyes. Your Highness, rest assured. Li Yun replied gently. Sister Wan'er is not in significant distress. After my treatment, she is well on her way to recovery and can live as normally as anyone else. The Grand Princess felt a wave of relief wash over her. Leaning into Li Yun's embrace, she murmured, Thank you, Yunner. At last, I can set this matter to rest. I shall visit her soon and devise a suitable regimen for her cultivation, which will surely bolster her health in the future, Li Yun reassured her, gently patting her back. In the imperial study, as soon as Li Yun entered, the emperor received news. Master Ho, tell me, Is Li Yun truly a grandmaster? The emperor suddenly inquired. Your Majesty, I am afraid this old servant does not know, Master Ho replied, immediately kneeling, his body trembling. Having served the emperor for many years, he knew far more than most. He pondered, if you are also a grandmaster, how can I, a mere eunuch who does not wield martial skills, possibly comprehend? However, he dared not voice these thoughts. These individuals, relying on their prowess, have become lawless. They seem to have no regard for me as their emperor. The emperor, filled with indignation, slammed the book he held onto the desk, his voice tinged with deep frustration. He seemed like an ordinary emperor, lacking any martial prowess and unable to command his ministers. This, of course, was a fade, for he possessed a remarkable skill, patience. He was waiting, biding his time for the other grand masters to lose their composure, to probe the capabilities of Li Yun. In their eyes, the current state of the Great Qing could boast 3 grand masters. Both Sigu Jian and Ku he would be wary and would undoubtedly test whether Li Yun truly was one of them. Your Majesty, the cautious eunuch host spoke. Young Master Fan Xian has entered the capital, yet Princess Chun appears quite resistant to this marriage. If we allow their union to proceed, the matter will reach Her Highness, the Grand Princess. Upon hearing the words Grand Princess, a wave of unease washed over the emperor. His once reliable sister now dared to defy him. The emperor's countenance hardened. I never anticipated that all these years she had concealed her strength so well, achieving the rank of a 9th-tier warrior. Truly, she is a sister worthy of my esteem. Eunuch Ho dared not utter another word. What of Hong Si Xiang? The emperor inquired. Your Majesty, came the reply. After several days of recuperation, Eunuch Hong has shown significant improvement, though he may bear some scars on his chin in the future. In that moment, the emperor felt a profound sense of isolation. His circle of 9th-tier warriors seemed insufferably sparse. The deputy commander of the Imperial Guards was merely an 8th-tier warrior, and even he belonged to someone else. He could not help but reflect on his past neglect in cultivating formidable warriors, a fleeting thought that soon dissipated. He had made no mistakes. This world did not require an abundance of powerful warriors, nor did it need grand masters other than himself. These individuals must perish. Upon Hmping's return, summon him to me at once, the emperor commanded in a low voice. Yes, Your Majesty, Eunuch Ho responded promptly. Chapter 58, Wan'er. Mother and brother Yun in the depths of the Xiaoxiang Palace's small garden, spring had been meticulously confined. Various peonies were in full bloom, their bowl-sized blossoms layered and heavily weighing down the branches, nearly bending the carefully pruned limbs. The intoxicating fragrance of the flowers intertwined with the fresh scent of the earth, so rich it seemed to possess weight, wafting through the gently warming afternoon air. Li Yun reclined against a cushioned stone bench, exuding relaxation, his gentle gaze following the figure amidst the blooms. The Grand Princess had shed her elaborate court attire, donning instead a simple, loose-fitting garment, the wide sleeves cinched with ribbons, revealing a glimpse of her delicate, ivory arms. She carried a small, intricately woven basket, flitting through the floral expanse like a butterfly among blossoms. Sunlight filtered through the sparse foliage, dancing in her hair, bestowing her dark tresses with a flowing golden sheen. At times, she would lean down, her fingertips softly brushing against the plump petals, carefully selecting the most exquisite bloom, and at others, she would rise on her toes to reach a proudly solitary Yao Huang branch. Each movement was imbued with a long-forgotten, youthful exuberance, her brows relaxed, and the corners of her lips graced with an unknowing, contented smile. Yunner, do you see this Qinglong Womachi bloom? Isn't the color just perfect? She plucked a deep purple flower, nearly black, with an unusual blue hue at its heart, turning to present it to Li Yun as if it were a treasure. Indeed, it is splendid, dignified and grand, befitting of Her Highness, he replied. Li Yun smiled and nodded, his gaze shifting from the flowers to her cheeks, which were slightly flushed from activity. The princess, having received praise, beamed even more brightly and turned to continue her search. As she approached Li Yun once more, preparing to place the freshly cut blooms into the basin beside him, her steps faltered slightly. Instead of immediately setting down the flowers, she naturally settled beside him on the edge of the stone bench. The soft fabric of her clothing inadvertently brushed against his arm. Having bowed her head for a while, her neck felt a bit stiff. She turned her face slightly, her tone laced with a hint of familiar complaint, her eyes casually sweeping over Li Yun. A flicker of helpless amusement crossed his eyes, yet he obediently extended his hand. His warm fingers applied just the right amount of pressure to her slender neck and taut shoulders. The princess sighed comfortably, unconsciously relaxing her body and leaning slightly toward him. With her head tilted back, her eyes closed, long lashes casting delicate shadows beneath them, she surrendered to the soothing touch that alleviated her fatigue. The skin beneath his fingertips was smooth and warm, carrying a subtle fragrance reminiscent of a gentle bath. "Your Highness," Li Yun finally spoke, his voice low and gentle. "Now that Wan'er's health has improved significantly, let us have dinner together this evening." The princess replied softly. "I will have Chunmei bring Wan'er into the palace shortly. For now, you may assist me with the flower arrangement." "Certainly," Li Yun responded with a hint of tenderness. The princess rose, beginning to arrange the flowers she had gathered. With Li Yun assisting her, the process of arranging the flowers seemed to stretch on, laden with an almost palpable intimacy. The princess would occasionally lean closer, requesting a tool or asking for his opinion on the height of the flower stems. Even when he bent down to tidy up, a stray lock of hair would fall, prompting her to instinctively reach out and gently tuck it behind his ear. Each unintentional touch and lingering gaze created ripples in Li Yun's heart, akin to pebbles cast upon a tranquil lake, stirring subtle yet distinct waves within him. The golden rays of the setting sun finally draped the vibrant garden in a soft veil of warmth. The arrangement of peonies, artfully placed, stood resplendent upon the stone table. As dinner time approached, the princess admired her creation, clapping her hands in satisfaction before seamlessly linking her arm with Li Yun's. "Come, Wan'er, accompany me for dinner. Wan'er should have arrived by now, and we ought to enjoy a family gathering." Her movements were fluid and affectionate, exuding an air of naturalness. Li Yun felt her gentle grip on his arm, catching the faint scent of her hair and the lingering fragrance of peonies that clung to her. Inside the warm, brightly lit chamber of Changxin Palace, the evening chill was dispelled. The round table, inlaid with mother-of-pearl on zeton wood, was adorned with exquisite royal dishes. Crystal shrimp sparkled like jewels, the steamed base emanated an enticing aroma, and the crab meat lion's head was plump and enticing, accompanied by a selection of refreshing vegetables and a velvety soup, all exuding a warm, inviting fragrance. Wan'er sat at the table, dressed in a pale apricot-colored gown that accentuated her delicate frame, which appeared slightly frail after her recent illness. Her complexion had indeed improved significantly, though still pale. A faint color returned to her lips, and her eyes sparkled with clarity, no longer clouded by the weight of fatigue. At this moment, she gazed curiously, with a hint of barely perceptible anxiety, at her mother and Yun, who entered together. "Wan'er, come and see the flowers I arranged with Wan'er. Aren't they beautiful?" The crown princess released Li Yun's arm and pointed to the vibrant peony arrangement on the pedestal beside them, her tone brimming with evident pride and joy. Wan'er quickly turned her gaze, genuinely exclaiming, "They are truly beautiful. Mother is so talented." She then looked toward Li Yun, her eyes filled with gratitude. It was this suddenly appearing brother who had granted her the ability to breathe freely again and to perceive the beauty of life anew. Yet, she thought, it was merely a diversion for the prince. Li Yun smiled gently and took a seat beside the crown princess. As dinner commenced, the atmosphere was initially warm and harmonious. The crown princess continuously served Wan'er, inquiring about her well-being, and the long-awaited, almost overflowing maternal love made Wan'er's eyes slightly misty. She responded softly, recounting trivial matters from the other residents, striving to reassure her mother. Li Yun spoke little, quietly eating, occasionally responding to the inquiries of the crown princess or Wan'er. However, Wan'er couldn't shake the feeling that her mother and brother were overly affectionate, a closeness that stirred a slight jealousy within her. "Wan'er, why aren't you eating? Is it unappetizing?" The crown princess's concerned voice cut through her thoughts. Wan'er replied softly, "No, mother, it's delicious. It's just that I recently fell ill, and my appetite hasn't fully returned." "Then you must eat more to regain your strength," the crown princess insisted without suspicion, personally placing a tender piece of chicken into Wan'er's bowl. "Thank you, mother," Wan'er responded quietly, taking small bites. As the latter half of the dinner unfolded, amidst Wan'er's tranquility and Li Yun's ever-gentle demeanor, the crown princess savored her satisfaction as the meal came to a close. The warm chamber was suffused with the lingering aroma of food and an ineffable atmosphere. "Wan'er, Wan'er mentioned that you have already met Fan Xian and have had quite a bit of interaction." In the pavilion of the corridor, the three sat on a soft couch, digesting their meal. Upon hearing the crown princess mention Fan Xian, Wan'er's heart raced, but she endeavored to maintain her composure as she replied softly, "Yes, mother. I first met him at the Qing Miao, and later at the poetry gathering at the Jingwang's residence. I had always thought he was merely a scholar's attendant until today when I discovered he is indeed Fan Xian." "Oh," the crown princess exclaimed, drawn out in surprise. "What a coincidence. However, Wan'er, though I have said I would not interfere in your choices, you must exercise caution, do you understand?" Lin Wan'er felt deeply moved. Given her awkward position, she had originally thought that matters of marriage would be beyond her control, yet she was astonished by her mother's support. "Thank you, mother. I understand," Lin Wan'er replied softly. "It is getting late. You should return now, and be careful not to catch a chill. If you wish to enter the palace in the future, you may do so, understood?" The crown princess admonished, holding Lin Wan'er's hand. "I understand. Thank you, mother. I will take my leave now." Lin Wan'er felt elated at the prospect of being able to enter the palace at any time. Subsequently, under the escort of Xiaolan, she left the Chongqing Palace, looking back 3 times. Chapter 59. The Crown Princess discovers Fan Xian's identity after Lin Wan'er departed. The Crown Princess sat beside Li Yun, who, understanding the unspoken sentiments, lay down, resting his head upon the Crown Princess's lap. "Yun'er, have you encountered that Fan Xian? Do you believe he is worthy of Wan'er?" The princess gently caressed Li Yun's cheek and spoke in a warm tone. "Your Highness, before discussing this, I wish to enlighten you about Fan Xian's true identity." Li Yun's expression turned solemn, his gaze earnest as he looked at the princess, yet he could not catch a glimpse of her exquisite visage. Fan Xian's identity. The princess paused, then slightly lowered her head, allowing Li Yun to see her smooth, rounded forehead. "Indeed," Li Yun continued, "Your Highness, it is essential to note that Fan Xian is actually the son of Yi Qingmei." "What did you say?" The princess's voice heightened, her expression one of shock as she looked down at Li Yun. "Fan Xian is Yi Qingmei's son?" "Without a doubt, Your Highness, Fan Xian is indeed Yi Qingmei's son," Li Yun replied earnestly. "In truth, the real Fan Xian is the son of Fan Jian. However, out of his infatuation for Yi Qingmei, Fan Jian exchanged his own son for hers. The child who perished was, in fact, Fan Jian's son. Could it be that he is Yi Qingmei's son?" The princess was both astonished and bewildered. She did not doubt Li Yun's words, for she knew he would not deceive her. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Li Yun expressed his concern, rising from the princess's lap only to collide with a rocky gorge. This collision jolted the princess back to her senses. "Yun'er, this situation has become increasingly intriguing. How delightful that Fan Xian is Yi Qingmei's son." The princess seemed to reveal a different facet of herself, laughter bubbling forth. No wonder the emperor entrusted the treasury to Fan Xian. He intended to restore it to its rightful owner. "Your Highness," Li Yun said, his expression still troubled as he grasped the princess's hand. "Are you truly well?" "I am fine," the princess responded, turning to face Li Yun, her hands resting on his shoulders, her expression wild with mirth as she leaned closer. "Yun'er, do you realize? It was our sovereign who orchestrated Yi Qingmei's demise. What do you suppose would transpire if Fan Xian were to learn of this? I am utterly curious." The notion that her own father had slain her mother and taken everything from her filled the princess with a fervent desire to witness the chaos that would ensue should this truth be revealed. "Your Highness, perhaps we could leverage this information to secure Fan Xian's allegiance. You may not be aware, but there exists a formidable warrior beside Fan Xian, one whose strength rivals that of a grandmaster." Li Yun spoke gravely. "Securing Fan Xian's loyalty? A grandmaster?" The princess was momentarily taken aback before realization washed over her. Oh, could it be that fellow named Wu Zhu? It must be him. No wonder he refrained from harming Fan Xian. It was indeed due to Wu Zhu's presence. As the princess murmured this, a sudden spark ignited in her eyes, and with fervor, she cupped Li Yun's face in her hands. "Yun'er, I entrust this matter to you. Given the bond between Fan Xian and Wan'er, I believe he will align with our interests. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will ensure that Fan Xian stands firmly by our side," Li Yun vowed with utmost seriousness. "I have every confidence in your abilities," the princess replied, her gaze becoming increasingly intense. "Yun'er, why not stay here with me tonight? It has been far too long since I held you as I slept." The sudden revelation of Fan Xian's lineage stirred a tempest of emotions within the princess, yet Li Yun's presence kept her from losing control. Unbeknownst to her, the feelings she once harbored had subtly shifted to encompass Li Yun. Gazing into the eyes of the princess, filled with hope, Li Yun found himself unable to utter a word of refusal. He merely responded with a gentle affirmation. Upon hearing Li Yun's agreement, The princess smiled, her joy radiating from her vibrant red lips that accentuated her exquisite beauty. Within the confines of her chamber, the candlelight was deliberately dimmed, leaving only a few embedded night pearls on the walls, casting a soft and hazy glow. The air was infused with the calming essence of deep water incense, wafting delicately, attempting to soothe the princess's heart, which had just endured a profound turmoil. The heavy embroidered golden drapes descended, enclosing the vast space into an intimate and warm sanctuary. Li Yun changed into soft nightwear, leaning against the broad, intricately carved bedposts of the sandalwood bed. The princess, having removed her hairpins, let her lustrous black hair cascade like a waterfall, clad only in a moon-white silk nightgown that accentuated her snowy complexion. She lifted the luxurious quilt and patted the space beside her, her gaze imbued with a softness that brooked no denial. "Come, Wan'er, lie down." "Yes, Your Highness." Li Yun complied, reclining upon the soft quilt, imbued with the princess's unique warmth. She soon joined him, instinctively turning to her side, extending her arms to envelop Li Yun within her embrace. Her arms encircled his waist, her cheek resting upon the crown of his head, as if cradling a rare treasure or a lifeline. "Your Highness, I am here." Li Yun felt acutely the rapid and restless beating of her heart against his form. He raised a hand, gently patting her back in soothing rhythm. The princess lifted her head slightly, resting her chin on Li Yun's forehead, her gaze appearing somewhat dazed in the dim light. "It seems I have not truly felt fear in a long time. Power, schemes, and strife, they wrap around me like armor. But tonight," she paused, tightening her embrace. "Tonight, upon learning that Fan Xian is Yi Qingmei's son, I felt as if I were transported back to that blood-stained courtyard, witnessing the cold eyes of His Majesty upon his return." Li Yun shifted slightly, adjusting his position to allow her greater comfort against him, his palm continuing its gentle caress. "All of that is behind us. You still have me, Wan'er. For me, there is still you," the princess murmured, repeating as if clinging to the only reality. She buried her face into the crook of Li Yun's neck, inhaling deeply, drawing in his pure, invigorating essence, which oddly soothed her troubled heart. "Only in your embrace do I feel secure, just like when you were a child, waking from nightmares and needing to hold me close to fall asleep again." Her voice gradually softened, laced with weariness and a near childlike dependence. "Wan'er, don't leave. Just hold me, please." "Of course," Li Yun replied without hesitation, wrapping his arms around her slender yet taut shoulders. "Wan'er will not go anywhere. I will stay here with you. Rest easy," he reassured her. The chamber fell into a tranquil silence, marked only by their gentle breaths and the distant, monotonous sound of dripping water echoing through the palace. The scent of deep water incense grew increasingly calming, as the princess's tense form began to relax gradually in Li Yun's tender embrace and soothing touch. She resembled a weary bird that had at long last discovered a safe haven, nestled within the warm and sturdy embrace of Li Yun. With her cheek pressed against his chest, she could distinctly hear the steady and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Thud, 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 like the most reassuring of drumbeats, soothing her taut nerves into a tranquil slumber. "Wan'er," she murmured softly, her voice thick with sleep, akin to an unconscious whisper. Li Yun responded gently. Time seemed to fly. In the blink of an eye, she had matured. The voice of the princess gradually faded into a distant echo, leaving only the soft, even cadence of her breath, warm and gentle against Li Yun's neck. He maintained his position, embracing her without a hint of movement, fearing to disturb her peaceful slumber. The night stretched on, deep and interminable. Li Yun savored the rhythmic rise and fall of her breath and the softness of her form, listening to the monotonous yet regular drip of water from the palace eaves, enveloped in an unprecedented tranquility. In her dreams, the princess unconsciously shifted, seeking a more comfortable position, her weight resting on him, a faint, satisfied smile gracing her lips. Li Yun chuckled silently, nuzzling his chin against her silken hair, and slowly closed his eyes. "Sleep well, Your Highness," he whispered in his heart, assured by his presence. Chapter 60. The aging wine monk. The following morning, as dawn broke gently, the warm and fragrant breath of the princess wafted against Li Yun's cheek, rousing him from the beautiful dream that had just concluded. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the enchanting visage of the princess, mere inches away, still lost in slumber, her soft snores a comforting sound. A smile graced his lips, a sigh of relief escaping him. The night had finally passed. Yet, in an instant, His thoughts began to churn, growing increasingly complex regarding the princess. His feelings for her were intricate. Upon realizing that it was she who had saved him, he initially contemplated clinging to her for a splendid existence in this world. However, after discovering his ability to traverse to other realms and acquire unparalleled martial skills, his intentions shifted towards wanting to assist the princess. Yet, as he matured, he recognized a transformation in his feelings for her, evolving from gratitude to something distinctly different. This change he had long been reluctant to acknowledge, or perhaps too afraid to confront, but now, as he had grown, he could no longer deny it. He had developed feelings for the princess. Perhaps in modern times, their relationship would not pose a significant challenge, merely requiring a change of scenery, given their considerable age difference. However, in this rigidly hierarchical feudal era, their affection was destined to attract scrutiny. While some might argue that the opinions of others should hold no weight, a moment's reflection reveals that it equates to being subjected to public condemnation. Others might not dare to voice their judgments openly due to their status, yet privately, they would undoubtedly wield their sharp tongues without restraint. Moreover, he sensed that the princess's feelings towards him had also undergone a qualitative transformation alongside their daily interactions. The nature of their feelings and interactions no longer resembled the innocent companionship of his childhood. It was her unhinged side that had transformed him into a mere distraction for her loneliness, which made their relationship distinctly different. He could sense that the affection the princess held for him had blossomed into something genuine. The longing, admiration, and fervor reflected in her gaze had become authentic, and it was this realization that began to unsettle him. "Alas, my princess, what am I to do?" Li Yun murmured softly, perhaps sensing something. The princess instinctively tightened her embrace around him, yet thankfully remained asleep. Li Yun could only manage a resigned smile. Having returned for just over a month, he had accumulated so many worries. It seemed time to seek wisdom from the master elsewhere. Fortunately, the master was not the abbot. Li Yun silently contemplated, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself at the old monk's thatched cottage. Why is it so clean? He pondered aloud. "Master?" he called out. "Hmph." Suddenly, the door of the cottage swung open, and a bearded monk entered. "Who are you?" Li Yun inquired, puzzled. "Benefactor Li," the middle-aged monk replied calmly. "The master has returned to the temple and instructed me to wait for you here. He said that if you come looking for him again, he will take you to meet him." The middle-aged monk was internally astonished. He had been vigilantly guarding the place, yet this young man had appeared without his notice, demonstrating formidable prowess. It seemed the decision to close the temple had been wise. "Back to Shaolin?" Li Yun exclaimed in surprise. The drunken monk had once mentioned that he left Shaolin because he could not drink there. Now that he had returned, was he not free to indulge? Could he truly resist? "Indeed, benefactor, please," the monk said, respectfully stepping aside to allow passage. "Then let us proceed." As Li Yun stepped outside, he glanced back at the thatched cottage before following the middle-aged monk to Shaolin Temple. Before reaching the temple gates, the distant sound of the temple bell reached Li Yun's ears. The flowers by the roadside were real, the grass genuine, the trees authentic, and the fresh air untainted by automobile emissions, all of which brought him great comfort. "Benefactor, as this temple has been closed for many years, we must enter through the back gate," the middle-aged monk explained. "No matter, a door is a door, whether front or back. As long as I am comfortable, it suffices." Li Yun replied nonchalantly. The monk smiled slightly. "You possess wisdom, benefactor." Upon entering Shaolin Temple, the middle-aged monk guided Li Yun to the meditation hall in the rear courtyard, where he spotted the drunken monk sweeping the ground. "Master, I have brought the person you requested. I shall take my leave now," the middle-aged monk said with a bow before departing the courtyard. Yet, Li Yun's expression was one of utter astonishment. "Master, how?" he struggled to articulate, his tone quivering slightly as he observed the drunken monk, whose complexion had lost the vibrant hue it once had, now emanating a sense of fatigue. "Ha!" The drunken monk chuckled upon seeing Li Yun, setting aside his broom with a jovial smile. "I knew we would meet again. Do not dwell on it. Life, old age, sickness, and death are but natural phenomena." Observing the now aged figure of the drunken monk, Li Yun felt a pang of sadness, his eyes involuntarily moistening. "Ah, you," the drunken monk lamented, shaking his head. In truth, he felt a sense of joy at being able to see his proud disciple Li Yun before his impending departure. Yet as a mortal, he could not escape the dictates of fate. "Come, let us speak inside." The drunken monk set aside his broom and, hands clasped behind his back, entered the meditation room. Upon entering, Li Yun was taken aback to find the drunken monk seated in a most orderly fashion, legs crossed in the lotus position. A stark contrast to the carefree demeanor he remembered. Li Yun obediently followed suit, settling down cross-legged. "Speak, what troubles you?" the drunken monk inquired directly. Once Li Yun had seated himself. "Master, first tell me what is happening." "You seemed well last month when I departed," Li Yun replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, unsure if he should ask such questions in this solemn setting. The old monk, nearing the end of his days, mused that had it not been for this young rascal, he would have long sought out old friends for a drink, rather than linger in this mundane world. "Now, what have you encountered?" he added, casting a sidelong glance at Li Yun. Hearing that familiar tone, Li Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, noticing the monk's subtle gestures, he realized his craving for wine had resurfaced, prompting a sudden thought. "Master, please wait a moment." With that, Li Yun vanished once more. Returning, he found the princess still deep in slumber, clutching him tightly. However, he had matters to attend to. He gently pressed on her acupoint to release her grasp, carefully removing her delicate hand and the long, jade-like leg draped over him. Upon rising, he promptly began to change his attire. Perhaps alerted by the commotion, Qiu Wu and Chun Mei entered quietly. "Young master," they greeted him. Qiu Wu hurried to assist Li Yun in dressing, a habit she had maintained for years. While Li Yun instructed Chun Mei, "Prepare 2 jars of the finest wine and some roasted meat." Quickly. "Yes, young master," Chun Mei replied, though confusion flickered across her face as she hurried to comply. Once Qiu Wu had finished dressing him and helped him with his grooming, they made their way to the floral hall. After a brief wait, Chun Mei returned, leading a maid carrying the packed wine and meat. Li Yun took the provisions without a word and hastily made his way back towards the sleeping quarters, leaving the maids bewildered. What is going on with the young master? Chapter 61. The drunken monk's nonchalance within the meditation room. The fragrant incense wafted through the air, yet it could not quell the subtle twitching of the drunken monk's nostrils. His seated posture remained dignified, but his gaze, as if ensnared by invisible hooks, frequently darted towards the entrance, accompanied by nearly inaudible sounds of swallowing. "What are you up to, you rascal?" he murmured, his words trailing off as his eyes suddenly brightened. Li Yun's figure reappeared on the cushion, seemingly having never left. However, this time he bore 2 hefty oil paper bundles and 2 bulging wine pouches. A robust aroma, mingling the scent of roasted meat with the potent fragrance of wine, instantly permeated the tranquility of the meditation room, forcefully invading the air. "Ah, master, my apologies for the wait." Li Yun grinned widely, nimbly unwrapping the oil paper bundles. A beautifully roasted chicken, golden and crispy, glistening with oil, was laid out before him, accompanied by a generous portion of enticingly marbled, deep red braised beef. He uncorked the wine pouch, and an intense, rich aroma surged forth, far surpassing the bland offerings typically found in temple dining halls. "Ah, good lad, you understand me." The facade of solemnity on the face of the drinking monk crumbled in an instant, his wrinkles blossoming into a smile, and his murky old eyes sparkled with remarkable brilliance, shedding any semblance of a venerable sage. He could hardly contain himself, reaching out with eager hands, disregarding all notions of decorum, and tearing off a steaming chicken leg to take a hearty bite, the juices trickling down his grizzled beard. With his other hand, he accepted the wine pouch handed to him by Li Yun, tilting his head back to gulp down a generous draught. The fiery liquid slid down his throat, and with a satisfied sigh, a rosy glow spread across his cheeks at an observable pace. "Now this is the taste of life." The drinking monk wiped the grease from his beard and took another swig, finally turning his gaze toward Li Yun, his eyes regaining their perceptive sharpness. "Speak up, lad. What grave trouble have you encountered? Have you hit a dead end in your martial arts practice? Or have you been bested to the point of disorientation?" Li Yun watched his master indulge with abandon, the image momentarily lightening the heavy, sour feeling in his heart. He picked up another chicken leg, savored a bite, and took a swig of the potent liquor, allowing the burning sensation to dispel the turmoil within him. After a moment of silence, he gathered his thoughts. "It's not a matter of hitting a bottleneck in martial arts," he replied, his voice somewhat subdued, but rather a personal issue. "Oh." The drinking monk slowed his chewing, his murky yet piercing gaze sweeping over Li Yun's furrowed brow and the flicker of struggle in his eyes. "Romantic entanglement?" Li Yun's head jerked up, meeting his master's knowing gaze, and his heart sank. He had not anticipated his master would see through him so easily. He opened his mouth to deny it, but found his throat dry. Before those eyes, seemingly capable of piercing through all facades, any attempt at concealment felt feeble. He took another generous gulp of wine, the fiery sensation rushing to his head, as if igniting a spark of courage within him. His voice was strained, imbued with a sense of desperation. "Master, I have fallen for someone significantly older than I." The drinking monk remained silent, tearing another piece of chicken, chewing slowly, his gaze encouraging Li Yun to continue. Li Yun's fists tightened at his sides, his knuckles paling. "She is the closest person to me in this world. Years ago, when I was abandoned by the roadside, she rescued me. She treated me with utmost kindness, teaching me to read and protecting me, providing me with a life of comfort. But I do not know when it began that." Li Yun struggled through the final words as if expending all his strength. "Her gaze upon me has begun to bear an unsettling intensity. The way she speaks to me, those seemingly accidental touches carry an intimacy and affection that feels inappropriate. And Li Yun's voice trailed off, thick with confusion. "I find myself ensnared in this, unable to extricate myself. I crave her tenderness, her gaze, the serene yet exhilarating sensation of being by her side. So, master, I find myself utterly at a loss. I have been tormented by this predicament. Our relationship is exceedingly intricate, primarily due to her presence. Should our affair become public, we would face relentless condemnation, and her reputation would suffer immeasurably. What of my own standing? What would you do?" Suddenly, the wine-drinking monk interrupted him, his voice calm and unruffled, even laced with a barely perceptible hint of amusement. He set down the chicken bone, now stripped to the marrow, and took a hearty swig from his wine pouch, allowing the liquid to trickle down his chin, staining the front of his monk's robe. Li Yun was momentarily stunned, gazing at his master's nonchalant, even slightly mocking expression. His pent-up sorrow and frustration seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon. In bewilderment, he stammered, I do not know. All I comprehend is that this is wrong. It should not transpire. I ought to sever this misguided thought, distance myself from her, and guide her back to the right path. But I cannot." Witnessing her smile because of him, seeing her at ease due to his presence, and perceiving the light in her eyes that burned solely for him, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy and despair. Suddenly, the wine-drinking monk erupted into a resounding laughter that echoed within the meditation room. He laughed so heartily that he doubled over, his gray beard quivering, tears of mirth streaming down his face as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. Li Yun, taken aback by his laughter, felt a mixture of confusion and indignation. "Master, what is so amusing? Is this truly a matter for laughter? According to the Buddha's teachings, is this not a karmic obstacle?" After a laborious effort to stifle his laughter, the monk wiped the tears from his eyes with his greasy hand. He took another sip of wine and, gasping for breath, turned his gaze towards Li Yun, his eyes brimming with mockery and a profound understanding of worldly matters. "Foolish boy, I laugh at you because you dwell in comfort, yet remain oblivious to it. I mock you for being blinded by the nonsensical shackles of societal conventions." He set down his wine pouch, leaning forward slightly, his gaze piercing into Li Yun's. "What of love? Where lies the distinction of right and wrong? The Buddha sacrificed flesh to feed an eagle out of compassion. The Bodhisattva steers the vessel of mercy. Sentient beings are ensnared in love and hatred. And this too is compassion. Such compassion is the truth. It is the direction of the heart, the genesis of thought. Your incessant claims of wrongness and taboo are merely fears of public opinion, fears of the prison woven by societal norms. But ask yourself, casting aside all this, is your affection for her genuine or false? Is it real or illusory?" Li Yun was momentarily disoriented by this barrage of words, instinctively responding, "It is real. It is certainly not an illusion." "Then so be it." The wine-drinking monk clapped his thigh, leaving a distinct mark on his robe, entirely unfazed. "If it is indeed true, why must you suffer? The rarest treasure in this world is sincerity. How many people spend their entire lives yearning, yet never obtaining? You have already grasped it, yet you would sever your own heart's pathway out of fear of others' words? How utterly foolish." He thrust the wine pouch into Li Yun's hands. "Drink." Li Yun, instinctively obeying, gulped down a generous mouthful. The fiery liquor scorched his throat, igniting a whirlwind of thoughts within him. The monk's voice lowered, imbued with the weight of worldly wisdom. "Listen well, young one. The Buddha teaches that the past mind cannot be grasped, the present mind cannot be grasped, and the future mind cannot be grasped. Clinging to the shackles imposed by past identities is but a delusion. Fearing the storms that may arise in the future is mere folly. The only moment you can truly grasp is the present, the affection you share with her, the bond you forge in this very instant, the companionship you nurture now. That is the essence of reality. It is a precious fate to be cherished. In his murky eyes, a glimmer of wisdom sparkled. To treasure the present does not imply recklessness or disregard for all else. Rather, it calls upon you to safeguard her wholeheartedly, to grant her peace of mind, allowing her to smile because of you, to face the world without fear due to your presence. As for what lies ahead, what storms may come, what do the derisions of the world matter? The wine-drinking monk scoffed with a haughty disdain. You possess the ability to traverse the heavens and earth. Can you not even protect a woman who sincerely cares for you? If you lack even this modicum of responsibility, what purpose does your martial prowess serve? You might as well abandon it and seek solace in a secluded temple, striking a wooden fish. Li Yun, as if struck by lightning, sat motionless. The master's words resonated like a grand bell, shattering the layers of confusion in his heart. Indeed, fixating on their age and identity, worrying about future storms. Was he not ensnared by the fears of the past and future? What he truly possessed was the genuine emotion shared with his aunt, a mutual reliance that illuminated their existence. What crime lay within this affection? It is not love that needs severing, but the retreat and self-imposed shackles born of fear. An unprecedented clarity and sense of strength surged from within. He gazed at the old monk before him, his face glistening with grease, breath reeking of wine. Yet his eyes remained as clear as a child's, and gratitude filled his heart. The master's voice quivered with emotion. The wine-drinking monk waved his greasy hand, stuffing the last piece of beef jerky into his mouth, mumbling, all right. I've eaten my fill and shared my wisdom. Off you go. Don't linger here and block my view. I need to conserve some energy to meet the Buddha and inquire whether that old fellow has any potent liquor worthy of my filial devotion. He chuckled heartily, his gaze reflecting a carefree anticipation for the unknown journey ahead. This chapter has consumed the better part of the night, draining countless brain cells. It should suffice. Chapter 62. A secret kiss with the Princess Li Yun rose, bowing deeply to the wine-drinking monk, a gesture steeped in sincerity and gravity. Master's teachings, I shall engrave in my heart. Please take care, Master. 1,000 words coalesced into this singular expression. The wine-drinking monk waved his greasy hand in farewell. Yet his eyes were already fixed upon the small expanse of sky outside the window, bathed in morning light, a satisfied and serene smile gracing his lips. Just as Li Yun stepped out the door, he suddenly turned back. Wait. Master, you're on the brink of death, and I'm supposed to return? Are you trying to trick me into leaving so you can hoard my wine and meat? The wine-drinking monk was momentarily taken aback. Just as he began to grasp something profound, Li Yun's interruption shattered his thoughts. You little rascal, you are the one nearing death. I'm going to meet the Buddha. I'm off to discuss the Dharma. The wine-drinking monk glared at Li Yun, who was puffing his cheeks and making a face. For the following days, Li Yun would not return. Since the moment of his transmigration, if he were to express gratitude, the first would undoubtedly be to the princess, while the second would naturally be to the wine monk. For it was he who imparted formidable skills, granting him the means to defy tyranny and pursue his desires. Yet, this venerable monk had the audacity to proclaim his impending demise. In the dense woods behind the Shaolin Temple, the abbot, several elders, the head of the Damo Institute, the head of the Discipline Institute, the head of the Scripture Pavilion, and a dozen martial monks stood at the edge of the forest, observing the commotion within. Moments ago, a report reached the head of the Discipline Institute, informing him of smoke rising from the woods, accompanied by the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. It was inconceivable that anyone would dare to slay and consume flesh within the sacred grounds of Shaolin. Thus, he promptly summoned others to investigate. Upon arrival, however, the revelation of the identity of the perpetrator cast a shadow upon his countenance, prompting the abbot and the others to arrive shortly thereafter. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. What shall we do? The head of the Discipline Institute cast a wary glance at the abbot, who dared not venture inside, let alone chastise those within. Alas, the abbot murmured, as the raucous sounds from the forest reached his ears. My esteemed master, having lived freely, indulged in wine and meat, finds the Buddha residing within his heart. Let him be. With a solemn chant of the Buddha's name, he turned and departed slowly. The other heads exchanged glances, ultimately bowing their heads in silent accord, following the abbot's lead. Only a few young monks, tasked with maintaining the rear mountain, hid behind distant trees. captivated by the overwhelming aroma of meat they had never before encountered. They gazed at the whole lamb, roasted to a golden perfection, each one swallowing nervously as their stomachs grumbled. "You little rascal, how can you rob the flesh of a dying man? Do you possess no conscience?" The wine monk glared indignantly. Li Yun stood his ground, retorting, "Conscience? Master, I captured this lamb and prepared it, yet I only receive a mere morsel of leg. Yet you cannot claim all 4 legs." The wine monk's resolve faltered, though he remained obstinate. After some contemplation, Li Yun extended a lamb leg toward him. "Then take this one." To his surprise, the wine monk seized the other 3 legs beside him. "Hand them over." "Hey, old man, I meant just one." Over a month later, the carefree life of the wine monk came to its inevitable conclusion. In the great hall of the Dharma, a circle of candles illuminated the seated figure of the wine monk, hands clasped in meditation. The abbot, the elder monks, esteemed monks of Shaolin, and the remaining monks surrounded him, reciting the Hmph Sutra. Li Yun was among them, donning the rare attire of a monk. At this moment, the wine monk's face bore no trace of color, yet his smile remained unbroken, radiating a sense of openness and acceptance. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze finally resting upon Li Yun, whom he acknowledged with a nod before gently closing his eyes. "Hmph," the abbot intoned with reverence. Instantly, a harmonious chant of the Buddha's name resonated throughout the great hall. Li Yun was rendered speechless, bowing his head in silence. More than a month passed. After the drunken monk passed away, Li Yun did not return home. During this period, he frequently visited the scripture repository, not to peruse martial arts manuals, but to delve into Buddhist texts. No one hindered his endeavors, for, in strict terms, he was of the same generation as the abbot of Shaolin Temple. It was uncertain how many billions could be discerned from that. "Master, why can't I comprehend this Buddhist scripture?" In the repository, Li Yun reclined in a chair, engrossed in the sutra, when a middle-aged monk approached him with this inquiry. Li Yun lowered the scripture in his hands, allowing him to see the monk's face as well as the text he held. "The Lankavatara Sutra? Have you laid eyes upon it? It seems this text is fated to be yours," he remarked. "Jin, do not fret if you do not understand it. Simply take note of it, and with time and contemplation, the meaning will reveal itself to you." A smile graced Li Yun's face. Jin was left in a state of confusion, yet he presumed it was perhaps his lack of enlightenment that prevented him from grasping Li Yun's intent. "Hmph, thank you, master." Jin clasped his hands together in gratitude. Reciting a mantra, Li Yun nodded and resumed his reading. It seemed that Zhu Yuan was naturally inclined towards cultivating the 9-yang divine skill. After all, he lacked the guidance of the drunken monk and merely required more time to achieve mastery. Days later, Li Yun bid farewell to the abbot and departed from Shaolin Temple. "Indeed, my uncle possesses keen insight. My junior brother is truly a rare talent," the abbot mused, shaking his head as he observed Li Yun's retreating figure. This junior brother is reluctant to take the tonsure. The nearby presiding elders and senior monks concurred with the abbot's sentiments, particularly the head of the Dharma Institute, who had persistently challenged Li Yun during this time, only to be left battered and bruised on each occasion. Upon leaving Shaolin Temple, Li Yun did not venture elsewhere but returned to his thatched cottage. After taking a bath and changing back into the clothes he wore upon his arrival, he silently contemplated the desire to traverse once more. In the blink of an eye, he found himself once again in the embrace of the princess. He released her pressure points and gazed at her exquisite visage, mere inches away, a gentle smile gracing his features. Thanks to the drunken monk's guidance, he no longer felt burdened by societal conventions regarding his unique feelings for the princess, as there was no blood relation between them. As he pondered this, he leaned closer, softly pressing his lips against her rosy, supple ones. It felt slightly cool, yet immensely comforting. At that moment, the princess slowly opened her eyes, her gaze clearing as she took in the scene before her. Li Yun was momentarily stunned, his lips still lingering, his heart racing with intensity. "I've been discovered. How could this be? I am in such a state of agitation." "Rise," the princess commanded coldly, her voice trembling slightly, and her previously pale cheeks now flushed with a deep crimson hue. Uncertain whether it was anger or shyness that caused her discomfort, Li Yun responded obediently and slowly withdrew from the fragrant embrace of the princess. Upon stepping down from the bed, he glanced back, only to find the princess gazing at him intently. "You may leave," she commanded, her tone as frosty as before. "Yes, Your Highness," he replied dutifully. As Li Yun exited the chamber, the princess felt a flush spread across her cheeks, akin to crimson ink diffusing on rice paper, enveloping her in a shroud of bashfulness. She pressed her vibrant red lips together, her cheeks blooming with a delicate hue reminiscent of having sipped wine, each breath tinged with a slightly heated sensation. Even her body quivered with uncontainable excitement. Wan'er actually kissed her. It was a desire she had long harbored but dared not act upon. Yet, the abruptness of the moment had stirred her emotions significantly, leaving her utterly unprepared. In that instant, she pulled the quilt up to her face, concealing her expression, while a silent, somewhat delirious smile began to emerge. Her fingers clutched the blanket tightly, a mix of anxiety and exhilaration coursing through her. Various emotions intertwined in her heart, rendering her thoughts a chaotic tangle, leaving her at the mercy of her own impulses. Once outside the chamber, Wan'er exhaled deeply, though his heart still raced. The sensation of being unexpectedly seized was exhilarating. Young master, what is the matter?" Chunmei and Qiuwu approached him with concern. After taking another deep breath, Wan'er replied, "I am fine, Chunmei. The princess has awakened. You may remain here. Qiuwu, let us return." "Yes, young master," they responded promptly. Inside the carriage back to Bishi Pavilion, Wan'er closed his eyes, resting his head on Qiuwu's lap. Outside, Hmph drove the carriage silently. Qiuwu sensed a tremor in her young master's body, puzzled by the cause. She dared not inquire, instead gently massaging his head. After leaving the palace, the anxiety of being reprimanded by the princess lessened considerably, replaced by a myriad of emotions. Joy, excitement, agitation, fear, panic, all were present, yet joy and excitement predominated. Especially since the princess had not chastised him immediately. Did that imply her tacit approval? It was difficult to discern. "Hmph, I am quite pleased today. So I would like fish for dinner," Wan'er stated with a calm demeanor. "Yes, young master, I shall procure some fresh ones shortly," Hmph replied from outside. Upon hearing Wan'er's words, Qiuwu suddenly grasped the reason behind her young master's tremors. Something must have transpired between him and the princess in the palace. No one understood him better than she did. A sweet smile spread across her face. As long as her young master was happy, she too would be delighted. The carriage halted at the entrance of Bishi Pavilion, where Haitang and Inger awaited their arrival. "Young master," they greeted as they approached. Haitang's voice was normal, while Inger's was sweet and melodic, evoking a sensation in men akin to goosebumps. Wan'er nodded slightly and stepped through the grand entrance, his emotions having been steadied by the journey in the carriage. "Young master, there is a matter I must report to you," Haitang said solemnly, following closely behind. "What is it?" Wan'er inquired. "Last night, Miss Yunxiu, who succeeded Miss C, secretly visited Mishuai's city. She mentioned that an 8th-rank martial artist from our northern Qi was captured by the prince's men and covertly brought into the city. Yesterday, the second son of the prime minister, Lin Gong, sought out Miss Yunxiu and pressed her for the method to transform into a giant tree, intending to use this ability to assassinate Fan Xian. Miss Yunxiu realized that if she became embroiled in this affair, it would be impossible for our northern Qi spies to remain hidden in the capital. However, Lin Gong made it clear that he was aware of her identity as a northern Qi spy and knew that many others in the capital were also spies. If she did not cooperate, he would expose their identities. Thus, Miss Yunxiu had no choice but to comply. That very night, she managed to contact Qing Ling, hoping for assistance to escape the capital. "The second prince has invited Fan Xian to Zuixianju today. He must have already set off." Haitang recounted the events in one breath. Wan'er furrowed his brow. He had forgotten about this matter while staying at the palace last night. Although he knew Fan Xian was not in danger, he held a deep admiration for Teng Zijing. Initially, Teng Zijing had acted out of righteousness when a couple accidentally splashed water on Guobaoquan. Guobaoquan's servants retaliated against the couple, and at that moment, Teng Zijing intervened, striking Guo's servants. Subsequently, Guobaoquan's steward accused Teng Zijing of attempted murder, leading to a warrant for his arrest by the Ministry of Justice. Teng Zijing's entire family was sentenced to execution. Ultimately, the supervisory court intervened, offering to lift the death sentence for Teng Zijing's family if he agreed to join their ranks. Reluctantly, Teng Zijing consented, unaware that this entire scheme had been orchestrated by Qin Ping, the head of the supervisory court, who believed Teng Zijing's character was well suited for a particular purpose. It was Qin Ping who had inexorably directed the tragic fate of Teng Zijing's family. After pondering for a moment, Wan'er commanded, "Have Xiaodao take action to capture the giant tree and retrieve that token along with Yunxiu, and send them back to northern Qi." The giant tree should prove useful to Dodo. Understood, Hmph replied, taking her leave. Young master, there is another matter, Inger chimed in. Yesterday afternoon, Fan Xian came by. He mentioned he had something very important to discuss with you. Li Yun smiled faintly. I see. I will make arrangements for that matter in due course. Understood, Inger responded. The maid Xiao Dao was one of the 30 orphans Li Yun had taken in during his time in Suzhou. Distinct from the others, she was a slender girl, selected for her impressive physique. However, after being adopted, Li Yun soon discovered that her appetite was voracious. In just 1 year, due to her substantial intake, her height and form grew rapidly, and now she stood nearly 2 meters and 3 centimeters tall, weighing over 300 pounds. Yet, she remained a woman of simple thoughts and unwavering loyalty. Over the years, Li Yun imparted to her the art of horizontal training combined with internal power, allowing her to master the true essence of the 9 manual's internal techniques, including the formidable Golden Bell Shield and the great demon fighting fist. She effortlessly confronted the towering figure of Chengju Shu. In Chapter 64, departing the city together, a one-sided battle unfolded within a courtyard. After my demise, take good care of Ruo for me, and tell Wan'er to find someone better than I. Fan Xian bellowed, charging once more at Chengju Shu. Yet, in mere moments, he found himself ensnared by Chengju Shu's grip around his throat, the immense strength rendering him breathless and his face flushed. He struggled to pry apart Chengju Shu's hand, but the disparity in strength was insurmountable, proving futile. Save those words for yourself. Teng Zijing, witnessing the peril, struggled to rise and leapt forward, driving his knee forcefully into Chengju Shu's face. However, this assault had little effect on the seasoned 8th rank master. Stung. Chengju Shu flung Fan Xian away, who crashed heavily against the courtyard wall. At that moment, a woman with a cherubic visage yet a physique as formidable as a diamond entered through the damaged wall. What a giant! Her eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing Chengju Shu, reminiscent of a hunter spotting prey. Prior to arriving, Hmph had instructed her to unleash her full potential in this task, provided she did not kill the giant. Infuriated by the woman's gaze, the already enraged Chengju Shu roared and charged toward her. Faced with the iron tower like Chengju Shu, Xiao Tao did not flinch, but instead steadied her stance. Get out of the way, Fan Xian shouted in alarm. Teng Zijing attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Chengju Shu leaped high, hands poised to strike Xiao Tao with overwhelming force. Both Fan Xian and Teng Zijing turned crimson with urgency, shouting for Xiao Tao to evade and urging Chengju Shu to come at them instead, all while sprinting toward the threat. Xiao Tao remained undeterred, silently channeling her internal energy. Just as Chengju Shu was about to strike her, a Golden Bell's phantom enveloped her. The Golden Bell Shield. Chengju Shu's hands crashed against the bell, causing only the slightest ripple, as if he had struck a remarkably resilient and unyielding rock. The tremendous recoil sent his vast frame hurtling backward, demolishing the courtyard wall in his wake. This spectacle left Teng Zijing and Fan Xian in a state of astonishment, particularly Fan Xian, who was utterly astounded. Is this the Golden Bell Shield? Without hesitation, Xiao Tao, agile and swift, employed her lightness skill to dart toward Chengju Shu. As he struggled to regain his footing, a fist the size of a sandbag struck his abdomen. The great demon fighting fist. Xiao Tao exclaimed fiercely, unleashing a powerful surge of energy that sent Chengju Shu crashing into the air. He expelled a torrent of blood mid-flight, colliding with the wall across the street. Xiao Tao stood frozen, bewildered. Why is this giant spewing so much blood? Did I strike too hard? How could he lack even basic defensive skills? Please don't die, giant. Otherwise, Sister Hmph will have my head. Xiao Tao thought anxiously. Rushing over to assess the situation, she dashed to the opposite side of the street and beheld the great tree, its trunk deeply indented yet still gasping for breath. Still alive. Xiao Tao exhaled in relief. He swiftly lifted the tree and, employing his lightness skill, vanished from the astonished gazes of Fan Xian and Teng Zijing in a matter of moments. Just as Xiao Tao departed, the officials from the supervisory court arrived, with the remarkably agile Wang Qinian being the first to reach the scene. My lord, are you unharmed? Where's the great tree? Fan Xian and Teng Zijing exchanged a knowing smile. They had initially believed their demise was imminent, yet a mysterious woman had unexpectedly saved their lives. Upon seeing Wang Qinian, Teng Zijing felt a wave of relief wash over him and promptly fainted. Teng Zijing, Fan Xian exclaimed in alarm. Wang Qinian quickly checked for Teng Zijing's pulse, reassuringly stating, My lord, He is still alive. He has merely fainted due to his severe injuries. Save him. Fan Xian shouted urgently. At that moment, other members of the supervisory court arrived, and although they were puzzled by the absence of the great tree, they immediately sprang into action to assist. In the imperial palace. Within the East Palace, the crown prince and Lin Gong swiftly received the news. They had painstakingly captured Cheng Jushu and had successfully navigated through the castle guards and the scrutiny of the supervisory court to bring him into the city. However, not only had the assassination attempt failed, but Cheng Jushu had also vanished. Your Highness, the disappearance of Cheng Jushu is of little consequence. He is unaware that we orchestrated this, and we merely need to eliminate those responsible for it. Yet, Lin Gong's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he mentioned the name Yunxiu. The crown prince's gaze turned icy. Yunxiu must perish, and it must be before the supervisory court captures him. This matter is entrusted to you. The crown prince looked at Lin Gong, his eyes filled with trust, conveying a sense of camaraderie. Yes, Your Highness, Lin Gong responded, accepting the command before departing from the East Palace. Watching Lin Gong's retreating figure, the crown prince silently wore a sinister smile. However, a eunuch's entrance compelled him to immediately restore his affable demeanor. Report, Your Highness, the Grand Princess has left the city, the eunuch announced. The crown prince paused in surprise, but then a realization struck him. I see now, he declared, waving his hand for the eunuch to leave. Sir, I entrust this to you, he said lightly, yet his tone was chillingly severe. Subsequently, a middle-aged man emerged from the shadows. I have prepared 500 assassins, all equipped with strong bows. I intend for them to perish on their return journey. The crown prince's voice was low and cold. Do not forget your promise to me. The middle-aged man replied, his voice gravelly and exuding an unsettling aura. I assure you, I shall deliver on my word. The crown prince vowed earnestly. The middle-aged man offered no further response, retreating once more into the shadows until he vanished entirely. The crown prince watched him leave, his expression quivering uncontrollably, a dark and frenzied smile returning to his face. Li Yun is a grandmaster? Do not jest. My mother has informed me that the methods of a grandmaster are far beyond those of Li Yun. And as for my aunt, since you have rejected my advances and will no longer contend with Fan Xian, then you may perish alongside Li Yun. Fan Xian, along with the treasury and its powers, shall all belong to him. At Bai Shui Xian. After Li Yun's emotions settled, Haidang returned to report that Yunxi and Cheng Jushu had been safely delivered to a secure location and would be escorted out of the city on another day. Young master, Miss Chunmei has arrived, a maid announced. Upon hearing Chunmei's arrival, Li Yun felt a sudden jolt in his heart, yet he maintained an air of composure, saying, Let her in. The maid bowed and exited, shortly followed by Chunmei, who greeted Li Yun and stated, Young master, His Highness is waiting for you at the Jinglan Villa outside the city. Li Yun's heart skipped a beat, but he soon felt a rush of joy. I understand. I shall leave for the city immediately, he replied. Chunmei bowed once more and departed. I will go summon old Mo to prepare the carriage, Haiteng said, slightly bending her knee before stepping out to make arrangements. Qiu Wu, assist me in changing into an outfit that my aunt favors, Li Yun urgently instructed. Yes, young master. Qiu Wu responded. Before long, Li Yun's carriage departed from Bishuixuan, heading straight towards the Jinglan Villa in the outskirts of the capital. Chapter 65, The Grand Princess. Wan'er, you are truly audacious. Deep within the Jinglan Villa, a small courtyard adjacent to a babbling brook stood apart from the clamor of the capital and the imposing nature of the palace. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the dense bamboo grove, casting a warm, dappled glow upon the stone slabs. The air was infused with the refreshing scent of flora and the coolness of moisture, with only the gentle sound of flowing water and the occasional birdsong breaking the serene silence. The Grand Princess sat alone in an open pavilion by the water, resting on a bamboo couch adorned with simple cushions. She had shed her elaborate court attire, donning instead a modest, pale moon-white robe that gracefully outlined her voluptuous curves. Her long, ebony hair was loosely gathered and held in place by a simple jade hairpin, with a few strands cascading down her smooth neck. In her hand, she held a jade teacup, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the smooth surface, her gaze fixed on the crystal-clear brook outside, though her expression bore a rare, suppressed tension. The morning's encounter, the warm, unexpected touch, replayed in her mind, each recollection igniting a wave of intense emotions and a secret exhilaration that quickened her pulse. Was she afraid? Indeed. She feared that Li Yun might waver, regretful, and push her away due to the constraints of propriety. Yet, a more potent force surged within her, a nearly uncontrollable yearning. She craved him, the thrill of this forbidden affection that sent shivers through her very soul. She was the grand princess, a figure of nobility and decorum, deemed untouchable by the world. Yet, only she knew the fervent desire that lay hidden beneath her flawless exterior, yearning to break free from all constraints and burn with unrestrained passion. Footsteps approached, steady yet tinged with an unnoticeable urgency. The grand princess tightened her grip on the teacup, her knuckles turning pale. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to turn her head. Li Yun's silhouette appeared at the entrance of the pavilion. He had evidently changed clothes, now clad in a simple dark robe that accentuated his tall stature. Sunlight illuminated his face, clearly reflecting the emotions he currently felt. There was no anticipated panic, evasion, or guilt. Within those profound eyes lay a calmness that had settled deep and a direct focus she had never encountered before. He gazed at her with an intensity that seemed to pierce through her facade of composure, reaching the tumultuous waves surging within her heart. The heartbeat of the princess abruptly faltered, only to race faster and more chaotically. She instinctively wished to avert her gaze, to assert the dignity of her station and reprimand his impudence. Yet her throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless. "Your Highness." Li Yun stood before the bamboo couch, his voice deep and gentle, shattering the suffocating silence. The princess finally regained her voice, albeit laced with a barely perceptible tremor. She cast her eyelashes downward, avoiding his unyielding gaze, and extended the teacup in her hand, her movements somewhat stiff. "Have you arrived? Do try the freshly picked pre-rain Longjing." Li Yun did not immediately take the teacup. His gaze remained fixed upon her face, capturing the subtle tension, her feigned calmness, and the nearly pathological yearning concealed deep within her eyes. The last remnants of worry that had clouded his heart dissipated entirely in the face of his master's words and her current reaction. He reached out, not to take the teacup, but to gently cover her hand that grasped it. The warmth of his touch surged like electricity, racing through her body in an instant. The princess jolted, nearly dropping the teacup. "Your Highness's hand is somewhat cool." Li Yun's voice was soft, imbued with a soothing quality, yet his fingers tightened slightly, enveloping her icy hand along with the warm teacup in his palm. The princess suddenly looked up at him, her eyes betraying unmasked astonishment and a hint of panic. How dare he? How could he be so brazen? She yearned to withdraw her hand, to chastise his audacity, yet the warmth encasing her palm, imbued with an undeniable firmness, rendered her temporarily powerless to break free. "You." Her voice was dry, tinged with an unfamiliar essence. "You are quite bold." The final note trembled, sounding less like a reprimand and more like a shuddering affirmation. Li Yun clearly perceived that subtle shift, catching the familiar, possessive glimmer that flashed through her eyes. Rather than retreating, he leaned in slightly closer. The space between them shrank to a breath's distance, the elegant scent of deep water mingling with the warmth of her skin. He felt her gaze becoming increasingly dazed as he spoke, his voice deep and clear, infused with a daring openness. "Can you dare to be even bolder, you know?" The princess's breath caught in her throat, in the proximity of his dark eyes. The gentleness of the past had vanished, leaving only an aggressiveness that ignited her very core and a blatant possessiveness she had longed for. He was no longer a sheltered child, but a formidable man capable of ensnaring her completely. A wave of exhilarating thrill and immense pleasure surged through her, causing her blood to boil in that moment. She felt a scream rising within her. She gazed at Li Yun, captivated by his eyes that seemed to threaten to consume her whole. The last vestige of reason within her crumbled instantaneously. She remained silent, suddenly turning her hand to firmly grasp Li Yun's wrist. Tilting her face upward, the long-suppressed fervor, admiration, and reckless passion erupted from her depths like molten lava, instantly drowning all restraint. That gaze was that of a woman yearning to possess the man before her, imbued with a desperate resolve akin to a moth drawn to a flame. In the open hall, the only sounds that remained were the fervent breaths exchanged between them, rapid and fervent. The gentle babbling of the stream and the bird song in the woods seemed to be sequestered in another realm. The air was thick as honey, taut like a bowstring drawn to its limit. The princess gripped his wrist with white-knuckled intensity, her body leaning forward, nearly pressing against his chest, her lips quivering. Li Yun distinctly felt the tremor of her fingertips and the resolute determination that accompanied it. He gazed into her eyes, where unmasked, almost incendiary love burned brightly, dispelling the last flicker of doubt within him. His master was correct. Cherish the moment, protect her, and grant her peace. Instead of retreating, he leaned into her grip, taking a decisive step forward that erased the scant distance that remained between them. With no hesitation, his other arm encircled her slender yet taut waist, drawing her firmly into his embrace. The princess gasped, her body instantly stiffening and then softening against his solid, warm chest. She could feel his heartbeat, equally fierce, resonating like the drums of war against her eardrums. Lowering his head, his warm breath caressed her sensitive ear, his voice hoarse yet commanding. Your Highness. Yun's courage has always been vast, especially towards you. He paused, sensing her tensed form and the quickening of her breath, and declared with clarity, moreover, Yun has no intention of holding back any longer. The princess abruptly lifted her head. All pretense in her eyes was replaced with an exquisite ecstasy and a fervor that blazed brightly. She beheld his face, imbued with a fierce intensity, and the affection in his gaze that was no longer concealed. Her lips slowly curved into a breathtaking smile, a blend of destruction and satisfaction. She ceased to speak, instead raising her free hand, trembling with a near-reverent determination, gently caressing Li Yun's cheek. Her fingertips traced his chiseled brow, the proud bridge of his nose, finally resting upon his tightly pressed, astonishingly warm lips. The silent invitation was more impactful than any words could convey. In an instant, Li Yun's eyes deepened like an abyss. He tightened his embrace around her waist and lowered his head. Outside the hall, the stream continued its gentle murmur, and the bamboo shadows danced gracefully. Yet within the hall, the invisible constraints dissolved completely at that moment. An intoxicating storm of fragrant waters, the fresh scent of foliage, and the heady essence of desire enveloped the air. Li Yun lifted the princess and strode purposefully towards a room in the inner courtyard that had long been prepared. He gently laid her upon the soft bed, his movements deliberate and slow, as if to affirm the complete dissolution of some boundary. The princess remained with her eyes closed, breathing rapidly. Her chest rose and fell violently, the pale fabric of her garment slightly disheveled, revealing a neck so smooth it dazzled. Li Yun did not immediately bend down. The air felt thick enough to suffocate. The princess could sense the weight of his gaze, burning with fervent intensity, sweeping inch by inch over her brows, her eyes, her tightly pressed lips. This silent pressure was more invasive than any action, nearly rendering her breathless. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, colliding with the unfathomable depths of his gaze, which churned with an unfamiliar tempest, a fervent focus laced with a consuming desire. A faint whimper escaped her throat, akin to a yearning's beckoning. This subtle sound shattered the stalemate. Li Yun finally moved. He slowly knelt beside the bed, leaning closer. His shadow enveloped her entirely. One hand braced against her side, while the other, imbued with an irresistible force, gently caressed her cheek. His fingertips burned, ultimately resting on her slightly trembling chin, compelling her to lift her face and meet him with greater clarity. Their noses nearly brushed, their breaths intermingling, the fragrance of verdant foliage and deep waters merging into an intoxicating aroma. The princess's fingertips unconsciously sank into his garment, her body quivering slightly from the proximity and unvoiced dominance. Her gaze became dreamy, glistening with an ethereal sheen, leaving only a reckless madness and silent acquiescence. Outside, the stream continued its gentle murmur, yet it seemed distant as if from another realm. The entire secluded retreat had been quietly commandeered by the princess and Li Yun's confidants. By the quiet stream, only within the depths of the retreat, in a room by the water, a fervent emotion, suppressed to its utmost, finally broke free like a silent tide, surging and echoing in the tranquility, unceasing. An almost uncontrollable tension filled the air, a tacit understanding that completely severed the sounds of the outside world. Chapter 66. A sense of longing. The following morning, in the kitchen, the princess surprisingly took it upon herself, under Chiao Wu's guidance, to simmer a pot of chicken soup infused with various restorative herbs. Her complexion appeared remarkably well. Her once signature pale skin now radiated a dewy, healthy pink glow. After a night's passage, this esteemed woman, now over 30, seemed to have regained several years of her youth, exuding a different kind of brilliance. Your Highness, that should suffice, Chiao Wu gently suggested, her bashfulness causing her to keep her gaze lowered, avoiding the princess's eyes. The princess replied, you stay here and watch. I shall first check if Wan'er has risen. Yes, Your Highness, Qiuwu responded. In high spirits, the princess departed the kitchen, returning to her chamber with a light and graceful step. Within the room, filled with enchanting scents, Li Yun leaned against the headboard, his expression somewhat vacant, his mood tinged with a sense of melancholy. Do not misconstrue, he was not feigning. The events of the previous night had left him genuinely wounded, his body marked with varying shades of impressions, silently narrating the frenzy of the moment. He had not stepped out of his room until now. It was only after the battle last night that Chunmei and Qiuwu, who came in to tidy up the disheveled bed, witnessed his current state. Nevertheless, it was utterly embarrassing. Wan'er, rise and drink the soup. I have prepared chicken broth for you. Just as Li Yun was contemplating life, the princess opened the door, her face adorned with a charming smile as she gracefully entered. Li Yun instinctively began to speak, but was swiftly interrupted by the princess. Her previously gentle gaze now turned icy. Realization dawned upon Li Yun. When Wan'er addressed the princess with that title, he felt a shiver run down his spine. It was quite thrilling. Now, that's more like it, the princess said with a renewed flirtatious smile. Get up, have your chicken soup, and then we shall go to the garden to arrange flowers. As she spoke, she approached Li Yun. When she pulled back the blanket covering him, she discovered the marks on his neck and slightly exposed chest. Her smile became even more vivid. You still dare to laugh? Li Yun puffed up his cheeks deliberately. Look at these marks on me. How am I supposed to face others later? All right, the princess chuckled softly, then spoke tenderly. There are no outsiders in the courtyard. And though mine may not be visible, they are no less than yours. This is also your handiwork. I do not care, Li Yun pouted playfully. Wan'er, you have embarrassed me in front of Chunmei and Qiuwu. You must make it up to me. Make it up? The corners of the princess's lips curled into a deeper smile. She reached out and gently untied the sash at her waist, allowing her outer garment to loosen. With an elegant motion, she parted the fabric, letting it slide off her shoulders and fall to the ground, revealing a delicately crafted undergarment beneath. Li Yun swallowed hard, his throat betraying him. The princess gracefully perched herself on the edge of the bed, her soft body pressing closely against him. Her gaze was fervent and focused, akin to tendrils entwining around their prey, infused with undeniable intimacy. Wan'er, she breathed, her warm breath brushing against his cheek. What kind of compensation do you desire? Li Yun did not retreat. With a swift motion, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist, drawing her closer. Their lips met, breaths mingling. At least a quarter of an hour passed before they slowly parted, a testament to their remarkable breath-holding skills. The princess propped herself up slightly, gazing down at Li Yun, her tongue gently gliding over her moist lips. Is this compensation to your liking, Wan'er? Very much. Li Yun inhaled deeply, the air still tinged with her unique fragrance. Surging through his mind. Wan'er, please help me change. Li Yun rose from the bed, and the princess smiled as she stepped back. Approximately 15 minutes later, he supported the princess as they exited the room. By this time, Qiuwu had prepared breakfast. As Qiuwu was arranging the bowls and chopsticks, she lifted her head upon hearing their footsteps and saw Li Yun guiding the princess's arm as they approached. The princess wore a beaming smile, entirely devoid of her usual coldness. In contrast, Li Yun's gait bore an imperceptible stiffness, and the faint red marks visible on his neck caused Qiuwu to immediately lower her gaze, her ears flushing. Your Highness, young master, breakfast is ready. Qiuwu's voice was softer than usual. The Grand Princess responded with a soft acknowledgement, yet her gaze remained fixated on Li Yun, exuding an unreserved sense of satisfaction and possessiveness. She guided him to sit in the main seat, positioning herself closely beside him, her ample figure nearly brushing against his arm. The table was adorned with steaming dishes, the most prominent being a bowl of golden, fragrant chicken soup, infused with medicinal herbs. The Grand Princess personally took the spoon, ladling a generous portion, gently blowing on it before bringing it to Li Yun's lips. Wan'er, do give it a try. Her voice flowed as smoothly as water, yet her eyes sparkled with an astonishing intensity, reminiscent of a leopard fixating on its prey, though this prey was already firmly within her grasp. Li Yun slightly parted his lips, the warm soup gliding down his throat, imbued with the unique sweetness of the herbs, a comforting warmth spreading through him. He gazed at the Grand Princess, who was intently watching his swallowing motion, her rosy lips curving into a subtle smile, radiating an almost childlike delight. Is it to your liking? She inquired, her fingertips brushing lightly against his throat. Wan'er's culinary skills are naturally exceptional, Li Yun replied, grasping her free hand. his fingertips gently caressing the delicate skin of her hand. Her complexion remained a luminous white, seemingly untouched by the passionate marks of the previous night, save for the indelible reminders of their shared reality. The Grand Princess clearly savored his response and touch, her eyes crinkling in joy as she scooped another spoonful. With remarkable patience, she continued to feed him, one spoonful after another, her gaze fixed on his lips as if witnessing the most captivating spectacle in the world. Occasionally, a drop of soup would trickle down the corner of his mouth, and she would promptly wipe it away with her fingertip, her actions intimate and natural, brimming with undeniable possessiveness. Autumn stood nearby, observing silently, holding her breath. The atmosphere enveloping the Grand Princess was a potent blend of extreme contentment and a subtle madness, so thick it was almost suffocating, yet too precious to disturb. As the bowl neared its end, the Grand Princess finally set down the spoon, delicately using a silk handkerchief to wipe the corner of Li Yun's mouth, her movements tender as if handling a rare treasure, though her gaze remained inscrutable. "Wan'er, are you full?" she asked, her fingers entwining in a strand of his hair. "I am satisfied. Wan'er has exerted herself," Li Yun responded, gently holding her mischievous hand. The Grand Princess leaned in closer, resting her head softly on his shoulder, letting out a contented sigh, reminiscent of a languid yet dangerous feline. At that moment, Hmph approached, her footsteps light yet betraying her urgency. Upon seeing the Grand Princess beside Li Yun, she hesitated to speak. "What is it?" The Grand Princess glanced at Hmph, yet did not remove her head from Li Yun's shoulder. "Reporting to your Highness," Hmph began. "On the way back to the city from the Jinglan courtyard, a bow and arrow battalion of approximately 500 has laid an ambush." Both Li Yun and the Grand Princess's expressions hardened simultaneously. The Grand Princess detached herself from Li Yun's shoulder, her smile still radiant. "Wan'er, who do you think these people belong to?" "No need to guess. I have already mobilized 1,000 troops to the vicinity of the capital," Li Yun replied, equally smiling. "Let them handle this matter." At this, the Grand Princess's smile grew even broader. Chapter 67. Li Yun, the position of Crown Prince can be occupied by another. After breakfast, the two ventured into the garden. Li Yun cooperated completely with the Princess of Chang. Despite her seemingly obedient demeanor, he sensed that she was easily provoked. He plucked a snow-white peony and gently inserted it into her hair. The princess lowered her head, allowing him to adorn her. "It looks splendid, Wan'er. Tell me about the Qin family. We may need to address matters concerning them soon." After arranging the flower, Li Yun began to admire his handiwork. Observing him, the princess continued to wield scissors, pruning the withered branches and leaves in the garden. "The Qin family," she said in a congenial tone, a smile gracing her lips, "holds a significant position in the military of Daqing and is also favored by His Majesty. The head of the Qin family, Qin Yi, is a master of the 9th rank and currently serves as the chief minister of the Privy Council." "What role did the Qin family play in the murder of Yi Qingmei?" Li Yun followed closely behind the bent-over princess, inquiring curiously while clearing away the cut branches and leaves. Suddenly, the princess halted, causing Li Yun to bump into her. She cast him a reproachful glance. When His Majesty orchestrated the assassination of Yi Qingmei, he certainly did not intend to eliminate only her. Besides Yi Qingmei, many loyalists to her were also targeted. At that time, the commander of the capital's garrison was from the Qin family. Without their cooperation to seal off the entire capital, perhaps Yi Qingmei could have escaped. The executioners were from the families of the Empress and the Empress Dowager, as Yi Qingmei posed a direct threat to them. After Qinping returned, under the pretense of cooperation with our sovereign, he nearly eradicated the Empress's family and other unruly factions. His Majesty entrusted me with the financial power of the inner treasury, and soon after, I journeyed south to Jiangnan. What transpired thereafter remains unknown to me. The princess straightened, gazing at Li Yun with a wistful and enchanting look, one hand gently caressing his cheek. "It was fortunate that I encountered you in Jiangnan. It is the greatest blessing of my life. Meeting you, Wan'er, is also my utmost fortune." Li Yun embraced the slender waist of the princess, lowering his head slightly to gaze at her tenderly. The princess cast aside her scissors, encircling his waist and leaning into his embrace. On the road leading to the capital from the Jinglan courtyard, there lay a relatively narrow official path, flanked by rolling, densely wooded hills. At this moment, what should have been a tranquil morning scene was shrouded in an invisible air of menace. 500 black-clad, masked assassins, blending seamlessly with the shadows of the forest, had long been lying in ambush. They were well equipped, wielding finely crafted traditional hard bows, their eyes cold and breath steady, evidently elite warriors forged through rigorous training. Unafraid of death, they were the assassins secretly nurtured by the crown prince for many years. The leader of these assassins, a middle-aged man, lay on a hill with an excellent vantage point, his hawk-like gaze fixed on the dust that might rise in the distance along the path. He calculated that the concentrated fire from 500 hard bows would be sufficient to shred any convoy to pieces. Once the target entered the ambush zone, there would be no escape. However, as he patiently awaited his prey's entrance into the trap, an unsettling sensation slithered up his spine like a cold, venomous serpent. It was eerily silent. The chirping of birds in the forest had vanished without a trace. Even the wind seemed to have stilled. Something was amiss. A cacophony of alarm bells rang within the leader's mind, honed by years of life and death intuition, prompting him to bark. Everyone, stay alert. No sooner had his words left his lips than a series of chilling, sharp sounds, distinctly different from the vibrations of traditional bowstrings, erupted from behind their ambush point, from the flanks, and even from the higher slopes. It was not a volley of hundreds of arrows, but rather a torrential downpour akin to a sudden summer hailstorm, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air. The speed was so astonishing that it left only blurred afterimages in its wake. An enemy assault. The piercing screams were instantly drowned in the terrifying rain of arrows. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sounds of blades sinking into flesh reverberated like the ominous drumbeats of death, exploding densely throughout the woods. The carefully concealed assassins of the prince were horrified to realize their positions were utterly exposed to the enemy. Their proud hardwood shields and resilient leather armor proved as fragile as parchment in the face of this sudden onslaught of arrows. The penetrating power of the arrows exceeded all imagination. Bursting with terrifying kinetic energy, the arrows effortlessly tore through shields and pierced leather armor, often penetrating the bodies of 2 or 3 men before plunging into the earth or embedding themselves in tree trunks, accompanied by a deluge of blood. The grotesque shape of the arrowheads created gaping wounds, often causing the struck to perish instantly without uttering a sound, or to collapse severely injured, rendered combat ineffective. Ah, my leg. Conceal. Quickly conceal. Desperate wails and chaotic commands echoed, but to no avail. The enemy had chosen shooting angles so cunning that they covered nearly every potential hiding spot. Even more dreadful was the seemingly endless supply of arrows. As the first wave descended, the second and third waves, bearing the same lethal shrieks, followed closely behind. The rapidity and density of the fire surpassed their comprehension. Counterattack. Shoot back. The leader's eyes bulged with fury as he roared, lifting his sturdy bow, striving to pinpoint the direction from which the arrows were coming. Yet, just as he drew the bowstring taut, a glimmering arrow, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, accurately pierced the throat of his aide standing beside him. The aide's eyes widened in shock, sputtering blood, before collapsing lifelessly. The leader was struck with horror. The enemy's arrows not only possessed tremendous power, but also outmatched their sturdy bows in range. They had yet to catch a glimpse of their adversary, yet suffered grievous losses under the terrifying range and precise strikes of the enemy. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The leader finally recognized this for what it was, a complete massacre, and desperately roared the order to withdraw. The remaining assassins, like startled birds, scrambled from their hiding places in a frantic attempt to flee deeper into the woods. This played right into the enemy's hands. Kill. A deep, synchronized command, echoing like a summons from hell, resonated from all directions. These were precisely the 1,000 elite troops that Li Yun had mobilized in advance. They were all martial artists of at least the 5th rank, clad in lightweight yet remarkably resilient custom-scaled armor, wielding formidable mechanical composite bows. The battle unfolded with overwhelming dominance, and within a mere half-incense stick's time, the clamor of conflict in the forest had utterly subsided. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, rendering it suffocating. The low hills and thickets beside the official road had transformed into a scene of carnage. Severed limbs and mangled bodies lay scattered, blood saturating the earth and pooling into small crimson puddles. 500 royal assassins, with no one spared, were all vanquished. The mission was accomplished. They began to silently cleanse the battlefield, skillfully retrieving all specialized arrows and obliterating any traces of evidence. An elite clad in the armor of a captain approached the edge of the battlefield, bowing respectfully in the direction of the Jinglan courtyard, silently reporting their completion of the task. In the garden of the Jinglan courtyard, Li Yun was tenderly embracing the waist of the crown princess. The two nestled beneath a trellis adorned with blooming flowers, basking in the warm sunlight and tranquility. Hmph appeared silently at the entrance of the garden once again, bowing her head respectfully to report, "Your Highness, young master, their mission has been accomplished." At these words, the crown princess, lazily leaning against Li Yun, tilted her head back, revealing a breathtaking smile tinged with a hint of sanguine sweetness. Her fingertips lightly traced Li Yun's jaw, her gaze hazy yet perilous. "Wan'er, I suspect these individuals are the assassins nurtured by the crown prince." Li Yun lowered his head and pressed a kiss upon her smooth forehead, his eyes calm, yet imbued with an icy chill. In that case, the position of crown prince could be filled by another just as well. Chapter 68. Hmph returns to the capital upon hearing this. The maid beside them remained impassive. After all, they had encountered far more shocking revelations in recent times. Change the crown prince? The crown princess straightened, immediately grasping the implication. "Wan'er, do you wish for the second prince to ascend?" Li Yun shook his head. The emperor may not necessarily appoint the second prince as the crown prince. He seeks balance, or perhaps he simply does not wish to determine an heir so swiftly. If this crown prince were not feigning ignorance, the emperor would not allow his position to remain so secure. Are you implying that the crown princess is unaware? Wan'er, how about we eliminate the emperor, and you ascend as empress? What do you think? Li Yun said half in jest. The crown princess's scarlet lips parted slightly, her expression growing increasingly astonished, while the maid's pupils widened in shock. Although they had heard many astonishing things before, those remained within the realm of reason. Even if Li Yun had expressed a desire to become emperor, it would not have been surprising. But now Li Yun had audaciously suggested that the crown princess should become the empress of Daqing. It was known that the crown princess was a woman. After a brief moment of distraction, the crown princess erupted into a fit of laughter, her demeanor animated. Rising from her seat, she leaned forward, resting her hands on either side of Li Yun, their noses nearly touching, the warmth of her breath cascading upon his face. Striving to suppress her voice, she spoke with a uniquely alluring tone. "Wan'er, you need not test me. If you wish to become emperor, I shall wholeheartedly support you." Li Yun met the gaze of the grand princess without flinching, shedding any pretense of jest. "Wan'er, I speak with utmost sincerity. I wish for you to ascend as the emperor of Daqing." The grand princess slowly straightened, her left foot bare as it rested upon the soft couch. Advancing towards Li Yun, her gaze, once warm, grew increasingly haughty. "You wish for me to be emperor? So, Wan'er, your intention is to become my consort?" Li Yun gently caressed the grand princess's white silk stockings, tenderly kneading them, his eyes locked onto hers. "Is that not permissible, my empress?" Feeling the intensity of Li Yun's stare, the grand princess was overcome with a tingling sensation throughout her body. "My empress, ha ha ha." She stifled a giggle, yet a formidable surge of internal power erupted from her, wreaking havoc in all directions. The chilling energy caused her garments to flutter fiercely. "Wan'er, you have spoken it. Should I ascend to the throne of Daqing, I shall allow you to be the man of the empress." "Wan'er, it is a pact." Hmph and Hmph felt their blood surge. What had they just heard? Were the prince and the young gentleman losing their minds? Yet, why did they find it so exhilarating? Within the capital, the Inspection Institute was promptly informed of this momentous occurrence in the suburbs. Zhu Ge swiftly led a contingent to the scene. 500 lives had been extinguished in the outskirts of the capital. This was no trivial matter, and the emperor had already commanded a thorough investigation before Zhu Ji's departure. In the Eastern Palace, the crown prince soon received reports from his spies within the Inspection Institute. "What did you say? All 500 were slaughtered?" The crown prince could no longer maintain his composure, rising abruptly, staring incredulously at the messenger. "Who did this?" "Your Highness, the Inspection Institute is conducting a thorough inquiry. His Majesty has decreed that the matter must be clarified," was the reply from the courtier. Could it be the grand princess? The crown prince sank back into his seat. Dazed? No, that could not be right. Even if the grand princess secretly harbored a few hundred assassins, it was impossible for all 500 to have perished without a single one escaping. He was unwilling to accept that the grand princess commanded an army of such formidable strength, one that even the Black Knights of the Inspection Institute could not rival. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the emperor's study was palpably oppressive. Eunuch Ho knelt, trembling. This was the first time he had witnessed the emperor's fury to such an extent. In the outskirts of the capital, 500 had been silently slain, and only a handful of individuals possessed the capacity to orchestrate such an event. Those who died were the Crown Prince's assassins, a matter he had been informed about by the Inspection Institute the previous night. He understood the Crown Prince's intentions. However, he refrained from intervening, for he too sought to ascertain whether Li Yun truly was a Grand Master. Unlike the Empress, he had not dismissed his suspicions regarding Li Yun's prowess. Yet upon receiving the report today, it was not merely the Crown Prince's 500 assassins who had been slain. Even the spies of the Inspection Institute had perished, with their assailants still unknown. Who could be behind this? The situation, once firmly under his control, now appeared to spiral beyond his grasp. Soon, the Emperor received Zhu Ji's preliminary report. All 501 individuals had succumbed to arrow wounds. Their investigation revealed that among the deceased, some had been struck down by a single arrow, and even their sturdy wooden shields had been shattered. This time, the Emperor could no longer remain at ease. He thought of Yi Qingmei, who had once employed similar tactics to eliminate his rivals and assist him in ascending to the throne. However, the scale of this situation was unprecedented. Summon Yin Xiaoyi, the Emperor commanded in a solemn tone. The Unico promptly rushed to the entrance of the Imperial study, raising his voice to announce, "Summon Yin Xiaoyi, Commander Yin." Soon, Yin Xiaoyi arrived at the Imperial study. "Your servant pays respects to your Majesty," he said, immediately bowing. "Rise, and take a look at this," the Emperor said, raising a confidential report from the supervisory court. Ho quickly stepped forward to take it and handed it to Yin Xiaoyi. Confused, Yin Xiaoyi took the document, and upon reading its contents, his pupils widened in shock. "Your Majesty, can you tell me, is it possible to cultivate archers of such caliber in large numbers?" The Emperor studied Yin Xiaoyi intently, scrutinizing even the slightest expression on his face. "Absolutely not," Yin Xiaoyi replied instantly. "Your Majesty, for an archer to reach such a level, not only must they possess the requisite martial prowess, but they also require years of dedicated practice. Moreover, individuals who can attain such skill are exceedingly rare." "Truly impossible?" the Emperor inquired once more. "Indeed, it is not feasible," Yin Xiaoyi responded with gravity. "Very well, you may leave." The Emperor waved his hand dismissively. "Your servant takes his leave," Yin Xiaoyi said as he exited. Once he was gone, the Emperor's expression darkened considerably. He understood all too well that it was indeed implausible. At the Jinglan villa, Li Yun and the princess had indulged in each other's company for several days before preparing to return to the city. During this time, Zhu Gu had also visited, inquiring about the recent massacre of 500 individuals in the outskirts of the capital, but was met with ignorance on the matter. Inside a carriage, Li Yun and the princess sat together, while the old coachman Mo drove the carriage, with Qiu Wu and Chun Mei riding ahead, followed by 16 maidens, 4 of whom were orphans taken in by Li Yun. The procession moved slowly, and within the carriage, the princess nestled against Li Yun, as they admired the passing scenery through the open window. Initially, Li Yun wished to hold the princess, but she expressed her preference for embracing Wan'er instead, so he quietly accepted the warmth of her embrace. Suddenly, a thunderous sound of hooves echoed in the air. Chun Mei tugged at the reins, slowing her horse to approach the carriage window. "Your Highness, young master, it appears to be the Black Riders of the Supervisory Court. It must be Director Chun returning to the capital." "Oh," Li Yun's expression shifted slightly. "Stop for a moment. I wish to have a glimpse of this king of spies who instills terror in enemy nations." "Old Mo, hold the reins," he commanded, and the carriage came to a halt in the passageway. Among the ranks of the Black Riders, a shadow approached Ping's carriage. Ahead is the princess's carriage, and young Master Li is likely accompanying her. "Oh," Ping's voice carried a hint of surprise. "Pay them no mind. We shall proceed directly to the city. Their carriage has halted in the middle of the passage, likely waiting for us," the shadow continued to report. Ping felt somewhat perplexed about the intentions of the princess and Li Yun. In truth, he was reluctant to meet Li Yun at that moment, as he still had many matters to clarify. The procession soon drew near, and he dismounted to take his place in a wheelchair. The shadow pushed him to the side of the princess's carriage, where Ping clasped his hands in greeting. "Your servant pays respects to Her Highness, the princess." Leaning against the window, the princess smiled gently. "Director Chun, you must be weary from your travels. I heard you returned to your hometown to recuperate. Have you recovered?" "Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern. My ailment is of no consequence." Coughing, Ping interrupted, indicating that his own condition had not improved. As Li Yun stepped out of the carriage, he gazed down at Ping, stating, "During my recent return to the capital, The inspectors dispatched a covert agent from Beiki to Mishuai City, falsely accusing it of involvement in current affairs. To this day, I have yet to receive an explanation from the inspectors. What do you propose we do about this matter, Director Chen? I shall provide an explanation commensurate with what Ping Jiangzi desires, Chen Ping replied, maintaining his composure as he met Li Yun's sharp gaze. This was their first encounter. Li Yun appeared youthful, yet exuded an assertive presence. Very well, Li Yun smiled. I will personally visit the inspectors when the time comes. And I trust you will uphold your word. With that, he entered the carriage, while old Mo continued to drive onward, awaiting the arrival of Ping Jiangzi. Chen Ping cupped his hands in salute, realizing he had been recognized. The shadow remarked, he has known it was you for quite some time. Chen Ping chuckled softly, recalling how he had sensed the complexity of this individual long ago. Chapter 69. Meeting Fan, Xian Young Master Fan. What would you like to drink today? In a cool pavilion of Bishi Pavilion, Inger was serving Fan Xian, who awaited Li Yun's arrival. After leaving the royal villa, he had embarked on an inquiry regarding Li Yun, and since then, he had come daily to seek an audience with him. A pot of clear tea, please. I find milk tea overly indulgent, Fan Xian politely requested as he took a seat. Inger offered a subtle smile before instructing a servant to brew the tea. Before long, a servant presented a pot of clear tea, and Inger discreetly withdrew, leaving Fan Xian to enjoy his tea in solitude. He felt a sense of unease at not being able to converse with Li Yun face to face. Approximately 15 minutes later, Wu Zhu suddenly appeared. Why are you so eager to see him? Wu Zhu inquired, puzzled by his nephew's behavior. He found it strange that Fan Xian, who could not seem to unlock a perfectly good box, spent his days waiting for a man. He is very important to me, Fan Xian replied earnestly, Uncle Wu. His influence will determine the path we take moving forward. Wu Zhu fell silent, unable to comprehend how Li Yun could hold such significance. More so than a young lady? Someone is arriving. I must return, Wu Zhu announced, vanishing from the pavilion before Fan Xian could respond. Young Master Fan, Inger approached. My master has returned and wishes to see you, though you must wait a little longer. Excellent, Fan Xian exclaimed with excitement, finally having the long-awaited opportunity. But wait, just now you referred to him as young master, and now as young lord. Inger chose not to respond to this question. She could hardly reveal that her master had become entangled with the esteemed princess. With a mild smile, she said, Young Master Fan, in truth, there was no need to conceal that individual from us. We recognized him upon his first visit. After speaking, she departed from the pavilion. Uncle Wu was recognized on his first visit? How remarkable! Fan Xian pondered, knowing that Uncle Wu could contend with formidable masters. Despite numerous visits at home, he had gone unnoticed, yet on his first trip to Bishi Pavilion, he had been detected. He once again sensed the complexity of Li Yun. If possible, he must cling tightly to this influential figure, for it would allow him to live the leisurely life he so desired. Li Yun, however, retorted, dream on. If you wish to cling to my leg, you must first earn your keep. Not long after, Li Yun arrived at the pavilion. Fan Xian felt a surge of excitement upon seeing Li Yun approach. He was no longer alone. There was family. Over the years, who could fathom how he had endured? Yet, as Li Yun neared the pavilion, the overwhelming emotions left him at a loss for words, unsure of how to begin. He could only suppress his flushed face and tentatively suggested, should we establish a secret signal? That's unnecessary. Just take a seat, Li Yun replied with a smile, settling onto the soft couch opposite Fan Xian and pouring himself a cup of tea. A wave of joy surged through Fan Xian. Li Yun had acknowledged him. Such splendid news. He beamed as he took a seat, exclaiming, you cannot imagine how stifling these years in Danzhou have been. With differing perceptions, many things that seemed so easily explainable were met with disbelief, leaving me to bottle it all up inside. Fan Xian rambled on, as if treating Li Yun as a receptacle for his burdens, unloading tales of his hardships and frustrations. All right, Li Yun finally interjected, unable to bear the monologue any longer. Don't be so elated. Your current predicament hardly warrants such joy. Upon hearing this, Fan Xian's expression turned serious. Ever since I entered the capital, I sensed something was amiss, as if a grand web was being woven above me. Oldly, do you know something? And what about my mother's death? Are you aware of how she perished? I've been to the supervisory bureau. Li Yun did not respond to Fan Xian's queries. Fan Xian nodded. Indeed, I've been. The atmosphere there felt peculiar, reminiscent of the Jinhui, yet with a hint of the Dongchang. And that stone tablet where my mother stood at the door, It's hard to fathom how she came to such thoughts. You've met that figure from the palace. What is your impression of him? Li Yun asked, taking a sip of tea. Now that you mention it, I do find something unsettling, Fan Xian mused. He is the emperor, and I am merely an illegitimate son of the Minister of Revenue. Yet he treats me with such courtesy. I must tell you, I didn't even kneel before him. What if he were to claim that he is your father? Li Yun gazed at Fan Xian, his expression laden with significance, unwilling to conceal the truth from him. Fan Xian's pupils dilated in disbelief upon hearing Li Yun's words. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. After a prolonged silence, he finally regained his composure. Old Li, are you suggesting that my father is not Fan Jian, but that figure in the palace? Am I a prince? Is his courteous demeanor due to a sense of obligation towards me? You are indeed a prince, Li Yun stated calmly, but he harbors no sense of obligation towards you. This man's malice far exceeds your imagination, for he was the mastermind behind your mother's demise. As for the reasons, you can likely deduce them. Fan Xian was about to object, yet in the next moment, he recalled the uniqueness of his mother, her inventions, and the stone tablet at the entrance of the supervisory bureau. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. Old Li, please tell me the specifics of that incident from years ago. How exactly was my mother killed? Fan Xian said in a low voice. Rest assured, the reason I have come to see you today is to share this matter with you. You cannot afford to waste your time on investigations, Li Yun replied blandly. He then began recounting the events from the moment Yi Qingmei emerged from the temple, traversing the world, until he arrived in Daqing. Here, he elucidated how Li Yunxian, Fan Jian, and Hmph supported Li Yunxian's rise to power, establishing the three great factories, commercial enterprises, and the supervisory court, among other things. Ultimately, the emperor orchestrated a plot during Yi Qingmei's childbirth. He combined various forces to eradicate her influence and had her assassinated. In the end, it was Fan Jian who sacrificed his own son to replace him. However, both the emperor and Hmph were aware of this. Sending him to Danzhou was also part of the emperor and Hmph's scheme. From Danzhou to the capital, all of this was a meticulously crafted plan by the emperor and Hmph. After hearing this, Fan Xian unconsciously clenched his fists, the sound of his knuckles cracking betraying his fury. Li Yun poured him a cup of tea and said, "You need to remain composed. He is a grand master, the most formidable among them. If you seek vengeance, you must possess immense strength. Until you have absolute certainty, treat what I have shared today as if you never heard it." Fan Xian took a deep breath, drained his cup, and gradually calmed himself. I understand. I will open that box as soon as possible. And thank you, Old Li. Your presence brings me great comfort. Spare me the sentimentality, Li Yun replied disdainfully, casting a glance at Fan Xian. Remember, you heard nothing today. We are not well acquainted. Your visits to my place these past few days have been solely because of Wan'er's illness. Go about your usual business. Do you understand? Fan Xian exhaled deeply and replied, I understand. Chapter 70. The Princess. Wan'er has no interest in the throne after their conversation. Fan Xian did not linger long and departed from Bishui Xian. After all, they were not outwardly familiar. As he returned to continue driving Fan Xian, Teng Zijing noticed the troubled expression on his face. What's wrong? Did you not see him? Teng Zijing inquired. It's nothing. Just head home, Fan Xian replied. Today had brought forth a plethora of revelations, and he needed to return and reflect on them, as well as consult with Uncle Wu Zhu. Furthermore, the thought of his father, old Fan, sacrificing his own wife and children for his survival weighed heavily on his heart, engendering a profound sense of guilt. Noticing Fan Xian's reluctance to speak, Teng Zijing refrained from probing further and quietly drove them back to the Fan residence. Upon returning, Fan Ruorua eagerly approached him. Brother, I heard Li Yun returned today. How did it go? Did you see him? With his emotions now in check, Fan Xian smiled and replied, I did see him, but only inquired about Wan'er's condition. Ruorua, is father at home? Father is in the study, Fan Ruorua replied. Ruorua, you may go back now. I will see father first, Fan Xian said softly. With that, he made his way directly to the study. Fan Xian entered the study and immediately noticed Fan Jian searching for some information. Upon seeing Fan Xian, Fan Jian appeared somewhat taken aback. So, did you meet Li Yun today? Fan Jian inquired, stepping out from behind the bookshelf with a hefty tome in hand. Yes, I inquired about Wan'er's condition and returned after that, Fan Xian replied, maintaining his composure. That's good to hear, Fan Jian said, but then his tone shifted, becoming serious. Try to limit your interactions with Li Yun. He is quite troublesome. I understand, father, Fan Xian responded softly. Well then, you may leave, Fan Jian said, stroking his beard. For some reason, he felt that Fan Xian was unusually docile today. However, Fan Xian did not depart. Instead, he knelt before Fan Jian in the study and bowed 3 times. What are you doing? Fan Jian exclaimed, taken aback. Nothing, I merely wish to express my gratitude. Fan Xian replied gently. This is quite perplexing. Rise, for I have merely done what I ought to do, Fan Jian said sternly, though he felt a strange joy in hearing Fan Xian's words. I shall take my leave now, Fan Xian said as he stood up and returned to his courtyard. Watching Fan Xian depart, Fan Jian felt a sense of satisfaction as he stroked his beard, realizing that Fan Xian had matured, which brought him great comfort. At the Supervisory Institute, Hmph returned and promptly summoned Zhu Gu, the chief officer, and Yin Ruohai, the deputy officer. Speak, Hmph said with a cold demeanor. Zhu Gu and Yin Ruohai exchanged glances, after which Zhu Gu stepped forward. Upon receiving the news, I dispatched personnel immediately. However, there were scant useful clues left at the scene, and all the wounds on the deceased were inflicted by arrows. Following this, Yin Ruohai added, Indeed, a mysterious force has recently arrived in the capital, but they are well trained, and my men have been unable to ascertain their whereabouts. Are there any suspects? Hmph inquired further. Yes, Yin Ruohai replied first. Based on the current clues and intelligence, the most likely suspects are the Grand Princess and Li Yun. Zhu Gu was taken aback. He had not anticipated Yin Ruohai's boldness. Although the Grand Princess and Li Yun's financial power was precarious, they still held significant influence in the capital, and few dared to offend them. Hmph remained silent, directing his gaze toward Zhu Gu. After pondering for a moment, Zhu Gu echoed a similar sentiment to Yin Ruohai's. I suspect Li Yun. He has been operating in Suzhou for many years, and we know little about him at the Supervisory Institute. We are quite familiar with others in the capital who possess such capabilities, except for Li Yun. I see. Hmph nodded. He wished to say more, but at that moment, someone entered to report that His Majesty had summoned him and instructed Hmph to proceed to the palace immediately. Understanding what the emperor wished to discuss, Hmph made his way to the imperial palace. In the palace, within the study, Hmph presented the information provided by Zhu Gu and Yin Ruohai to the emperor. So, you suspect Li Yun is responsible, yet you have no evidence? The emperor's voice rose slightly. Indeed, Your Majesty, Hmph replied calmly, bowing. To be able to swiftly eliminate 500 assassins in such circumstances is something that, in the entirety of Qing Kingdom, is nearly unparalleled. However, if one were to insist that there indeed exists a formidable army under the command of a select few, it would be none other than the Qing clan. The Yi clan, the second prince, the Princess Royal, and Li Yun. The emperor did not respond immediately. He descended from the dragon throne and paced thoughtfully for a moment before speaking. Summon the Princess Royal. Eunuch Ho's expression shifted, and he bowed before swiftly exiting the imperial study to summon the Princess Royal from the Changxing Palace. Before long, the Princess Royal arrived at the imperial study. After a slight curtsy, the emperor did not permit her to take a seat as customary. Instead, he posed a direct inquiry. You are aware of the recent incident that transpired in the outskirts of the capital, are you not? Naturally, I am well aware. The Princess Royal replied with a faint smile. It seems those individuals intended to ambush me. Since Director Chen is present, I wish to inquire whether the mastermind has been apprehended. Hmph remained silent, casting a glance toward the emperor. Cease your pretense, Li Yunrui. You have amassed enough over the years. It is time for you and Li Yun's faction to halt, the emperor declared, his expression grave and his tone frosty. What does Your Majesty mean? I do not comprehend, the Princess Royal replied, tilting her head slightly in feigned confusion. With a resounding thud, the emperor slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising in anger. Are you still pretending to be oblivious? Li Yunrui, the mysterious force that has emerged in the outskirts, could it not be the work of you and Li Yun? Is this the conclusion of Director Chen's investigation? The Princess Royal turned to Hmph, inquiring, if there is a conclusion, where is the evidence? I would like to see it. Li Yunrui, the emperor rebuked. Do you truly believe that I cannot handle Li Yun? Have you secretly nurtured such a powerful army? Or do you seek to stage a rebellion and place Li Yun upon the throne? Your Majesty, Yun is not of royal blood, and he harbors no interest in the throne. I implore you not to make baseless assumptions, the Princess Royal replied calmly. The emperor fixed his gaze upon her. Are you implying that Li Yun intends to support the second prince? Whom Yun chooses to support is his affair. I shall not interfere with his decisions, the Princess Royal said, a hint of a smile gracing her features. The Emperor regarded her quietly, contemplating the veracity of her words. But if rebellion were not in play, the matter would be significantly easier to address. You may leave, he said, gesturing with his hand. I take my leave then, the Princess Royal said in a congenial tone, but the moment she turned to exit the imperial study, her countenance transformed to one of icy resolve. Chapter 71. A letter from Northern Qi the following morning. As Li Yun concluded his meditation, Qiuwu assisted him in freshening up. When Haidang announced that the second prince had invited Li Yun for a stroll. Very well, let us meet him. It has been some time since I arrived in the capital, and I have yet to make his acquaintance, Li Yun replied softly. Then the maidservant will send old Mo to prepare the carriage, Haidang stated as she prepared to withdraw. No need. Qiuwu and I shall walk, Li Yun replied. I have been in the capital for quite a while now and have yet to properly explore this grand city. Understood, Haidang responded. Li Yun departed from Bu Pavilion and made his way to a tranquil street. Young Master Yun, this way please. His Highness the second prince awaits you just ahead, greeted Xie Bayan at the street corner. Li Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Xie Bayan led the way, with Li Yun and Qiuwu following closely behind, until they arrived at a pavilion standing majestically in the center of the street. I was under the impression that you would not come, especially since in everyone's eyes. My aunt supports the crown prince, remarked the second prince, his face lighting up at the sight of Li Yun. I refuse to believe you have no information at all. As Li Yun spoke, he settled onto the soft couch opposite the second prince. There is some intelligence, albeit limited. I presumed you would receive news before I did. So I refrained from informing you, the second prince replied with a smile, pouring tea for Li Yun. To be able to dispatch a contingent of 500 for an ambush, it appears our esteemed crown prince is not as foolish as many believe. How could one who firmly holds the position of crown prince be simple-minded? Yet, he certainly plays the part well, fooling many. Li Yun lifted his cup and took a sip. So what are my aunt's recent plans? The second prince asked directly, showing no reluctance. Li Yun remained silent, instead writing two characters on the table, Qin family. The second prince's expression instantly turned serious. That individual is a trusted confidant in the palace. It would be challenging to move against him. As the national war approaches, this presents the perfect opportunity to bring him down, Li Yun stated meaningfully. Your Highness, I hope you comprehend that our ultimate adversary is not the crown prince, nor the empress. The second prince did not respond immediately. He pondered over his teacup. Li Yun, meanwhile, indulged in some grapes, savoring the moment. Very well. After a brief pause, the second prince made a decision. Let us proceed. However, should we manage to unseat him, it is highly likely that someone from the Yi family will take his place. The Yi family? Li Yun set down the grapes, gazing towards the horizon. I have been inquiring about Yi Liuyun's whereabouts recently. That old fellow seems to have vanished. Have you truly reached the level of Grandmaster? The second prince exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment and elation. One can only ascertain that after contending with Yi Liuyun, Li Yun replied with a smile, avoiding a direct answer. Nevertheless, the second prince's excitement remained unabated. In the Eastern Palace, Li Yun's rendezvous with the second prince swiftly reached the crown prince's ears. It seems there is no longer anything to discuss between my palace and my aunt, the crown prince remarked coldly, his heart brimming with resentment and indignation. It has been a long time since I visited my mother. It is time I paid her my respects. That afternoon, the merchant convoy of the Four Seas Trading Association entered the capital, bringing with it alarming news. Yan Bingyun would be captured by the Northern Qi's Imperial Guards in 4 days, amidst an assassination attempt on a high-ranking Northern Qi official, the Minister of Revenue, who would undoubtedly meet his demise. Zhang Dodo had already resolved that once Yan Bingyun was apprehended with evidence in hand, she would use this as a pretext to initiate a war against Nanqing. Immediately send Cheng Jushu back to Northern Qi, instructing him to inform Dodo to concentrate the attack on the border troops under the Qin family's command. The intelligence she requires will be provided, along with what she desires, Li Yun stated coldly. Understood, Haidang replied promptly. 3 to 4 days later, in the Imperial Palace, the Imperial Study. What did you say? Yan Bingyun assassinated the Minister of Revenue of Northern Qi and was caught in the act. The Emperor's eyes widened in shock, his tone laced with fury. That is what the intelligence indicates. Chen Ping's expression was gravely serious. According to my understanding, Yan Bingyun would not commit such an act. However, In the current climate of public outrage among the Northern Qi military and civilians, they might seize this as an excuse to initiate hostilities. At this moment, the emperor harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards Hmph. Yan Bingyun was destined to be captured by the Northern Qi, but not at this time. That would only occur after our Southern Qing emerged victorious in the national conflict against the Northern Qi. Yet, the situation had spiraled out of control. Convey the order for the Privy Council to swiftly formulate countermeasures. Inform Qin Yi that this battle must commence sooner than anticipated, the emperor commanded with a chilling tone. The murderous intent in his eyes unmistakable. Eunuch Ho bowed and retreated from the imperial study to head towards the Privy Council. This incident involving Yan Bingyun is exceedingly suspicious. Your inspection bureau must ascertain the truth promptly. Additionally, the intelligence network in the Northern Qi capital must be swiftly re-established. The emperor directed coldly. Fixing his gaze upon Hmph. I shall obey the command. Hmph responded, refraining from further dialogue or defense in the face of the emperor's discontent. The following morning, the Privy Council had already drafted a battle plan. The entire apparatus of the state began to mobilize for war against the Northern Qi. In the residence of the second prince, his representatives from the Privy Council delivered the plan to him. Qin Yi is personally leading the troops? The second prince found it hard to believe upon reviewing the battle strategy. Indeed, for the commander of the Northern Qi forces is Shang Shanhu, a formidable 9th-rank warrior, replied Xiaobian. Moreover, since Qin Yi is at the helm, the efficacy of this plan will hinge largely on the opposing side's actions. Understood. The second prince showed no hesitation and ordered immediate execution of the plan, dispatching trusted aides to carry it out. Understood, Xiaobian promptly acknowledged. As various factions set their plans into motion, Li Yun and Xiao Wu had already arrived at the inspection bureau. When informed of Li Yun's presence, Hmph furrowed his brow, sensing that Li Yun's intentions were far from simple. Upon entering the inspection bureau, they were guided by Zhu Ge. Observing the bustling environment, Li Yun was struck by a sudden urge to laugh. It seemed that few here had retained their original ideals. The director is inside, Zhu Ge informed, leading Li Yun down a somewhat dim corridor. Li Yun ignored Zhu Ge, proceeding directly with Xiao Wu. Director Chen's health is poor. It is best to avoid lingering in such dark and damp places, Li Yun remarked, glancing at Hmph, who sat in a wheelchair, a faint smile gracing his features. There is no need for Ping Jiangzi to worry, Hmph replied calmly. Now that Ping Jiangzi has arrived, I presume you seek an explanation? There's no rush. Li Yun observed the surroundings, noting the presence of several individuals lying in wait, likely concerned he might harm Hmph. He shifted his gaze back to Hmph's legs. I have heard that Director Chen sacrificed his legs to capture the Northern Qi's formidable foe, Xiaoan. May I meet the individual for whom you endured such a cost? At this utterance, Hmph's expression turned icy as he regarded Li Yun with disdain. What's the matter? Is it inconvenient? Li Yun inquired once more. Hmph regained his composure, allowing a smile to emerge. Naturally, it is no issue. Since I have made a promise to Ping Jiangzi, I shall fulfill it. Please, follow me. With that, Li Yun and Xiao Wu walked past Hmph's wheelchair. In a state of physical limitation, I requested assistance from Ping Jiangzi to give me a push. Hmph remarked from behind. Li Yun cast a glance backward, but did not halt his stride. Hmph shook his head. Soon after, a shadow appeared, propelling the wheelchair deeper into the dungeons of the Supervisory Bureau. The quartet quickly arrived before a dungeon forged from fine steel, guarded by 2 sentinels. This was the prison where Xiaoan was held. Did Ping Jiangzi wish to enter? Hmph inquired, gesturing toward the steel cell. Naturally, I wish to take a look, Li Yun replied. Open the cell door, Hmph indicated. The 2 guards retrieved keys, preparing to unlock the heavy chains. No need, Li Yun replied nonchalantly. Before he finished speaking, he approached, twisting the lock, which snapped off effortlessly. Hmph's expression instantly turned grave. The shadow's pupils constricted sharply. Li Yun chuckled, Director Chen, how fragile are the locks of your prison? Has the money for the locks been embezzled? He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Hmph exchanged glances with the shadow, who slightly shook his head, prompting Hmph to nod in silence. The shadow wheeled the chair inside. Within the dungeon, Xiaoan's limbs were bound by chains of fine steel. Upon hearing the commotion, he slowly raised his head, only to see a young man accompanied by a maid enter. His gaze soon fell upon the face of Hmph, which he intensely loathed. Hmph, you actually came to see me? Xiaoan expressed his astonishment. It is not I, Hmph replied with a faint smile, gesturing toward Li Yun. This is our esteemed Ping Jiangzi from Deqing, and it is he who wishes to meet you. Oh, Xiaowen's eyes widened in surprise as he regarded Li Yun. Ping Jiangzi, youngster, to be conferred a title at such a tender age, you must be favored by your emperor. His tone was calm, as if they were merely engaging in casual conversation. TSK, 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 Li Yun circled around Xiaowen, finally locking eyes with him. Truly, you are the king of espionage in Beiqi. Those eyes of yours rival even Qin Ping's venom. Xiaowen cast a puzzled glance at Qin Ping, but upon noticing Qin Ping's lack of reaction, he withdrew his gaze. Interesting, genuinely interesting. Qin Ping, could this be your successor at the supervisory bureau? You must keep a close watch on him. His gaze toward Li Yun suddenly turned icy with murderous intent. Qiu Wu stepped forward, ready to strike. Li Yun halted her, smiling as he turned to Qin Ping. Director Chun, since Xiaowen is the king of espionage in Beiqi, he must possess considerable knowledge. Has he endured torture? Indeed, he has, Qin Ping replied, also smiling. Though for Xiaowen, such punishment held little significance. Very well, Li Yun nodded slightly. Then let me witness the extent of Mr. Xiaowen's arrogance. As his words fell, the temperature around Li Yun plummeted. The shadow immediately pushed Qin Ping back, both their expressions astonished as they gazed at Li Yun. Xiaowen was equally taken aback. The true essence of this youth was unexpectedly commanding and frigid. Li Yun raised his hand, channeling his energy, causing the damp air within the cell to coalesce into a slender ice crystal. Secret technique of concealed weapons, life and death talisman. Xiaowen, may your pride reflect your name. With that, Li Yun waved his hand, and the ice crystal pierced directly into Xiaowen's body. At the moment the icy crystals invaded his body, Xiaowen merely shuddered slightly, a trace of disdainful mockery gracing his features. As the king of spies from Beiqi, who had infiltrated Deqing for many years and weathered countless storms, what tortures had he not witnessed? Bone-breaking, skin-flaying, water torture. He had long regarded pain as inconsequential. This chill was nothing but child's play. Ping Jiangzi, is this truly your method? Xiaowen's scornful words had yet to fully escape his lips when the disdain on his face abruptly solidified. An indescribable itch, akin to thousands of ants suddenly emerging from the marrow of his bones, began to gnaw frantically at his limbs and sinews. This was no ordinary itch. It penetrated the nerves, burrowing into the marrow, inciting an unbearable urge to tear flesh from bone. Xiaowen let out a muffled groan, his body tensing violently. The metal chains binding his wrists and ankles screeching in protest against his frantic struggles. Veins bulged on his forehead, teeth clenched tightly, as he attempted to wield his formidable willpower against this inhumane torment. Cold sweat streamed down him like a river, soaking his tattered prison garb. However, this was merely the beginning. The deep-seated itch had yet to subside when an even more intense pain erupted, as if every muscle and sinew were being mercilessly torn asunder. It felt like countless heated steel needles simultaneously piercing his joints, tendons, and internal organs. The agony surged through his nerves like a tsunami, instantly drowning his remaining sanity. A shriek, so piercing it scarcely resembled human sound, erupted violently from Xiaowen's throat. He could no longer maintain the composure and pride befitting the king of spies, his entire being twisted and convulsed like a fish out of water. The chains rattled as he strained against them, the sturdy steel shackles leaving deep, crimson marks on his wrists and ankles. His eyes burned crimson, nearly bulging from their sockets, tears and saliva flowing uncontrollably from his mouth. In that moment, there was no semblance of the dignity of a ninth-tier master. He was unmistakably a wretched spirit thrashing in the infernos of hell. Kill me, Qin Ping, in my life. Xiaowen howled, his voice contorted and deformed by the excruciating agony, suffused with desperate pleading. The will he had once taken pride in crumbled like a sandcastle before the unimaginable torment that surpassed human endurance. He longed to escape this inhuman suffering immediately, even if it meant death. Qin Ping sat in his wheelchair. The calm demeanor he once possessed had vanished without a trace, replaced by unmistakable shock and gravity. He had witnessed countless tortures and seen numerous tough men crumble under punishment, yet he had never encountered such a bizarre, efficient, and chilling pain. This was no ordinary internal injury. The Shadow's pupils constricted sharply, muscles taut, instinctively positioning himself a half-step in front of Qin Ping. The gaze he cast towards Li Yun was filled with unprecedented trepidation, just as Xiaowen's will was on the brink of complete collapse. His spirit teetering on the edge of disintegration, his body convulsed violently from the alternating torments of pain an itch, leaving only desperate, dissonant gasps in his throat. When Li Yun made his move, with a flick of his fingers, a minuscule speck of white powder, exuding an unusual fragrance akin to that of dust, accurately found its way into the gaping mouth of Xiao En, who was in excruciating pain. The powder dissolved instantly upon contact, akin to the long-awaited rain after a drought or a bucket of ice water poured upon the raging fires of hell. The profound agony that tore through his very bones and the maddening itch that gnawed at him receded like a tide. Swift in its arrival and even swifter in its departure, Xiao En suddenly faltered, as though all his bones had been extracted, leaving him limp in the frigid grip of iron chains, gasping violently as if he had narrowly escaped from death. Drenched in cold sweat, he resembled someone just pulled from the depths of water, his gaze vacant, filled with endless dread and confusion, as if he had just awoken from the darkest of nightmares. The dungeon fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the sound of Xiao En's heavy, trembling breaths echoing through the air. Li Yun looked down upon the prostrate Xiao En with astonishment, exclaiming, "Mr. Xiao En, you are truly impressive, managing to withstand my secret technique." Yet, Xiao En offered no response. The terror in his eyes as he looked at Li Yun was palpable. He had been on the brink of surrender when Li Yun unexpectedly provided him with the antidote. Chapter 73. The Crown Prince's Expedition. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of Northern Qi, in the study of Zhang Dodo, swift steeds hastened their journey, and the great tree was finally returned to Northern Qi, accompanied not only by Yun Xiu but also by a book, The Art of War. Zhang Dodo pondered in confusion. This was a gift from Li Yun, who claimed that mastering the principles within would ensure victory for Northern Qi, even against the might of Southern Qing. Hiding Dodo, lounging casually with her legs crossed, remarked, "Even if our armies falter, this knowledge can still lead us to triumph." Curiosity piqued, Zhang Dodo opened the book, and the very first line struck her with resounding clarity. War is of utmost importance to the state, a matter of life and death, the path to survival and extinction. It must not be neglected. Hiding Dodo was taken aback. This book had been sent by Li Yun, revealing his surprising knowledge of military affairs and captivating Dodo so thoroughly. Previously, she had thoroughly enjoyed the copy of Journey to the West that Li Yun had left behind. After a while, Zhang Dodo closed The Art of War, her face radiating determination. This book must not fall into Shang Shanhu's hands, at least not for now. Therefore, Dodo, I shall lead the expedition myself. Impossible. Hiding Dodo immediately countered, "Do not forget that you are with child now. The Empress Dowager will never consent." Nevertheless, Zhang Dodo asserted solemnly, "I shall embark secretly. This battle is already inevitable, and with Li Yun strategizing for me, I cannot afford to lose. Northern Qi must not falter." Hiding Dodo was well aware of the stakes involved in this conflict. However, she sighed in exasperation. "Oh, how vexing. I must consult the Empress Dowager. And if you intend to go to the front lines, both my elder brother and I must accompany you." Upon learning of Zhang Dodo's intent to join the front lines, the Empress Dowager wasted no time in meeting with her. At the same time, news of the Emperor's plans to head to the borders reached the palace. Upon seeing Zhang Dodo, the Empress Dowager promptly declared, "I cannot agree. Dodo, you are only recently pregnant. You cannot endure the hardships of the border." "Mother." Zhang Dodo's eyes brimmed with determination. "You must understand that this battle is one that Beiqi absolutely cannot afford to lose. As for Shang Shanhu, Li Yun has already provided me with the means to control this fierce tiger. Furthermore, my safety is not a concern. My current strength is formidable." Observing the resolute glimmer in Zhang Dodo's gaze, the Empress Dowager opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for how to dissuade her. This child has always been resolute. Once she makes a decision, no one can sway her. "Dodo, your mother can acquiesce to your wishes," the Empress Dowager declared, her expression grave. "But you must take Duo and Lang Tao with you. Your safety is paramount." "Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, should we inform Li Yun about this matter? I believe he would not allow any harm to befall you," Si Lili suggested. Zhang Dodo shook her head in refusal. "There is no need to inform Li Yun. I am the Emperor of Beiqi. I do not wish for him to perceive me as ineffectual." Si Lili glanced at Haiteng Duo, who shook her head in agreement. It was futile to attempt to persuade Zhang Dodo, given her strong-willed nature. In the capital of Nanqing, Li Yun and his companions emerged from the dungeon where Xiao En was imprisoned. Throughout their journey back to the surface, neither Qinping nor Yingzi uttered a word. Finally, upon reaching the surface, Qin Ping could no longer contain himself. Ping Jiangzi. Did you come to the Inspection Institute merely to see Xiao In? Is there nothing else? Li Yun halted, turning to regard Qin Ping. Observing Xiao In was merely incidental. My primary objective was to see you, Director Chun, and the people here. What do you mean by that? Qin Ping inquired, perplexed. Nothing of consequence. Li Yun replied with a faint smile. Director Chun, please continue with your work. I shall take my leave. With that, he departed alongside Qiu Wu, not lingering any longer. After Li Yun's departure, Zhu Gu and Yin Ruahai approached. What was his purpose for coming to the Inspection Institute? What does it signify? Was it merely to torment Xiao In? Yin Ruahai asked directly. In my view, it seems he is conducting some form of experiment, seeking a person with unwavering resolve as a subject. In the capital, there is no one more suitable than Xiao In, Zhu Gu remarked. Let us first focus on the national war. This battle is somewhat rushed, and many preparations are insufficient. Regarding intelligence, we must avoid any unforeseen complications. Qin Ping stated with a serious tone. Indeed, Director, both Zhu Gu and Yin Ruahai replied in unison. Director, Lord Gong has arrived. At that moment, someone entered to report. The individuals present were somewhat taken aback. Soon, Lord Gong hurried in, taking small, quick steps, and from his pocket, he produced a roll of yellow cloth, speaking in hushed tones. Director Chun, His Majesty's secret decree. Qin Ping took it, glanced at the contents, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The emperor had secretly dispatched the crown prince to accompany Qin Yi in the campaign. Moreover, he emphasized that this battle must be won at all costs, instructing the Inspection Institute to ensure robust intelligence support. Please convey to His Majesty that I understand, Qin Ping responded. Then this old servant shall take his leave. Lord Gong replied before exiting the Inspection Institute. Qin Ping handed the secret decree to Zhu Gu and Yin Ruahai. After reading it, both were astonished. The crown prince is the foundation of the nation, yet His Majesty had permitted him to accompany the army into battle. It seems His Majesty believes that Princess Chang can no longer support the crown prince, and with Li Yun's close ties to the second prince, the emperor intends for the crown prince to accumulate military merit and foster connections with the Qin family, Qin Ping murmured. The matter has become all the more delicate. Yin Ruahai's expression turned exceedingly grave, for he was primarily responsible for intelligence beyond the capital. The crux of the issue is that this matter cannot remain concealed. The crown prince's departure from the capital is no trivial affair, Zhu Gu stated solemnly. Strive to contain the news, even if others discover the crown prince's departure. Ensure they remain unaware of his journey to the borders, Qin Ping instructed. I shall do my utmost, Yin Ruahai replied. The following day, Qin Yi set off. Li Yun and the second prince observed from a pavilion at the street's edge. I have already bribed several individuals placed within the border troops by the crown prince. When the time comes, they will lend their assistance, the second prince remarked calmly, as though discussing a matter of little consequence. Unless absolutely necessary, let them remain undisclosed. Perhaps even in direct confrontation, Qin Yi may not prevail, Li Yun said, cradling a cup of milk tea, a faint smile gracing his face. Oh, the second prince was somewhat taken aback by Li Yun's words. Could it be that the northern Qi possesses individuals capable of surpassing Qin Yi in military affairs? That remains uncertain, Li Yun replied, taking a sip of his icy drink. Prepare for contingencies, such as the negotiations between the two nations should Qin Yi indeed falter. If he truly loses, even the emperor's desire to protect the Qin family will be in vain. The entire Qin shall be watching this battle. The second prince's gaze flickered, his tone betraying an uncontainable excitement. Young master, your highness. At that moment, Haidang arrived at the pavilion. Li Yun turned to face Haidang. Young master, his highness has summoned you to the palace, Haidang reported. Understood, Li Yun acknowledged with a wave, then turned to the second prince. I shall take my leave. The second prince nodded in assent. Chapter 74, A Lame Crown Prince? Does this feel somewhat familiar? As soon as he crossed the threshold of the Changxin Palace, the metallic clinking of the patrolman Yan Xiaoi's Imperial Guard armor echoed in Li Yun's ears. Young Master Yun, Yan Xiaoi saluted, standing tall and straight, his demeanor imbued with a resolute respect. His profound gratitude towards the Princess Royal was now extended to Li Yun as well. You have worked hard, Commander Yan. Li Yun nodded, offering no further words, for Yan Xiaoi was now the leader of the Imperial Guards. The two passed each other, the sound of armor swiftly swallowed by the palace walls. Chunmei led the way, her steps as light as a cat's, and after traversing the corridor, They arrived at a secluded little garden within the Changxing Palace. This was the private domain of the Princess Royal, and aside from Chunmei, only the 4 handmaidens, Zanhua, Yu Tang, Xiao Li, and Ning Lu, whom Li Yun had placed there, attended her. The Princess Royal, with her back to the entrance, was bent over tending to a rare jade flower. The thin spring garment clung to her waist, accentuating its graceful curve. The gentle rustle of the blossoms and the subtle snip of scissors suggested her complete immersion in the task at hand. A smile crept across Li Yun's lips as he silently approached, his arm encircling her slender yet strong waist. Inhaling deeply, the tip of his nose nearly brushed against the skin of her nape. Ru'er, you smell delightful. The Princess Royal's body tensed momentarily before relaxing again. She did not turn back, her voice tinged with a playful annoyance, akin to a gentle scratch upon the heart. Do not disturb this exquisite jade seal reflecting the moon. How much effort have I expended to nurture it? As she spoke, her waist subtly arched backward, brushing against Li Yun's presence like a languid yet restless cat. Li Yun understood this hidden quirk beneath her composed exterior all too well. His fingers glided along her supple waistline, lightly teasing the side of her hip. A gesture so inadvertent it barely registered, before he withdrew his touch. In the corners of the garden, Chunmei and 4 maidens bowed their heads, their gazes fixed, as if they were statues frozen in time. Li Yun settled into a nearby rattan chair, his eyes glued to her silhouette. Sunlight outlined her form. Even her hair seemed to shimmer. After a brief moment, the scissors were gently placed upon the stone table. The princess approached a basin of water, methodically washing away the earth and grass from her hands, droplets cascading down her fair fingers. She did not glance at Li Yun, instead making her way to a chaise lounge adorned with soft cushions, reclining gracefully, as if she were a meticulously crafted painting of a noble woman. Come over here. Her voice was soft, yet the final note carried an undeniable allure. At your service, my empress, Li Yun replied with an understanding smile as he rose to join her. Just as he took his seat, her long, elegant legs draped over his thigh without reservation, warm and fragrant, a weighty presence. Li Yun grasped her delicate ankle and slipped off her pristine white stockings. The arch of her foot was exquisite, the skin cool and refined. His thumb pressed gently on the acupoint of her sole. A brief, muffled sound escaped her lips, a mix of comfort and an intentional invitation, echoing distinctly in the serene garden. The other foot continued to restlessly caress his leg. The crown prince has vanished. She spoke with her eyes closed. Her tone as casual as discussing the weather. Vanished? Li Yun's grip did not falter, yet his brow furrowed in concern. Was he absent from the Eastern Palace? Or had he already left the capital? He disappeared last night. My people only delivered the news this morning. The princess remained in her tranquil repose, relishing the tingling sensation radiating from her soles. Qin Yi has left the city today, and the crown prince has not made an appearance. Vanished, Li Yun mused, a low chuckle escaping him, filled with understanding. With the national war looming, the esteemed heir apparent is nowhere to be found, and he has not attended court either. Yet, the empress remained silent. The princess's voice lingered, and the restless foot began to move once more. Li Yun firmly grasped her smooth ankle, preventing further mischief. Yun'er, tell me, at such a critical juncture, where could this crown prince possibly be? She finally opened her eyes, her gaze playful and languid. When the walls crumble, the crowd pushes. Without Ru'er's overt support, and with Fan Xian at odds with him, this piece in the empress's hand is swiftly becoming isolated. Li Yun's fingers circled her soul, applying just the right amount of pressure. At this pivotal moment, aside from heading to the borders, where else could he be? A soft, ambiguous hum escaped her lips, suggesting agreement, or perhaps merely the pleasure of his touch. It seems our empress wishes to gild the crown prince, while simultaneously drawing him closer to Qin Yi. Perhaps to win over some military hearts? Ru'er. Li Yun's gaze fell upon her face, the long lashes casting small shadows as her eyes remained closed, while the sunlight kissed her cheeks with a delicate blush, reminiscent of exquisite porcelain. His voice deepened slightly. You must have planned this long ago, right? You summoned me here for a purpose. Suddenly, the princess extended her hand, not to caress, but to seize the fabric of Li Yun's chest, yanking it down forcefully. Caught off guard, Li Yun leaned forward, his hands instinctively bracing against the soft couch on either side of her, enveloping her entirely beneath him. A heady mixture of sunlight, flowers, and her unique fragrance enveloped him, so intoxicating that it momentarily stole his breath away, leaving him slightly dizzy. She tilted her face upwards, mere inches apart, her warm breath brushing against his lips. Her usually imposing eyes sparkled with an astonishing intensity, radiating an almost frenzied heat as she whispered softly, Wan'er, what do you say we take this opportunity to ensure the crown prince remains buried in the dust of the frontier forever? Li Yun lifted his left hand, gently stroking the princess's cheek, the warmth of his palm gradually soothing the wildness in her expression. It would be easy to eliminate him. But I have considered a scenario. If the crown prince were to die, the emperor would likely support the second prince, pitting him against us. Li Yun spoke softly. The princess listened, pondering for a moment, finding merit in his reasoning. Seeing her regain her composure, Li Yun reclined closely beside her, propping his head up with one hand while the other continued to play with the strands of her hair at her temples. In this battle, Qin Yi will lose. Thus, even if the crown prince attempts to ally with Qin Yi, it would bear little fruit. Although it is not yet time to kill the crown prince, rendering him a cripple is certainly feasible. A cripple? The princess was taken aback, then a manic smile spread across her face in the grand Daching. The heir apparent could be a cripple. How amusing to contemplate. She gazed at Li Yun, her palm resting against his cheek, her eyes suddenly thick with intensity. Little man, how have I never noticed your wickedness before? Does Her Majesty the Empress appreciate this? Li Yun ceased to toy with her hair, instead wrapping his arms around her slender waist. A soft, tantalizing hum escaped her lips, prompting Li Yun to lean down and gently capture her vibrant lower lip. Chapter 75. The Emperor Fishing with the Crown Prince? In the imperial study, candlelight flickered, illuminating the emperor's focused face as he meticulously sharpened arrows. The sharp sound of metal scraping against stone resonated clearly in the stillness. Li Yun has entered the palace? The emperor's head remained bowed, his tone flat. Yes, your majesty, replied the eunuch, Gong Gong, who stood nearby, bowing deeply. After entering, Li Yun headed straight to the princess's Chongqing palace, and since then, no one has dared to approach to inquire further. The emperor continued to hone the arrowheads, their edges glinting coldly in the candlelight. Keep a close watch on their subordinates. What of the second prince? Any developments? The second prince seems unaware that the crown prince has already set off for the frontier. So there has been no activity on his part, the eunuch replied cautiously. Ensure he learns of it promptly, the emperor commanded with a calm demeanor, though a subtle chill flickered beneath his composed exterior. Let us observe how he chooses to act. Understood. The eunuch responded immediately, his back tightening slightly. On the official road from Kyoto to the border, a modest carriage rolled over the dirt path, producing a monotonous clatter. Inside the carriage, the crown prince sat alone. His face bore little expression, yet a stiff smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, his eyes icy. This journey to the border was not one he wished to undertake, but the secret decree compelled him to comply. What? The crown prince has gone to the border? The second prince soon learned of the news, disbelief etched across his face. He understood that even without the intelligence he provided to the northern Qi, the outcome of the war would likely favor the northern Qi, rendering the great Qing's victory improbable. Now, the crown prince had actually ventured to the border? Xie Bian stood opposite him, nodding affirmatively. The news is true. The crown prince is no longer in the eastern palace. It was time to consult with his aunt. The second prince's tone was slow and cold, contemplating whether this opportunity could be seized to ensure the crown prince remained at the border indefinitely. I shall head to Bishui Xian at once. With that, Xie Bian turned and departed. The second prince slowly took his seat, unconsciously fingering the cold teacup, his eyes narrowing as thoughts raced through his mind. This opportunity was monumental. If successful, perhaps his heart, which had been in turmoil, could finally find peace. Li Yun returned to Bishui Xian to find Xie Bian waiting for him. Young Master Yun, Xie Bian greeted. Indeed, Li Yun nodded, curiosity piqued. You returned late. Did you dine with the princess? Xie Bian offered no reply, but handed Li Yun a note. Upon receiving it, Li Yun glanced at its contents and understood its significance. At that moment, Haiding quietly approached and whispered a few words into Li Yun's ear. He nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Xie Bian, saying, "Let us go." With that, he strode towards the exit, and Xie Bian promptly followed. Upon reaching the second prince, they found him at dinner, surprisingly indulging in a meat dish instead of the usual vegetarian hot pot, with 2 plates of beef added. "Ah, you've come?" The second prince exclaimed, rising hastily. "Would you care for some more?" "No, I had plenty of soup at the palace and am quite full. Please, continue your meal, and we shall converse afterward." Li Yun replied, taking a seat beside him and casually picking at a bunch of grapes. The soup from your aunt, is that delightful? The second prince inquired, somewhat astonished. Li Yun hesitated, a subtle expression crossing his face. Indeed, my aunt personally prepared the soup tonight. I indulged in several bowls. Your aunt cooked herself? The second prince asked. Surprised. Indeed, Li Yun confirmed. The second prince chuckled, feeling that Li Yun's temperament resonated with his own. Then I shall eat while we speak. The crown prince's secret journey to the border presents an opportunity. Li Yun leisurely popped a grape into his mouth and replied, Do you not find this matter rather peculiar? Peculiar? The second prince paused, chopsticks halted midair. Indeed, I learned of the crown prince's journey to the border at noon, alongside my aunt. Thus, I had someone keep an eye on the source of the information, Li Yun stated plainly. The news delivered to you was intentionally leaked. Intentionally. The second prince's voice suddenly rose, his chopsticks clattering onto the table. He rose to his feet and paced a few steps by the table, his expression shifting. The war with Northern Qi had commenced, and the outcome was uncertain. The crown prince secretly journeying to the border at such a time. What a folly. He muttered to himself, disappointment saturating his tone. This was a trap set by someone within the palace. Li Yun bit into another grape, his voice resonating clearly. Or perhaps it was a snare laid specifically for us. He merely wished to observe whether we would take action, whether we dared to act. A short, cold laugh escaped the second prince, imbued with a chilling essence. Our esteemed monarch's heart is indeed colder than ice. Even his own flesh and blood, the crown prince, is used as bait to test us. Beneath his words lay not only bitterness, but also a barely perceptible tremor. Thus, Li Yun shook his head, perceiving all as mere pawns in a game. Harbor no expectations of him. I understand now. The second prince's voice had grown utterly frigid. He resumed his seat, summoning a pot of wine. The news tonight washed over him like a bucket of icy water, chilling him to the core and instilling a sense of dread. Rest assured, Qin Yi will not emerge victorious this time, Li Yun asserted confidently. Let us hope so, the second prince replied, lifting his cup, his voice somewhat parched. I shall take my leave now. As Li Yun stood and approached the door, he paused and turned back, saying, by the way, since the crown prince has been pushed to the border by the emperor, you must exercise double caution in your affairs here. Those handling this matter are the most trusted confidants. There must be no mistakes. As for the supervisory court, the second prince smirked slightly, a hint of sardonic amusement in his smile. To speak frankly, the supervisory court is rather easy to manage. Just keep that in mind. With that, Li Yun said no more, waved his hand, and departed. Only the second prince and Xie Bayan remained in the dining hall. To use one's own son, the crown prince, as bait, such a heart is truly made of stone, the second prince murmured, staring into his cup. Xie Bayan silently refilled his glass and poured himself a drink. The two exchanged no words as they drank together. On his way back to Bishi Pavilion, Li Yun toyed with a folding fan, tucked behind his back. It is no wonder that even the crown prince would ultimately rebel. This emperor is indeed a competent ruler. However, you seek to make an enemy of me. Suddenly, Li Yun halted in his tracks. Come out. Your skills cannot be concealed from me. His voice, though not loud, pierced the night air with clarity. As his words dissipated, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows nearby. It is the shadow. Speak. What do you desire from me? Li Yun inquired, turning his gaze toward the figure. I wish to test you, to see if you are truly a grandmaster. The shadow was direct. Li Yun remained rooted in place, unyielding. The shadow's eyes sharpened suddenly, hand resting upon the hilt of his sword. The moment the blade was drawn, a cold light flashed. He transformed into a blurred silhouette, the sword tip darting forth like a venomous snake, accompanied by a sharp sound as it aimed directly at Li Yun's throat. Li Yun's demeanor remained unperturbed. Just as the icy blade was about to graze his skin, his hand finally moved. Swiftly, so fast that only an afterimage remained. Two slender fingers seemed to materialize from thin air, perfectly pinching the swiftly thrusting sword tip. The shadow's pupils contracted sharply. He unleashed a surge of strength, his arm muscles bulging as he attempted to withdraw the sword. Yet, to his astonishment, it remained utterly immobile. Those two fingers, seemingly forged from iron, rendered his efforts futile. The blade could not be stirred, even a fraction. The shock in the shadow's eyes swiftly transformed into terror, for he was a pinnacle master of the 9th rank. Yet, his sword was effortlessly pinched by Li Yun. Chapter 76. Fanxian seeks help upon returning to the Supervisory Institute. The shadow found Chen Ping awaiting him. How did it go? Chen Ping inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the shadow. The shadow shook his head, his expression grave. The disparity in strength is insurmountable. I cannot ascertain whether he is indeed a grandmaster. However, one thing is certain. Even if he is not, he is far beyond the capabilities of any ninth-rank practitioner. This assessment momentarily stunned Hmph. Soon after, his keen eyes detected an anomaly. He noticed the shadow's hand gripping the sword was subtly trembling. "What is wrong with your hand?" Hmph pressed, his tone growing somber. "It is shaken by his true energy," the shadow replied, his voice somewhat dry. He chose not to elaborate further, merely unsheathing his own sword with a click. Hmph's pupils constricted sharply. That glimmering sword had, astonishingly, snapped into 2 pieces. "I only made one move." The shadow's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor, "but I did not even strike. I merely extended 2 fingers to pinch the edge of my blade, and then it broke." The room fell into a profound silence. Hmph stood quietly, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest of his wheelchair. Earlier that evening, he had conversed with Fan Xian, casually alluding to Li Yun. He had implied that Fan Xian should steer clear of Li Yun, for the latter had become an immense trouble. After perusing the emperor's secret edict and learning of the prince's deployment to the border, Hmph comprehended the emperor's intentions with clarity. This emperor, as ever, was ruthlessly cunning. He could not allow Fan Xian to draw too close to Li Yun. Otherwise, the latter's aspirations to assume control of the Supervisory Institute would become exceedingly arduous. Contemplating this, Hmph could not help but curse Fan Xian, that scoundrel, countless times for the debacle of a marriage pact. Now, the situation had grown increasingly precarious. At the Fan residence, Fan Xian produced a box, placing it carefully on the table as he conversed with Wu Zhu. "Uncle, I believe Old Li should know how to open this box." "Suit yourself," Wu Zhu replied in his usual succinct manner. "The item belongs to your mother. If you trust he can be relied upon, then give it a try." However, he paused, his gaze penetrating as it fixed on Fan Xian's face. "This is something the young lady left for you." Fan Xian met his gaze earnestly, stating, "Uncle, rest assured. From my encounter with him that day, it is evident that Old Li is well informed about my affairs. If he truly wished me harm, I would not be here now, even with your protection." Wu Zhu merely nodded, his tone devoid of fluctuation. "You decide." Fan Xian pushed the box toward Wu Zhu. "Uncle, I must trouble you to deliver this box to Old Li's residence. I am presently unable to meet him directly." "Very well," Wu Zhu acknowledged, lifting the box and disappearing swiftly beyond the courtyard gate. Fan Xian gazed upon the desolate courtyard, his thoughts once again returning to Hmph. This individual possessed a piercing gaze, as if he could see directly into the depths of one's soul. Li Yun had previously cautioned him that although Hmph was unwaveringly loyal to his mother and would eventually entrust the Supervisory Institute to him, the man harbored heavy thoughts. Certain matters must remain concealed from him. Once he learned the identity of his adversary and the true enemy, he would inevitably seek to control the terrifying behemoth that was the Supervisory Institute. No one understood the potency of information better than he and Li Yun. If he wished to assume control of the Supervisory Institute from Hmph, he could not grow too close to Li Yun, and it was likely that he would need to perform a charade. The memories of his mother's tragic demise, the life he had been compelled to lead over the years, and the Emperor's exploitation of both his mother and himself ignited an unquenchable fury within him. At Bishi Pavilion, Li Yun had just shed his outer robe when Xiao Wu and Hmph had already donned delicate, gossamer garments, the misty bath awaiting his presence. Hastily, Haitang entered, reporting, "Young master, Lord Wu Zhu has arrived with a box and wishes to see you." Li Yun, resigned, opened his arms. "Please help me get dressed again. You two may enjoy the water for a while. I shall investigate this matter. We will await your return, young master," came the soft, melodic voices of Xiao Wu and Hmph. The two quickly stepped forward, efficiently assisting Li Yun in reattiring himself. Upon reaching the front courtyard, the sight of the box in Wu Zhu's hands revealed the situation. "Fan Xian said you could be trusted, and he wishes to inquire if there is a way to open this box," Wu Zhu stated plainly. Li Yun nodded slightly. "Indeed, there is a method, though it will require some time. Once the box is opened, I will have someone contact Fan Xian." "Good," Wu Zhu replied, setting down the box before turning to leave. Li Yun withdrew his gaze towards the box. "It's just a box," Haidang remarked, somewhat puzzled. "If the lock is unopenable, why not just break it?" She regarded the box, finding it rather unremarkable. A smile crept across Li Yun's lips. "Why don't you give it a try? If you manage to break it, you won't have to wait in line tonight. I'll allow you to serve me directly." Haidang's cheeks flushed crimson. She fell silent, her eyes narrowing, fingers curling into claws, emitting a sharp slicing sound as she forcefully clawed at the surface of the box. 5 streaks of fierce energy sliced through. Yet the box remained utterly unmoved, not even a white mark left behind. Haidang was left stunned, her face a portrait of astonishment. How about that? Care to try again? Li Yun teased, his eyes gleaming with mischief. No, I want to try again, Haidang stammered, her face even more flushed, mumbling softly. I should have realized that if brute force could solve it, they wouldn't have sought you out, young master. You're merely toying with me. All right, tomorrow it will be your turn. Put the box away, Li Yun said, pinching Haitang's warm cheek before retreating to the rear courtyard, where 2 more little spirits awaited his command. Yes, young master, Haitang responded, utterly elated. Li Yun had not anticipated that Fan Xian would entrust him with the task of opening this box. Considering the presence of the Barret within, he found the entire situation somewhat absurd. An artificial intelligence capable of creating a bionic robot like Wu Zhu and constructing interstellar spacecraft would still resort to employing a Barret as a weapon? This is akin to Wakanda in Marvel, where the technology is remarkably advanced. Yet the weapons employed are merely spears, humorous indeed. Returning to the fragrant pond in the backyard, mist swirls in the air. Li Yun indulged in an exquisite and intoxicating service, ultimately embracing both Chiu Wu and Inger, their smooth and tender forms, and succumbed to a deep slumber. In the courtyard, the water rippled gently, reflecting the hazy glow of the lights. Chapter 77, The Northern Qi Offensive. Northern Qi, Qiuhu Pass and Liaozhou. A thin veil of morning mist enveloped the undulating hills and withered grasslands, cloaking the land soon to be ignited by the flames of war in a shroud of chilling desolation. Atop Qiuhu Pass, the black flag adorned with golden dragons, emblematic of Northern Qi, fluttered fiercely in the brisk morning breeze. At the highest point of the city tower, Jean Dodo donned a dark-hued light armor, draped in a dark golden dragon cloak symbolizing imperial authority, standing resolutely against the wind. She wore no heavy helmet, her long, jet-black hair simply gathered, revealing a smooth and full forehead and a face that exuded heroism yet appeared somewhat pallid. Hai Dodo and Lang Tao stood like 2 silent iron towers, flanking her sides, their sharp gazes scanning the area below the city. Her eyes, piercing through the low battlements, were fixed upon the gray expanse to the south, the territory belonging to southern Qing. Unconsciously, her fingertips lightly brushed over her abdomen, where a new life was blossoming, representing the future hope of northern Qi. Yet in this moment, there was no hint of hesitation or softness in her gaze, only the frigid steeliness of ice that spanned 1,000 miles. Your Majesty, all divisions have assembled as per the plan, awaiting your command. A general clad in fine armor stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, his voice resonant with martial fervor. He was Hoi, the commander of Qiuhu Pass, renowned for his valor and fearlessness. Jean Dodo did not turn back, only slowly raised her right hand, then brought it down with force. Dispatch the orders. Qiuhu and Chongting Pass, according to plan, launched the attack. Understood. The general clasped his fists in acknowledgement and swiftly departed. In the next instant, the deep and penetrating sound of a bullhorn abruptly shattered the serene morning at the border. The heavy gates of Qiuhu Pass thundered open amidst the clamor of the winch. Kill! The deafening battle cries erupted like thunder from a clear sky, reverberating instantaneously. The elite infantry of northern Qi, already poised for action within the pass, surged forth like a torrent of black steel, marching in a disciplined phalanx, their heavy steps echoing with the power to shake the earth. Swords and spears gleamed coldly in the rising sunlight, while the thunderous footfalls coalesced into a rumble that resonated across the land. Almost simultaneously, boom, 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 from the densely wooded hillsides flanking the pass. Numerous archers of northern Qi, long lying in wait, revealed themselves. A flurry of arrows, as dense as locusts, whistled through the air like a harbinger of death, instantly engulfing the frontline outposts of the southern Qing forces and the hastily assembled barricades. Thud, thud, thud. Caught off guard, the soldiers of the southern Qing fell in droves. The cacophony of screams, gasps, and the furious shouts of their commander intermingled. Enemy attack. The northern Qi forces are upon us. Quickly, form ranks. Block the gates. Archers, return fire. Hurry. The southern Qing frontier army is engulfed in chaos. The main commander has yet to arrive, and the senior generals are scattered across various border points, rendering the southern Qing forces incapable of mounting an effective resistance. The northern Qi infantry, like a relentless tide, met with almost no substantial opposition, crashing into the disordered ranks of the southern Qing army as effortlessly as a knife slicing through butter. The glint of blades flashed, and carnage ensued. Spears pierced, shields shattered. The southern Qing defense crumbled upon contact, and the soldiers retreated in terror. Meanwhile, from the direction of Changting Pass, a thunderous roar. The earth trembled violently. Accompanied by the deafening cries of battle, a vast contingent of northern Qi cavalry, led personally by Shang Shanhao, surged forth from within Changting Pass like a raging tempest. This cavalry, well-equipped and mounted on magnificent steeds, comprised fierce and valiant knights. Rather than charging directly at the heavily fortified front line of the southern Qing defenders, they slithered like cunning serpents along the previously scouted vulnerable flanks, advancing with astonishing speed. Their objective: the deep supply lines of southern Qing and the yet-to-be consolidated reserve troops. The thundering hooves shattered the ground, raising clouds of dust. Wherever the iron hooves trampled, the hastily assembled southern Qing outposts and small patrols were torn apart as if made of paper. Panic spread like a plague among the rear ranks of the southern Qing defenders. Reports came flooding in. The northern Qi infantry has breached the first line of defense and is advancing inward. Reports of a large contingent of northern Qi cavalry led by Shang Shanhao have breached the flank, with unclear objectives. Reports of a supply point in the rear being ambushed by northern Qi elite cavalry. Heavy losses incurred. A flurry of urgent, blood-stained military reports flew toward the makeshift command camp of the southern Qing defenders. The few deputy commanders left behind within the camp turned pale, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. In just 2 days, under the command of Hua Yi and Shang Shanhao, the two armies of northern Qi, with the force of a thunderbolt, have torn apart the southern Qing's presumed solid border defenses. The southern Qing defenders, facing the onslaught, are retreating step by step, losing cities and territories, suffering grievous losses. 3 days later, in the vital stronghold of Dingyuan City on the southern Qing border, the setting sun bled crimson, staining the tattered flags atop the city walls with a mournful hue. The air was thick with the heavy scent of blood and charred remains. Outside the city lay the sprawling encampments of the northern Qi army, their campfires flickering like the eyes of beasts waiting to pounce. Within Dingyuan City, in the temporary command hall, heavy footsteps echoed on the blood-stained tiles, resonating with a dull thud. Qin Yi, clad in dark armor and weary from the journey, has finally arrived. His countenance was as hard as iron, and his gaze, sharp as a tempered blade, swept across the assembly of commanders who bore expressions of dread. Their armor stained with blood. A palpable, suffocating pressure enveloped the entire command hall. Incompetent fools. Qin Yi's voice, though not raised, struck every heart like a cold steel whip. In just 3 days, we have lost 7 military outposts and 2 cities. Nearly 10,000 men slain. Our supply lines severed. Is this how you defend the realm on behalf of His Majesty? The assembled commanders fell into a deathly silence, none daring to meet his gaze. Qin Yi strode purposefully to the sand table, gazing at the red flags representing the northern Qi forces that had deeply embedded themselves within southern Qing territory. His eyes glinting with cold resolve. Convey my orders. First, all retreating soldiers, regardless of their divisions, are to regroup immediately. Reorganize based on their original formations. Anyone who dares to incite chaos or flee in battle shall be executed without mercy. Their commanders shall share the same fate. Second, consolidate our defenses. Utilize the 3 cities of Dingyuan, Guan, and Qingyuan as strongholds, reinforcing the city walls and deepening the trenches. All outposts beyond the city must be defended if possible. Those that cannot be held should destroy all usable supplies and retreat to the main city. Third, summon all laborers and vehicles within a 100-mile radius to urgently repair the supply routes. Deploy heavy troops for protection. If even a single grain is lost, the grain officer shall be held accountable. Fourth, dispatch scouts to closely monitor the cavalry led by Shang Shanhua. Determine their movements. Simultaneously, ascertain the true strength and deployment of the main infantry of Beiqi. Fifth, a series of clear, cold, and indisputable military orders were swiftly issued from Qin Yi's lips. He did not roar, yet his steady and powerful voice bore a peculiar charm that instantly dispelled the panic and chaos pervading the commander's office. The fear etched on the faces of the generals gradually transformed into solemnity and determination. Did everyone hear clearly? Qin Yi suddenly turned, his gaze sharp as lightning, sweeping over the assembly. This subordinate obeys. The generals responded in unison, their voices resonating, causing dust to fall from the ceiling. Qin Yi slightly nodded, his expression remaining impassive. This battle concerns the fate of the nation. I stand here to defend alongside all of you. While the city stands, we stand. If the city falls, we perish. Dismissed. Yes. The generals replied with resolute obedience, swiftly turning to execute the orders. Only Qin Yi and a few trusted guards remained within the commander's office. He approached the window, gazing at the flickering lights of Bei Qi outside, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the window frame. Shang Shanhua, and that person hidden behind the prison tiger pass, Qin Yi murmured to himself, his eyes deep in thought. This strategy does not resemble the impulsive actions of Shang Shanhua. He inhaled deeply, the heavy scent of blood in the air prickling his senses. Send word to His Highness the Crown Prince. Qin Yi instructed the captain of his guards in a low voice. He must remain safely in the rear camp and not venture out. Inform him that the front lines are perilous, and his precious life is not to be risked. Yes, the captain acknowledged and departed. Qin Yi's gaze returned to the city outside, unwavering as a rock. The chaotic retreat, at the moment of his arrival, was forcefully brought to a standstill. Chapter 78. The Emperor's Fury within the brightly lit commander's office of Dingyuan City. Qin Yi focused intently on the dense array of enemy and friendly markers on the sand table, his brow furrowing deeply. He had just repelled a probing assault from Bei Qi, achieving substantial gains, even reclaiming 2 small military outposts. Yet, an inescapable sense of foreboding weighed heavily upon him. Something was amiss. Very much amiss. The commanding officer of Bei Qi had altered his tactics. If the initial assault from Bei Qi had been akin to a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, wild and direct, then over the past month and a half, they had transformed into a concealed venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. Their offensive strategy was no longer one of sheer brute force, but rather became exceedingly cunning and elusive. Shang Shanhua's elite cavalry, a source of great concern, now flitted like phantoms along the fringes of the battlefield. They no longer charged at fortified encampments, but instead targeted vulnerabilities with precision. The grain depots were besieged, isolated reinforcements ambushed, rear towns harassed, and several critical bridges were precisely demolished. Each assault struck at the very nodes of Qin Yi's troop movements, leaving him perpetually exhausted and unable to manage all fronts. What troubled Qin Yi even more was the opposing infantry's adept maneuvering. His meticulously crafted strategies to lure the enemy into a trap seemed to be foreseen by his adversaries. They either refused to take the bait or retreated after only a brief engagement, never overreaching. Whenever Qin Yi sought to concentrate his forces to eliminate a portion of the enemy, they always managed to receive timely reinforcements or simply withdrew ahead of time, leaving him grasping at shadows. Time and again, the southern Qing forces felt like heavy blows landing on cotton. Small victories were achieved, yet a decisive breakthrough remained elusive, and the constant mobilization left the soldiers utterly fatigued. Qin Yi's finger pressed heavily on the sand table, marking the area where the northern Qi main forces were stationed. His voice tinged with suppressed fury and incredulous apprehension. This was certainly not the work of the reckless Shang Shanhu, who was truly in command at Prison Tiger Pass. His trusted generals exchanged glances, none able to provide an answer. They too were tormented by this bizarre, yet efficient style of warfare. Unbeknownst to them, atop the walls of Prison Tiger Pass, the valiant Daodu was turning the pages of the art of war, her fingertips tracing the phrases that advocate for indirect approaches and turning adversity into advantage. A fierce determination shone on her face, almost coldly focused. Each report from the front lines served as an exemplary case for her theoretical assertions. The battlefield is the finest teacher, and this emperor of northern Qi was rapidly absorbing knowledge, transforming the cold text into lethal blades on the battlefield. Time flowed amid the bloody tug-of-war. A month and a half later, the dark banners of northern Qi billowed over the lands once belonging to southern Qing. Southern Qing paid an exorbitant price, losing nearly 100,000 soldiers and surrendering more than a dozen cities and military strongholds, with nearly half of its fertile territories fallen. The supply routes were repeatedly severed. The frontline troops were weary and morale plummeted. Meanwhile, northern Qi, despite suffering considerable losses, maintained strategic dominance, with a secured rear and high morale. More importantly, they had achieved the primary objectives of this campaign: to breach southern Qing's defenses, seize strategic locations, and significantly diminish Southern Qing's war potential. In the Southern Qing military command, the atmosphere was so tense it was nearly palpable. Qin Yi surveyed the latest battle losses and territorial maps in his hands, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. Having traversed the battlefield for most of his life, he had never faced such an infuriating conflict. Clearly, in terms of strength, the Southern Qing border troops far surpassed those of Northern Qi, yet they were continually constrained and remained in a reactive stance. His voice, laden with profound fatigue and hoarseness, commanded the various divisions, consolidate defenses, and reinforce the existing lines. No unauthorized engagements without my orders. He did not need to elaborate, for all understood that they could no longer continue this fight. To persist would necessitate reallocating troops from other borders of Southern Qing. But the consequences of such maneuvers would be dire. In the capital, the imperial palace, the royal study awaited. The bloodstained battle report and territorial map were violently thrown onto the polished golden floor. Incompetence. A bunch of useless fools. The emperor's roar echoed like a wounded beast, causing dust to fall from the beams of the imperial study. His eyes burned crimson, his chest heaving violently, devoid of the usual depth and majesty. Qin Yi, my chief envoy of the Privy Council, a master of the 9th rank, commanding my elite troops, stationed at the front lines. And what has transpired? A mere month and a half. Only a month and a half. 10,000 soldiers lost. Cities and lands surrendered. Half the province in ruins. He abruptly seized the glistening arrowhead from the dragon table, plunging it into the surface with force. The arrowhead trembled violently, emitting a mournful hum. Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. The dragon's well-being is of utmost importance. Eunuch Ho, terrified beyond measure, fell to his knees, his head bowing repeatedly, his voice tinged with a sob. Temper my wrath. How can I temper my wrath? The emperor forcefully kicked over the dragon table. The heavy Zeton-wood table crashed to the ground, scattering ink, paper, and seals everywhere. He pointed at the bloodied battle report on the floor, his finger trembling. The land of half a province. That is my realm. My realm. He paced back and forth in the imperial study like an enraged lion, the hem of his dark dragon robe swirling with a fierce wind. His face was ashen, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes ablaze with fury, disbelief, and a stinging sense of humiliation. Qin Yi, he has betrayed my trust, betrayed the court's expectations. The emperor's roar reverberated through the empty palace. He abruptly halted, his blood-red eyes fixated on Eunuch Ho, who was trembling on the ground. His voice as cold as the icy depths. Issue the decree. Summon Qin Yi back to the capital to report on his duties immediately. The frontline affairs shall be temporarily managed by the vice commander. Moreover, he inhaled deeply, suppressing the surging intent to kill. And bring the crown prince back to me as well. Yes, yes. This old servant obeys. This old servant shall take care of it. Eunuch Ho, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly exited the imperial study, fearing that any delay would incite the emperor's wrath and reduce him to ashes. Inside the study, only the emperor's heavy breathing remained. He gazed at the chaos around him and the glaring battle report, and beneath his fury, a chilling and bone-deep killing intent began to stir. The Qin family, Qin Yi, these incompetent generals, and the Long Princess and Li Yun, who had made no moves at all. His second son had also been unusually subdued during this time, leaving him feeling suffocated. 2 days later, the emperor's decree arrived at the frontline camp of Qin Yi. Peace talks had become inevitable. Report. Suddenly, a messenger burst into the command tent. General Qin. The cavalry led by Shang Shanhu has launched a surprise attack from the rear. His Highness the Crown Prince is gravely injured. What? Qin Yi's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 79. The Crown Prince is truly disabled when Qin Yi arrived at the rear camp. Witnessing the unconscious Crown Prince and his bandaged left leg, he felt utterly undone. What on earth happened? Qin Yi inquired in a low voice. His tone was heavily restrained, teetering on the edge of fury, yet laced with a tremor. The leader of the prince's guard struggled to swallow hard, stepping forward with determination. He commanded a small troop led by Shang Shan, consisting of merely dozens of men, each possessing strength of at least the 7th rank, among whom was another 9th rank warrior. Initially, I intended to escort His Highness the Prince to safety, but alas, I was ensnared by that 9th rank individual. The prince was seized by his left leg and forcibly pulled down. Thankfully, reinforcements arrived at the camp just in time, prompting them to retreat upon realizing the dire situation. What is the condition of the prince's injuries? Qin Yi interrupted sharply, his gaze fixed intently on the prince's leg. The military physician, his voice dry, reported that the prince's left knee joint had been crushed, and it was feared he might never recover. A piercing scream, more beastly than human, suddenly erupted. The prince had awakened, the excruciating pain akin to countless red-hot needles piercing through his consciousness. What shattered him further was that he had heard every word spoken just moments ago. How could he, the esteemed prince of Deqing, be reduced to a cripple? Your Highness, Qin Yi, the physician, and the guards all rushed forward, the tent descending into chaos. Not far from the rear camp of Nanqing, atop a high slope, dozens of eyes coldly observed the tumult below. Although this troop was not numerous, it emanated a disquieting aura of menace. At the forefront, Shongshan stood alongside Old Wei. Shongshan was profoundly astonished. This man, Old Wei, was also a 9th-rank warrior. The most critical revelation was that all these formidable fighters were indeed loyal to His Majesty, and his presence was merely a precautionary measure. Zhang Dodo interjected. You are mistaken. They are not my men. I merely allowed you to accompany me to give Nanqing the impression that you were leading the operation. A day later, in Liaozhou, at the prison Tiger Pass, Zhang Dodo accepted the peace proposal from Nanqing presented by Hou Yi, a faint smile gracing her lips, almost imperceptible. The larger scheme was already in motion. General Hua, the frontier is entrusted to you and Shongshan. I shall return to the capital. Your command shall be obeyed. Hui knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in reverence, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement and awe. This battle had thoroughly revealed to him the terrifying prowess with which His Majesty wielded military strategy. Zhang Dodo, Hai Tang Duo, and Lang Tao turned to depart, and their personal guards immediately followed suit. We bid farewell to Your Majesty. The soldiers and officers led by Hov Yi chorused loudly, their voices resonating with heartfelt submission. Shall we not send a message to Li Yun? Hai Tang Duo inquired casually as she walked beside Zhang Dodo. His people will deliver the news. Zhang Dodo replied, her pace unbroken. I was referring to you, Hai Tang Duo retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Dodo, her eyes clearly conveying, don't pretend, I know your little schemes. No need for that. I am the Emperor of Beiqi, Zhang Dodo declared, her chin slightly raised, her tone resolute and authoritative. Hai Tang Duo shook her head, thinking, you may continue to be obstinate. That fool is utterly infatuated. Are those all Li Yun's people? Lang Tao inquired at that moment. Indeed, came the reply. Hai Tang Dodo replied, had it not been for this operation, we would have remained oblivious to the presence of such a force led by Li Yun within our northern Qi territory. When he next ventures into northern Qi, Zhang Dodo's voice suddenly turned cold, yet the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed a starkly different emotion. I must demand an explanation from him. Hai Tang Dodo cast another disdainful glance at Zhang Dodo. In the capital of southern Qing, within the tranquil garden of Changxin Palace, the princess languidly reclined against the imperial concubine's couch, her fingers delicately pinching a thin sheet of intelligence, a radiant smile gracing her cheeks. Li Yun, as ever, sat at the foot of the couch, his hands gently kneading the smooth, supple legs of the princess. A soft moan escaped her lips, and her charming face lit up with delight, seemingly due to the comfort of his ministrations, yet also reflecting her excellent mood. Ah, our dear prince, having suffered the forceful impact of the Vajra finger technique, shall inevitably require a cane in his future walks, or perhaps he will end up like Qin Ping, confined to a wheelchair. Li Yun remarked with a calm smile, his gaze never wavering from the princess's glistening toes, his hands continuously caressing and applying pressure. A disabled prince? The princess laughed heartily, her chest rising and falling, her laughter a symphony of delight. She sighed again. How amusing, truly too amusing. Her gaze wandered, landing upon Li Yun's focused profile. With a sudden lift of her left leg, the warm, smooth sole of her foot gently brushed against his cheek. A near sickly seductive smile crept across her face. Yun'er, that Zhang Dodo is so accommodating. She must be your woman, right? Li Yun grasped her restless ankle firmly, lifting his head to meet her inquisitive gaze, a composed smile gracing his lips. Wan'er is truly astute. Before arriving in the capital, she had already become my woman. What do you think? Isn't your man impressive? The princess, coiling around him like a serpent, her fragrant body drawing closer to Li Yun, her crimson lips nearly touching his ear, her breath warm, teased. Is it her, or is it me? Of course, it is Wan'er, Li Yun interjected before she could finish, his arms encircling her slender waist. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he accurately captured her enticing lips in a passionate embrace. After a quarter of an hour entwined in their kiss, the princess's eyes, now misty and glazed, seemed enveloped in a thin veil of moisture. Her gaze lingering on Li Yun. "You little rascal, you always manage to keep me from feeling anger." For in Yun'er's heart, his greatest love is Ru'er. Li Yun tightened his embrace, enveloping her within his arms, his gaze open and fervent, unwavering. The princess nestled closer, inhaling the familiar scent of him deeply, before whispering contentedly, "That old hag in the harem is going to the celebration temple today to pray for the fallen soldiers of the border forces. Nearly all the concubines have gone, and she summoned me, but I paid her no mind." Li Yun's expression hardened as he gestured towards Qiuwu, who approached silently. "Young master," Qiuwu said softly. "Send Tingzhu," Li Yun instructed quietly. "Understood." Qiuwu bowed and swiftly withdrew. The princess did not inquire about Li Yun's intentions. She merely nestled closer to him. For her, having Li Yun by her side was more than enough. Chapter 80. Barrett and Fan Xian. Today, Li Yun did not partake in soup with the Long Princess. After Tingzhu acquired the key and replaced it with a replica, he departed from the Changxing Palace. Upon returning to Bihui Pavilion, Haidang presented a box, which Li Yun promptly opened to reveal a Barrett rifle, leaving the 2 letters untouched. "My lord, what is this?" Haidang and Qiuwu inquired curiously, leaning closer. "A weapon. Contact Fan Xian and have him and Wu Zhu come over tonight," Li Yun instructed, his gaze fixed on the Barrett. "Yes, my lord," Haidang replied before leaving. Once alone, Li Yun began assembling the sniper rifle. Though he had never handled such a device before, it proved relatively simple to piece together. After completing the assembly, he placed the rifle on the table, contemplating the heavy weapon before him. At present, the rifle was inoperative and lacked ammunition, which seemed to be located in Danzhou. "My lord, this weapon resembles a fire gun," Qiuwu remarked, observing the firearm's design. "It is far superior to a fire gun," Li Yun replied calmly. As the hour approached, Fan Xian and Wu Zhu arrived. Upon entering the foyer, they spotted the sniper rifle stationed prominently in the center of the hall. "Have you arrived? Take a look." Li Yun gestured towards the rifle. Fan Xian's pupils widened in shock as he gazed at the Barrett on the table. "You cannot be suggesting that the contents of my late mother's box include this weapon." Li Yun nodded. "Aside from the rifle, there are also 2 letters. I believe they are intended for you." He then cast a glance at Qiuwu. Qiuwu opened the box and retrieved the 2 letters, presenting them to Fan Xian. "Young Master Fan." Fan Xian accepted the letters while Wu Zhu reached out to touch the sniper rifle. Noticing the name Wu Zhuqi inscribed on the envelope, Fan Xian handed it to Wu Zhu. "Uncle, this is addressed to you. Please, take your time to read it. I shall return shortly," Li Yun said as he stood to leave, already aware of the letter's content and wishing to avoid hearing it again. "Oldly, are you not curious?" Fan Xian asked, somewhat surprised. "Not particularly, as it is unlikely to contain any martial arts secrets," Li Yun replied with a slight grimace, departing with Qiuwu. "Read it aloud to me." "Uncle, this is for you. You may examine my belongings at your leisure," Wu Zhu replied. "Very well." Li Yun settled into a pavilion in the front courtyard, while Qiuwu stood behind him, skillfully massaging his shoulders. Soon after, Tingzhu appeared. "Young master, news has arrived from Suzhou. It appears individuals from the Prime Minister's residence are investigating the 3 major factories and the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce," Tingzhu reported, her tone icy. Li Yun beckoned her closer. After a moment's hesitation, Tingzhu lay in his embrace. "What has Lin Gong been up to lately?" Li Yun inquired, holding her gently. Tingzhu maintained her frosty demeanor. "According to our investigations, following the failed assassination of Fan Xian, he has been searching for Yun Xiu to silence her. Upon failing to locate her, he seems to have quieted down and rarely ventures out. Investigate Lin Ruofu regarding the disappearance of those involved with the 3 major factories of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce," Li Yun commanded, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. After eliminating the Qin family, Lin Ruofu, the chancellor, could finally step down. Tingzhu comprehended the situation and responded with an icy demeanor. Li Yun gazed at the expression of the ever-cool and enchanting figure in his arms, his heart softening. "You have avenged your grievances. It is time for you to smile more. Your parents would wish for your happiness and joy in the future." "I am quite happy now," Tingzhu replied softly. This time, a subtle change appeared on her face, as if the taut string within her was gradually loosening. Li Yun smiled as he ruffled her hair before releasing her and rising to his feet. They should have finished reading by now. After stating this, He walked back towards the front hall, with Qiuwu promptly following suit. Tingzhu's silhouette faded into the shadows once more. Upon arriving at the front hall, Li Yun observed Fan Xian holding a stack of letters, his expression a mix of shock and confusion, while Wu Zhu remained silent. "Have you finished reading?" Li Yun inquired as he settled into a chair beside them. "Yes," Fan Xian responded. "Oldly, the world seems to differ from my expectations. My mother says this is not a transmigration, but what about you? Are you like me?" "Wu Zhu, I would like to speak with Fan Xian for a moment," Li Yun said without answering Fan Xian but directing his gaze at Wu Zhu. "I'll step out," Wu Zhu replied decisively. Subsequently, Qiuwu slightly bent his knees in a bow before exiting the front hall. Li Yun then spoke slowly. "Your situation is indeed rather unique. Your memories have been implanted. Unlike you, I am a true transmigrator. Is that why you are aware of my existence?" Fan Xian queried in return. "Precisely," Li Yun nodded. "This world is both simple and complex. There are certain matters that cannot be disclosed, at least not at this moment. You need only to understand one thing. If we wish to survive and thrive, the Emperor must die." "I understand," Fan Xian responded solemnly. "From my birth until now, he has been orchestrating my life. I can surmise his intentions. Do you know why he conceals his strength? Why does he refrain from retaliating against my provocations?" Li Yun asked with a faint smile. "Because of that." Fan Xian pointed to the Barrett rifle. "That is partly true. After all, your mother used a sniper rifle to eliminate his competitors to help him ascend," Li Yun remarked as he approached the table to caress the rifle. "And the other part?" Fan Xian inquired, intrigued. "The other part concerns your uncle Wu Zhu. There are certain things I believe you should know," Li Yun continued, revealing to Fan Xian that Wu Zhu was a bionic robot, evolved in nature. The Emperor's reluctance to act is partly due to his uncertainty about whether Wu Zhu can be killed. I have often wondered why Uncle Wu Zhu remains so youthful. It makes sense now why he has always kept his eyes covered. Fan Xian understood fully. Additionally, the bullets for this sniper rifle are in Danzhou. Your Uncle Wu Zhu may know where they are. As for this rifle, it is currently malfunctioning, and I need to find someone to repair it. After speaking, Li Yun picked up the rifle and aimed it outside. "I'll have Uncle Wu Zhu retrieve them from Danzhou," Fan Xian replied, then glanced at Li Yun, appearing hesitant to speak. "Feel free to ask whatever you wish without hesitation," Li Yun stated as he set the rifle down. Somewhat exasperated, S face revealed a hint of embarrassment as he composed himself and solemnly inquired, "I wish to know if you are currently a Grandmaster." "The Grandmaster of this world," Li Yun responded, "not quite yet. You are aware of Niefeng's 40-meter-long blade, correct? A Grandmaster can effortlessly unleash hundreds of sword energies with a mere flick of the wrist." Before long, departed from Bishixian, leaving behind a mixture of astonishment and deeper confusion. However, they were destined to find themselves on opposing sides. Chapter 81. The Emperor. This is a disgrace to the royal family. This is a humiliation for Deqing. Beiqi accepted the peace proposal from Nanqing. The news spread back to the capital like a bird taking flight. Initially, disbelief prevailed. After all, Deqing had dominated the region for 20 years, flourishing through the goods of the three major factories in Jiangnan, amassing wealth and wielding well-equipped forces. How could they suffer defeat at the hands of Beiqi? Laughter echoed through tea-houses and taverns. Yet, as the details of the defeat emerged, 10,000 troops lost, cities abandoned, half a province fallen. The urgent military reports confirmed the grim reality. Igniting a firestorm in the capital, doubt transformed into shock. Shock morphed into humiliation and fury. The clamor of debate rose ever higher in the streets, with skepticism spreading like wildfire. Was the past strength merely an illusion? Where could they hide their shame? This surging public resentment reached its zenith as Qin Yi discreetly escorted the limping prince back to the capital. The ministers, having caught wind of the events, exchanged incredulous glances. Within the palace's imperial study, the atmosphere was thick, as if it were on the verge of freezing. Qin Yi secretly brought the prince into the palace. While the prince's negligent guards were promptly condemned by the emperor to the dungeons upon entering the city, some were even executed in the streets. The emperor's gaze fell upon the prince in the wheelchair. The left knee was enveloped in thick bandages, oozing dark crimson blood, and the entire leg lay rigid at an unnatural angle. A surge of indescribable shame intertwined with fury ascended to the emperor's mind, rendering his vision momentarily dark. The Prince of Deqing, the future sovereign, reduced to a cripple, he felt a ferocious fire raging within his chest, almost breaking free. The invisible pressure characteristic of an emperor spread uncontrollably, suffocating the attending eunuch Ho and Qin Yi, leaving them gasping for breath, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Without hesitation, Qin Yi dropped to his knees with a thud, his forehead striking the cold, hard gold bricks with a muted thump. Your Majesty, it is my incompetence. I failed to safeguard His Highness the Prince. I, 1,000 deaths, cannot atone for my sins. Please, Your Majesty, punish me. His voice was hoarse, laden with exhaustion and profound guilt. Defeat was already a grave offense. But the prince's transformation into a cripple within his camp was a calamity that pushed him to the brink. The emperor inhaled sharply, forcefully suppressing the rage that threatened to obliterate his reason. Director Qin. General Qin, how do you do? I have bestowed upon you 100,000 elite troops and the finest weaponry. And what has resulted? A lost national war. Half a province surrendered. Even my prince. He slammed his palm upon the dragon table, his voice escaping through clenched teeth, imbued with a chilling resonance. You have allowed him to be reduced to this wretched state. Truly remarkable. I have no face to argue. I willingly accept any punishment. Qin Yi knelt once more, bowing deeply with utmost humility, devoid of any pretense. He understood that any defense at this juncture would be futile. Come in. The emperor's voice thundered like a clap of thunder. Yes, a squadron of fully armed imperial guards, their visors menacing, entered in response, the clanking of their armor echoing harshly. Deprive Qin Yi of his position as the chancellor of the Privy Council and cast him into the dungeons. The emperor bellowed, pointing furiously at the prostrate Qin Yi. As you command. The guards advanced, unceremoniously seizing this man who had only moments ago been a high-ranking official and a ninth-grade master. Qin Yi offered no resistance, allowing himself to be taken away, his silhouette embodying the desolation of a fallen hero. In the emperor's study, only he remained, slumped in his wheelchair. The color drained from the prince's face, along with Hmph and the trembling eunuch Ho. The emperor then turned his gaze toward the prince, who was huddled in his chair, his head bowed low, resembling a frightened bird, anxiety etched across his features. The smoldering anger that had been momentarily quelled flared up anew. Incompetent fool. The emperor's voice, though not loud, struck the prince's heart like a whip, capable of rendering him such a pitiful sight even behind layers of guards. My dignity, the dignity of Qin, has been utterly tarnished by you. The prince shuddered violently, his head drooping even lower. Unbeknownst to others, his knuckles turned white as he gripped the armrests of his wheelchair, his nails nearly digging into the wood. Beneath his lowered eyelids, a venomous glint flickered like a maddened serpent. The emperor, agitated, averted his gaze, no longer wishing to behold that unsightly remnant, and turned to the stoic Hmph, his voice laced with suppressed frustration. This battle cannot simply be overlooked. Otherwise, the morale of the Qin people will be utterly shattered, and they shall never lift their heads again. Hmph slightly bowed, his voice steady yet clear. Your Majesty, the supervisory court has confirmed that in this national conflict, the Emperor of Beiqi, battling as Do, personally led the charge, stationed at the prisoner Tiger Pass. The true commander of the Beiqi border forces is indeed this Emperor of Beiqi, personally leading the charge. The Emperor's pupils constricted sharply, disbelief flashing across his face. Such a notion was beyond his contemplation, fearing the mysterious arrows that might strike on the battlefield. How could the young Emperor of Beiqi possess such audacity? Without a doubt, Hmph affirmed. As for why Shangshan who obeys so readily, I surmise that the Emperor of Beiqi must have promised victory in exchange for the captured Yin Bingyun to secure Shangshan, whose full cooperation. Yin Bingyun. The Emperor's gaze darkened ominously. He must return alive. Only then can there be an explanation for the people of Qin. I understand, Your Majesty, replied Hmph. The immediate priority is to dispatch a diplomatic mission to the capital of Beiqi for negotiations. Even if war is inevitable in the future, we must seize the opportunity to regroup and catch our breath. The Emperor took a deep breath, suppressing his tumultuous emotions. His voice regaining the icy resolve of an emperor. Draft the decree. Eunuch Ho, as if granted a reprieve from death, scrambled to the overturned dragon table, gathering the scattered ink and brushes. Command the Honglu Temple and the Ministry of Rites to swiftly assemble a diplomatic mission, fully authorized to negotiate with Beiqi. The Emperor's gaze swept over Hmph before ultimately settling into the void. He spoke deliberately, enunciating each word with gravitas. Send Li Yun of Pingjiang County and Fan Xian, son of the Minister of Revenue, to escort Xiao in alongside the envoy to Northern Qi. It is imperative that we exchange for Yin Bingyun. Simultaneously, ascertain the veracity of Northern Qi's situation. Understood. The voice of Eunuch Ho, thin and quavering, hastily recorded the decree. This edict served not only as a mission but also as a probing stone. By pushing the two unstable elements, Li Yun and Fan Xian, into the forefront and into the lion's den, it would test their loyalties and capabilities while utilizing Northern Qi's own sword against them. A fleeting glimmer of cold light flashed in the emperor's eyes. At Bishi Pavilion, Li Yun regarded the imperial edict delivered by Eunuch Ho with slight astonishment. This command was, in fact, within the realm of his expectations. Yet, he found it peculiar that this old sixth had not summoned him even once during his prolonged stay in the capital. Was he fearful that Li Yun might discover the true strength of his grandmaster? Chapter 82. The departure of the envoy in the Empress's quarters. The candles continued to burn throughout the day, casting flickering shadows that rendered the atmosphere suffocating. The Empress gazed at the Crown Prince, whose left leg was rigidly bound in thick bandages on the wheelchair. A sudden, jarring laugh escaped her throat. Ha ha ha. As laughter turned to tears, she lamented the bitter irony of retribution. There is no need for such despair, Mother. The Crown Prince's voice was surprisingly calm, his expression marked by an air of indifference. At least he still retained his life. The Empress remained silent, seizing a wine jug and taking a deep swig. The fiery liquid coursed down her throat, igniting a fierce rage upon her face. Who did this? Leading the charge was the war god of Northern Qi, Shang Shanhu. As for the one who shattered my kneecap, the Crown Prince's tone remained flat, describing him as an unknown ninth-tier master. Shang Shanhu, along with the unnamed ninth-tier warrior, drew the Empress's ire. She suddenly whipped her head around, her gaze fixed like a poisoned blade towards the imperial study. Your Majesty, how ruthless you are! Perhaps this is for the best. The Crown Prince suddenly revealed a sinister smile. A lame prince might make it easier for others to lower their guard. What do you intend to do? The Empress inquired directly. Given my current state, the Crown Prince raised his head, a peculiar light shimmering in his eyes. Do you not wish to embrace me, Mother, to offer some comfort? The Empress hesitated but eventually bent down, gently enveloping the Crown Prince in her arms. Yet, in the next moment, her body stiffened, his arms constricted around her waist with an unsettling strength. Chengqian, the Empress gasped, breaking free with disbelief to gaze at her son in the wheelchair. The Crown Prince's eyes flickered with confusion and desolation. Mother, have you begun to disdain me too? The tone was laden with wounded grievance. Taking a deep breath, the Empress suppressed the strange feelings stirring within her, attributing it to her own overthinking. Chengqian, what do you wish to do? Mother will assist you. A chilling smile resurfaced on the Crown Prince's face. I desire the power that you hold in your hands, Mother. At the Fan residence, the family gathered together, and as Fan Jian completed his account, Fan Xian's expression turned somewhat peculiar. The prince is named Li Chengqian. Yet now he has become lame. Is there some curse associated with this name? At this moment, the atmosphere is rather somber. Fan Jian sighed. No one anticipated such a defeat in this war against Northern Qi. Your task this time is to accompany Li Yun and escort Xiao unto Northern Qi in exchange for Yan Bingyun. You must be cautious. As an inspector, any issue arising with Xiao and before reaching Northern Qi will be your responsibility, so exercise utmost vigilance. What about the negotiations with Northern Qi? Fan Xian inquired. That falls to the Ministry of Rites and the esteemed officials of the Honglu Temple. You need not concern yourself with it. Fan Jian's expression turned grave. Remember, once you enter Northern Qi, tread carefully at every step. The same applies to Li Yun. He spent a full 6 months in Northern Qi, and no one knows what arrangements he may have made there. Understood, Father. Fan Xian acknowledged, refraining from further comment. The Ministry of Rites and the officials of the Honglu Temple acted with astonishing speed, assembling the delegation within a day, ready to set forth immediately. They could not afford delays. The military might of Northern Qi loomed over the lands of Nanqing, and a moment's hesitation could cost them even an inch of territory. The next morning, the heavy black iron doors of the inspectorate creaked open. Shaoan was brought out, his hands and feet shackled with heavy chains. The long-awaited sunlight pierced through, causing him to instinctively squint and raise a hand to shield his eyes. Shaoan, how does it feel to see the light of day again? The sunlight is blinding, isn't it? Hmph, seated in a wheelchair, bore his usual enigmatic smile. Shaoan lowered his hand, tugged at the corner of his mouth, and disregarded Hmph's mockery, instead retorting with a hint of derision. Hmph, how does it feel to have lost the war? In an instant, The smile vanished from Hmp's face, his gaze turning as cold as ice. The expressions of those around the inspectorate darkened, their fists clenched tightly. This defeat was both frustrating and inexplicable. He is Fan Xian. Hmph suppressed his anger, gesturing toward a young man nearby, the inspector. This time, he, along with the son of Pingjiang, Li Yun, will escort you back to Northern Qi. You should be familiar with Li Yun. At the mention of Li Yun, Shaoan's pupils constricted sharply, the name escaping his lips like a thorn. A deep-seated pain surging through him, causing his back to tense instantly. Where is he? No need to rush. There will be ample time to meet on the road. Observing Shaoan's reaction, Hmp's smile returned, evidently pleased. Several skilled members of the inspectorate stepped forward, ushering Xiao into a specially reinforced carriage. These were the elite of the institute. Hmph turned to Fan Xian, lowering his voice. Once you arrive in Northern Qi, exercise utmost caution. Also, keep a wary eye on Li Yun. He reached out to pat Fan Xian's shoulder, but fell short, opting instead to pat the back of his hand. Understood. Fan Xian nodded, then mounted his horse. Wang Qinian, standing nearby, respectfully saluted Hmph before also mounting his horse. Just as the convoy passed a street corner, Fei Jie's figure suddenly emerged from the side. Fan Xian dismounted and approached Fei Jie. Fei Jie handed Fan Xian a weighty little pouch filled with various poisons. Useful little trinkets indeed. Remember, always think one step ahead. Your life is of utmost importance. Do not recklessly charge forward. I will remember. Fan Xian smiled warmly and said, Thank you, master. Fei Jie also smiled, patting Fan Xian on the shoulder. All right. The envoy is waiting. Off you go. Take care, master. With that, Fan Xian turned and mounted his horse, continuing on his journey. The convoy arrived at the city gates of the capital. The envoy's carriages had already gathered at the entrance, forming an extensive line. This diplomatic mission was led by Guozhong, the deputy minister of rights, as the chief envoy, while Xinshu, known for his grand demeanor, served as the deputy. The air was thick with a solemn, yet slightly anxious atmosphere. At that moment, an inconspicuous but luxuriously appointed carriage creaked its way forward. Li Yun arrived last. The driver was the weathered old Mo inside the carriage. Li Yun rested his head on Qiu Wu's soft thigh, his eyes closed in slumber. The farewell from the princess the previous night had been excessively emotional, and he was in dire need of rest. Qiu Wu sat quietly, her fingers gently combing through Li Yun's hair. Meanwhile, Li Yun's four maidservants, Wan'er, Yin Luo, Ruomei, and Jing Shu, had already set off for the Northern Qi in advance. Everyone's gathered. Let us depart. Guozhong glanced at Li Yun's carriage and surveyed the team before issuing his command in a deep voice. The wheels began to turn, and hooves clopped rhythmically. This convoy, burdened with the mission of seeking peace, yet concealing countless thoughts, slowly passed through the towering city gates under the scrutinizing gaze of the capital's citizens. Embarking on the journey to the Northern Qi's capital, all eyes were now focused on the Northern Qi capital. Chapter 83. Shaoan, you are my grandson. After approximately 10 days, the envoy finally reached the border. Not all members of the delegation were mounted. Many officials were on foot, while Li Yun quietly shook his head. These individuals were truly unfortunate. Yet, their resilience was commendable throughout the 10 days. They had not ceased their efforts during the day, only resting at night, and remarkably, they endured. Just a bit longer. We shall soon reach our destination. This time, the envoy did not cross through Liaozhou, and thus they were not fortunate enough to witness the grim realities of the border battlefield. The carriage came to a slow halt. Young master, it is time to prepare for Northern Qi. Lord Guo suggests we rest here for the night. Old Mo reported from outside the carriage. Understood. Let us rest here for the day, Li Yun replied. Although he was not responsible for the negotiations, due to his unique status, Guozhong frequently sought his opinions along the way. The envoy halted, and everyone began to set up camp, pitching tents one by one. The team members started fires to cook, while the guards remained vigilant, alert to any potential dangers. Each person diligently attended to their duties. A quarter of an hour later, the aroma of food wafted through the camp alongside the rising smoke. Members of the envoy, including Guozhong and Xinshu, came over to greet Li Yun, and soon they began to enjoy their dinner. However, few approached Fan Xian's side, as it was understood that he needed to remain by Shaoan's carriage. Everyone aware that the formidable figure of Shaoan was contained within. The driver of that carriage had now become Wang Qinian. After Qiu Wu ensured that Li Yun was well fed, he took a few skewers of roasted meat, and headed toward Xiaoan's carriage. I will go take a look. You need not follow, he instructed. Yes, young master, both Qiu Wu and old Mo replied. As Li Yun approached, Fan Xian, Wang Qinian, and the personnel from the Supervisory Institute who were guarding Xiao In exchanged puzzled glances. After all, Li Yun had not approached them in recent days. His presence felt more like a deterrent against potential threats. Open the door and let him out, Li Yun instructed Wang Qinian. The latter hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed. For Xiaoan was none other than the notorious demon of Northern Qi. How could they possibly release him? He looked to Fan Xian for guidance. Follow his lead. Fan Xian replied with a nod. Although he too was perplexed by Li Yun's decision to free Xiaoan, he believed that as long as Li Yun was present, Xiaoan would not pose a significant threat. Yes, my lord, Wang Qinian responded. He then produced a key and unlocked the carriage door before stepping down. Come out for a stroll, Li Yun said, giving the carriage a light pat. Without waiting for a response, he made his way toward the small river at the edge of the camp. Xiao In emerged from the carriage, and the guards instinctively placed their hands on their swords, ready to react at the slightest sign of trouble. Surveying his surroundings, Xiaoan followed Li Yun. Are you prepared to return to Northern Qi? What are your thoughts? The two settled on the ground by the riverbank, their gazes meeting like those of familiar strangers. Xiaoan glanced toward the direction of Northern Qi and, upon retracting his gaze, raised his hands, the chains clinking softly. It feels acceptable. It would be even better if these could be removed. Indeed, Li Yun nodded. However, I do not possess the key. It is with Fan Xian. Xiaoan chuckled softly, choosing not to press the matter further. Here, have some food. Lest Shanshan, who in Northern Qi accuses us of mistreating you. Li Yun offered him several skewers of grilled meat. Xiaoan hesitated momentarily, his inherent suspicion magnified by the shadow of past encounters with Li Yun. Rest assured, there is no poison. Would you like some wine? It has been quite a while since you last indulged, Li Yun said with a gentle smile. Your expression is quite deceiving, making it difficult to discern your true self. Xiaoan remarked, studying Li Yun intently before accepting the meat skewers and beginning to eat. Li Yun beckoned to Qiu Wu, who promptly approached with a small jar of wine. This was a silent understanding forged from their childhood together. After handing the wine to Li Yun, Qiu Wu returned to the camp. Xiaoan stared at the fine wine before him, growing increasingly wary of Li Yun's intentions. He did not believe someone of Li Yun's caliber could possess such benevolence. Nonetheless, he did not refuse, for it had been years since he had savored the taste of wine, and he found himself quite tempted. By the side of the carriage that held Xiaoan captive, Fan Xian and Wang Qinian remained focused on his figure, uncertain of what had been discussed. They watched as Xiao In exhibited moments of shock and astonishment directed at Fan Xian, leaving both men bewildered. Old Wang, I shall go see what is happening. You stay here. Fan Xian finally succumbed to his curiosity and informed Wang Qinian as he walked towards Li Yun and Xiao In. After Fan Xian departed, Wang Qinian pulled several fruits from his pocket, wiping them on his clothing before taking a bite. They were a recent acquisition from the tributes received by the delegation. What are you two discussing? Fan Xian inquired as he approached, taking a seat beside them. Xiaoan's gaze upon Fan Xian shifted subtly, revealing a hint of affection, albeit discreetly, as he harbored suspicions that Fan Xian might indeed be his grandson. Li Yun, stifling a laugh, casually remarked, It's nothing. Merely sharing your legendary tale with this esteemed elder. My story, legendary? Fan Xian responded with skepticism, casting a doubtful glance at Li Yun, who he felt was concealing something mischievous. Indeed, Li Yun replied nonchalantly, his tone laced with surprise. From your childhood, you authored an extraordinary tome, and Feijia himself traveled to Danzhou to take you as a disciple. Upon reaching adulthood, you ascended to the position of a supervisor in the capital, with a boundless future ahead. Is that not legendary? But you are even younger than I, having just arrived in the capital to be bestowed the title of Pingjiangzi, and with such formidable martial prowess. Does that not render your journey even more illustrious? Fan Xian remained unconvinced by Li Yun's words. Did you truly grow up in Danzhou? At this moment, Xiao In directed a question at Fan Xian. Yes, I did grow up in Danzhou. What of it? Fan Xian responded, puzzled by the increasingly peculiar glances he received from the elderly man. Well, I shall take my leave now. Once he has finished his meal, you may escort him back to the carriage, Li Yun declared as he stretched lazily and headed towards the camp, genuinely fearing that if he lingered any longer, he might burst into laughter. What else could it be? They regard you as their grandson, Li Yun added. After a considerable time, Fan Xian finally led Xiao In back to the carriage. The thought of fleeing had crossed Shaoen's mind, for he absolutely did not wish to return to Beiki alive. However, considering Li Yun's prowess, escape was an impossibility. Once the carriage was secured, Fan Xian approached Li Yun, his expression unusual as he inquired, "What exactly did you tell him?" His gaze upon me was exceedingly strange, and he posed many bewildering questions. "Did I not mention it earlier?" "I simply stated that you were raised in Danzhou." Li Yun shrugged, his expression somewhat teasing. "You are truly insufferable," Fan Xian retorted, feeling vexed. "I shall cease conversing with you." With that, he promptly turned and walked away. After Fan Xian turned, Li Yun leaned against a tree and erupted into laughter. Chapter 84. Arrival at the capital. The delegation successfully crossed the border, stepping onto the territory of Beiki. No incidents involving Shang Shanhu's interception occurred. Shang Shanhu remained haunted by his confrontation with Dodo at the border, particularly wary of a certain individual named Lao Wei, whom he deemed formidable. He resolved to wait and see if Dodo would honor her promise to exchange Yin Bingyun for his adoptive father, making decisions only after negotiations concluded. Several days later, the delegation finally reached the capital of Beiki, Shangjing. However, upon witnessing the scrutinizing gazes of the Shangjing populace, they felt a sense of frustration, as if the relations between the two nations had begun to shift unfavorably. The exchange of hostages was not expedited. The delegation took residence in the Huitong Pavilion of Beiki, the equivalent of the Honglu Temple. Li Yun possessed a villa in Shangjing, Yunxi Garden, and naturally, he would not endure the discomfort of sharing quarters with the Ministry of Rites and the Honglu Temple personnel at the Huitong Pavilion. However, Fan Xian and the members of the supervisory court accompanied him, citing safety concerns in the absence of Li Yun until the hostages were exchanged. Within Yunxi Garden, in a quaint courtyard, Li Yun and Fan Xian were engaged in a convivial drink. "You truly are a fortunate one, having such a grand villa in the enemy's capital. It ignites my envy." Fan Xian savagely gulped down a large mouthful of wine. "Ha ha ha. Once we return, I shall grant you the authority over the treasury. You too shall become a person of great wealth," Li Yun remarked with a smile. To be honest, Fan Xian leaned closer, boldly. "I know the princess is willing to relinquish her control over the treasury, but can you truly part with it? That authority represents an immense fortune." Li Yun chuckled softly. "Old Fan, once you take over the treasury, you will soon realize that compared to it, the three major factories hold far greater value. I should have anticipated this." Fan Xian exclaimed, a spark of excitement in his eyes. "After all, you've managed the treasury and the three factories for so many years. How could you lack preparation?" "All right then." Li Yun poured himself and Fan Xian another glass of wine. "You must have noticed some matters concerning your brother. His mathematical talent is unparalleled, and his business acumen is quite remarkable. Have you considered bringing him to Beiqi?" "How do you know this?" Fan Xian inquired, taken aback. He had only discovered Fan Xijia's talent after arriving in the capital. His mathematical abilities were indeed extraordinary. "I naturally have my sources," Li Yun replied. "Rather than allowing him to squander resources at home, it would be wiser to let him venture out. This way, your father might regard him with greater esteem." Li Yun continued, recognizing the potential in Fan Xijia. Though he possessed a certain humble demeanor, with the right support, he could truly shine. Li Yun desired more than what was immediately apparent. If Fan Xian were to work for him, so too would Fan Xijia. And perhaps even Fan Ruruo would find herself in his service. Fan Xian fell silent, contemplating over several sips of wine before finally speaking. "I need to discuss this with my father and aunt. Fan Xijia indeed possesses great talent." "Very well," Li Yun nodded. "If he is willing to come, let him head directly to Beiqi. I have connections there. He shall not be mistreated." "Oh," Fan Xian teased, casting a sidelong glance at Li Yun. "You have connections in Beiqi? Think what you will." Li Yun shot a glance back at Fan Xian, finished his drink, and rose to depart. "Hey, where are you going?" Fan Xian called after him. "Where else?" "On a date," Li Yun replied without looking back. "Now that I am in the capital, it would be foolish not to visit my wife and children. Drinking with you, a grown man, is hardly fitting." Fan Xian felt a pang of disappointment. He had merely been jesting, unaware that Li Yun had indeed found a romantic interest in the capital. "And what shall I do now that I am alone to drink?" "Naturally, I shall seek out old Wang." In the imperial palace of Beiqi, within the imperial study, the sun had just dipped below the horizon. At this moment, Jean Dodo had just finished her evening meal and returned to the study to examine the memorials sent by her mother. "The Southern Qing envoy has arrived. And so has Li Yun. Why are you still perusing these documents?" Haidang strolled in, accompanied by Sea Lily. Jean Dodo paused momentarily, but soon regained her composure, her expression remaining as proud as ever. Let him come. It is of no concern to me. See Lily stifled a giggle. Your Majesty, based on my understanding of him, he will undoubtedly arrive tonight. You must have returned here after dinner to await him. Am I right? I did not. Jean Dodo did not even glance at Lily. Yet the memorial in her hands shifted slightly upward, as if to conceal her embarrassment at being the focal point of discussion. She was already 4 months pregnant, while Lily's pregnancy had just surpassed 3 months. However, due to her need to maintain appearances, Jean Dodo discreetly tightened her abdomen. Fortunately, the dragon robe was sufficiently loose that others could not discern her condition. In contrast, Lily's situation was markedly different. Though she was only 3 months along, her belly was already twice the size of what one would expect at that stage. She had concealed some padding within. Soon, once the negotiations concluded, both she and Jean Dodo would depart the palace to reside near Qingxiu. At that time, Lily would give birth to twins. Just keep being stubborn. Haiting Dodo scoffed at Jean Dodo. I have something to tell you. My master has sent a message stating that Xiao In cannot be allowed to live. Jean Dodo was somewhat taken aback. Why? I do not know. I merely informed him that Xiao In is still of use, but his stance is rather inflexible. Haiting Dodo replied. I shall speak with him myself. Jean Dodo did not dwell on it, her expression returning to one of calm indifference. What do you think? Haiting Dodo regarded Jean Dodo with skepticism. I have never seen my master so intent on eliminating someone. If not for the ongoing negotiations, he might have come in person. Because I am the Emperor of Beiki. Jean Dodo rose, gazing proudly out the window into the distance. Even if my imperial uncle is a grand master, he must heed my decree. Suddenly, a burst of applause erupted. Bravo! Truly, you are the woman of Li Yun. That statement was nothing short of magnificent. At the sound, both Jean Dodo and Lily felt a surge of joy, though Jean Dodo's demeanor remained notably composed in comparison to Lily's exuberance. However, you scoundrel! Haiting Dodo instantly drew her twin axes and hurled them toward Li Yun. You seek to frighten us to death with your sudden appearance. Take this. Li Yun swiftly executed a lightness skill, appearing behind Haiting Dodo in a flash, restraining her hands with ease. It has been months since we last met. Yet you remain as impulsive as ever. Be careful, or you may find it difficult to marry. So close was he that Haiting Dodo could feel a warm breath encroaching upon her. Release me. She struggled. Considering your earnest efforts to protect Dodo and Lily, I shall overlook your transgressions, Li Yun declared as he let her go. Haiting Dodo rubbed her arms in frustration. Just look at the man you have chosen. Jean Dodo and Lily exchanged exasperated glances. These two always seemed to bicker upon meeting. Why have you tightened your belt? Li Yun furrowed his brow as he observed Jean Dodo's abdomen, then ascended the platform to assist her in sitting down. Jean Dodo maintained her proud demeanor, yet complied with Li Yun's guidance. You two, come up. Let me examine you both, Li Yun instructed Lily. Feeling somewhat bashful, Lily nonetheless moved to the platform and sat beside Li Yun. He embraced Lily with his left arm while his right arm encircled Jean Dodo, resting both hands upon theirs. The pulse diagnosis commenced. Thank you. Chapter 85, The World Logistics Center? Excellent. All is well. Li Yun checked their pulses and then released them. He immediately reached in and untied the bindings of Jean Dodo, saying, Do not wear such things. They are detrimental to the child and to you as well. I have advised her against this, but she would not listen. At this moment, Haiting Dodo interjected. Now that the situation in Beiki has just unfolded, I, as a woman, must remain discreet. Jean Dodo did not prevent Li Yun. Once the negotiations conclude, you shall proceed to Kuwei. It is time to meet your imperial granduncle. Li Yun remarked, reclining on the dragon throne. On the left, Lily could not help but gently knead Li Yun's thigh, as if fearful of tiring him. You are going to meet my master? Haiting Dodo frowned, stepping onto the high platform, leaning against the dragon table while observing Li Yun. Hey, you are no longer a grandmaster. Are you not afraid of my master confronting you? Li Yun glanced at Haiting Dodo, his tone exuding confidence. Do you truly believe that, given my skills, your master can catch up with me? Haiting Dodo's tone became less assertive, having witnessed Li Yun's peculiar lightness and movement on numerous occasions. She was certain her master could not match such speed. Li Yun did not respond. Instead, he gently pulled Lily to lie down, and she obediently nestled beside him on the dragon throne. Haiting Dodo was incensed. This fellow, Li Yun, truly did not regard her as an outsider, and Lily too. was utterly compliant, lacking any spirit of competition. What are your plans for this negotiation? What objectives do you seek to achieve? Li Yun inquired. His curiosity piqued regarding Jean Dodo's intentions. The negotiation officially commences tomorrow. Your purpose for being here tonight cannot merely be to see us, can it? Speak to me of your thoughts, and if they are reasonable, perhaps I shall consider them, Jean Dodo replied coolly. She directly parted Li Yun's legs, seating herself between them, and resumed perusing the memorial. Suddenly, Li Yun sprang up and playfully slapped Jean Dodo on the back while she sat upright. What are you doing? Jean Dodo glared at him, infuriated. Is the memorial more appealing than me? Li Yun approached the large border map hanging nearby. Forget the memorial. Come here, and I shall explain. Jean Dodo shot him a glare, rubbed her backside, and then approached Li Yun. Behind her, Silly Li stifled a laugh while Haiting Dodo rolled her eyes and followed suit, with Silly Li preparing tea for them. Li Yun gazed at the map outlining the border, his voice turning serious. In this battle, Beiki has emerged victorious, winning through surprise and by capitalizing on Nanjing's underestimation and lack of preparedness. However, Dodo, be mindful. Beiki's foundation is still shallower than that of Nanjing. He pointed to the locations of the 3 major factories in Jiangnan on the map. In terms of resources, Nanjing has the 3 major factories in Jiangnan continuously generating wealth, overflowing with riches. In terms of armaments, their arsenals operate day and night, producing several times more than yours. Regarding personnel, Nanjing's population far exceeds that of Beiki. This time, they were merely caught off guard and unprepared. Li Yun paused momentarily, grasping Jean Dodo's hand as he continued. Once they regain their breath and rearm themselves, do you truly believe they will willingly accept this silent humiliation? The counterattack that follows will undoubtedly be 10 times more ferocious than this one. While the art of war is indeed formidable, warfare ultimately hinges on resources and comprehensive national strength. Relying solely on ingenious strategies may stave off an initial assault, but it cannot withstand the relentless tide of an advancing army. Jean Dodo stood in silence, her gaze fixed on the map, her eyes sharp and discerning. Li Yun's words washed over her like icy water, extinguishing any remnants of her earlier exhilaration. Nearby, Silly Li also wiped the smile from her face, her expression turning grave. Haiting Duo crossed her arms, her brow furrowed in thought. Are you suggesting that this succulent prize is one we must relinquish? Jean Dodo's voice carried a chill of reluctance. Relinquish? Certainly not, Li Yun declared, arms crossed, his tone resolute. Once it is in our possession, there is no rationale for surrendering it. However, we must devise a different approach to consume it. His finger pressed firmly on the map, pinpointing the newly occupied territory by Beiki that bordered Nanking. This area is crucial. If you occupy it, Nanking will find itself choking, desperate to eliminate the threat. If you defend it, you must allocate significant military resources, constantly on the move. The 2 sides will be locked in a futile struggle, yielding nothing but attrition. And what is your esteemed suggestion? Jean Dodo inquired, leaning closer, her breath nearly mingling with Li Yun's, the proximity palpable. Esteemed suggestion may be too grand, but it is undoubtedly a novel approach. A flicker of ambition glimmered in Li Yun's eyes. Transform this territory into an enclave. Shared governance between Beiki and Nanking. Shared governance. Haiting Duo shot Li Yun a derisive glance. Young Master Li, Beiki has yearned for this victory for far too long. Now, after securing this territory, you propose dividing it with Nanking? Do you believe Beiki's leadership will acquiesce to such an arrangement? Jean Dodo remained silent, her eyes urging Li Yun to continue. She understood him. He never spoke without purpose. It is not about dividing it, Li Yun shook his head, but about co-managing it. This land shall no longer belong exclusively to either nation. Let us transform it into, how should I describe it? A colossal hub for commerce. A supercenter where merchants from all corners of the world can trade freely and goods can flow unimpeded. Are you dreaming? Haiting Duo regarded him as if he were a fool. The 2 nations have just finished warring, each eager to choke the other, and yet you propose they jointly govern? Allow merchants to trade freely? Who would believe that? Who would dare to come? While others may hesitate, my Sihai Chamber of Commerce will not. Li Yun's voice resonated with formidable confidence. Rooted in Suzhou, our influence stretches across the globe. Our reputation is our golden emblem. Provided both nations' courts jointly endorse this territory as a zone of peace, a region for free trade, with the Sihai Chamber of Commerce at the helm, we shall invest heavily in constructing the most efficient roads, the largest warehouses, and the most secure protective forces. We will create a bustling nexus that connects the north and south, bridging east and west. His excitement grew with every word. Just imagine. In the southern region of the Qing Dynasty, silk, porcelain, ironware, along with the furs, medicinal herbs, and warhorses from the northern Qi, as well as spices and gemstones from the smaller western nations, can all converge and be traded here. The Maritime Commerce Guild will be responsible for coordinating, safeguarding, and taking a commission. This place could transform into a veritable treasure trove, a gold mine providing continuous tax revenue for both nations. For the Qing Dynasty, there would be no more worry about border skirmishes. They could partake in this vast market, alleviating the pressures of defeat and soothing domestic sentiments. For the northern Qi, there would be no need to expend vast resources and manpower to guard this hot potato, yet they could still reap substantial commercial taxes, enriching their treasury while utilizing this hub to further influence and even control the economic lifelines of surrounding smaller nations. Li Yun surveyed the astonished expressions of the three women, finally locking eyes with Jean Dodo. This is what it means to retreat in order to advance, to transform conflict into peace, and to turn the battlefield into a mountain of gold. Engaging in violent territorial disputes is a suboptimal strategy. Binding opponents to your chariot through rules and interests is the true superior approach. This shared territory serves as a fulcrum to leverage the entire continental landscape. There is one thing he did not mention. If merchants have yet to settle here by that time, he would announce another game-changing policy: tax exemption. Li Yun was confident that none of the current merchants could resist such temptation. Once they settled in, he would have ample means to manage them. Chapter 86. Jean Dodo, let us do it. The royal study fell into a prolonged silence, with only the occasional crackle of the candlelight breaking the stillness. Jean Dodo's gaze shifted from shock and doubt to a deep, piercing intensity, eventually igniting into a fervent glow. She suddenly returned to the high platform, pacing before the dragon table with quick, heavy steps, revealing the fierce internal struggle within her. Si Lily gaped, clearly stunned by the grand vision painted by Li Yun. Haidang, no longer mocking, crossed her arms, her brow furrowed as she seemed to grapple with this overly ambitious idea. The risks were immense. Jean Dodo finally halted, her gaze fixed intently on Li Yun, wondering if the old foxes of the Qing court would believe him, would agree. They had no choice but to believe. Li Yun also rose, moving to the map and pointing to that region. What do they need most now? A graceful way to step down, a means to win back the people's hearts. Time to restore their vitality. We will provide them this stepping stone, an excuse to claim that although they have lost territory, they have gained long-lasting peace and immense commercial benefits. This sounds far more palatable than ceding land and paying reparations. He looked at Jean Dodo, his expression utterly earnest. When the time comes, the credibility and strength of the Maritime Commerce Guild will serve as the best guarantee. I will personally oversee the initial phase. As soon as the merchants from the Qing Dynasty see the first batch making genuine profits here, witnessing the robust assurance of the Maritime Commerce Guild, and observing the stability and prosperity of this region, the immense benefits will propel them and the Qing court forward. Those voices of opposition will crumble in the face of tangible interests. Jean Dodo stared at the map, then at the confident face of Li Yun, her chest rising and falling slightly. After a considerable pause, she slammed her fist down on the dragon table. Let us do it. Her eyes sparkled with the fierce decisiveness of a sovereign. At tomorrow's negotiation, I shall personally set the tone. This land, I am willing to share, but it must follow this course. Li Yun, you better ensure that your sea and sky commerce possesses the requisite capability. Rest assured, Li Yun smiled, revealing a set of white teeth. One cannot deceive one's own wife and children, after all. Jean Dodo proudly approached Li Yun, her cheeks flushed with excitement, chin slightly raised, exuding an air of arrogance as she corrected, Li Yun, you are mistaken. You are the one who is my consort. Si Lili merely smiled softly, her gaze as gentle as flowing water. Hiding Duo observed this scene, exhaling a long sigh, murmuring, they've both gone mad. Yet it seems a more prudent approach than a head-on clash. Li Yun spent the entire night in the palace. After all, whether it was Si Li or Jean Dodo, both were now over 3 months pregnant. How could they possibly allow Li Yun to leave? However, Jean Dodo only sampled a brief respite before returning to her chamber to rest, knowing she needed to attend the morning court the following day. Otherwise, she would not concede so easily. At dawn, with the assistance of her maidens, Jean Dodo donned her dragon robe, and arrived at the imperial study alongside Haidang Duo. As they entered, they found Xiaowu waiting for them. Upon seeing Zhang Do and Haidang Duo, Xiaowu approached to pay her respects. After inquiring, Zhang Do learned that Li Yun and Si Lili had yet to rise. That fellow must have neglected to consider Si Lili last night, she mused. I am quite wronged. Si Lili wouldn't allow me to leave. What could I do? Li Yun protested. Zhang Do strode directly into the inner chamber of the study. On the bed, Si Lili lay soundly asleep, her breathing steady. However, Zhang Do's gaze precisely fell upon the feigning slumber of Li Yun. She stood quietly, a hint of amusement and scrutiny in her expression, eager to see how long he could maintain this charade. This fellow had not only bedded the Emperor of Beiki, but also dared to indulge in the Emperor's consort. His audacity knew no bounds. The intensity of her gaze was too piercing. Li Yun could no longer pretend and reluctantly opened his eyes, carefully extricating his somewhat numb arm from Si Lili's warm embrace and rising gingerly. Si Lili remained oblivious, utterly exhausted from the previous night. Yet longing for Li Yun's company, she bore the burden of that sweet fatigue time and again. Hurry up, Zhang Do hissed, casting an exasperated glance at Li Yun before turning to exit the inner chamber. Xiaowu promptly entered, nimbly assisting Li Yun with his attire, grooming his hair, and aiding with his morning rituals. Young master, Xiaowu began, tidying his garments while softly reporting, last night, Fan Xian met with Wang Qinyan after their drinks, and then proceeded to meet Xiao An. They conversed for quite a while, but the details remain unknown. However, Fan Xian's countenance was quite grave upon his departure. That is of little concern. Let them discuss whatever they wish, Li Yun responded nonchalantly, as he had a fair idea of the subject matter of Fan Xian and Xiao An's conversation. Additionally, Miss Qingling's letter has arrived, stating that His Highness is prepared to allocate 10 taels of compensation to each soldier who sacrifices for this national war. Xiaowu continued, is this the prince's own decision, or was it suggested by someone? Li Yun inquired, somewhat taken aback. It is indeed the prince's own idea, Xiaowu replied. Li Yun pondered for a moment before nodding, determining that 10 taels of silver per person amounted to roughly 1 million, a trivial matter indeed. It appeared that the crown princess sought to consolidate support through this gesture. Presently, she was merely a crown princess. In the eyes of the public, she could never ascend to the status of the Emperor of Deqing, thus alleviating her from considerable complications. However, some might perceive her actions as an attempt to aid Li Chengze in winning over the hearts of the people. And from this perspective, certain individuals would undoubtedly oppose her. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Li Yun's eyes as he contemplated who would be the first to voice dissent. Whoever dared to speak out would be investigated thoroughly. The maid understood. After washing up, the two departed the chamber, finding Si Lili still deep in slumber, likely to remain so until the sun reached its zenith. Upon stepping outside, they noticed Haidang Dodo and Zhang Do awaiting them. Following the morning court session, negotiations were set to commence in earnest. Is there anything else you wish to convey to me? Zhang Do inquired, her tone regaining the composure befitting royalty. Li Yun approached her, his gaze softening. I believe there is nothing more. As he spoke, he casually extended his hand to brush away a fragment of pastry clinging to Zhang Do's lips, and without hesitation, he placed it into his own mouth. Zhang Do shot him a flustered glare, only to cast a lingering, reproachful look at Haidang Dodo, who had undoubtedly witnessed the entire episode, yet chose not to alert her. Haidang Dodo, feeling somewhat guilty, diverted her gaze to the window, rationalizing that such behavior was quite normal. She herself often indulged in snacks, albeit with a more discreet manner of wiping her mouth. Well, I must return to the envoy to prepare, Li Yun remarked, as if suddenly recalling something. A mischievous smile graced his lips. During the upcoming court session, should I kneel or not? At his words, Zhang Do's expression transformed into one of amusement as she scrutinized him from head to toe with an air of absolute superiority. Haven't you knelt before me enough times? She replied languidly, before disregarding the splendidly animated expression that had overtaken Li Yun's face, accompanied by a barely suppressed smile. Haidang Dodo elegantly exited the imperial study. What a foolish and playful child. Li Yun muttered through gritted teeth as he watched Zhang Do's departing figure. If she were not with child, I would ensure she comprehended the true essence of strength. My lord, do not be angered, Autumn Willow interjected at an opportune moment, her gentle palm resting delicately on Li Yun's chest. There is no need for my lord to kneel. I shall kneel for you instead. Ah, My autumn willow is indeed the most obedient, Li Yun replied, drawing her close, feeling the weight on his heart lift slightly. In the grand and resplendent court of Beiki, the atmosphere was solemn. As one of the representatives of the Nanqing envoy, today marked Li Yun's first occasion to kneel before Jean Do in such a formal setting. As a foreign official, yet, he inwardly resolved that this woman would one day repay him 100-fold. Within the court, officials from both nations vociferously presented their respective demands regarding territorial matters and post-war affairs. The air was charged with tension, as everyone understood that this was merely the overture. The true clash and wrangling would ensue at the negotiation table after the session concluded. Chapter 87. The Jiuzhou Consortium after the session, in Yunqi Courtyard. I visited the North Qi Jinhui Yamen and inquired. Shenzhong mentioned that the exchange of hostages would only occur after the peace talks between the two nations concluded. In the meantime, we must ensure Xiaoan's safety. Fan Xian felt somewhat disheartened. This was to be expected. Li Yun wore an expression of confidence, as Yin Bingyun, the head of the inspectorate's covert operatives in North Qi, possessed considerable knowledge. They would undoubtedly devise means to extract information from him. What shall we do? Fan Xian asked. Prior to coming to North Qi, Jinping had already emphasized the necessity of ensuring Yin Bingyun's safe return. If we allow Shenzhong to continue his interrogation, by the time the peace talks conclude, it would be a miracle if Yin Bingyun retained even half his life. This does pose a dilemma, Li Yun pondered, furrowing his brow. Do you not have connections in the capital? Fan Xian leaned closer to Li Yun. Could you perhaps ascertain where Yin Bingyun is being held, so that we might rescue him? Li Yun cast a sidelong glance at Fan Xian. You must consider the implications. We are currently amidst peace negotiations. Attempting a prison break at this juncture may lead to unforeseen complications. I doubt Yin Bingyun is confined within the Jinhui prison. If he is not there, our options for action multiply significantly. Therefore, you should seek out Guozheng and Xian Chiwu, as the exchange of hostages is part of the negotiations. Even if an immediate exchange is not feasible, requesting a brief glimpse of the hostages to ensure their safety should not be unreasonable. How did I not think of that? Fan Xian's eyes brightened. Thank you, Old Li. I shall now seek out Guozheng and Xian Chiwu. Without waiting for Li Yun's response, he dashed out of Yunqi Courtyard. My lord, the location where Yin Bingyun is detained is not in the Jinhui prison, but outside the city. Why not inform them? Qiuwu asked, somewhat perplexed. You, at times, exhibit great intelligence, yet at others, you can be rather foolish. Li Yun pulled Qiuwu into his embrace, playfully pinching her delicate cheek. Fan Xian needs to take the reins of the inspectorate, so we must maintain a certain distance from him. The crux of the matter is that as long as they can see Yin Bingyun, I trust that with Wang Qinyan's abilities, he will uncover the location of Yin Bingyun's imprisonment. You are the wisest, my lord. Qiuwu nestled against him, gazing up, her beautiful eyes brimming with unreserved admiration and affection. Li Yun felt a surge of joy, leaning down to gently peck her lips. Fan Xian must rely on his own strength to locate Yin Bingyun and effectuate a successful rescue. Only then can he truly establish his authority within the inspectorate. Moreover, as Li Yun indicated, Shenzhong has no intention of allowing Yin Bingyun to return alive to Nanqing. By the time the hostages are exchanged, Yin Bingyun will surely be in a state of near death. At that point, with the peace talks concluded and terms agreed upon, even if the Nanqing delegation sees a severely injured Yin Bingyun, it is improbable that they would jeopardize the negotiations for his sake. It is paramount to achieve a ceasefire. Thus, whether Yin Bingyun can return alive to Nanqing hinges on whether Fan Xian and Wang Qinyan can discover the location of his captivity and rescue him safely. In alignment with Li Yun's thoughts, Fan Xian proceeded directly to the Huitongguan with Wang Qinyan. My lord, how goes it? Will Li Yun assist us? Wang Qinyan inquired. No, Fan Xian replied in a low voice. But there is another approach. We shall first seek out Guozheng and Xian Chiwu, requesting that the delegation confirm Yin Bingyun's safety. At that point, old Wang, it will be up to you. His relationship with Li Yun cannot be overly intimate. Wang Qinyan's expression suddenly turned sour. If only they had Li Yun's assistance, their matters would be far more manageable. Li Yun undoubtedly possesses connections in the capital, and his martial prowess is formidable. Alas, they must now rely solely on themselves. Old Wang, Fan Xian halted, gazing earnestly at Wang Qinyan. Aren't you an adept tracker? When you encounter Yin Bingyun, shadow him discreetly. You must ascertain the location of his confinement. I shall do my utmost. Wang Qinyan replied with a resolute demeanor. If I can rescue Yin Bingyun and bring him back safely, I shall be rewarded with a promotion and a raise. I will increase your monthly stipend by 50 taels. Fan Xian proclaimed with great enthusiasm. Then I must extend my gratitude, my lord. Wang Qingyan's eyes sparkled at the mention of the additional 50 taels. Fan Xian smiled inwardly, feeling triumphant. Upon arriving at the Huitong Pavilion, Fan Xian sought out Guozheng and Xin Shuwu, both of whom were acutely aware of Yin Bingyun's significance. They promptly presented their demands to the Northern Qi authorities. This request was one they could not reasonably refuse. After reporting to the palace, the imperial decree was relayed to Shun Zhong of the Jinyue. However, Shun Zhong stated that they would not be able to meet for another 3 days, as Yin Bingyun's injuries were quite severe and he required time to recuperate. He needed to be in a more presentable state, at the very least. The Southern Qing delegation was incensed upon receiving this news, believing that Yin Bingyun must have sustained grave injuries, and they demanded an immediate exchange of hostages. The Northern Qi authorities did not acquiesce. They had already consented to a meeting prior to the exchange. It was merely a matter of a few days' delay. Clarifying that Yin Bingyun had only sustained minor injuries and that he was not in critical condition. At the Huitong Pavilion, Wang Qingyan asserted vehemently, Yin Bingyun must be gravely injured. Otherwise, the Jinyue would not be delaying matters so. We must act swiftly. I am well aware of this, Fan Xian replied solemnly. But we are currently in negotiations. Even the slightest incident could jeopardize the proceedings. He continued, for now, we must wait. Let the Jinyue tend to him for 3 days. This will facilitate our efforts to rescue Yin Bingyun. That is all we can do, Wang Qingyan conceded, feeling somewhat helpless. While Fan Xian grappled with his concerns, Shen Wanson finally arrived in the capital. I pay my respects to you, young master, he said, bowing deeply before Li Yun, his demeanor filled with reverence and admiration. No need for such formalities, Li Yun replied calmly. Rise. I have entrusted you with an important task in Northern Qi. Thank you, young master. Shen Wanson's eyes brightened. Please, command me. I shall not hesitate to risk my life. Li Yun smiled. Shen Wanson now held a respectable position, both in Southern Qing and Northern Qi. Having brought his son from the countryside to the city, he had everything he desired and a fulfilling family life. Yet all of this was predicated upon his unwavering loyalty to Li Yun. Shen Wansan was well aware of this. Thus he treated Li Yun with utmost respect. The first matter, Li Yun instructed, henceforth, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce shall be renamed Jiuzhou Group. I will provide you with the specific restructuring framework in due course. I understand, Shen Wansan replied, albeit temporarily puzzled, but he readily acquiesced. The second matter, come and take a look. Li Yun rose and approached a grand table of Zeton wood, his fingers pointing to the expansive map unfurled before him. The territory recently acquired by the Northern Qi would soon become a shared realm for both nations. His fingertips struck the map with emphasis. His gaze intense. It would evolve into the superlative hub for the distribution of all commodities across the continent. The tax rates here would plummet to levels that would drive merchants into a frenzy, with certain essential goods even enjoying zero tariffs. The foundation and focal point of the Jiuzhou Group's future would be established here. We shall erect an unprecedented trade city in this locale. Listening to Li Yun's grand vision, Shen Wansan felt a chill run down his spine, his breath quickening. It was crucial to note that the peace talks between the two nations were still ongoing. Yet Li Yun had already discerned the outcome, intensifying Shen's awareness of Li Yun's formidable presence. Furthermore, the name Jiuzhou Group hinted at Li Yun's grand ambitions. His influence would undoubtedly extend far beyond mere commerce. Currently, Li Yun had been conferred the title of Pingjiangzi, with the fief located in Suzhou. He silently vowed to cling tightly to this powerful ally. Days passed amidst the struggle for words, and he reminded himself to bookmark the text, lest it be lost from sight, pleading for favorable reviews and free gifts. Thank you. Chapter 88. Conclusion of peace talks. Shen Wansan spent merely a day in the capital before departing, needing to prepare for the negotiations' conclusion and the ensuing actions. He was still young. There was no time for rest. 3 days later, at the Jinyue headquarters, Fan Xian, Guozheng, and Xin Shuwu finally encountered Yin Bingyun. When Yin was brought forth, he was clad in clean prison garb, his hair neatly arranged, yet his pallid complexion and slightly trembling legs revealed the torment he had endured. Young Master Yin. Guozheng stepped forward, his expression grave. Yin Bingyun managed to muster a faint smile, his voice hoarse. Lord Guo, Fan Xian. Shen Zhong stood to the side, a facade of insincere cheer upon his face. Rest assured, young master, Yin has merely suffered from acclimatization issues. A few days of recuperation will suffice. Fan Xian snorted derisively, his keen gaze sweeping over Yin Bingyun's wrist. Although concealed by his sleeve, several savage whip marks were still discernible. Commander Shun, if young master Yin truly only suffers from acclimatization, why the delay of 3 days before our meeting? Guozheng inquired. Xinzhong maintained his smile. Deputy Gua, you overthink. The Jinyui merely acts according to protocol. The visitation was brief, lasting less than a quarter of an hour. After which Xinzhong, citing young master Yan's need for rest, ordered him taken back. Guozheng and Xan Qiwu exchanged glances, their anger palpable, yet they felt powerless. After all, the negotiations were not yet concluded, and they could not afford to act rashly. Upon leaving the Jinyui headquarters, Fan Xian and Wang Qinian did not return directly to the meeting hall, but stealthily circled to the rear street of the headquarters. Old Wang, what do you think? Fan Xian whispered. Wang Qinian squinted, his fingers lightly tracing the ground as he scrutinized the wheel tracks. My lord, Yin Bingyun is certainly not imprisoned in the Jinyui's dungeon. What do you mean? The tire tracks from the carriage transporting Yin are quite fresh, and the wheels are coated with the unique red clay from outside the city. Wang Qinian lowered his voice. They must have brought him back from outside the city at the last minute. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Fan Xian's eyes. Can we track them down? Wang Qinian flashed a grin. Rest assured, my lord, as long as they leave the city, I shall locate them. The prospect of promotion and a raise made Fan Xian somewhat elated. As night descended, the carriages of the Jinyui indeed exited the city gates, hastening towards the western outskirts. Wang Qinian, like a wraith, stealthily followed in the shadows. The carriage ultimately halted before a desolate post station, concealing himself in the darkness. Wang Qinian observed several Jinyui escorting Yin Bingyun into the station, then quietly approached to ascertain the entrance to the basement. The following night, clad in dark attire and shrouded in a hood, Fan Xian, accompanied by Wang Qinian and 4 elite members of the Inspection Bureau, stealthily approached the western post station. Old Wang, are you certain he is below? Fan Xian inquired in a hushed tone. Wang Qinian nodded affirmatively. There's no mistake. I witnessed them take him in last night. Taking a deep breath, determination flashed in Fan Xian's eyes. Let us make our move. In an instant, Wang Qinian darted forward, silently dispatching the guard at the entrance. The group swiftly infiltrated the station, navigating the narrow staircase down into the basement. Inside, Yin Bingyun was shackled to the wall by iron chains, bearing several new wounds, evidently suffering under Xinzhong's cruel intentions. Young Master Yin. Fan Xian rushed forward. Whispering urgently, Yin Bingyun struggled to raise his head, astonishment etched on his face. Fan Xian? Wang Qinian? How did you? There's no time for explanations. Fan Xian swiftly unfastened the chains and supported the faltering Yin Bingyun. We must leave at once. Wang Qinian stood guard at the door, whispering, My lord. There's movement outside. Fan Xian's gaze turned steely. Fight our way out. After a fierce skirmish, Fan Xian and his companions successfully broke free, vanishing into the night with Yin Bingyun. All of this was witnessed by Li Yun. Wang Qinian was indeed a talent. He might serve me well in the future. This time, they managed to conceal their identities, and even if Xinzhong discerned it was Fan Xian's doing, he would have to swallow this bitter defeat. 10 days later, the negotiations finally reached a conclusion. In the grand hall of the Northern Qi Palace, Zhang Dodo sat regally on the dragon throne, casting a commanding gaze over the southern Qing delegation, finally resting on Guozheng. Deputy Gua, have you thoroughly considered my conditions? Taking a deep breath, Guozheng replied solemnly. Your Majesty, after deliberation among our southern Qing court, we agree to the proposal regarding the shared governance of half of the Fun Prefecture as suggested by Northern Qi. As for merchants setting up, the 3 major factories may establish branches here, but the Sihai Merchant Association falls under the auspices of our southern Qing's Pingjiangzi. You may consult with him regarding this matter. The willingness of other merchants to settle here is their own decision, and our southern Qing court will not impose such pressures. Regarding the military expenses you mentioned, we can contribute a maximum of 3 million taels. What say you, Pingjiangzi Li Yun? Zhang Dodo felt a surge of joy. This outcome was already quite favorable, and she turned her gaze to Li Yun. Stepping forward, Li Yun clasped his hands in respect. It is an honor for me to contribute to the peace between our 2 nations. Zhang Dodo's lips curled into a smile. Excellent. She slowly rose, her voice resonating throughout the grand hall. Effective immediately, a free trade zone shall be established in the half-region of Hmph, allowing merchants from both nations to traverse freely and engage in trade. As for the management of commerce in this area, it shall be entrusted to the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, led by Li Yun of Pingjiang, with officials from both nations appointed to oversee it. Standing among the delegation, Li Yun wore a satisfied smile. At this juncture, the long-standing national conflict had finally reached a conclusion. In Yunqi Courtyard, the holy maiden Haidang arrived, accompanied by Shen Zhong and his retinue of the Imperial Guards, prepared to escort Xiao In away. Commander Shen, we had agreed that the exchange of hostages would occur face-to-face at the conclusion of negotiations. Where's our Yin Bingyan? Naturally, Fan Xian seized the opportunity to taunt. Shen Zhong cast a piercing glance at Fan Xian, took a deep breath, and coldly replied, Fan Xian, you have won this round. Hand over Xiao In, and do not compel me to take action. Upon hearing Shen Zhong concede, Fan Xian felt a surge of triumph and waved towards Wang Qinian. Then, old Wang, release him. Yes, my lord, Wang Qinian replied with a respectful gesture, then signaled for Xiao In to be brought out from his confinement. Seeing Xiao In, shackled and restrained, both Haidang and Shen Zhong maintained their composure. Senior Xiao, we part ways here, Fan Xian remarked. Xiao In responded with a gentle smile, his gaze towards Fan Xian imbued with kindness. May we meet again. Take him away, Shen Zhong commanded with a wave, and the Imperial Guards promptly advanced to escort Xiao In into a carriage that had been prepared in advance. Observers from the Grand General's residence nodded and withdrew, ready to report back to Shanhu. Haidang and Shen Zhong remained unaware of Xiao In's ultimate destination. Having completed his task, Fan Xian stretched, feeling a sense of relief. My lord, the delegation departs tomorrow. Tonight, we shall indulge in some revelry, Wang Qinian suggested with a mischievous glint in his eye. Let us go drink, Fan Xian declared with a sweeping gesture. In the Imperial Palace, within the Imperial Study, Li Yun quietly inquired, Daodu, where do you intend to confine Xiao In? Jean Daodu rose from Li Yun's embrace, turning to him. Did you not say you wished to meet my imperial uncle? It would be most suitable to bring Xiao In there for confinement to prevent any disturbances. You shall accompany me. After pondering for a moment, Li Yun grasped Jean Daodu's intent. Very well, we shall witness the Grand Master's prowess. Li Yun, you are my man, so do not bring shame upon me, Jean Daodu asserted, gripping Li Yun's chin with an assertive gaze. Indeed, the heavens had turned upside down. Li Yun no longer held back. Chapter 89. Bitter River. With the peace talks concluded, both parties breathed a sigh of relief. For Beiki, while they could not fully occupy the half-region they had seized, they were not naive enough to believe they could maintain an upper hand indefinitely. Conversely, for Nanking, although Hmph half-region was now co-administered, its designation as a trade zone ultimately favored them. The three major factories and the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce were all organizations of Nanking. Thus, on the surface, Beiki held no significant advantage in this territory. Hence, Nanking had successfully preserved its dignity. With the conclusion of the peace talks, the southern Qing envoy rested in the northern Qi for a day before preparing to embark on their journey home. However, it was evident that Li Yun would not accompany them. Prior to the envoy's departure, Li Yun engaged in a conversation with Fan Xian regarding upcoming matters. Upon my return to the capital, I shall discuss it with my father and my aunt. I believe Fan Xizha also harbors ambitions of making a mark, Fan Xian stated earnestly. Li Yun nodded in agreement. Just ensure you relay this to him before his departure. After all, once I am finished with my tasks here and return, we are bound to engage in a confrontation. Brother, when that time comes, please take it easy. I am quite sensitive to pain, Fan Xian replied, his expression tinged with distress as he noted Li Yun's teasing gaze. Fear not. If you aspire to become a Grand Master, a beating is inevitable. It is better that I administer it myself than have others do so, Li Yun said, patting Fan Xian's shoulder with earnest resolve. I sense you are merely eager to strike me. Fan Xian retreated from Li Yun in jest. Ha ha, Li Yun chuckled, then turned serious. All right, no more jesting. Upon your return, adhere to the plan and ensure the control agency is firmly under our influence. Fan Xian exhaled deeply, his demeanor becoming grave. Rest assured, I understand. Li Yun nodded, then take care. After the southern Qing envoy departed, Zhang Dodo, along with Haitang Dodo and others, set forth with Xiao In towards the secluded area of Hmph for quiet contemplation. However, this time, it was not Shen Zhong who escorted Xiao In, but rather a contingent of the Jinyui under the command of Silly Li. As the convoy exited the capital, Li Yun's carriage emerged and joined their ranks, causing a notable change in Xiaoen's countenance. "Senior Xiao, we meet again," Li Yun said, fanning himself leisurely as he approached Xiaoen with an amused smile. "Li Yun." Xiaoen steadied himself and exhaled. "I never anticipated your ties with Northern Qi to be so profound. My survival and return are indeed thanks to your covert support. Are they not?" He had finally grasped why Li Yun had sought him out in the dungeons of the control agency. "That assertion is incorrect. Your return to Northern Qi and your continued existence should be attributed to your adopted son," Li Yun replied with a smile. "Shangshan, who is a great general of Northern Qi, commanding substantial forces, yet he is notably concerned and dutiful towards you." Xiaoen felt a sense of helplessness and shook his head, opting for silence as the convoy continued its journey. After traversing for most of the day, they finally reached their destination. Gazing at the familiar sight of the roaring, unceasing waterfall, Xiaoen fully comprehended the conclusion of his journey. The group halted before the waterfall, the deafening sound of rushing water assaulting their eardrums. Zhang Dodo gestured for the accompanying personnel to withdraw, leaving only Li Yun, Zhang Dodo, Silly Li, Haiding Dodo, and Xiaoen present. "Master, His Majesty has arrived," Haiding Dodo shouted towards the dark cave behind the waterfall. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a figure descended gracefully from the top of the waterfall, landing firmly before them. It was the Grand Master Ku He. His sharp gaze immediately fixed upon the restrained Xiaoen, and he turned to Zhang Dodo with evident dissatisfaction. "Dodo, I have made it clear that Xiaoen must not be spared. Why do you defy my wishes?" The imperial uncle, Zha Dao Dao, stood upright, her tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. "I have previously stated that Xiaoen holds great significance for the current Northern Qi. He must not perish." Q. Her voice grew somber. "Xiaoen knows far too much. I made a promise long ago that certain secrets must never be divulged. Thus, I have brought him to you." My imperial uncle, Zha Dao Dao, remained undeterred, meeting Q's gaze directly. "From now on, Xiaoen shall be under your watch. The secrets you fear will pose no risk of exposure. Are you not afraid that I might end his life this very moment?" A chill and a hint of menace crept into Q's voice. Zha Dao Dao did not retreat. Instead, she took a step forward, her petite form radiating the majesty of an emperor. "My imperial uncle, for the sake of Northern Qi, Xiaoen must live. I am the emperor of Northern Qi. Even if you are a revered grandmaster, you must heed my command." Q fell silent, his gaze darting between the youthful emperor and the captive. After a moment, his tense expression appeared to soften slightly as he slowly spoke. "Indeed, I have not misjudged you. You are truly the most suitable person for this position." "Ha ha." Xiaoen chuckled, shaking his head. "Q, you have lingered here too long and remain oblivious to the events unfolding outside. The secrets you speak of may no longer be secrets at all." "What do you mean by that?" Q's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Xiaoen. "I speak of Yi Qingmei." Xiaoen met that gaze without trepidation. Ever since she performed those earth-shattering deeds in southern Qing, the secrets surrounding her have been impossible to conceal. The people from southern Qing have already surmised, with remarkable accuracy, that she emerged from the temple. What difference does it make whether I speak or not? Why is he targeted by Chen Ping? It is precisely because of Yi Qingmei. Were it not for Chen Ping's anxiety regarding the revelation of her secrets, he would not have gone to such lengths as to cripple his own legs to abduct him from Northern Qi and subject him to torment in southern Qing. Yi Qingmei's origins from the temple are no longer a secret. Southern Qing has merely spared his life to pry open his lips, seeking the path to that cursed place. Yet that hellish experience remains his most profound secret, one Q does not wish to be known, nor does he desire to divulge. Q fell into contemplation. He was well aware of the deeds Yi Qingmei had committed in southern Qing. He simply had not anticipated that she would ultimately choose to remain there. He then shifted his gaze to Li Yun. The matters concerning Li Yun had already been conveyed to him by Duo Duo. My imperial uncle, Zha Dao Dao, approached Li Yun. He is the man I have chosen, Li Yun. I trust you are already aware of this. You, young man. Q regarded Li Yun with a discerning look. Duo Duo has mentioned you to me, speaking of your formidable strength. Let me see what qualifications you possess to become a consort of Northern Qi. Master Q, I have been searching for Yi Liyun's whereabouts. I initially intended to confront him before seeking you, but now, it seems appropriate to engage you in combat first. Li Yun said, gesturing for Zha Dao Dao and the others to step back. The four promptly distanced themselves. Xiaoen had not anticipated that Li Yun's purpose for being here was to challenge Q. Chapter 90. The essence of the Grand Master, the roar of the waterfall echoed. Mist enveloped the air, and it felt as though the atmosphere had solidified. Hmph stood there, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, exuding no overwhelming aura, yet instilling an uncanny sense of pressure that fused him with the very essence of this realm. Li Yun inhaled deeply. Within him, the 9 yang true qi, the 9 yin true qi, and the nuclear radiation energy, which had resided in his flesh and bones since childhood and was of the same origin as this world, surged forth like a boiling river, tumultuous and vigorous. Under the guidance of his will, these 3 powers merged completely, transforming into a vast and magnificent torrent of energy. Refined to its utmost purity, he moved, without any earth-shattering display. After executing the serpent's flow technique, his figure darted forward as if he had teleported, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. Like a specter, he approached Hmph, his right hand clawed, fingers sharp as blades, slicing through the air with a piercing hiss. 9 yin divine claw. His left hand formed a sword with its fingers, pointing towards a vital point beneath Hmph's rib. The sword energy at its tip chillingly penetrating. The acupoint striking technique of the 9 yin scriptures. So swift. A flicker of surprise flashed in Hmph's eyes. Yet he remained unperturbed. He did not even shift his stance, merely raising his right hand in a seemingly casual manner, gently sweeping it before him. Buzz. An invisible, ineffable force descended in an instant. It was as though the entire space had subtly distorted and solidified under his sweep. Li Yun's 9 yin divine claw and the chilling sword fingers, just a foot away from Hmph's body, suddenly slowed. Their fierce momentum eroded and dissipated layer by layer. This was not a protective barrier formed by true qi. Li Yun distinctly sensed that a peculiar field surrounded Hmph, intangible yet undeniably real, repelling, assimilating, and annihilating all encroaching energy. Was this the means of a grandmaster? A tremor surged within Li Yun, yet his movements remained unceasing. After one strike was thwarted, he spun like a top, his legs sweeping out like whips, accompanied by the thunderous sound of wind and lightning. Simultaneously, he let out a fierce roar. The sound wave condensed into a line, like an invisible spear, aimed directly at Hmph's eardrum. The lion's roar. The sound wave attack, intangible and formless, was the hardest to defend against. However, Hmph merely frowned slightly. The invisible force field enveloping him rippled gently, akin to the surface of water, effortlessly dissipating the lion's roar, which could shatter the organs of an ordinary 9th-tier master. As for the fierce leg sweep, it too was barred by the intangible barrier, unable to advance even an inch. Is that all? Hmph's voice was calm and unperturbed, carrying a hint of scrutiny. If this is all you are capable of, then this is where it ends. Before his words had fully dissipated, Hmph moved. He merely appeared to casually raise a finger, pointing distantly at Li Yun. Boom. In an instant, Li Yun felt an explosion in his skull. An overwhelming, insurmountable pressure, heavy as a mountain, materialized from thin air, as if the air from all directions had transformed into solid steel, fiercely compressing toward him. This pressure was not merely physical. It carried a terrifying aura that penetrated to the marrow, as if it sought to drain and annihilate his very life force. Nuclear radiation energy. Manipulated and controlled by the relentless force of the bitter river, Li Yun's body emitted a series of anguished creaks as the very rocks beneath him began to fracture. The vital energy within him surged wildly, the innate characteristics of the 9 Suns divine art being pushed to their utmost limits, resisting the omnipresent terror of oppression and erosion. Gritting his teeth, he thrust both palms upward with great force, channeling his inner power into a solid protective barrier of vital energy, Golden Bell Shield. The barrier trembled violently, clashing fiercely with the intangible energies of heaven and earth, producing a grinding sound that sent shivers down one's spine. The ground beneath Li Yun's feet shattered completely, his legs sinking deeply into the earth. His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly bearing the weight of immense pressure. The surprise in Hmph's eyes deepened. The power contained within his finger was sufficient to crush an ordinary 9th-tier master into a pulp. Yet this young man managed to withstand it with sheer determination. Despite his predicament, the purity and vigor of Li Yun's vital energy, along with his body's astonishing resistance to the invasive energies of the world, far exceeded Hmph's expectations. A formidable foundation, an enigmatic physique. Hmph silently praised, yet increased his force once more. Li Yun felt the pressure intensify, his protective barrier teetering on the brink of collapse, his bones creaking in protest. Yet there was no trace of fear in his gaze. Rather, a more fervent spirit of combat ignited within him. With a mighty roar, he unleashed the integrated power within him, akin to a volcanic eruption. No longer resisting head-on, his body twisted at an unbelievable angle and speed, resembling an elusive eel. The spiral 9 shadows reached its pinnacle. Boom! A portion of the invisible weight was forcibly redirected, crashing violently into the ground beside him and creating a deep crater. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yun propelled himself into the air. Although his blood surged and a trickle escaped the corner of his mouth, he successfully evaded the overwhelming oppressive zone. With such a robust physical foundation, capable of resonating with the energies of heaven and earth, even managing to resist my domain. He observed Li Yun, panting yet with bright eyes, and for the first time truly regarded this young man. You are merely one step away from that threshold. Wiping the blood from his lips, Li Yun felt the relentless power still surging within him, alongside the refined essence of his vital energy, seemingly tempered under immense pressure, and the increasingly clear resonance with the external nuclear radiation energies. He smiled broadly, his expression brimming with excitement and enlightenment. I understand now. Breathless yet with astonishing clarity in his eyes, he fixed his gaze upon the intangible field of force surrounding Hmph. The so-called Grandmaster is not an ethereal realm. It is the process of honing one's own vessel to withstand, contain, and ultimately master the omnipresent energies of heaven and earth. By developing the body to its utmost potential, becoming a perfect vessel and converter, one can, guided by their own will, control these energies and utilize them for oneself. This is the essence of a Grandmaster. As these words left Li Yun's lips, Hmp's eyes quivered with disbelief. He had anticipated this young man would require considerable time to comprehend and explore such depths, yet to his astonishment, a genius. At that moment, a corner of his gaze flickered towards the distant Jean Dodo, who had previously declared that Li Yun was the man she had chosen. However, now that Li Yun had comprehended the essence of the Grandmaster, and under the full force of his abilities, his power was undeniably formidable. Did Li Yun truly pose no threat to the Northern Qi in the future? Just as Hmph became lost in thought, Li Yun moved. Having grasped the nature of the Grandmaster, he decided to commence his endeavor to fully harness the elusive energy of nuclear radiation. With his finger as a sword, he swung fiercely towards the riverbank, unleashing a remarkably sharp strike. This strike was not the result of condensed vital energy, but rather a pure manifestation of the world's nuclear radiation, forcibly restrained by Li Yun's will. With a piercing sound, the strike instantaneously cleaved into the broad river. Upon contact with the strike, the water did not simply split apart. It was as if an invisible, colossal maw had devoured, decomposed, and vaporized it. A tremendous scar, hundreds of meters long and unfathomably deep, appeared on the riverbed, flanked by surging white vaporous waves that shot skyward, as if cleaved by the very blade of the heavens. Hmp's pupils constricted. The essence of energy contained within that strike induced a twinge of trepidation within him. Instinctively, he swept his sleeve to block, only for the edge of his garment to touch the strike's periphery and be silently obliterated. Boom! The water, split apart, collapsed like a mountain, producing a deafening roar, while the resulting colossal waves surged towards the clouds. In the expanse of heaven and earth, it seemed as though only the vacuum chasm created by the strike remained, slowly mending, leaving behind a lingering aura of destruction that sent shivers down the spine. Li Yun stood firm, his fingertips aglow with ethereal light, his gaze akin to burning stars. Chapter 91. The Princess. I shall ensure their demise. Li Yun, Jean Dodo, Si Li, and Haitang Duo departed from the riverside, while Hmph took Xiaoan away. Haitang Duo supported Si Li, and Li Yun assisted Jean Dodo. After witnessing the Grand Master's might, the three women were left in astonishment, while Haitang Duo managed to maintain her composure. Si Li and Jean Dodo required support and could barely utter a word. Hey, did I speak too loudly earlier? Jean Dodo suddenly inquired, her voice tinged with hesitation. Hmph! Haitang Duo burst into laughter, clearly surprised. I never imagined you could be afraid. I thought you were invincible. The power of the Grand Master was indeed terrifying. Si Li quietly concurred, her face still reflecting the remnants of fear. Not at all, Li Yun replied, tightening his embrace around Jean Dodo's waist. You must consider it this way. Your man is now also a Grand Master. Therefore, you are, in essence, a Grand Master as well. So, your earlier remarks were not loud at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yun immediately felt a change in Jean Dodo's demeanor within his arms. Her posture straightened, and the familiar pride that looked down upon all surged back into her eyes. You are right. Jean Dodo halted, her gaze ablaze with unmasked fervor. Now that you have become a Grand Master, it means I can speak even louder in the future. Oh my. Haiting Duo exaggeratedly rubbed her arms. Feigning an unbearable expression, I have goosebumps. How utterly cheesy. See Li, let us hasten our steps and not heed their incessant chatter. She promptly tugged at the still chuckling Si Li, urging him forward. Li Yun observed Jean Dodo, feeling a peculiar thrill emanating from her. In his presence, she exhibited her emotions without reservation, every word spilling forth unabashedly, every movement infused with an innate pride and wildness. The quartet arrived at the place where Haiting Duo had resided in her childhood. It was originally a modest courtyard, yet it had been transformed into a villa since Jean Dodo's pregnancy. Inside, all the handmaidens were trusted confidants. Now that the peace talks between the two nations had reached a conclusion, even if the Emperor of Nanxing harbored vengeful thoughts, it was improbable that war would ignite anew in the near term. In the forthcoming months, Jean Dodo and Si Li were to remain here in tranquility until the safe arrival of the child. Si Li's pregnancy was now evident, for months along. While Jean Dodo was nearing 5 months, remaining in the capital posed too great a risk of exposure. As for the governance of Beiki, it would be temporarily entrusted to the Empress Dowager, who had wielded power for many years and could easily manage a few additional months. Externally, it was proclaimed that Si Li required a serene environment for her pregnancy, with Jean Dodo accompanying her for a period of secluded contemplation. Thus, they retreated to the secluded sanctuary of Master Ku, he and Beiki. Here, no one dared to intrude. Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, Chiu Wu, accompanied by a cohort of maidens, greeted them. Wan'er, Yin Luo, Ruan Mei, and Jing Shu, who had arrived in Beiki ahead of time, had already been assigned to Jean Dodo by Li Yun to attend to her needs. The two maidens originally designated for Si Li saw Shu Yin remain in the capital to manage communications, while Hua Ping accompanied Si Li to this location. Li Yun had released Jean Dodo from his grasp as they neared the entrance. For this empress did not wish her subordinates to witness any semblance of weakness in her. Your Majesty, the maidens collectively bowed to Jean Dodo. Rise. Her voice regained its customary